Chapter 893, Worse Than Beasts. Yuan Ziguang knew the recent propaganda theme was connected to Operation Engine. The literature and propaganda department was preparing public opinion. His gaze fell on the posters and slogans newly pasted on the classroom walls, all recently replaced. Both posters and slogans were printed using woodblock. The theme was the refugee illustration series, natural and man-made disasters, displaced and destitute, selling children and starved corpses on the road. The figures' expressions and movements were rich and varied. Though merely monochrome line drawings, they were extraordinarily vivid. He didn't know which art student elder had created them, though more likely they had been adapted from some comic book in the Grand Library. Finally, a slogan: "Do not forget the millions of suffering people of the Great Ming." Yuan Ziguang felt Ding Ding would definitely approve of this layout. He coughed once and began his lecture methodically. Before D-Day, Yuan Ziguang had been a genuine junior high math teacher, graduated from a regular normal university. Both parents alive, family well off, father an Air Force pilot, mother a primary school teacher. Except for temporarily lacking a sister or girlfriend, he didn't look like someone who would make up his mind to transmigrate. Yet Yuan Ziguang had a reason he absolutely had to leave. He had pushed down one of his own students. A forced push. Though the matter hadn't been exposed, Yuan Ziguang knew what awaited him if it ever was. Thus he had resolutely chosen to abandon the old world and start over in a new one. He never revealed this past to the organization, of course. He was well aware that although half the elders claimed to be lolicans, if this sort of thing became known, he would be thoroughly despised. He would have a handle on him and could forget about ever being put in an important position. Because he possessed a teacher's certificate, Yuan Ziguang had received special attention from Hu Qingbai, head of the education department. Many wanted to be teachers, especially elders wanting to teach in the simple normal classes, but most lacked proper teaching backgrounds, let alone actual experience. Having a few certified teachers was rare, so as soon as Yuan Ziguang arrived at Fangqiati, he was appointed head of the National School Math Teaching Group. Because the school was still in its founding stage, teachers weren't clearly divided into junior primary, senior primary, and middle school sections. Scheduling ran across the entire system by subject. A math teacher might teach multiplication tables to junior primary students in the first 2 periods, then explain plane geometry to senior primary students in the 3rd and 4th. There were no middle school students yet. Beyond teaching, Yuan Ziguang personally participated in compiling various textbooks. Since he was an elder teacher, he was also responsible for the daily education of elder children. Compared to Chinese students in the 21st century, Fangqiati students had it considerably harder. They not only handled general tasks like cleaning, cooking, and washing within the school, according to the Education People's Committee's principles of self-governance, self-support, and self-study, but also devoted spare time to working in the school's vegetable garden, breeding farm, and planting sheds. The curriculum ran at a merciless intensity of 8 periods daily. School rules, regulations, and even etiquette were strictly standardized. Though the national school essentially promoted universal education among naturalized citizens, in operation it possessed the character of an elite institution, demanding precision in every word and deed. The knowledge and thoughts they learned destined them to become elites of future society. We don't need to be secretive about this. We want students to develop a sense of superiority. Only then can we create a trend where the public clamors for entry into new-style schools. So Hu Qingbai had answered in a teaching affairs meeting when certain elder teachers questioned the excessive etiquette requirements. "Students, please turn your textbooks to page 80. Yuan Ziguang looked at his class and spoke unhurriedly. For Fangqiati students, math was perhaps the most tedious course. No experiments, no extracurricular practice, no entertaining teaching aids, except for learning to read clocks and identify coins during the first semester. Fortunately, the teacher's instructional quality was high, and students could follow along. Inevitably, some drifted off, but Yuan Ziguang's chalk-throwing technique, superior to his colleagues, would promptly jolt distracted students back to attention. The 40-minute class ended quickly. Yuan Ziguang assigned homework and review points. There was another applied mathematics class that afternoon focusing on practical arithmetic, simple geometry for surveying fields and canal dimensions, commercial calculations for conducting business, abacus work. This course emphasized practicality and was somewhat more engaging than the purely theoretical morning session. The loud strains of Athletes' March began playing through the loudspeakers outside, the signal for break-time calisthenics. Like soldiers responding to a bugle, all students immediately rose. The class monitor stepped out, trotted to the podium, faced everyone, and shouted, "First group, fall out." Yuan Ziguang tucked his lecture notes under his arm and walked out of the classroom. The entire teaching building now echoed with rising and falling shouts of Group X, fall out. Some classes were already queuing in the corridor, marking time and place. Yuan Ziguang knew that once Athletes' March finished its second loop and switched to Fubo Army March, classes would file out of the building and gather on the playground in prearranged order. Yuan Ziguang walked back to his office at a brisk pace. The Fengqiati National School office was housed in a Baroque-style 3-story building overlooking the entire playground. Red exposed brick walls rose from high stone foundations. Triangular roofs were covered with flat tiles. A light rain a few days earlier had washed the tiles clean, and they now glistened under the sun. At the building center stood a clock tower, originally intended to hold a large clock, one of many promised by Dr. Zhang. The current status remained under R&D. In its place hung an iron bell salvaged from some ruined temple site. At Fengqiati, teachers and students worked and rested by the striking of this bell. The naturalized teachers' offices on the first and second floors were bustling. In the large open-plan office occupying nearly the entire floor, neat rows of desks were arranged like a classroom, complete with podium and blackboard at one end. To compensate for naturalized teachers' knowledge gaps, Hu Qingbai had set aside one day each week for elders to lecture to the teaching staff in in-service training. The space also served for staff meetings. These so-called naturalized teachers were mostly female graduates of the first simple normal class, having completed their training only months earlier. Most were girls aged 15 or 16, with a few 18 or 19. The Senate maintained deep distrust of traditional scholars, so very few child scholars, Tengsheng, or cultivated talents, Ziyukai, among the naturalized citizens had entered the education system. Some had received a bit of traditional education before and knew some characters. Most had been completely illiterate. After roughly a year and a half of targeted intensive training, they now handled most first-grade junior primary courses at Fengqiati. They also taught literacy in the night schools. Young naturalized teachers were gathering and chatting. Some drank water, others browsed Lingao Times or Zhu Pictorial, a lithographic monthly focusing on popular science, recently published by the Literature and Propaganda Department. For naturalized teachers bearing heavy teaching loads while continuing their own advanced studies, break-time exercise was one of the rare leisure moments in their day. Seeing the elder teaching group head pass by, the young women fell silent one by one, their eyes following Yuan Ziguang. From their gazes flowed worship, admiration, envy, fear, reserve. Various emotions projected onto him simultaneously. He felt smug but couldn't help his face heating slightly. These teachers had been his students not long ago. Legally speaking, they remained slaves of the Senate. Every elder enjoyed absolute power over them. Though Yuan Ziguang had come to this world because of an inappropriate pushdown, since arriving in the new time-space and possessing ample resources and power to do whatever he pleased, he had consistently proven himself worse than beasts. For no matter how ardent the girl's gazes, no matter how worshipful, this collection of rough-skinned, dark-complexioned, flat-chested and flat-bottomed young women, simply couldn't arouse much interest in him. He climbed to the third floor, the elder's office. At this hour, the floor was usually empty. There weren't many full-time elder teachers at the national school, and part-timers generally came only when they had classes. Because most elder teachers were part-time, they didn't have individual offices at Fangqiati, only a large open-plan space. North and south sides featured rows of glass windows providing ample natural light. Standing at the south windows offered a commanding view of the main playground below. At the best viewing position, 3 elders stood leaning against the window, gazing out. Behind them stood several figures who appeared to be female secretaries. Though elders dressed almost identically, Yuan Ziguang immediately recognized from their backs and heights that one was Hu Qingbai, and another was Wu De, who rarely visited Fangqiati. As president of the Planning Commission, Wu De spent most of his time consumed by paperwork and meetings. Even his field work seldom brought him to the education system. The executive committee member who visited most frequently was Zhao Zishan. The third wore a Fubo army uniform. Yuan Ziguang didn't recognize him. He walked forward a few steps intending to greet them, but Hu Qingbai signaled him to remain silent. The 3 were watching the playground below with rapt attention. The playground facilities were crude, but the dimensions had been built to old time-space standards, providing vast space. Before the building stood a flag terrace with a 10-meter-high wooden flagpole towering above. When athletes' march transitioned to Fubo Army March, students marching in double columns appeared from every teaching building entrance. Each class formed one column, like long dragons rolling toward the center of the playground. Chapter 894, broadcast calisthenics class columns led by their monitors marched toward the playground squad by squad in quick time, every student stepping to the rhythm of the march. Steps synchronized, formations orderly, the students radiated high morale. At the head of one class, a student held high a red triangular pennant, the championship flag from the weekly formation drill competition. The winning class earned improved meals once that week. Each class followed a predetermined route. Columns merged into wide formations up to 16 rows across before entering the playground, then transformed through complex maneuvers back into narrow 2-person columns before reaching their positions. Multiple columns moved simultaneously across the grounds, marching in different directions, with various formations crossing paths on the playground and roads. It looked bewilderingly intricate, yet each formation advanced without interfering with the others. The timing of intersections was calibrated with extreme precision. As the last person of one column passed a crossing point, another column would traverse that same route. With dozens of class columns marching simultaneously, any team slightly off in speed or rhythm would cause a collision. This was no longer ordinary formation performance, but precision drill elevated to an art form. For modern armies, precision drill served only to cultivate military bearing and provide ceremonial displays. But for armies of the line infantry era, precision drill held critical significance for combat formation changes. "Marching's not bad," observed the Fubo army officer who had been watching with hands clasped behind his back. "Just at this level, they're on par with the recruit camp I led." He continued his assessment. Several orders of magnitude better than the black uncles who came for observation training. Whether they compare to the old guard or lobsterbacks that Lin Shen and Wendy are always going on about, I couldn't say. Hu Qingbai was too modest to boast and merely smiled without comment. Wu De shook his head with a laugh. "Old Fu, don't blow your own trumpet. I spent time in the recruit camp too. Can raw recruits at 3 months really achieve this level? I'd say they're at least half as good as the Dalian Surface Vessel Academy." The elder called Old Fu shook his head emphatically. "There you go with your Navy superiority theory again." He suddenly trailed off, his expression shifting as he muttered, "Damn, why are the students marching Navy steps? This isn't scientific." The Fubo Army's Army and Navy steps were completely different. The Army used the traditional PLA version, belonging to the German School of Drill. The Navy had used British drill from the beginning. The students' posture on the playground, small steps, high arm swings, was unmistakably British naval drill. How is it unscientific? Looks perfectly scientific to me. Wu De waved dismissively. Look, the students' spirit and energy are quite good. There's some military bearing there, the officer conceded, unable to find words for rebuttal, his face full of unconvinced frustration, like someone who'd been sandbagged. Still, it's not scientific. The National School implemented paramilitary management, with a portion of each month devoted to military training. The main content was drill practice. Normally, senior corporals or sergeants sent by the Army took turns serving as training instructors. But since the Summer Awakening campaign began the previous year, the prolonged northern and southern Qiangju security wars had exhausted Army manpower. Almost all units had been pulled away, leaving only one garrison battalion and the 5th Infantry Battalion, Strategic Reserve, in Lingao. The Army could no longer spare NCOs to conduct training, so Fang Qiadi's military instruction had been entirely taken over by the Navy. While they conversed, the cues on the playground had all reached positions. Following commands from the loudspeaker, students in formation quickly trotted to expand spacing, creating room for broadcast calisthenics. Flag-raising ceremony begins now. Present the flag. At the loudspeaker's command, flag bearers and guards selected from the student body emerged from the office building's main entrance in goose step, marching toward the flag podium. The bearer carried the recently designated national flag of the Senate. National flag and national anthem had once been sensitive matters, and the elders had initially maintained deliberate vagueness on the subject. With the victory in the counter-encirclement campaign and control of the entire island, continuing to hide their capabilities and blur their political identity was no longer appropriate. Maintaining such ambiguity internally would only leave subject indigenous people and naturalized citizens confused about their own positioning. If this continued, public sentiment could never stabilize. Though the Senate still retained Ming local officials and yamens across Qiangju Island, purely out of reluctance to make a complete break with the Great Ming for now, in actual operation, these bureaucratic organs had been completely hollowed out. New regime institutions appeared with increasing frequency in social life, while the Ming government's presence faded ever weaker. In the past, the Senate had never formally established a national flag. The star and fist red flag served as both Fubo Army banner and proxy national flag. But the pattern was somewhat too complex, less than ideal from a flag design perspective. After Senate deliberation, the national flag was finally designated as the Morning Star flag, creatively plagiarizing the NATO emblem. The design featured Polaris shining in a deep blue night sky, concise, clear, and easy to identify. In meaning, the ancients had revered Polaris highly, believing it fixed and immovable with the stars revolving around it, a constant star visible in the night sky, unchanging in brightness and position. Since Polaris lay closest to true north, humanity had navigated by its light for thousands of years. It carried meanings of guidance, leadership, and eternal guardianship, symbolizing the elders' status and role. As a national flag, it perfectly captured the Senate's vision of establishing a new empire. As for the national anthem, singing the motherland had originally served as proxy. But certain elders felt the song's imperialist quality was insufficient, strongly advocating for old time-space superpower anthems like Unbreakable Union or the Star-Spangled Banner. After discussion, the final choice was the old imperialist powers Rule, Britannia, relyricized as Rule, Senate. Singing the Motherland became the second national anthem for general occasions. Additionally, the Star-Spangled Banner and Unbreakable Union were also relyricized, becoming the Morning Star flag forever waves, an empire as solid as a rock, respectively. As patriotic songs subject to the Senate's questionable taste, more and more pieces fell victim to plagiarism. La Marseillaise had long since become Bapu Song. The Sacred War, Soviet March from Red Alert 3, Deutschland über alles and Imperial March from Star Wars all followed, receiving new lyrics. Except for the Sacred War retaining its original title, they became Senate March, Empire Above All, and Empire March respectively. Our collection of patriotic songs will probably become the longest in history, Ding Ding had commented after the meeting. Of course, the military song collection will definitely become quite thick and heavy too. Fang Fei had been even more worried, because all these songs had to be taught and learned, no light undertaking. Moreover, most were originally foreign language pieces. Changing lyrics was easy, but making them singable was another matter. And some lyrics that might be fitting in 10 or 20 years sounded rather laughable when applied now, like From the Pacific to the Ural Mountains, when the Senate currently controlled only one Hainan island. Raise the national flag, sing the national anthem, salute. Majestic music rang from the broadcast speakers. National school students began singing in unison the newly finalized anthem, Rule, Senate. When the Senate, at heaven's command, arose from the azure main, arose from the azure main, this was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sang this strain. Rule, empire. Empire rule the waves, lands and skies, imperial people shall be masters of the world. The Senate more holy than nations. Kings and princes of the earth must surrender, 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 kings and princes of the earth, while thou shalt flourish great and free, while thou shalt flourish great and free, the dread and envy of them all. Rule, Senate. Empire rule the waves and earth, imperial people shall be masters of the world. Thousands of students stood solemnly singing in unison. Their voices surged skyward. The Morning Star flag rose slowly up the flagpole with the anthem. The elders on the third floor also stood at attention, motionless, saluting the flag. The flag rose. The loudspeaker began playing the MP3 of third set of broadcast Calisthenics. Hu Qingbai then introduced the Fubo army officer to Yuan Ziguang. This is Major Fu Sansi, currently head of the General Staff Training Department, soon to be Inspector General of Training. Ha. Don't announce it before the formal appointment. Fu Sansi said this while saluting, then shaking hands with Yuan Ziguang. He was a robust, middle-aged man. Like Ming, he came from a PLA infantry company commander background, but was junior to Ming in seniority and had never seen combat. He had joined the transmigration cause much later than the others, serving as an ordinary elder officer until being promoted to infantry battalion commander a few months before the Chiangmai campaign. After the northern Qiangzhou security war had essentially concluded, Fu Sansi had proposed to the Army Ministry that he no longer serve as infantry battalion commander. He had sustained injuries during combat readiness training while serving in the PLA, and the physical demands of an infantry officer proved too great. He applied to serve exclusively as a military training instructor. The Executive Committee's military system design had originally envisioned establishing the post of Inspector General of Military Training, but lacking suitable candidates at the time, the position had remained vacant. Now that Fu Sansi had volunteered to become a dedicated military instructor, he proved ideal in both qualifications and practical skills. Ming had therefore first transferred him to serve as head of the General Staff Training Department. Chapter 895, Students Go into Battle. Ming had already notified the Organization Department, Executive Committee, and Senate Standing Committee that Fu Sansi would be promoted to Inspector General of Training during the routine personnel adjustment at year's end. He would be responsible for Fubo Army recruit training, military education, and the organization and training of militia reserves. Everyone take a seat. Hu Qingbai invited them to the conference table. Little Yuan, De and Fu Sansi came here to discuss something with us. Just give the orders. If there's anything we can do, we'll fully support, Yuan Ziguang said, glancing at Hu Qingbai. Wu De and the military arriving suddenly. What exactly was this about? Could it be expanding enrollment for the military class? Fangqiati housed several special directed training classes: military class, police admin class, medical class, industrial class, and others. These belonged to directed training. Their students were selected and sent by the directing departments themselves, with tuition and living expenses paid by the entrusting units. However, students didn't learn specialized professional knowledge within the national school itself, only cultural courses. Except for slight curricular emphasis according to professional characteristics, they were no different from other classes. Specific professional learning was arranged by each department internally. Some continued borrowing space at Fangqiati for instruction, others had specialized venues. For instance, Army and Navy teaching units were located in barracks at Bapu and Nanao, Political Security General Bureau at Bern, Foreign Intelligence Bureau in the county seat. I came with Fu Sansi today to utilize the human resources here, Wu De said. Presumably you already know about the operation engine we're about to launch. Hu Qingbai and Yuan Ziguang both nodded. Operation engine had been communicated through the Senate. Everyone had offered suggestions. Yuan Ziguang roughly understood. The elder presiding over this operation had set his sights on Fangqiati students as a resource. Fangqiati students, as an organized and educated group, had participated in many major projects, from land surveying to rural propaganda campaigns to assisting in various administrative affairs. They were an important arm the Senate commanded with confidence. The specific purpose, Wu De continued, is to utilize Fangqiati students. Receiving 200,000 refugees is an enormous undertaking, exceeding all projects we've operated before. It requires many administrative clerks to assist the work. No problem, Hu Qingbai said. Our students have done similar work before. We send people to assist at quarantine camps every month. After the second counter-encirclement, students went in large numbers to help clean up battlefields, register captives and spoils. They should have experience. Wu De smiled. The reason I brought old Fu was to assess your students' discipline and military quality. Looking at them now, their military and political qualities are top-notch, fully capable of meeting our needs. The Operation Engine project team planned to draft students in batches to Taiwan and Jeju Island for refugee registration and management services. Some would also be deployed to temporary camps in Shandong. You understand, this operation isn't just about fighting. The civil affairs workload is massive. The army alone can't handle it. Naturalized cadres aren't sufficient either, so I had to turn my attention to you. Hu Qingbai and Yuan Ziguang exchanged glances. Clearly, this wasn't a matter of temporarily lending a dozen students to help administrative organs for a few days, or sending some students weekly to quarantine camps for literacy instruction. This was large-scale deployment. Fangqiati students had made business trips before, but at most they had gone to Qiongshan or Sanya. Now they would serve off-island, traveling all the way to Jeju Island in Taiwan. Hu Qingbai asked cautiously, "How many people are you planning on?" "About 200. Yuan Ziguang was shocked and blurted out, "I'm afraid that won't work." Currently, total enrollment at the national school exceeded 3,000. Most were children under 14 or 15, predominantly junior primary students enrolled only in the past year. Senior primary students totaled only 300. Now Wu De opened his mouth asking for 200, tantamount to taking away the entire senior primary section. Hu Qingbai also objected. "This is really too many. You know, collecting these senior primary students wasn't easy. We were preparing to train our first batch of middle school students from them. Pulling them away like this will delay their studies by at least a year. And though they won't be fighting directly, they'll be at sea, possibly encountering storms or shipwrecks or falling ill from the change in climate. If we lose a batch of them, it would be too pitiful. These students aren't screws. You can't just insert steel bars and have output flow continuously. Even losing one is a tremendous loss." Yuan Ziguang nodded emphatically. "It's not that we want to hold back. Taiwan inherently has malaria problems. Students are young, bodies not fully developed, resistance low. In case of disease outbreak, I'm afraid they'll die in droves. These aren't refugees recruited to repair roads and work mines for a corn bun. These are future elites we've taught by hand. Wuda listened with a smile still on his face, though his expression had grown somewhat rigid. Resistance from the education department was within his expectations. But this time, drafting Fangqiati students was unavoidable. Lingao's administrative system suffered from a severe shortage of basic cadres. Had the southern Qiangju counties not been small with sparse populations requiring few administrators, Prefect Liu couldn't even have established basic structures across the various counties. I don't intend to take all your senior primary students, Wuda said. Junior primary students are fine too, as long as they can read, write, and perform simple calculations. As for age, strictly 16 and above. Since most students had been recruited from vagrant populations, junior and senior primary enrollment wasn't necessarily ordered by age. Junior primary had older students of 15 or 16. Senior primary also had children under 10. Wuda's plan called for rotating dispatch students on 3-month terms. This wouldn't excessively delay their studies. All students participating in Operation Engine will have it recorded in their files as reference for future salary increases, grade adjustments, and evaluations. Besides, this is social practice, Wuda continued. Most will become cadres in the future. Exercising practical skills now is better than just reading books and becoming a bunch of bookworms. He paused. This is also the executive committee's position. Yuan Ziguang said. Salary increases and grade adjustments are minor matters. Education is a 100-year plan. Right now, naturalized citizens with systematic modern education are rarer than pandas. Losing one student today means losing a precious seed that would grow into a towering tree sheltering an entire region in the future. The executive committee must think thrice. Though he came from a math teacher background, long immersion in academic atmosphere had evidently sharpened his rhetoric. Wuda's expression grew increasingly awkward. At this point, Fu Sansi interjected. How can the executive committee think thrice? I don't even know where the executive committee's main gate opens. This remark slightly eased the stiffening atmosphere in the office. Hu Qingbai knew this matter was difficult to reverse. Having led for so long, he understood when to hold his ground and when to bend with the wind. He spoke slowly. We understand the executive committee's difficulties. Operation Engine is a major event concerning the state's foundation. Logically, our education department should give full support. With the Education People's Commissar stating his position, Yuan Ziguang naturally couldn't argue further, though he continued making HMPH sounds to express disapproval. Hu Qingbai knew he had to give Yuan Ziguang an explanation for this. Backbone subordinates' emotions still had to be considered. I can draft students, but who to draft and who not to draft will be decided by our education department. Neither the Planning Commission nor the military can name specific names, except for commissioned students. Wuda nodded. That's no problem. Second, our students cannot be sent to combat zones. We must ensure they work in safe locations. If possible, minimize their travel frequency and time. Third, camp schools must be established in every camp area, with certain hours set aside for students to self-study and teach. Elders participating in Operation Engine must allocate time to deliver courses according to syllabus, guaranteeing that learning isn't interrupted. Wuda agreed to everything and promised dispatch students would receive preferential treatment in supplies and living conditions. Hu Qingbai said, as long as these conditions are met, 3-month rotations aren't necessary. Travel time is lengthy after all. As long as the surrounding environment is relatively safe and hygiene conditions relatively good, 6-month rotations are acceptable. Of course, anyone with poor health must be sent back immediately. Though Yuan Ziguang still disapproved of large-scale deployment, this was ultimately a direct directive from the executive committee, and Hu Qingbai had secured fairly good terms. Expressing further opposition would serve no purpose. He tacitly consented. After seeing off Wu De and Fu Sansi, Hu Qingbai pondered that besides the dispatch students, Feng Qiadi should send at least one elder teacher as team leader to supervise student learning at all times. You know, though Wu De promised us camp schools, other elders might not be interested in teaching children. Even if they are interested, I'm not entirely reassured. Yuan Ziguang understood this. Not reassured carried two meanings. First, concern that elders' teaching ability wasn't up to standard. Second, fear that someone might extend evil palms toward students. There were quite a few elders with aspirations to push down. Given limited student ages and gender ratios, the national school couldn't dispatch only boys. Looking at Hu Qingbai's meaning, it seemed he wanted Yuan Ziguang to volunteer as this camp teacher. Yuan Ziguang dreaded the prospect. First, he feared sea travel, especially on small-tonnage sailing ships. Second, whether desolate Jeju Island or Taiwan Island, living conditions were far too harsh. At least Feng Qiadi's elder dormitories had flush toilets and hot showers. I think Jiang Yuzhang and Zhao Zhiachuan would be quite suitable. Yuan Ziguang bluntly recommended worthy talents. These were all permanent elder teachers at Feng Qiadi. Chapter 896, Reserve Team. Hu Qingbai thought to himself. So you want to slip out of this? Zhao Zhiachuan was absolutely out of consideration. A rare professionally trained middle school chemistry teacher, far more valuable than a junior high math teacher. Jiang Yuzhang might be acceptable. He wasn't professionally trained, merely had some teaching experience. Baiyu was also a possibility, but Baiyu taught learn industry, frequently taking apprentices to various enterprises, deeply familiar with the field and possessing some mechanical knowledge. Dispatching him for so long would cripple the learn industry program. He went through the elder teachers one by one in his mind, weighing whose absence would have the least impact on courses. Naturally, he couldn't reveal these calculations. At least 2 elders would need to be sent as camp teachers, one for Jeju Island, one for Taiwan. He sorted through the regular elder teachers back and forth several times without settling on specific candidates. At noon, Feng Qiadi's elder teachers ate together. The school lay far from the elder canteen in Bern City, so they sent life secretaries in turn to pick up ingredients daily, then had the secretaries cook on site. Baiyu's life secretary had once been a kitchen maid in a wealthy household, with excellent culinary skills. After modern culinary retraining, Feng Qiadi's small kitchen had become her sole responsibility. The food wasn't lavish but was prepared with care and changed daily. Yet the group seemed to have little appetite. Hu Qingbai raised the deployment issue again at the table. The elder teachers fell silent one by one. Those working at Feng Qiadi were mostly people who coveted comfort by nature, with little ambition for distinguished service. The executive committee and Senate paid special attention to education, investing heavily in Feng Qiadi. The facilities were complete and the environment pleasant. Leaving this cozy nest to ride sailing ships through stormy seas before living in sheds on Jeju Island and Taiwan naturally failed to stir enthusiasm. After some internal struggle, Jiang Yuzhang was eventually pressured into agreeing to serve as a camp teacher, though he declared he would only go to Jeju Island, not Taiwan. Taiwan's malaria problem always made elders blanch at the mention. Hu Qingbai was about to continue mobilizing when Jai Xin spoke up. Then I'll go to Taiwan. Everyone knew this backbone of the Law Society had an eccentric personality. For instance, he was among the few who declined a life secretary. Besides participating in Feng Qiadi's teaching affairs and Law Society activities, he tinkered with his Indigenous Rights Protection Association. This society had been viewed askance since its establishment. Combined with his reticence and indifferent expression, some thought he had psychological issues. Hu Qingbai knew his mind was perfectly sound, just different in his pursuits. He immediately offered many flattering words and made considerable promises to both men as appeasement. Zhu Mingxia stretched out a long, lazy yawn, gazing at the drill ground outside his window. Soldiers swarmed the apparatus field: high bars, parallel bars, single-plank bridges, swinging bridges. Various training equipment was surrounded by men. Occasionally, bursts of cheering rose when someone demonstrated outstanding skill. For Fubo Army soldiers burdened with combat duties, garrison assignments, and support tasks for agriculture and industry, these training apparatuses served less as training than as sports entertainment. Some were playing rugby on the newly completed field. This sport, which had originated among Yancheng village militia, had spread widely to every corner of Lingao. As a highly organized and physical game, it had also proliferated throughout the army. Nanao Fort was like a beehive. Bugles, drums, commands, shouts, military songs, the clamor boiled from morning until night. Zhu Mingxia knew that elders outside Nanao Fort had once raised a tremendous uproar over attacking Dengzhou. Some resolutely opposed, others supported it to the death. Each side had its reasons. Finally, the decision was made to insert themselves into the Dengzhou situation. Hainan's construction needed massive population, and population diversity would also facilitate governance. After Operation Engine passed, the vigorous shipbuilding plan was implemented. The army naturally could only continue to endure. Fortunately, the executive committee had promised at the Military Affairs Conference that once Operation Engine concluded, the army would be expanded by 1 infantry battalion plus several support units. Who knows when we'll actually get a new battalion, Zhu Mingxia sighed. As commander of the 4th Battalion, the entire army's only strategic reserve, he felt the manpower shortage acutely. As the army's reserve force, the 4th Battalion had been run off its feet the previous year. While other battalions scattered across Hainan for security operations, his unit, beyond handling Lingao's own garrison duties, had been constantly drafted for miscellaneous assignments: emergency harvesting, stevedore work, road construction, scarcely a single day of rest. Only after the northern Qiangzhou security war ended and some battalions began returning to establishment did the 4th Battalion finally get a slight breather. The General Staff then promulgated the Standardization Construction Outline, requiring the entire army to carry out regularization construction. After months of soliciting opinions, the new infantry drill manual and training outline were issued, mandating training according to the new standard. Zhu Mingxia was relatively satisfied with the new training outline. At last, military training had a proper standard. This reminded him of the new army's earliest days, which had also involved fierce debate, not over whether to form it, but over how to train. At that time, so-called New Style and Old Style factions had clashed. The New Style faction demanded training according to U.S. military or PLA manuals. The Old Style faction advocated 19th-century army training systems. The former consisted mainly of former soldiers, the latter primarily military enthusiasts. Zhu Mingxia had served in the armed police, which by background placed him in the New Style faction. Yet he had opposed wholesale copying of modern army training systems and manuals. The reason was simple: unit organization, training systems, command methods, even rank structure, all were ultimately determined by the level of military equipment at the time. Without flintlock muskets, line infantry tactics were impossible. With repeating rifles, line infantry tactics became obsolete. We cannot train the new army according to modern US or PLA training manuals. Absolutely not. We must formulate training plans based on actual soldier sources and weaponry. I also oppose directly copying 19th-century European army training models. Any simple copying is unscientific. We must comprehensively consider these indigenous soldiers' physical conditions, cultural conditions, and our actual weapons situation to formulate rational training plans. The Chief of General Staff at the time was Ma Qianju. He agreed with Zhu Mingxia's view, but required him to provide a detailed training plan. Zhu Mingxia worked overtime, formulating a plan based on his experience and ideas, referencing the actual conditions of recruited soldiers. In this plan, the daily 5-kilometer run Ma Qianju had established was cut directly. It was changed to once every Friday for recruits in the first month, twice weekly, Monday and Friday in the second month, 3 times weekly, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the third month. After assignment to units, 3 times per week. Each week, military training ran Monday through Friday. Political education and cultural literacy occupied Saturday and Sunday. This change drew strong dissatisfaction from the New Style faction. Its members came almost entirely from PLA backgrounds and had been deeply influenced by that tradition. They held a special fondness for foot marching and armed cross-country running. A daily 5-kilometer run was the most fundamental training item in their view, especially in this era without mechanized transport. Troop combat and maneuver relied either on boats or on walking. Zhu Mingxia held firm to his position. The reason was straightforward. Compared to modern youths with relatively adequate nutrition, indigenous soldiers were almost universally malnourished. Calcium deficiency was endemic. Lingao also lacked the capacity to drastically improve soldiers' dietary structure. Training intensity therefore had to be moderated. High-volume training required massive protein and calcium supplementation. Fu Sansi couldn't deny this either. In recruit training, stress fractures were extremely common. Frequent high-intensity exercise and running depleted large amounts of calcium. Without timely replenishment, bones broke. This system had continued to the present. Now that the training outline had been formally compiled, the methods Zhu Mingxia had proposed in the past were officially incorporated. His repeated suggestions to formulate new food standards for soldiers had also finally received a response. In the past, the Senate's food standard for the Fubo Army had been based primarily on calories, executed on the principle of full staple food and adequate vegetables. Seafood, bean products, meat, and eggs were supplied only during feast rewards. Later, conditions improved slightly, but only to the extent of allowing modestly improved meals 1 day per week. Overall protein and fat intake remained severely insufficient, doing little to improve soldiers' physiques. Naturalized soldiers were all hardworking and resilient, but that didn't mean they should be maintained on a minimal supply level. Under the new food standard, Fubo Army soldiers received more protein than before. Seafood became the primary protein source. Additionally, bean product supply was drastically increased. Fats and oils, formerly available only during feast rewards, now had a clear daily supply standard, though the allocation remained low and fat varieties were diverse. Even fish oil was listed as a supply item. Looking at the new food supply standard, Zhu Mingxia sighed with feeling. We've finally become a bit richer. Over these years, Zhu Mingxia had watched the Fubo army grow step by step. From attacking Beidou, to suppressing bandits in the mountains, to the fierce battle at Meideng, the Fubo army had constantly exposed various problems. These elder officers adjusted and adjusted again based on emerging issues, finally shaping something that looked like a proper army. Now the Fubo army had a soul. Once an army possessed a soul, no matter how its designation changed or its organization was altered, it would become an intangible asset passed down through generations. Chapter 897. The 4th Infantry Battalion, the battalions pulled back from northern Hainan, were undergoing rehabilitation training in Lingao. 10 months of counterinsurgency had honed the troops in anti-guerrilla warfare, but the prolonged campaign had taken its toll on military discipline. Scattered operations and garrison duties had eroded organizational cohesion. During much of the fighting, battalions had operated in fragmented platoon-sized elements. The transmigrator officers, whether of the new doctrine school or the old guard, understood the dangers all too well. Counterinsurgency work was corrosive to regular forces. Extended participation led inexorably to a decline in overall combat effectiveness. The Japanese had learned this lesson the hard way during their cage policy in North China, scattering strongpoints everywhere. A squad here, 4 or 5 men there. For a time, the strategy had suppressed 8th Route Army operations and battered the base areas. But such extreme dispersal bred lax discipline and strangled training. By war's end, the combat effectiveness of the North China Expeditionary Army had plummeted. Counterinsurgency belonged properly to local forces and militia. The regular army was a heavy instrument, not meant for such work. To address the problem of local control, the General Staff had commissioned Fu Sansi to establish a special national army training camp at Mao. Able-bodied men were conscripted from Hainan's various counties and brought there for intensive instruction. Officers and NCOs were drawn from the regular forces, and after training, each county would receive a company, with plans to eventually expand to full 3-company battalions. The 4th Battalion had received no orders for rehabilitation. Apart from a brief stint as garrison in Qiongshan after the Chiang Mai campaign, it had never been dispersed. The battalion had remained concentrated at Mao throughout, so there was nothing to rehabilitate. The training orders Zhu Mingxia received were different. Intensify physical conditioning and commence battalion-wide amphibious training immediately. From these 2 directives alone, Zhu Mingxia knew his battalion would be drawn into Operation Engine. Though the General Staff hadn't yet issued formal orders, the reasoning was obvious. Operation Engine would unfold entirely in coastal regions. Successful population extraction required large-scale ground forces capable of rapid beach landings, extended life aboard ships, sea transfers, and adaptation to northern climates. Such operations had previously been the Marines' exclusive domain, but this operation was too vast for them to handle alone. Their main force was deployed to southern Hainan for counterinsurgency. 1 company was in Hong Kong, another in Vietnam. What they called a battalion for Operation Engine was really only 4 companies, half the size of an Army infantry battalion. The Army would have to shoulder the primary burden. As for intensify physical conditioning, this wasn't merely a paper directive. Accompanying the order was a special ration allocation for the 4th Battalion, effective immediately, extra allotments of fats and proteins, and, miraculously, daily meat rations. Not pork or beef, but chicken. Beyond poultry, the Agriculture Department wasn't yet capable of mass supplying naturalized citizens with meat from other land animals. The General Staff's intention was clear: fatten up the 4th Battalion to help them endure the northern cold. Participating in Operation Engine represented a tremendous opportunity. Every transmigrator officer would eventually make general or marshal. At a recent gathering at the South Sea Cafe, someone had even proposed adding ranks above general. Senior general, vice marshal, marshal paramount, grand marshal. Without such an extensive hierarchy, the argument went, the empire's greatness and the Fujian military's glorious prestige couldn't be properly displayed. Still, advancement through military merit was far preferable to advancement by transmigrator seniority alone, and beyond rank, seniority mattered greatly in the military. What year did you enlist? Was never an idle question. Whoever reached the next rank first wielded greater voice and decision-making power, and correspondingly stronger influence and factional weight. Zhu Mingxia calculated the training curriculum beginning tomorrow. Days earlier, he'd visited General Staff to discuss the new courses with key officers, particularly the amphibious training curriculum. He wasn't from a Marine background himself and lacked knowledge and experience in amphibious assault training. The peculiarities of the Fujian military meant its training couldn't simply be copied wholesale from old timeline manuals. Shijiki of the Marines currently possessed the most first-hand experience in commanding amphibious operations. His expertise would be enormously helpful. The problem was that Shijiki was currently in Hong Kong serving as garrison commander. Getting his advice would be troublesome. Zhu Zongyuan seemed a more practical choice. Though he didn't command the Marines in this timeline, He'd been a member of the U.S. Marine Corps in the old timeline, an experienced professional. Besides, the two were fairly close. Zhu Mingxia often chatted with him during his free time, seeking professional advice. He made a point of exchanging ideas with other officers, especially Beiwei and Zhu Ziliang. Much of his free time went to studying military skills from these two. In his view, they represented the elite soldier standards of China and America respectively. Though he himself came from an elite unit, he recognized the considerable distance between himself and them. Tactical proficiency, military theory, there was so much he needed to learn. Zhu Ziliang in particular possessed training methods, weapons handling theories, and combat techniques utterly unique to this timeline, along with practical combat experience. Leaving such a man stuck in Special Reconnaissance Command seemed like a waste. No matter how strong Special Recon was, it remained a small team, incapable of determining a battlefield's outcome. He had also borrowed materials from the Line Infantry faction, studying the strategies and tactics of the Line Infantry era. Though many old guard officers sneered at this, he saw it as taking responsibility for his soldiers' lives. Fight with what you have. Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't indulge in quirky novelties. That was his principle for training and leading troops. Zhu Mingxia picked up the hand-cranked telephone on his desk and turned it 3 times to connect to the switchboard. Connect me to Special Reconnaissance Command. Zhu Ziliang's official title was Deputy Commander of Special Recon, concurrently serving as leader of the directly attached squadron. When not on missions or training, he could always be found at the command office by the Baron City main gate. The call connected quickly, but Zhu Ziliang was out. His female orderly reported, "Commander Zhu has taken the team out for training. Tell him, Zhu Mingxia needs to speak with him. Please have him call back when he returns." After hanging up, he cranked the handle twice to signal disconnection. Should I buy myself a female orderly? Watching the soldiers scattered about the camp in 2s and 3s, Zhu Mingxia began to consider his personal situation. Ever since the General Affairs Office and Military Affairs Bureau had jointly issued notice that transmigrator officers' life secretaries could be promoted to orderlies, he'd been weighing the idea alongside his training curriculum. The female servant school now had few remaining servants who hadn't been purchased, mostly C-grade or below. For the time being, the General Affairs Office hadn't brought in new resources. Most unmarried transmigrators had decided to wait. Once Operation Engine began, there would be a massive influx of girls from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shandong, far more suited to their aesthetic preferences. Better to make a selection after the operation. At that moment, 2 soldiers passing by his window caught his attention. Their conversation made his brow furrow. "Have you heard? Amphibious training is starting. Apparently they're even bringing in Navy units to train with us as our instructors. I really don't want to train with those salt fish. Remember that brawl? Those sailors were way too arrogant, even fought with the garrison battalion, and then claimed the army bullies the Navy. Puh. A bunch of lawless pirates. When have we ever picked on them?" "Exactly. I also heard someone say the Marines think we shouldn't even exist, that we should just disband. Fine then, let them go trudging through mountains to suppress bandits. They call us country bumpkins, but they're not exactly from noble stock either. Lots of them were Tonka boat people or pirates going barefoot on deck planks. The kind not even allowed ashore." Hearing this, Zhu Mingxia couldn't sit still. He stood and paced his office for a few moments, then changed his shoes and summoned his orderly to issue an emergency assembly order. The urgent drumbeat echoed across the camp. Today was a rest day. Cultural and political studies had already concluded. After sports activities, many soldiers had showered and were washing laundry. At the sound of the drums, they immediately dropped their wash basins and clothes, sprinting toward the barracks. Soon, soldiers in full uniform began forming up at each company assembly point. The air filled with counting off. 1, 2, 3, 4. 21, 22. Full 5. Once the companies had assembled, duty officers led them to the battalion assembly point. An orderly stood behind Zhu Mingxia, recording the time each company completed assembly. Reporting to the battalion commander, Line Infantry 6th Company, assembly complete, awaiting orders. 5 minutes and 6 seconds later, the last company arrived. Battalion, draw weapons, no ammunition, full gear, 5-kilometer run. Time limit, 26 minutes. 6th Company exceeded regulation time by 6 seconds, under 10 seconds penalty, 1 additional kilometer, begin. Light Infantry Company at the double march, Grenadier Company at the double march, Line Infantry 1st Company at the double march. In the gaps as each company departed, Zhu Mingxia turned to instruct his orderly. Same rules as usual. Notify the mess hall. The last company to arrive gets no meat with tomorrow's dinner. Give their meat to the 1st Company to finish. Then he adjusted his belt and set off at a quick pace after the troops. Chapter 898. Political work. The cross-country route had been mapped out long ago and was run frequently. Everyone knew it by heart. Zhu Mingxia wore athletic shoes and carried only a pistol. He hadn't even brought his officer's saber, making him far more comfortable than the soldiers trudging along in straw sandals and full combat gear. By the time he reached the finish line, he had considerably more stamina than his men. After a brief rest, he'd nearly recovered. Stopwatch in hand, he stood timing the arrival of each company's last soldier. The battalion completed the 5-kilometer run within the 26 minutes prescribed by the training manual. Because this was the standard route, Mao Base had established a rest station at the finish line, equipped with water and latrines. A large patch of ground had been leveled for unit assemblies during after-action reviews. Line Infantry 3rd Company came in last. After finishing the 5 kilometers within regulation time, they were assigned an additional penalty kilometer. Once all companies had returned, the soldiers were exhausted, but they stood ramrod straight in formation, awaiting instructions. Every man held his head high, none showing the slightest sign of slovenliness despite their fatigue. This pleased Zhu Mingxia greatly. These eggs hadn't possessed such fighting spirit before. Soldiers grew more spirited with tempering. Without combat, constant training was necessary to keep them in a heightened state of readiness. He steadied his breathing, cleared his throat, and began his address. Comrades, your growth amazes me. It makes me proud. In the past, you were ordinary people, oppressed, exploited. Some were even slaves without personal freedom. You were crushed by layer upon layer of officials, plundered by savage bandits. You could neither protect yourselves nor your families. Even in the best years, you lived half-starved. Every day was spent trembling in fear. Today, you have become the glorious warriors of the Elders' Senate. You fight to liberate your fellow countrymen. You fight to save all under heaven. Authorized by the Elders' Senate, led by the Executive Committee, you will rescue the oppressed from that rotten dynasty and those murderous bandits. You will ensure that brothers and sisters across the land can eat white rice, that they can stand tall with dignity. For this great goal, I train you rigorously, and I will train you more rigorously still. Only thus can you defeat your enemies in the fierce battles ahead. If you fail, you will lose everything. Your elders will be slaughtered, your children enslaved, your women made into playthings. Therefore, you must never be defeated. Some say being a soldier is just a way to fill your bellies, that there's no need to give everything you've got. No, I tell you, being a soldier is not just a job, it is an honor, a responsibility. Your responsibility is to defend the Elders' Senate, to save the suffering masses. Because you have taken up this glorious profession, your families are immensely proud. Your ancestors smile upon you from beyond. Life is precious, but human dignity is more precious still. Can you endure having those man-eating officials return? Can you accept watching pirates and bandits rape your families before your eyes? Can you? You 2nd row, 1st platoon, 1st squad, 3rd man, tell me, can you? Zhu Mingxia pointed at a soldier. Never, the soldier bellowed with all his might. Then tell me, can you accept it? Never, never. No one knew who shouted first, but soon the entire battalion was roaring the word. Hundreds of voices produced a thunderous sound. Zhu Mingxia raised his hand to signal for quiet. I know you will never accept it. But there are those, Officials, bandits, people who once lorded over you, who fattened the rats in their houses with your blood and sweat, who think of nothing every day but coming back to rob us again. When open robbery failed, they came in secret. The case of Lai Da was reported to the entire army. The massacre of the rural work team was perpetrated by these very people in collusion with mountain bandits. Every hour of every day they dream of riding on our backs again. They have never given up. Now they've begun spreading rumors trying to divide us. Comrades, think back to Bapu, who defended the holy ships at the most critical moment. At the walls of Chiang Mai, who carried the wounded back to Lingao. The Army and the Navy are the left and right arms of the Elders' Senate, bound together in honor and disgrace. Any rumor of internal military conflict is maliciously spread by our enemies. They fear us, so they seek to divide us. We must not be deceived by rumors. We must stand closely united. In the near future, we will answer them with cannons and bullets. This was the real purpose behind Zhu Mingxia's decision to drag the entire battalion out for a cross-country run. A person is especially susceptible to external ideas when utterly exhausted. If the soldiers weren't already fatigued, he would create fatigue. Army-Navy friction could be debated among the transmigrators, but it absolutely could not be allowed to spread into the ranks. Only weeks earlier, Zhu Quanxing, commander of the 6th Battalion, just returned for reconsolidation, had warned him. Conflicts among the transmigrators might already be spreading to the troops. The new doctrine advocates in particular, both in the Army and Navy, seemed to be subtly fanning the flames. Zhu Quanxing wasn't originally military. He joined the Army officers purely out of fervent enthusiasm and was himself a member of the new doctrine faction. But he was worried about this petty quarrel between the services, which was why he'd specifically tipped off Zhu Mingxia. As the saying went, you couldn't write Zhu in two different strokes. These disturbances had to be stamped out in the bud. The Senate's military must never become a laughingstock like the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy. Zhu Mingxia felt that, while he couldn't control other units, he had to make sure his own battalion was steered in the right direction. The army was growing ever larger, but Zhu Mingxia felt ideological education remained insufficient. Over the past year, what with war preparations, counter-encirclement and counterinsurgency, the military had been run ragged. There hadn't been much time for political work among the troops. Wei Awen used to visit the companies regularly, but over the past 6 months he'd barely had any companies to visit. There were hardly any units at Mao anyway. He spent his days at General Staff drafting documents and attending meetings, growing somewhat distant from grassroots work. When the plate grew larger, it was easy to grow complacent. Zhu Mingxia's mind was full of concerns, but his face betrayed nothing. After the soldiers' triple shout of "For the Senate and the People," he led them in singing, Fubian soldiers listen best to the Senate. The battalion formed up and marched back to the Mao garrison. Back at base came the usual formation and after-action review, then battalion dismissed. Each company was led by its commander to the showers. Mao had excellent living conditions. Each battalion had large shower rooms and boiler houses, with hot water available year-round. Maintaining hygiene was the most basic condition for ensuring military combat effectiveness. The Senate never skimped on this. Zhu Mingxia stripped off his uniform and was about to wash up in his quarters-attached bathroom before visiting the companies to check on the soldiers' condition. Just then, an orderly from Mao command arrived. Fu Sansi wanted him at headquarters immediately. "I'll be right there." Zhu Mingxia quickly wiped his face, changed into the clean uniform shirt his orderly had brought, and headed to the command office. Fu Sansi was the concurrent commander of Mao Fortress. The weather was turning hot, and he'd spent all day drilling soldiers on the parade ground. He wore only a rough, undyed cotton army undershirt. Seeing Zhu Mingxia enter, he handed him a set of orders. Zhu Mingxia took a look. The orders instructed Mao Fortress to organize a northbound detachment built around his 4th Infantry Battalion. Finally happening! Zhu Mingxia grew excited, though this was expected. Right, "You'll be the detachment commander," said Fu Sansi. The Army's northbound detachment would consist of the 4th Infantry Battalion plus a reinforced Special Reconnaissance Squadron, an artillery company, an engineer company, and various logistics support units. Total strength, 1,500 men. Zhu Mingxia would serve as detachment commander, with a chief of staff and logistics director to be assigned, forming a complete independent combat organization. "Everything else is manageable," said Fu Sansi. "The 4th Battalion has been at combat readiness throughout. You've drilled these lads hard. Their military and political quality is excellent. The artillery, engineers, and logistics units are all ready. The only problem is horses. An artillery company's theoretical establishment required 110 horses. If the logistics and engineer units also needed draft horses, that meant another 100. The military's current horse inventory fell far short of requirements. If they resorted to the old men for beasts approach, using human labor to pull and push carts, the detachment would swell far beyond 1,500 men. At least 1,000-man labor corps would need to be attached. And given the chaotic situation in Dengzhou, conscripting local labor on the spot would be unreliable. The Dutch had promised to ship horses from Japan, but in a timeline where maritime voyages were measured in months, counting on the Dutch for timely delivery was foolish. Fu Sansi scratched his head. "What if I propose to the General Staff that we take Jeju Island first and seize the Joseon government's official horses to equip the unit?" "That won't work. Even for cart horses, they'd need several days of conditioning first, let alone horses meant to pull artillery." Zhu Mingxia's conversations with the line infantry faction had taught him much about period military organization and operations. Fu Sansi nodded. "Looks like we'll have to buy those donkey-sized Yunnan horses." That was the most likely way to obtain sufficient horses in the short term. The former director Hong, now Minister Hong, had long been partial to Yunnan horses, so every transmigrator officer in the Fubian military knew about them. Zhu Mingxia offered no opinion. He had no concept of whether Yunnan horses were suitable, and his principle was not to comment on things he didn't understand. "Let's set that aside for now," said Fu Sansi, shaking his head. "First, take a look at the sample new kit that Soppel sent." On the conference table lay the samples Soppel had sent for the northbound detachment's new uniforms and logistical equipment. Fu Sansi wanted soldiers to try them first and report back on any needed improvements. Chapter 899. A potential collaborator. Wu Zhixiang stepped off the gangplank and stretched. The past days of sedans and boats, rushing along the road, had left him utterly exhausted. From Jiangxi onward, he'd switched to boats bound for Nanjing. Traveling by boat was somewhat more comfortable than by sedan, but vessels designed for speed were invariably small. Despite Qiantang's boats being engineered for passenger comfort regardless of size, being cooped up in a cabin all day was suffocating. Now that they'd finally reached the Hangzhou docks, he was determined to rest and recover his wits, perhaps spend a few days enjoying himself in this paradise on earth. Wu Zhixiang had traveled from Guangzhou to Jiangnan under orders from his father and elder brother to cultivate connections. He hadn't originally wanted to leave his comfortable nest in Guangzhou and journey thousands of li to Jiangnan, but the matter concerned his future. Though he'd obtained the rank of Ziyukai through family connections, he'd spent years as a prodigal son eating, drinking, and making merry. Over time, he'd grown weary of that life and began thinking about advancing his career. The Donglan party currently wielded immense power both at court and in the countryside. If one wanted to climb higher in the bureaucracy, one had to find a way to cultivate the Donglan faction. Donglan officials were always enthusiastic about promoting young talent. Jiangnan was the Donglan power base. Many key figures of the old Donglan backbone, including several of the 7 martyrs persecuted to death by Wei Zhongxian, had been natives of southern Zhili or Zhejiang. Many scholars who had never entered official service, as well as retired Donglan officials, were gathered here. If Wu Zhixiang could manage to befriend these people and secure their patronage, it would greatly aid his chances of passing the provincial examination and entering government service. To this end, he'd brought a large quantity of gifts. Half were Guangdong local specialties. The other half were exotic Western goods, mostly novel Australian merchandise. These items had been acquired through connections, leveraging the face he'd built with Pei Lixiu, and many were rare commodities currently in short supply in Guangzhou. If Wu Zhixiang hadn't done the Transmigrators Zizi Trading Company a favor by tipping them off during the previous year's counter-encirclement campaign, he probably couldn't have obtained so much in one go. Australian goods in Guangzhou had gone through a drought lasting most of a year. When they finally reappeared, they were swept up like rain after a long dry spell. Small glass mirrors, glassware, Australian trinkets, cosmetics, items that once weren't particularly rare and could be bought with a bit of money, now required advance orders. Though Wu Zhixiang was a wastrel by birth, as the son of officials he'd absorbed much through observation. Unless he was a completely unrefined, frivolous, second-generation fool, he was far shrewder in matters of social custom than ordinary folk. His family had held office for many years, but wasn't a powerful or influential force. They didn't even measure up to ordinary, great gentry families in the countryside. Pulling off something as delicate as exam fraud wasn't simply a matter of visiting a few elders and handing over some silver. Examination fraud in any dynasty was a high-risk affair. Once exposed, it meant prison. Yet examination fraud was equally rampant in every dynasty. High risk made it more clandestine and thus more shrouded in shadow. Without the right introductions, you wouldn't even know where to offer bribes, or you'd simply be pouring money down a rat hole. The Wu family were not Jiangnan natives and had few connections to exploit here. Finding the right person to help him network became Wu Zhixiang's greatest challenge. At Gongshan Bridge, Qiwei in sedan chairs were already waiting. His entire journey from Guangzhou to Hangzhou had been arranged by Qiwei. Though he had no acquaintances or relatives in Hangzhou, Qiwei had already arranged lodging at a small guest courtyard in a temple by West Lake through local connections. Everything was perfectly arranged. Wu Zhixiang boarded the sedan and set off toward the city. News of Wu Zhixiang's arrival reached Zhao Yingongs' desk through Qiwei channels almost immediately. Because of his actions during last year's counter-encirclement, Wu Zhixiang had been placed on the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's observation list. Those on the list were typically Ming gentry or wealthy individuals friendly toward the transmigrated collective who possessed some exploitable value. They weren't yet collaborators like Li Luoyu or Gao Ju, individuals bound by tight chains of mutual interest. But in many respects they demonstrated a friendly attitude toward the Australians and willingness to cooperate with the Senate. Among the group of prodigal sons who frequented the Ximing Pavilion, Wu Zhixiang was the most pro-transmigrator. Combined with his decisive behavior during the counter-encirclement and his gentry family background, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau was considering further exploitation of his identity and social connections. The Bureau had secretly investigated his background in Guangzhou. The Wu family were originally from Wuzhou in Guangxi, landowners who also engaged in industry and commerce, a wealthy clan. His father and elder brother held modest official positions, typical mid-level bureaucrats. Their several terms in local postings had also accumulated considerable wealth. Because they engaged in commerce and had long conducted business in Guangzhou, the family was more worldly than ordinary small-time landlords. Their pro-transmigrator political stance was thus quite natural. Qiongshan felt the Wu family's activism could be usefully exploited. That was why news of Wu Zhixiang's trip to Nanjing to cultivate Donglan connections had been relayed to Hangzhou at the earliest opportunity. Qiongshan wasn't asking Zhao Yingong to provide explicit assistance to Wu Zhixiang. He was simply informing him of the opportunity. Whether and how to exploit it was up to the field agent himself. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau didn't dictate exactly how its agents should operate. Aside from rare situations where specific tasks were assigned, the Bureau only outlined a general work agenda for overseas agents. As long as operations didn't compromise the station's security or harm the collective's interests, there were generally no restrictions on specific details. Should he help this young master? Zhao Yingongs sat in his study reviewing daily briefings from Qiantang. This man had come seeking scholarly success. With the Hangzhou station's current capabilities, helping orchestrate exam fraud was beyond their reach and risked bringing disaster upon themselves. Better not to get involved. With that thought, he decided to have the man watched for now and determine the next step based on his local activities. Having made up his mind, he marked the document with the word "Observe" in pencil and placed it in the file tray. At noon, Feng Hua would come to collect and sort these documents, then arrange for Sun Wangkai to dispatch field operatives. Zhao Yingong casually picked up a thick document folder. It had come from the Taoist. Zhang Yingchen had been meeting with him infrequently of late. The Taoist's personally planned smear campaign had officially begun. Now both Zhang Yingchen and Zhao Yingong had built modest reputations locally. The Chinese text 6Z edition of the Old Testament brought over from Lingao had arrived in Hangzhou a few days earlier. The book had been hand-copied by naturalized citizen scribes. Neither the Grand Library, the Religious Affairs Office, nor the Lingao Church had any intention of circulating it. Zhang Yingchen hid in his temple, secretly reading and excerpting ammunition by night, doing the same work Bo Yang had once done. Zhang Yingchen's reputation had soared ever since he'd compounded the great medicine for a certain member of the gentry. Zhao Yingong had never quite figured out what the Taoist used to hoodwink that gentleman. The transmigrator's medical and chemical reserves certainly didn't include Viagra, Indian god oil, or Spanish fly. The Taoist had kept his secret closely guarded. In any case, from then on, the name Daquanzi rose to prominence. Wealthy gentry households competed to invite him. Zhang Yingchen obliged whenever asked, and was frequently seen coming and going from gentry homes. Nevertheless, he continued his weekly medical clinic at the temple, which only elevated his reputation further. Zhao Yingong opened the folder and leafed through. It contained the black materials assembled by Daquanzi. In his accompanying letter, Zhang Yingchen requested that the Hangzhou station print a batch of pamphlets to be used as broadsheets attacking the Hangzhou church. Using pamphlets and propaganda was something the transmigrated collective had done more than once. During the psychological warfare campaign inside Guangzhou, they distributed all sorts of pamphlets to great effect. Now Daquanzi was employing the same tactics. Zhao Yingong had received recent intelligence. Huang Zhen had returned from Ningbo and looked ready for a fight to the death. She'd evidently secured the support of the great abbot Yuanwu of Qiantang Temple. Zhang Tian, a major figure in the Hangzhou church controversy, was also maneuvering on all fronts. It seemed the Hangzhou church case would erupt soon. Watching Zhang Yingchen's enthusiasm, Zhao Yingong couldn't help worrying. Though this smear campaign to hasten the church case served two purposes with one arrow. If things got out of hand and the Hangzhou church took a heavy blow, they might lack the strength or will to assist him afterward. With these misgivings, he quickly processed the documents and correspondence that had arrived at the safe house the previous day. Materials requiring security were locked in the safe. Those needing destruction were tossed into a brazier and set alight. He watched them turn to ash. He never delegated these tasks to Feng Hua, even though she'd been trained and vetted by the Political Security General Administration. Leaving the safe house, Zhao Yingong returned to his inner study. Mei Lin was waiting for him there. His face was covered in dust, and the net confining his false hair topknot was gray with grime. He looked every bit the toiling laborer. After several months in Jiangnan, Mei Lin found he hadn't experienced the life of soft jade and warm fragrance at all. The long-anticipated trip to Nanjing had passed in a blur. Forget the 8 beauties of Qinhuai. He hadn't even had time to look at a proper woman. Beyond that trip to Nanjing, he'd been on construction sites directing workers in building and renovating. Not only was he in charge of construction, but he also handled all interior decoration and furnishings. It was impossible to ship everything from Lingao thousands of li away. Most had to be purchased or commissioned locally in Hangzhou. Drawing plans, directing craftsmen, all of it fell on his shoulders. Because there was simply too much work with overly complex requirements, and outside orders were never quite satisfactory, Mei Lin had asked Zhao Yingong to recruit various craftsmen. On the Phoenix Hill Villa property, he'd set up a dedicated woodworking factory producing furniture, interior decorations, and architectural components. Chapter 900. Zhao Yingong's private school. Mei Lin watched Zhao Yingong stroll into the study wearing a blue hu-silk straight robe, a gilded fan in hand, a carefree headcloth on his head, utterly elegant and dashing. He couldn't help but feel a stab of envy and resentment. Fortunately, Feng Hua's appearance did nothing for him. Otherwise, his inner imbalance would have been worse. Zhao Yingong had no idea what was going on in Mei Lin's head. Since they were both transmigrators, he dispensed with formalities. "What is it? I just came down from the construction site. Have your girl get me some water to drink." Mei Lin's displeasure made his words and manner somewhat coarse. Zhao Yingong was a perceptive man. He immediately sensed something was off, so without a word he rose, opened the liquor cabinet, and took out a bottle of kvass. He personally opened it and brought it over. "The weather's getting a bit hot, better to have a cool drink." Mei Lin grabbed the glass bottle and drained half of it in one gulp. Then he wiped his lips, caught his breath, and said, "The work on the bookshop is basically done. There are still some small finishing touches, but we're just waiting for the shipment from Lingao now." Zhao Yingong nodded. "You've been the one working hard these past days. It really has been tough on you." "I don't care about hard work or not. I want to go to Nanjing again." Mei Lin was direct and made no attempt to hide his intentions. Zhao Yingong frowned inwardly. There was simply no one available to go to Nanjing right now. If he let Mei Lin go alone, he'd be uneasy. After all, Mei Lin was only on temporary assignment and hadn't received much overseas training. He could easily slip up. If he caused some incident in Nanjing, dealing with it would be troublesome. But Mei Lin had thrown himself wholeheartedly into the Hangzhou station's construction project. To flatly refuse would seem heartless, and Mei Lin would surely hold a grudge. In the future, Zhao Yingong would need the construction company's expertise for many things. For now, there was no way to arrange someone to accompany him to Nanjing. After a long pause, Zhao Yingong remembered the flower boats on the Qiantang River in Westlake. Why not arrange a flower wine banquet right here in Hangzhou for Mei Lin and the other transmigrators on assignment? One slap killing 7 or 8 flies, everyone taken care of. As for whether the other transmigrators would be impressed by the boat girls, that was their own affair. Nanjing isn't possible right now. There's no one available. Let's just have a banquet on Westlake. Are Hangzhou's beauties really inferior to the Qinhuai courtesans? Zhao Yingong waved his fan. I'll charter a pleasure boat on the lake specifically for everyone's entertainment. Besides, one of the 8 beauties has long since passed away, and the other 7 are all very young. Some aren't even in Nanjing. You'd make a special trip to the Qinhuai River and still wouldn't see them. Because they're young, that's why, Mei Lin muttered resentfully. Suddenly realizing this might make him sound like a pervert, he hastily added, young people are easier to educate. Once they've officially debuted, it's much harder to change their thinking. Old Mei, think about it. If you educate them according to our ideas, would they still be the 8 beauties of Qinhuai? Zhao Yingong pointed out. Environment is everything. If you transplant them into our social environment, how different would they really be from the girls at Lingao's national school? Mei Lin was helpless. Zhao Yingong's argument was airtight. He couldn't think of a counter. Truth be told, he wasn't obsessed with women per se. He just wanted to experience a fantasy scenario he'd dreamed about back when he was a student. He said listlessly, "Fine, arrange whatever you want." Zhao Yingong smiled. "The 8 beauties aren't going anywhere." He changed the subject. "Why not today? Since the bookshop is finished, the first of the 5th lunar month is coming up in a few days. There'll be dragon boat racing on Westlake. Let's go see the spectacle and have a bit of fun. Mei Lin had nothing to say to that. Zhao Yingong immediately summoned sedan chairs and headed with Mei Lin to their King Hefang residence. King Hefang had been under renovation for months now, so Zhao Yingong had moved to Phoenix Hill Villa. The Hangzhou station was based there. The sedan arrived at King Hefang. Kaishi was at the gate, supervising workers and laborers hauling out debris and various materials. The street, once covered in mud and rubble, had been swept clean. The entire lane, previously paved haphazardly with broken stones, was now laid with flagstones. This gesture had left the King Hefang neighbors with a new appreciation for Master Zhao's generosity. Originally, there had been only one main gate and one side gate. Now the property had two main entrances. On the left was the original residence, on the right was the Wanbi bookshop. This entirely new building occupied most of the old residence's ruined garden. The design featured a storefront in front and a printing workshop behind. Behind the workshop were workers' dormitories. On one side of the bookshop was a modest garden for customers who came to browse books, drink tea, and chat. This garden was still empty and undecorated. The master garden designer Sun Wangkai had hired hadn't arrived yet. When it came to building traditional gardens, Mei Lin had decided not to embarrass himself. Jiangsu and Zhejiang were already the main stages for the era's top garden designers. The original residence's layout had also been partially remodeled, with interior spaces redivided according to old timeline architectural concepts. Lighting and plumbing had been improved. After all, this was Zhao Yingong's face for his activities in Hangzhou. Mei Lin had retained as many traditional elements as possible in the design, so it wouldn't be shockingly unconventional, while still ensuring sufficient comfort for those living within. Zhao Yingong walked and looked, feeling quite satisfied. His only reservation was about the extensive use of glass windows. Even in Guangzhou, this was something only wealthy gentry could afford. Lingao-made flat glass for lighting was extremely expensive. Using this much glass in Hangzhou all at once might seem outlandish. Then again, if he wanted to make a name for himself in Hangzhou, he needed to be distinctive. Passing through the main courtyard, Mei Lin led him through a side moon gate into a small courtyard. It contained only a single small room. 2 magnolias and 2 osmanthus trees grew in the yard. There was another moon gate. Mei Lin led him through. Inside was a different world, a spacious compound with high walls. The buildings within were modern-style 2-story brick structures. The courtyard was paved with lime-whitened yellow sand. Flower beds and exercise equipment lined the perimeter. It looked very much like a primary school. This was the dormitory where Zhao Yingong housed the orphans he'd taken in. He intended to personally educate a group of orphans. For convenient daily instruction, he'd built this courtyard within the King Hefang residence as the Hangzhou Station School. The school was located deep within the property, adjacent to Zhao Yingong's inner study, bedroom, and meeting room, an extremely secluded and hidden environment. With its multiple locked doors, no one could reach this place without a guide. This can accommodate up to 48 children, half boys and half girls, Mei Lin explained. The upper floor is dormitories. Each room can hold up to 6 people. I designed it with left and right staircases and a central partition to separate boys and girls. The ground floor had classrooms, a dining hall that doubled as an activity room and reading room, and a small library. Beside the building were dedicated kitchens, laundry rooms, and storage rooms. There was even a large classroom designated for use as a handicrafts workshop. Facilities were comprehensive, a truly self-contained little world. The Hangzhou Station School was essentially Zhao Yingong's private academy. His plan was to personally train 20 or 30 children here as his future agents, or, one might say, adopted children. Of course, only the cleverest, most perceptive, and most loyal to both the cause and to him personally would have any chance of bearing his surname. Zhao Yingong was very pleased after inspecting it. Though the construction of Wanbi Bookshop and Phoenix Hill Villa had consumed most of the funds he'd brought, and many of the materials and equipment had been allocated for free from Lingao, he firmly believed that once the bookshop project launched, the current tight financial situation would quickly improve. The branches of Wanyu, Kiwei, and Delong, led by the Hangzhou station, had opened one after another across Jiangnan. Once these branches began operating, they could provide the station with some financial support. The Colonial Trade Department planned to sell Australian goods directly in Jiangnan through Wanyu. Once sales began, silver would pour in. Once he'd built a network of connections among the gentry and had the ability to protect himself, he'd deal directly in silk and tea. Even without local customers, Lingao's Colonial Trade Department had an enormous appetite. Just days ago, Scard had sent him a telegram asking him to survey how much raw silk and silk fabric could be purchased annually in Hangzhou, and what the local silk production capacity was. The Colonial Trade Department was also keenly interested in Zhejiang tea. The telegram asked Zhao Yingong to report on local tea supplies and market conditions, and whether it would be possible to set up a factory locally to manufacture brick tea. Europeans at this time didn't drink tea, but the later Jin had a very strong demand for it. Because of the Ming blockade, they could only obtain small amounts through smuggling channels or from Korea, at high prices. Tea could serve as Lingao's primary export to the later Jin, and could also be sold to Mongolia through them. Thinking of silk and tea, Zhao Yingong suddenly remembered something. He could set up a sericulture school here in Hangzhou. In this era, it could be called something like a workhouse for paupers. The Nature Society should have specialists in sericulture. He could invite one over to teach a normal class first, then use normal class graduates as instructors, just as Fei Xiaotong had done when he founded the Women's Sericulture College. Running a sericulture school would of course let him retain students for his own use, but the greatest benefit was that it would give him legitimate cover for recruiting and sheltering large numbers of refugee children and women. Then he could set up a practical training workshop and promote semi-mechanized filature factories. His mind began spinning with countless schemes. Mei Lin knew what he was thinking and shook his head. Stop daydreaming, take one bite at a time, first get the bookshop sorted out, then we'll talk. Zhao Yingong was jolted back to reality by his words. He gave a dry laugh. Let's go take a look at the bookshop. Chapter 901. Dutch telescope. Zhang Dai's family possessed an extensive library. Combined with such an environment, he himself was broadly learned, well versed in the classics, histories, philosophers, and literary collections, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. Though he'd never achieved official success through the examinations, he was devoted to writing. Throughout his life, his brush never rested. He left behind many works, the most famous being Dream Memories of Tayouan and Night Fairy, which all the transmigrators had read. Beyond his vast learning, he was also a hedonistic wastrel who excelled at the art of enjoyment. In his own writing, he described himself thus: "In my youth I was a spendthrift young dandy, passionately fond of luxury. I loved fine studios, beautiful maidservants, handsome pages, fresh clothes, delicious food, fine horses, brilliant lanterns, fireworks, theatrical troupes, wind and string ensembles, antiques, flowers, and birds. And I was a glutton for tea, obsessed with tangerines, a bookworm and poetry demon." He embodied both the prodigal extravagance of a wealthy young man and the indulgent, nihilistic hedonism of late Ming literati. Such a figure held little value in the eyes of the Senate, but to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, he was an important personage. Zhang Dai was not merely a prolific writer, widely learned and skilled at pleasure. He was also a member of the Restoration Society, which wielded powerful influence over late Ming politics. Though he wasn't a politically ambitious man, he'd participated in many Restoration Society activities and was close to several of its key figures. Of course, Zhao Yingong thought, such a personality would be welcomed everywhere. Jiangnan was the Restoration Society's home base. Their local power was formidable. The society not only controlled the public discourse of Jiangnan literati, but also, to some extent, influenced the policies of local officials. Many local officials were themselves Restoration Society or Donglan members. If Zhao Yingong wanted to operate in Jiangnan, securing the society's support, or at least its tacit acceptance, was critical. Zhang Dai was a wastrel with deep cultural attainments. Clearly, Lingao's clever contraptions could more quickly win him over. Zhao Yingong's eager gaze immediately fixed on the towership ahead. "What place is that up ahead?" he asked. "Why is Master Zhang's boat moving so fast?" Kaishi replied. "Your Honor, the dragon boats have come out. Everyone's hurrying to watch." Zhao Yingong nodded. "Follow them. We'll watch the dragon boat races too." In most places, dragon boat races were held on the 5th day of the 5th month, the Duanwu Festival. But on Hangzhou's West Lake, races had been held twice yearly since the Song Dynasty. Besides the Duanwu race, another was held on the 8th day of the 2nd month, supposedly in honor of Wu Zixu, or, according to some, for the birthday of Zhang, the true lord of Qishan. The second dragon boat race on Westlake began on the 1st of the 5th month and continued through the 10th. Townsfolk and country folk alike, farmers, artisans, merchants, anyone whose family wasn't going hungry would come to see the spectacle. Hearing the guests' orders, the boatmen hastened to pole and row toward Huxin Pavilion, where the dragon boats were gathering. The lake around Huxin Pavilion was already crowded with vessels of all sizes. Besides the various pleasure boats, there were also big viewing boats for ordinary spectators. The boats were so close their bows and sterns nearly touched, a bustling scene. Even the transmigrators, who'd seen their share of spectacles, were moved by such flourishing splendor. Looking only at this scene, where were the signs of a dynasty on the brink of collapse? It seemed like an unprecedented golden age. Zhao Yingong was still lost in thought when suddenly a dripping wet head broke the water's surface, one hand raised aloft, holding a long, golden object. In the sunlight it reflected a brilliant flash. The transmigrators on the observation deck were startled. This was the glint of glass. Su Qi grew tense. "Old Zhao, what is that?" Zhao Yingong said nothing. He immediately instructed Kaishi, "Get that thing." Kaishi hurried to the bow and exchanged a few words, then came running back, panting. "Your Honor, he's demanding an entire Qian of silver for that brass tube, no idea what it's even for. It's highway robbery." Zhao Yingong cut him off mid-sentence. "Give it to him. Get it here." Kaishi hurried to comply. Moments later, he brought back the brass tube. Zhao Yingong snatched it, extended and retracted it once, then raised it to his eye. No mistake. This was a single-tube telescope, finely wrought brass double-section barrel, hand-ground glass lenses, all evidence that this was a Dutch-made telescope, recently invented in this timeline. Even in Europe, these were quite rare. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau knew Tang Yunwen had one. A few officials and wealthy families in Guangdong had them too. Besides Ming military officers, most people treated them as exotic Western toys. He hadn't expected to find such a telescope in Hangzhou. Of course, there was a Catholic church here, and missionaries might well have gifted such clever contraptions to local gentry and officials to curry favor, just as Matteo Rixai had done in Guangdong and Beijing. Su Qi took it and looked it over. Magnification isn't high, 2 power at most. "It's a Galilean telescope," said Zhou Dongshan. "A simple little thing, structurally speaking. Galilean telescopes were the earliest type, simple in principle, easy to manufacture. But their magnification was extremely limited, and they suffered from distortion and other problems. Eventually they were relegated to children's telescopes and opera glasses, but in this timeline they were still vital military assets. Who could possibly own such a rare Western import? And why would they throw it into the lake? Such rare Western goods couldn't simply be measured in monetary terms. During his internship in Guangzhou, Zhao Yingong had seen Dutch telescopes imported from Europe, priced at 30 or 40 taels of silver. At the time, telescopes were considered mere toys. Market demand was tiny. Because demand was low, unlike glassware, Western cloth, spices, or ivory, which arrived frequently, only 10 or 20 might be imported in a year or two, extremely hard to come by. An owner would never casually throw one into Westlake for amusement. Zhou Dongshan examined it carefully. Seems like it's been in the lake for a while, not freshly dropped. The barrel was already full of water, with traces of silt and aquatic weeds, not the sort of thing that could happen in an instant on the lake bottom. It had probably been dropped several days ago and only now happened to be retrieved by a dragon boat swimmer. Zhou Dongshan suddenly asked, "Old Zhao, what do you make of this? It looks like characters." Zhao Yingong took it and examined it closely. The characters were engraved in extremely fine intaglio on the barrel. Without holding it up to the light and looking carefully, they were almost invisible. Made and used by the foolish one of Longmian. The script was entirely in small seal. If Zhao Yingong hadn't practiced calligraphy diligently during his training, these characters would have been indecipherable. He thought it over. Foolish one of Longmian should be someone's Hao, a literary sobriquet. Given that he'd specifically had characters engraved on the barrel, he clearly cherished this telescope. It certainly hadn't been thrown into the lake for amusement. More likely he'd accidentally dropped it. Zhao Yingong smiled. A pity we don't know who this foolish one of Longmian might be, but I can make some inferences about him. Su Qi and Zhou Dongshan both laughed. Who knew you were a great detective? Do tell. Zhao Yingong deduced. This person was a scholar from a well-off family. Ordinary folk wouldn't spend silver on such an impractical curiosity. Without a certain level of cultural cultivation, he wouldn't have engraved seal script on a telescope. He had a strong interest in new things, otherwise he wouldn't have bought such an obscure Western item. The telescope had been lost at the bottom of the lake, meaning he'd been to Westlake several days ago, probably to watch the dragon boats. He likely had some contact with the Hangzhou Catholic Church or Catholic literati. The telescope probably came from them. Finally, I estimate he's young, probably a youth. That's not certain. Though young people are mostly the ones interested in new things, Sun Yuanhua and Su Guangqi were both middle-aged when they first encountered Catholicism and Western science. That didn't make them hidebound, Su Qi pointed out. Zhao Yingong said, I feel young people are more likely to show off their novel toys. Look at who's constantly waving around an iPhone, adolescents. Once you're over 30, even if you buy an iPhone, you're not going to carry it around all day. So I feel this person is 30 at most. Chapter 902. The FlowerViewing party. Zhou Dongshan conceded that the reasoning was decent enough, but it was ultimately useless to them. Deduction required a foundation of rich data, and they knew virtually nothing about Hangzhou's local personages. Hundreds or thousands of people might fit Zhao Yingong's profile. Scholars gave themselves Zai and Hao style names and literary sobriquets as casually as eating cabbage. A single person might have 3 or 4 or even a dozen. Who knew who this foolish one of Longmian might be? Su Qi suddenly said, could it belong to Zhang Dai, the one who just passed by? From the personal characteristics Zhao Yingong had deduced, Zhang Dai did fit fairly well. But Zhao Yingong dismissed his guess. He'd read Dream Memories of Tayouan and remembered that Zhang Dai's courtesy name was Zongzi, and his sobriquets included Tayouan, Tiansun, Dian Jushi, and so on, but not foolish one of Longmian. Let's go back and look through a copy of Jinshan, Zhao Yingong said with a sigh. We know far too little about the basic conditions of the Ming. We're just scratching the surface. Zhou Dongshan gave a cold laugh. What's the point of knowing so much? Once the cannons sweep the land clean, it'll all be sorted. Why bother with all this fuss? The group continued watching from the observation deck for a while. Once the novelty wore off, they returned to the cabin. Mei Lin had relaxed considerably and was now engaged in an animated discussion with Mei Yenner about the Buddhist statues at the 3 Tianzhu temples, probably bits and pieces he'd picked up in an elective course back in his student days. Mei Yenner not only listened attentively, but occasionally offered a comment of her own. Zhao Yingong was secretly impressed. The high-class courtesans of this timeline really did have skill. No wonder Yu Shui had mentioned in a training class that wealthy Ming people frequented the pleasure houses primarily for social life. It was nearly noon. Ming Yang had brought her maids in with trays, setting out the table while asking what wine the honored guests would like. "I have some wine here that's hard to come by. I had to pull strings to get it. Would the gentleman like to try?" Zhao Yingongs saw that 4 exquisite appetizer dishes had already been laid out. He smiled. "Oh, what wine is so rare that it's hard to obtain even here in Jiangnan, the finest region under heaven?" "It comes from Guangdong. They say it's a fine foreign-made wine," said Ming Yang. "Never mind the quality of the wine itself, just the bottle it comes in is priceless. These days, unless you're a powerful official, it's hard to get your hands on it." By this point, Zhao Yingong understood. It must be the private wine brewed by Guoyi. To think a courtesan on Westlake could get her hands on Guoshi Wushwang. Even in Guangzhou, this wine was extremely difficult to obtain. Guoyi was running a hunger marketing strategy, targeting the high-end gift market with limited production. After the Guangzhou station's distillery was destroyed last year, production had only just resumed and output was even lower now. He said at once, "Guoshi Wushwang is too strong. In this hot weather, a lighter Shaoxing wine would be better." Ming Yang smiled. "Very well. I still have a jar of excellent Lanling wine here, aged 10 years. I'll open it for the gentleman." She then modestly apologized for the simplicity of the boat's galley and the lack of fine dishes, handling everything with smooth diplomacy. 8 exquisite cold dishes were brought out as accompaniments, 4 meat, 4 vegetable. Snow-white lotus root stuffed with glutinous rice, bright red jinhua ham, golden chicken floss, crimson watermelon cake. A feast for the eyes. The wine was warmed and served. They drank and played drinking games while Meiyaner sang a few songs. Her words were elegantly literary and tinged with a southern accent. No one but Zhao Yingong could quite make them out. They only felt the melodies were pleasant and offered vague praise. Zhang Dai's boat was at that moment on the lake's surface, less than 200 meters away. After Wu Zhixiang arrived in Hangzhou and learned that Zhang Dai held considerable influence within the Restoration Society, and that he loved excitement, enjoyed exotic novelties, and had a strong interest in new things, he changed his original plans. He would first focus on cultivating Zhang Dai right here in Hangzhou. Fortunately, Zhang Dai was not a cold and aloof literatus. In his daily dealings, he was quite uninhibited and enjoyed making friends. With little effort, Wu Zhixiang obtained an introduction through an acquaintance and presented 8 pots of Dutch tulips that he'd brought all the way from Guangzhou. These rare, foreign flowers suited Zhang Dai's tastes perfectly. Seeing that the visitor called frequently and treated him with great respect, and finding Wu Zhixiang's conversation refined and full of fascinating anecdotes about Guangdong, especially the recent vogue for Australian goods, Zhang Dai gradually warmed to his new friend. Before long, the two had become quite familiar. At that moment, Wu Zhixiang, Zhang Dai, and several friends were relaxing on the upper deck of the tower boat. The 8 pots of tulips that had crossed the ocean were arranged in 2 rows before the steps. Their brilliant blooms basked in the mild early summer sunshine, unfurling their multicolored petals. Gusts of fragrance drifted up on the warm breeze. The friends had already admired and praised the flowers at length. Every one of them marveled at the striking colors of these exotic blossoms. They critiqued and commented, for today's outing on the tower boat wasn't for the scenery of West Lake or the dragon boat races, but specifically for a flower viewing party. They had even composed several poems. Now they sat chatting idly while continuing to drink and admire the flowers. By this time, a banquet prepared by Master Zhang's household chef was half consumed. Maids and servants were clearing the dishes and setting out fresh wine and fruit. "Beautiful, certainly, but perhaps too gaudily colorful," said one scholar, already half drunk, commenting on the tulips before them. Bright reds and yellows, dazzlingly vivid, each standing alone on a single stem. The style is too vulgar, lacking that air of pure, understated elegance. Zhang Dai disagreed. By that reasoning, wouldn't peonies and herbaceous peonies also be considered vulgar? He was an elegantly dressed scholar with an intelligent and friendly face, his chin sporting a neatly groomed three-strand mustache. Though peonies are brilliant, their brilliance is forthright and dignified without any seductive air. This fellow continued holding forth on his self-invented classifications of gaudy beauty, refined beauty, righteous beauty, and seductive beauty. "I think your views are rather biased," said the speaker, Sun Chun. He was an unremarkable-looking ordinary scholar. Though unremarkable, he was actually a core member of the Restoration Society. "That's quite wrong." The two began to debate. A look of boredom had already crossed Zhang Dai's face. He plucked a vividly red cherry from a large Qiantang porcelain bowl by his side, and with a languid, elegant gesture, picked off the green stem and popped it into his mouth. Seeing that Wu Zhixiang also wore a helpless expression, he couldn't help but smile. In the end, as usual, Zhang Dai stepped in to smooth things over, saying that all fresh flowers had their own merits and admirers could each have their preferences. There was really no way to rank them. Only then did the argument subside. After that, the topic shifted from the tulips to foreign goods. "Speaking of these Western novelties," Zhang Dai said with a laugh, "though they're neither gold nor jade, they certainly have a way of captivating people. A few days ago, Mijai lost a telescope on this lake. He sent people down to search but couldn't find it. He was so vexed he didn't even want to stay in Hangzhou anymore, just set off for Nanjing yesterday." "What's so special about a telescope?" "Just go to the Catholic Church and get one," said the scholar who'd been critiquing the tulips. His name was Wen Hui, an augmented student from Jiaxing Prefecture. "Telescopes aren't common treasures, but they're not exactly common either," said Zhang Dai. "I often visit the Catholic Church, and I'm friendly with Johann Adam Schall von Bell. He says that even in Portugal, these are rare items, only brought over when a ship arrives. You can't just find one anywhere." From telescopes, the conversation turned to the currently fashionable Australian goods. Wu Zhixiang had brought quite a bit of Australian merchandise from Guangzhou. They'd been talking frequently about the various novel Australian wares lately. For wealthy young men like Zhang Dai, ordinary Western goods were no longer remarkable. But the few Australian goods Wu Zhixiang had shown him had opened his eyes and sparked a strong interest in the Australians. Wu Zhixiang then expounded at length on the origins of the Australians, their lifestyle and pleasures, and their various exotic wares. The listeners were enraptured. Though they didn't entirely believe everything Wu Zhixiang said, they'd already encountered various Australian novelties, and so they were full of curiosity about this suddenly emerged Australia. "I must say, I truly yearn for those Australian flush toilets," Zhang Dai said with a laugh. "Long ago, someone outfitted a privy with brocade beds, beautiful maids, and burning agarwood incense, but it was still just a latrine. How could it compare to such cleanliness and comfort? Only I've heard it's not easy to build," said Wu Zhixiang. "The Ximing Pavilion in Guangzhou had them. When Governor Wang was suppressing the transmigrators, I managed to get inside the Ximing Pavilion and specifically went to look at its arrangements, truly marvels of craftsmanship. Such ingenious designs and methods, really beyond anything we could match." He went on to describe the plumbing and drainage pipes, the valves, the mechanical pumps for the water supply, and the water towers. Wu Zhixiang had been extremely curious about the various facilities at Ximing Pavilion and had previously pumped Pei Lixiu for information. After Ximing Pavilion was sealed, he'd bribed the guards and made a special trip inside to examine the entire building from top to bottom, inside and out. Now he spoke with authority. Zhang Dai listened with interest and laughed. Lucky Mijai didn't hear all that, or he'd have been so intrigued he'd have set off for Guangzhou immediately to see these Western marvels for himself. He shook his head. "If not for the hardship of travel, even I would like to see what these Australians have to offer." "What's stopping you?" Wu Jixiang was currently focused on cultivating Zhang Dai and immediately offered that if he wished to visit Guangzhou, he could stay at my humble abode. And as for the journey, now there's Qiantang. Whether by sedan or boat, it's much more convenient than before. Zhang Dai was about to reply when Wen Huai said, "These Australians claim to be descendants of the Central Kingdom, sprouts of the Great Song, yet they only value industry and commerce, producing nothing but clever contraptions. One and all, they're crude and unlettered, neither properly Chinese nor properly barbarian. I fear the ancestors of the song must be weeping in their graves." Chapter 903, Wanbi Bookshop. Zhang Dai shook his head. Whether the Australians are overseas barbarians or descendants of the song, I wouldn't presume to say, but as for literary talent and learning, they're not necessarily crude and unlettered. He took out a book from beside him. "Gentlemen, please look." The others saw he'd taken it from an exquisite bamboo bookcase, clearly something he treasured. Sun Chun, who was on close terms with him, reached for it first. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he leafed through it silently. After a few pages, he sighed and shook his head repeatedly before handing it to Wen Huai, who had been waiting impatiently. Wen Huai was also startled when he received it. He first turned it over several times, examining it from all angles, then opened it and read carefully. He read very attentively, oblivious to everyone else, going through a dozen pages before finally slapping the armrest. Truly unexpected. Wu Jixiang had been burning with curiosity. He'd mostly figured it out. This was probably an Australian book. Never mind that he frequented Ximing Pavilion and was familiar with all kinds of Australian goods. Australian paper had long been renowned for its whiteness, stiffness, variety, and low price. In the Guangzhou market it had routed all the local papers. But he'd never seen Australian books. As a wastrel by birth, he'd never paid much attention to books and had never thought to seek them out. Now, piqued by the others, he was eager to see this Australian book for himself. But when Huai was so absorbed, he showed no sign of putting the book down. In fact, he began reading aloud, swaying his head, clearly intending to read straight through. Zhang Dai saw Wu Jixiang's impatient fidgeting and coughed once. Only then did Wen Huai come to himself and, somewhat embarrassed, hand the book over. Zhang Dai smiled. "What do you think of this book?" Wen Huai shook his head with a sigh. "I could never hope to match it." Sun Chun said, "We few are nothing, but how many among our society's comrades could match this either? This must be the work of a great Australian Confucian." While they chattered enthusiastically, Wu Jixiang could no longer contain himself. He took the book and found it heavy in his hands. The binding was simple yet beautiful. The cover was a kind of thick paper, snow white with a subtle printed pattern, rather like the high-grade poetry notepaper sold at stationery shops. The title was Mengzi Zhengyi, the correct meaning of Mencius. Opening it, he silently marveled. He was accustomed to the exquisite beauty of Australian goods, but he hadn't expected the Australians to be so accomplished at printing as well. Snow-white paper, jet-black song-style typeface. The characters were much smaller than in ordinary books, and some interlinear notes used extremely tiny characters, yet every stroke was as clear as if carved in iron and silver. The typesetting was clean. The page showed not the slightest smudge of ink. Each page had a number. At the front were a table of contents and abstracts, thoroughly comprehensive. Wu Jixiang had never been interested in philological studies and had no expertise in that area. He couldn't evaluate the content, but the diction and phrasing were certainly not incoherent. What struck him most was that the entire book had punctuation marks. Who would have thought the Australians capable of this? Wu Jixiang had always been a pro-transmigrator sort. Now, seeing this book, his admiration for Guoyi and the rest grew even greater. He heard Wen Huai ask, "Zhangzixiang, where did you get this book?" "From Wanbi Bookshop in Qinghefang," Zhang Dai said smugly. "I heard it's run by a surnamed Zhao fellow from Guangdong. He sells nothing but Australian books and curios. When Mijai lost his telescope, I sent a servant to see if they had one. Instead, the rascal brought back this remarkable book. Wanbi Bookshop. Wu Jixiang was puzzled. Up to now, the bulk of Australian goods sold outside Guangdong had gone through the Gao and Li families. Neither house had ever dealt in Australian books. He'd even once procured books for the Australians on Pei Lixiu's behalf, mainly Taoist texts, and now the Australians were printing their own books. Though Lingao's printing industry had been operating for some time, its books had all been for internal use. Apart from a few crudely made pamphlets, no books had been formally exported to the mainland. Because of his connection with Pei Lixiu, Wu Jixiang had invested in several Zizi trading company deals and made a tidy profit. But he'd only ever put money in beforehand and collected dividends afterward, never handled Australian goods directly in business. Who would have thought the Australians had quietly started selling books all the way in Hangzhou? Thinking this, his curiosity about Wanbi Bookshop grew even more intense. He was just wondering how to go see it when Zhang Dai said, "I've heard this Wanbi Bookshop is built in the Australian style. Very novel. I was just thinking of going to have a look. Are you gentlemen interested in coming along?" With such a Western spectacle on offer, everyone was happy to go. Wu Jixiang, of course, agreed without hesitation. They settled on visiting Wanbi Bookshop the next day. Early the next morning, the group gathered at Zhang Dai's residence. After breakfast, they took sedan chairs to Qinghefang. Wanbi Bookshop was located on a rather quiet street in Qinghefang. Though Zhang Dai hailed from Shaoxing, he'd resided in Hangzhou for many years. Being fond of excursions, he often explored streets and alleys in search of historic sites, even the poorest lanes. He was thoroughly familiar with the urban landscape. He knew there was a large ruined garden somewhere nearby. A large bookshop would most likely have been built on its grounds. The sedan chairs had barely reached the street corner before they recognized Wanbi Bookshop. Indeed, the bookshop was so distinctive it stood out immediately from the surrounding houses. A stone building with a semicircular domed roof stood before them. A stone-arched entrance sat atop 3 stone steps. The facade wasn't large. Because the building wasn't constructed in the Chinese column and bay style, it was hard to say how many bays it comprised. Wu Jixiang estimated it was roughly 2 bays wide. There were no door panels at the entrance, just an arched gateway. The gate itself wasn't tall, but the stone ornamentation and carved floral patterns on either side gave it an imposing grandeur. Beside the entrance hung a vertical wooden plaque, white with black characters reading Wanbi Bookshop in Song typeface. There was no other decoration. The signboard was so understated it verged on austere, but paired with that entrance it looked dignified. The gate stood open. On the steps flanking the entrance were 2 enormous planters containing dark green sago palms, grown lush and full. Everyone was puzzled. What sort of style was this? Wen Huai laughed. "I find these Australian customs strange. Who plants giant sago palms in pots and sets them flanking the main entrance like this?" Zhang Dai smiled. "Perhaps there's a deeper meaning." He glanced at the characters Wanbi Bookshop on the signboard and gave a thoughtful smile. The group ascended the steps. Several attendants had already emerged from within to greet them warmly. Zhang Dai laughed. "No need for all this fuss. I find chatter most tiresome." Seeing they were people of consequence, the attendants hastily withdrew. Only one quick-witted fellow remained nearby, ready to serve at a moment's notice. The visitors paid little heed and walked through the entrance. Just inside the doorway stood a large glass screen, mounted on a marble base with no other decoration. A landscape had been etched onto the glass in frosted finish. With his vast erudition, Zhang Dai recognized it at once. 1,000 Li of Rivers and Mountains by Qiongshan of the Song Dynasty. They never forget to invoke their ancestors, Zhang Dai thought. But this building could never be Song construction. He toyed with the fan in his hand. Beyond the screen lay the main hall. Zhang Dai frequented various bookshops. Because their customers were all scholars, bookshops always displayed their wares with great ingenuity, hoping to win the favor of literati. But they had never seen a bookshop like this. It looked less like a shop than a great hall. From outside, the main entrance seemed quite narrow, but the interior was vast. There were no pillars in the hall. From the circular stone vault hung wrought iron branched chandeliers on iron chains. The walls on either side had many tall windows, framed by curious decorative patterns. Every window was glazed with large panes of glass. Sunlight streamed through, casting bright patches on the blue brick floor. The hall was so well lit that scholars accustomed to dim interiors blinked involuntarily. Wu Jixiang was used to Australian-style buildings, but the Zizi houses had all been modifications of traditional architecture, nothing so thoroughly novel as this. He found it quite refreshing. This is no Guangdong man, this must be a genuine Australian. The thought flashed through his mind, but he kept his expression neutral. Australians occupied a peculiar status in the Ming right now. Whether to expose them or not could have serious repercussions. Better to feign ignorance. Truly extravagant, when Huey couldn't help exclaiming, "Just this glass alone, how much silver would it cost? Even the palace probably can't afford this." Realizing he'd spoken out of turn, he fell silent. Zhang Dai didn't mind. All this glass, even with money, you couldn't find it. Transported all the way from Guangdong, the shipping costs alone would be staggering. Wu Jixiang, however, knew that glass meant nothing to the Australians. He'd heard that they had a huge glass workshop in Lingao, producing vast quantities every day. In Lingao, even ordinary merchants had glass windows. Sun Chun remarked, "Glass is just a matter of money." But this hall, this dome, built without a single beam or pillar, all assembled from stone, how did they construct it? Zhang Dai wasn't surprised. This is Western building technique, not an Australian secret art. I've seen Catholic churches built in a similar manner. When you think about it, isn't it similar to a stone arch bridge? We use the principle for bridges. Westerners use it for buildings. Author's note: The Mengzi Zhengyi was authored by the Qing scholar Zhao Zun. Chapter 904, Wanbi Bookshop, continued. When they considered it, the two indeed had some similarities. Wu Jixiang sighed. When it comes to Australian novelties, apart from glass, which of them wasn't something our central kingdom already had? Yet when anything passes through their hands for a little adjustment, it transforms as if reborn. His observation drew nods of agreement from the others. Australian paper, wine, books, sanitary fixtures, all manner of objects, aside from glass and the soft glass used for unbreakable bottles. Which of these wasn't something that had existed since ancient times? Even glass, didn't our central kingdom have it too? Zhang Dai was widely read, and his miscellaneous learning was extraordinarily rich. Liaison is just glass. We've had it since the Han dynasties. It's a pity that now it's been reduced to roof tiles. When Huey found this strange. Are liaison and glass the same thing? I think they're quite different. It seems more similar to porcelain. The group chatted as they strolled. Along the walls were floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, row upon row, packed with books. The way the books were arranged differed from Chinese custom. Instead of being laid horizontally in bookcases, they stood upright in rows. Having seen Australian books the day before, they knew these had spines with titles and authors printed on them. Standing them up made browsing at a glance effortless. Ladders were placed beside the bookshelves, like siege ladders, with iron casters at the base so they could be easily rolled about. One could climb up to browse the upper shelves. Where there weren't bookshelves, there were windows, but from the domed ceiling hung a series of long, narrow paintings. Zhang Dai recognized these as Western oil paintings. He'd seen them at the Catholic Church in Hangzhou and thought little of them. Beyond the bookshelves were massive tables, even larger than the painting desks they used at home, displaying various books. Smaller tables and chairs were set nearby for reading and tea. This arrangement wasn't particularly unusual. The larger bookshops they'd visited had similar setups, but the chairs were distinctively styled. The tables were dainty round ones, and the chairs had backs that tilted slightly rearward, covered with some kind of cushioning material. Sun Chun was the first to sit down. He leaned back and found the chair supported his back, waist, and even his head, indescribably comfortable for reading. On the round tables were exquisite tea sets. Yixing purple clay ware, famous porcelains from various kilns, as well as Australian-made all-glass tea sets. Zhang Dai particularly liked the glass ones because they allowed him to observe the elegant colors when brewing tea. He'd paid a high price to acquire several sets. But this was not the most remarkable feature. Most remarkable were several groupings of heavy, bed-like furniture in the hall, each consisting of one long piece flanked by two shorter ones. They resembled chairs but also couches, upholstered in fine Western cloth or brocade, with numerous cushion-like objects placed on top. This time, Zhang Dai was first to claim a seat. Marvelous. He sat down and his body bounced slightly. He couldn't help but beam. Come sit, brothers, this thing is truly delightful. When Wen Hua and Sun Chun sat down, the firm yet yielding sensation brought them an experience they'd never had before. But for Wu Zhixiang this was nothing new. Ximing Pavilion had such furniture too. He'd bought a pair of single-seat versions for his own enjoyment, the so-called sofa chair. Hearing the others debate why the sofa had such springiness, he laughed. Gentlemen, though this furniture is soft and pliant, the inside is all ironwork. No one believed him. Everyone knew iron. It was the hardest, strongest material. How could it produce such an effect? Wu Zhixiang explained that when he'd bribed the clerks to enter Ximing Pavilion, he'd seen several of them dismantling a sofa. The stuffing was nothing but kapok and the like, but underneath the sofa's base plate were densely packed coils of iron wire, layer upon layer. The listeners were fascinated. Zhang Dai couldn't help sighing. I used to think only heaven's workings could be so marvelous. I never imagined that human artifice could also achieve such wonders. As the group chatted on the sofas, the attending clerk dared not interrupt. He quietly reported to Kaishi. Kaishi was familiar with the local scene. Except when Zhao Yingong went out or sent him on errands, he was in charge of the bookshop. Because everyone knew this was a shop owned by a Ziyukai, and because Zhao Yingong had cultivated the local Catholic literati and secured their goodwill, ordinary street toughs didn't dare cause trouble here. Kaishi's main job was to step forward and cultivate relationships whenever local gentry came in person or sent representatives, and if necessary, to report directly to Zhao Yingong. He'd recognized Zhang Dai immediately, but he hadn't rushed out to greet them. From the way the clerks had been rebuffed, he knew these scholars wanted to look around on their own first. Going out to greet them would serve no purpose. Now seeing them all ensconced on the sofas and chattering away, he summoned a clerk. Go, report to the master at once. Tell him Master Zhang Dai has arrived at the shop. Zhang Dai was a famous figure in Hangzhou. Even Kaishi knew the master would want to entertain him properly. Now that he'd come to the door of his own accord, Kaishi had to make sure he was well looked after. He instructed a clerk to fetch chilled soda from the icebox and pour it into glasses. The so-called icebox wasn't a Lingao-made gas refrigerator, but a wooden cabinet chilled with natural ice, something that already existed in this timeline. The Little Ice Age's harsh winters meant that even places like Hangzhou could harvest ice in winter for storage. The soda was an even greater rarity, shipped by boat all the way from Guangdong. When Kaishi saw the wooden crate full of glass bottles, his jaw nearly dropped. He understood perfectly well the value of such crystalline glass. In his mind, this soda was nothing less than jade nectar from the heavens. Zhang Dai took Kaishi's attentive service in stride, nothing unusual, but he was interested in the tray of drinks the man brought. The beverages were served in cylindrical straight-sided glass tumblers. At first glance, they appeared to contain clear water, but fine streams of bubbles rose continuously from the bottom of the glass. The glass sides were beaded with condensation. The sight was crystalline and refreshing. Everyone present came from comfortable households. One glance told them this had been chilled with ice. After the hot boat ride, it was past Duanwu now and the sun was fierce. Even riding in a sedan, they'd broken a sweat. A glass of ice water arrived at just the right moment. After drinking, every one of them praised it. This clear water was not only thoroughly chilled but had a sweet taste with a hint of fruity tartness, utterly refreshing. Wu Zhixiang looked puzzled. This isn't kvass, Kaishi was startled. He didn't know Wu Jixiang had been a regular at Ximing Pavilion, but he did know that a drink called kvass had been delivered along with this one and was kept in the back. He asked curiously, "Has this gentleman had kvass before?" "I've drunk more bottles of kvass than I can count," Wu Jixiang said with a laugh. "It's more sour than this, with a fragrant aroma. This drink of yours, I assume it also came in glass bottles shipped from Lingao." "The gentleman is far-sighted." Kaishi heard his unusual accent and guessed he was from Guangdong. "I won't hide it from you gentlemen, this soda is also Australian goods, shipped specially from Guangdong. Our shop keeps it especially for honored guests." Wen Huai laughed. "Your master is truly extravagant. This ambrosia must be worth a fortune. I fear we'll have to pawn our robes before we're allowed to leave." Zhang Dai frowned slightly, finding Wen Huai too much of a killjoy positively uncouth. Given the scale of this bookshop, the owner must be a man of great wealth and status. How could he possibly demand payment for a glass of soda? This was thinking like a petty man. The remark left Kaishi in an awkward position. He hastened to say, "How could we? This is a bookshop. We sell books." Seeing the atmosphere had soured, Zhang Dai quickly said, "Since you sell books, what rare and unusual books do you have?" Kaishi smiled. "What kind are the gentlemen looking for?" Zhang Dai snapped his fan shut. "Something novel and interesting. Don't bring me anything like Mengzi Zhengyi expounding on the sages." Wen Huai, however, said, "I read that yesterday. Not just in our dynasty. Among all the commentators on Mencius since the Tang and Song, none comes close to this master Zhao. Especially the philological work, it can truly be called a magnum opus." The others weren't particularly interested in philology. They smiled and said nothing. Kaishi, a servant by origin, was quick to read faces and knew Master Zhang was the key figure. He smiled. "Our shop has books of all kinds." "Please wait a moment, gentlemen. I'll go fetch some." Apart from some books shipped directly from Lingao and some wholesaled from Nanjing and Suzhou, most of the books in Wanbi Bookshop were printed locally in Hangzhou from stereotype plates made in Lingao. To ensure the Australian books made a strong impression, not only stereotype plates but also Lingao-produced ink and paper had been shipped in. The Planning Commission's instructions to Zhao Yingong were to eventually produce ink and paper locally in Hangzhou. There was no hurry for now. Operation Engine would soon bring plenty of empty northbound tonnage, making shipping anything easy. The first book printed at Zhou Dongshan's printing house was a record of 4 continents. This was a book Lin Zexu had organized to translate from an English work called the Encyclopedia of Geography. It was one of China's more comprehensive introductions to world geography, customs, and society. The Lingao version, however, had been thoroughly revised by the Grand Library's History Department. Content not fitting the 17th century context was removed, errors and misunderstandings corrected, and considerable new material added. The book stereotype plates sent to Hangzhou had been carefully considered. In Jiangnan, where book printing flourished, classical works were nothing special. The Hangzhou printing house wasn't currently pursuing a strategy of market domination through scale and low cost. To attract customers, a culture bookshop needed books with novel, intriguing content and a certain scholarly standard, which made Ming Dynasty scholarly works the first choice. Chapter 905. Books from Australia. Besides a record of 4 continents, there was also the 13 classics with Ming Dynasty commentaries series, which had earned such praise from Wang Ci and others. This pirated edition of the Zhonghua Book Company series had not only impressed Wang Ci, even Liu Dailin, widely acknowledged as the most learned man in Lingao, had admitted his own inferiority after seeing it. The Qing scholars' accomplishments in philology were truly outstanding. Zhou Dongshan had originally planned to bring the complete Tang poetry and the complete Song Ci as well. But these 2 works were vast in scope, and the Lingao printing house, still short on lead type, hadn't yet scheduled them for typesetting. Mengzi Zhengyi had been printed from the Zhonghua Book Company edition of the 13 classic stereotype plates shipped this time. As soon as the set went on sale, scholars rushed to buy it. Some scholars of limited means, having purchased one volume and then seeing the others, couldn't bear to leave without having the bookshop set them aside for later purchase. She sized up these gentlemen. Apart from Wen Huai, who was pedantically scholarly, none of them seemed interested in works on sagely learning. But he couldn't very well ignore Wen Huai either. So he first selected a dozen or so sets of novel and interesting books, then added 3 or 4 Confucian titles. He had them wheeled over on a small cart and placed on the table one by one. Everyone eagerly picked up books and began browsing. The most eye-catching, of course, was a record of 4 continents. The Lingao edition, because it included several copperplate printed maps, was published in 16mo format with a thick paper hardcover. Zhang Dai was quick and snatched it up first. It was heavy in his hands, but when he held it he was puzzled. The book opened to the right. He paused and said, "The Australians print books just like the Westerners." Opening it, he found that, sure enough, the text was laid out horizontally, running left to right, like Western books. It looked quite awkward. He turned to the black and white maps inside, extraordinarily detailed, capturing the finest details within a small compass. The maps in a record of 4 continents had all been revised and redrawn based on 21st century maps. Because Australia and New Zealand were considered the Senate's ancestral lands of the Dragon Rising, the maps had been doctored. New Zealand was entirely deleted, and Australia was marked in the wrong location with completely inaccurate topography. Because of his connection with Fang Yizhai, Zhang Dai often visited the Catholic Church in Hangzhou. He'd seen the world maps and globes in its collection, so the world map itself didn't produce much of a shock. He was merely astonished at how the cartographic precision exceeded even the Westerners, though he'd had a similar reaction when he first saw the maps the missionaries brought. Sun Chun, Wen Huai, and the others were craning their necks to see, so after a quick browse, he passed the book to Sun Chun. He picked up another. It too opened to the right. Zhang Dai was mildly surprised. Looking at the books that had been brought, he noticed that all those dealing with Confucian learning opened on the left and were set vertically from right to left, while the Australian learning books followed the Western format. Perhaps this signifies a fusion of China and the West. Zhang Dai wondered. Setting down the Confucian volume in his hand, he specifically chose an Australian learning book. On closer inspection, it wasn't a scholarly text at all, but a novel, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. He leafed through a few pages. It was set during the Southern Song, written in a half-classical, half-vernacular style. Modern vernacular wasn't too different from Ming vernacular. Zhang Dai could follow it without difficulty. After a few pages, he was captivated. Though Ming fiction stood at a pinnacle of traditional Chinese novel writing, traditional novels tended toward loose, formulaic plots, and many authors had a habit of inserting dialects, folk songs, and arias. They were nothing like modern novels, with their tight plotting and vivid characterization. And The Legend of the Condor Heroes was a representative masterpiece of modern martial arts fiction. Zhang Dai was soon so engrossed he couldn't put it down. When he reached the part where Wanyan Hongli takes a liking to Bao Ziruo and the Song officials, eager to curry favor, framed the Yang and Guo families, destroying both households, he couldn't help thinking of the Liaison War. The Jurchens also called themselves Jurchen and named their state Jin. And the current military situation in Liaison was precarious as a pile of eggs. He heaved a long sigh and set down the book. He was, by nature, a man devoted to pleasure, seeking sensory and spiritual gratification. But he was not oblivious to the Ming's impending collapse, nor was he the sort to simply lose himself in wine and dreams. As a member of the Restoration Society, Zhang Dai knew perfectly well, from his fellow members and from friends and kin, the state of the court and the condition of the realm. When Sun Chun noticed his forlorn expression, all his earlier excitement gone, he couldn't help asking, "Zhangzixing?" "It's nothing." Zhang Dai was reluctant to show concern for the nation and the people. It clashed with his habitual persona of carefree detachment. He adjusted his mood and said, "I just happened to think of something." but the book had to be purchased. He gave his order immediately. "This Condor Heroes, I'll take it." "Understood, sir." Kaishi was all smiles. "Sir, there are 2 more volumes here, sequels to this book." "Oh," Zhang Dai flicked his fan. "Wrap those up too." "Yes, sir." Kaishi had just made a decent sale. According to the rules Zhao Yingong had established, each clerk received a 1.5% commission on the cover price of books sold, pooled at month's end and divided among the staff. Kaishi wrapped the books and produced a woven straw tote bag, a product of the Lingao woodware factory with the words Wanbi Bookshop woven in dyed straw on the side, both practical and attractive. Having purchased the Condor Heroes trilogy, Zhang Dai browsed the other books. They dazzled him. Some covered Western mathematics, a subject he wasn't familiar with and had no interest in. But one called Elementary Optics caught his attention. It caught his attention not because Zhang Dai had any expertise in optics, but because Fang Yizhai had long held a keen interest in Western material sciences. Ever since he'd obtained a telescope from Johann Adam Schall von Bell, he'd been trying to understand its structure and principles, but had never succeeded. Elementary Optics was actually a popular science pamphlet from the 1960s, containing a superficial introduction to basic optics and the principles of common optical instruments, with simple illustrations. Zhang Dai intended to buy it as a gift for Fang Yizhai to console him for his lost telescope. Sun Chun asked the attendant, "Where does your master hail from? Where do these books come from? Every one of them is extraordinary." Kaishi replied respectfully, "My master is surnamed Zhao of Sanshui County, Guangdong. He is a government stipend student." Hearing that the proprietor was a Linsheng, the group's expressions showed increased respect. A Linsheng, though still a Ziyukai, held an official place in the county school, the cream of the first-degree holders. "These books, many were brought from Guangdong. I've heard they were." He lowered his voice. "Bought from the Australians." Zhang Dai laughed. "You rascal! Australian goods may not be everywhere in Jiangnan, but they're hardly rare novelties. Liaison ginseng is sold in pharmacies all the same. Is there any need to be so secretive about a few Australian goods?" Kaishi laughed apologetically and explained that besides the books wholesaled directly from the Australians, there were also books printed by Wanbi Bookshop itself. "Those with woodblock-style typefaces are our own. My master is studying how to learn the Australian printing methods." Wu Jixiang now felt even more certain this was an Australian-run establishment. Seeing that this servant spoke with a Hangzhou accent, he knew the man was probably a local hire with limited knowledge. Questioning him further would yield nothing, so he kept silent. Sun Chun said, "These few books hardly count. Hurry and fetch more, or do you fear we gentlemen can't afford to pay?" Though unremarkable in appearance and plainly dressed, he too came from a wealthy Jiangnan gentry household. Kaishi agreed repeatedly and hurried off with the clerks to search the shelves and gather more books. Just as they were browsing and selecting, Kaishi announced, "Gentlemen, my master has come to greet you." The group had been brimming with curiosity about the bookshop. Now, hearing the proprietor had come to receive them, they all rose to their feet in anticipation. After the announcement, Zhao Yingong quickly appeared. He was a tall scholar. Though fair-skinned and beardless, his features refined and scholarly. His height and physique struck Sun Chun and the others as more like a military man's. His long, striding gait in particular was completely at odds with the measured demeanor expected of a Confucian gentleman. Though he was a Guangdong man, his appearance was completely unlike the Cantonese they'd met before. He wore a carefree headcloth and a blue fine cloth straight robe, the attire of a wealthy, cultured young man from a scholarly family. Since they were meeting for the first time without a proper introducer of standing, they had to go through the formalities, exchanging visiting cards, modestly refusing to accept them, then kowtowing to one another, the usual elaborate ritual. After everyone had exchanged courtesies, Zhao Yingong instructed Kaishi to escort the honored guests to the wisteria courtyard for tea. "Brother Tianyi, we've come today first to pay respects to one whose renown we've long admired, and second to view this Australian bookshop and hear your refined discourse," said Zhang Dai. "Ah, I don't deserve such praise. Rather, it is I who earnestly hope the gentleman will not withhold your instruction." Zhao Yingong replied modestly, then graciously asked, "Please, let us adjourn to the back for tea." He led the group to the wisteria reading room at the back of the bookshop. This was a VIP reception room Zhao Yingong had specially outfitted for major clients, decorated in the Victorian parlor style, opulent yet tasteful. Most striking was the enormous bay window facing the courtyard, glazed on 3 sides and the top with glass panels. Standing within it was like being inside a crystal palace. Outside the bay window lay a small courtyard done up in Western style. Flowers of many kinds bloomed there, and above was a wisteria arbor, a remnant from the old ruined garden, grown immensely lush. The flowering season had passed. Now only verdant greenery remained on the trellis. Beneath the wisteria stood a small marble fountain, trickling with a fine spray of water. The view was utterly refreshing. Before they'd even sat down, Sun Chun exclaimed, "What a blessed retreat!" Chapter 906. The swimsuit magazine. Even Zhang Dai, who had seen his share of grand displays, found it stunning. Standing before the bay window, the sensation of being sheltered from wind and rain, yet seemingly outdoors, was something they had never experienced. Beyond the crystalline glass panels, so clear they seemed not to exist, were living flowers as vivid as if within arm's reach. Butterflies danced among them. Sunlight filtered through the wisteria arbor in dappled patterns. He stretched out his hand involuntarily toward the flower beds outside, only for his fingertips to meet the glass barrier. Zhang Dai stood transfixed. After a long moment he heaved a sigh. Zhao Yingong had expected as much. A full glass bay window like this, practically a sun parlor, had never been built in either Lingao or Guangzhou. Even in the 21st century, it wasn't ubiquitous. Transmigrators seeing it would find it remarkable, how much more so the natives, who rarely encountered large panes of glass. The guests settled into Victorian upholstered armchairs by rank. A young maidservant with her hair in simple coils approached, carrying a carved vermilion lacquer tray, and served tea. Zhang Dai had always fancied beautiful maids. He thought to himself that with such grandeur this Master Zhao must surely keep household maidservants of uncommon beauty, and Guangdong, after all, was known for the customs of keeping maids and bonded maids. But when he saw her, he was greatly disappointed. This young woman was thoroughly unremarkable, perfectly ordinary. From her gait, she even had natural feet. He found this quite strange. Feng Hua served the tea. Everyone expected something like the Australian water from earlier, but this time it was proper tea. A rich, distinctive fragrance wafted through the air, entirely unlike the dragon well or pearl dew teas they usually drank. The aroma was far more intense. The tea leaves were in a tiny glass teapot, nearly filled to the brim. Beside it were 4 oxeye cups, also of glass, already filled with tea. And the tea wasn't the usual pale jade color, but a deeper, richer amber. "Come, please drink. This tea is best enjoyed hot," said Zhao Yingong. Wu Zhixiang prided himself on having experienced every kind of Australian indulgence at Ximing Pavilion, yet this almost black tea was a first. One sniff revealed an intense fragrance, piercing to the soul. He lifted the cup and took a small sip. The tea was mellow, smooth, and subtly sweet, with a faint orchid-like note. After sampling it, everyone marveled. Zhang Dai laughed. "I've always fancied myself the greatest gourmand under heaven, having tasted all the world's delicacies. I never imagined such tea existed." Zhang Dai's love of fine food, and his skill at it, was famous among Jiangnan's literati. He was particularly devoted to tasting all the flavors of the realm, tirelessly collecting regional specialties and delicacies. Zhao Yingong had read his dream memories of Tayouan and seen his long, lavish menus. So what he brought out for guests were all things impossible to find locally. This tea was a new harvest Wu Nanhai had commissioned the trade department to purchase from Fujian. He'd recruited a dozen tea workers and, using modern tea processing techniques, produced oolong tea. Red tea was made at the same time. Oolong is a semi-fermented tea. Its flavor is milder than fully fermented red tea and more suited to Chinese palates. Wu Nanhai had sent several gins specifically for Zhao Yingong to promote locally. Once it caught on, they planned to sell Hainan oolong tea through Wanyu on a large scale. Zhao Yingong smiled. This tea is called oolong tea. It comes from the very summit of Limu Mountain in Qiangzhou. Hainan's climate isn't actually suitable for growing tea, and the leaves actually came from Fujian. Lingao only processed them. But Wu Nanhai, Scarred, and Li Mei all knew that tea required a certain geographic mystique. Fujian tea was nothing compared to the exotic romance of Limu Mountain on Hainan Island. Oh. Sure enough, Zhang Dai was intrigued to hear the tea came from such a wild and remote place. Qiangzhou is a backwater frontier. I've heard it's all Li barbarians. How could there be tea? Do the Li also cultivate tea? Zhao Yingong had a whole advertising script prepared in his head, not written by him, but by the Grand Library's copywriters. First, he described Limu Mountain in mystical terms, painting it as a fairyland hidden in the wilds. Then came the tale. Deep in the mountain's heavily forested heights stood an isolated crag with sheer cliffs on all sides, upon which grew 500 wild tea bushes. Year-round, the mountain was shrouded in clouds and miasma. Only twice a year, for a few days in spring and a few in autumn, did the mists clear, allowing tea to be picked. Agile Li tribesmen would scale the rocks to pluck the tender leaves. But the window is brief. As soon as the Li see the mountain mists rising again, no matter how much or how little they've gathered, they must immediately descend on their ropes and flee the valley. The slightest delay means inhaling the miasma and certain death. This elaborate fiction was delivered so convincingly that his audience listened raptly, sighing with wonder. Zhao Yingong thought to himself, such copy works in any era. He went on to spin a tale about how the tea had originally been impossible to transport out of the mountains, until somehow the Australians had found a way. Wu Zhixiang listened with some skepticism. Pei Lixiu had never mentioned any wild tea from the heart of Limu Mountain, and he'd never drunk any at Ximing Pavilion. If he weren't about 80 or 90% certain this Master Zhao was actually an Australian, he'd almost suspect the man was just making things up under the guise of Australian provenance. But the others listened with relish. Feng Hua came over periodically to refill their cups. Zhang Dai noticed that though the maid's appearance was ordinary, her manner was refined. Her every movement was graceful and measured. Her gaze was lively but not coquettish. She'd obviously been carefully trained. Looking around the glass room, he saw many curios he'd never encountered before. The most striking, of course, was a mechanical clock on a side table. Its case, made by Guangzhou's jewelers and goldsmiths, was encrusted with gold, silver, ivory, pearls, and gemstones. The movement was a complete mechanism from the 21st century. This joint production of two timelines was ticking away at that moment. Western pendulum clocks had already entered China in small numbers, so Wu Zhixiang had seen them, and Zhang Dai wasn't surprised. But beyond the clock were many things they'd never seen. A model of the Victory, handmade by Wen Daisy and Wang Liubin, under a glass dome, gun ports all open, black muzzles protruding, flying not the British ensign but the Senate's Morning Star flag and the Fubian Navy's blue and white ensign. A lotus-shaped gramophone. The group felt like Granny Liu in the Grand View Garden, eyes darting everywhere. Despite their best efforts at composure, expressions of astonishment and delight kept crossing their faces. When the host set down his teacup and, smiling, extended an invitation, they immediately rose and each gravitated toward the object that interested them most, peppering Zhao Yingong with a stream of questions mingled with exclamations. He stood there, smiling, answering their questions with tireless patience. In the midst of this flurry there came a startled cry of "Aya," followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. Everyone turned. It was Wen Hua who had cried out. He stood with hands splayed, a look of alarm on his face. Zhao Yingong looked down and saw that what had fallen was a magazine, a Japanese swimsuit magazine. Lando's sunken ship had added several thousand such physical books to the Grand Library. Zhang Dai picked it up and at once drew a sharp breath. He nearly dropped it himself. It wasn't that the three-point bikini on the cover girl was too revealing for him. Rather, it was the terrifying realism. This wasn't a painting. It was as if a living person had been fixed onto the page. The body of the woman on the page was so vivid. Those long, tapered legs seemed about to step right off the paper. Yet his fingers touching it met only flat surface. Zhang Dai had seen many figure paintings, Chinese artists' meticulous Gongbai works ink-wash figures, and he'd also seen the oil paintings the Western missionaries made. To him, the realism of Western oil paintings already verged on the supernatural, but compared to this Australian image, even those were miles away. This is too astonishing. His face went pale. For an instant he half believed it was some Australian sorcery. "Gentlemen, don't be alarmed, it's just a kind of picture," Zhao Yingong soothed. "The Australians have a method of using glass mirrors to fix a person's likeness onto paper. I myself cannot fathom it. Horrifying, absolutely horrifying." When Huai clutched his chest and quickly sat down, he seemed badly shaken. "It has to be sorcery." But Sun Chun said, "This must be a secret Australian technique. It needn't be sorcery. Being able to fix a human likeness on paper, if it isn't sorcery, how could it be done?" When Huai looked at the magazine as if it were a venomous snake or wild beast, "Please burn it at once. There are many wondrous things in the world. How can we presume to know them all?" Sun Chun was also shocked, but he'd never believed in ghosts and spirits. He shook his head. To say nothing of the Australians, even the Western methods of firearms, astronomy, geography, and mathematics, if Matteo Rixai and Johann Adam Schall von Bell hadn't journeyed across the seas to reach us, how could we have known of them? Zhang Dai was equally skeptical of the sorcery theory. He picked up the magazine and leafed through it. The women in the pages were tall and curvaceous, full-chested and wide-hipped, with the barest scraps of cloth covering the essentials, virtually no different from complete nudity. They struck all manner of provocative poses. Some were positively shameless. Each woman had a buxom figure and natural feet. By the aesthetic standards of the era, such bodies were hardly seductive. These men's households lacked neither beautiful concubines nor pretty maids. Yet a flicker of desire stirred somewhere within him, and he felt his cheeks grow warm. Afraid of betraying himself, Zhang Dai steadied his nerves. With a shake of his head and a laugh, he said, "What sorcery is there in this picture book? I'd call it bedroom secrets, if anything." The others laughed, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Chapter 907. Manga Books. Zhao Yingong smiled with the easy confidence of a man sharing a secret. "What you hold is merely a private indulgence from Australia. Even among the Australians themselves, such things are exceedingly rare. It cost me considerable silver and no small number of favors to obtain just these few copies. I've kept them hidden away for a year or two now. I assure you, there's nothing uncanny about them. They're simply picture albums, nothing more." Only then did the tension drain from the group. Fear gave way to fascination, appetite and desire reasserting their natural dominion. The two magazines circulated from hand to hand, and none could easily relinquish them. Zhang Dai turned the pages with growing covetousness, half considering whether to offer his host a price. Money was no obstacle for a man of his means, but given Master Zhao's evident opulence, a few taels of silver would hardly tempt him. At last, with visible reluctance, Zhang Dai set the magazines down. Sun Chun, meanwhile, kept pressing for explanations. How could images so lifelike be transferred onto paper? Zhao Yingong smiled. "That I couldn't say, but the Australians once mentioned that the method is described in Elementary Optics, the book Master Zongzi purchased, though I'm told the explanation is rather crude. If this is truly an Australian secret technique, why would they print it plainly in a book?" Zhang Dai frowned, then brightened with a sudden thought. "Tell me, Brother Zhao, do you have any telescopes here?" "Telescopes?" Zhao Yingong hesitated. Telescope production hadn't yet begun in Lingao. The Planning Commission warehouse already held large stockpiles of them brought from the old timeline, all types and purposes, domestic and imported. Nearly every transmigrator owned one. Because of this existing inventory, the Science and Technology Department hadn't prioritized telescope manufacturing. Only when the first ship preparation plan was formally launched and the Navy submitted its optical equipment requirements, did the department add simple telescope production to the research schedule. The Australians aren't selling those. I've heard their telescopes are quite excellent, but I haven't had the opportunity to see one myself. A pity, Zhang Dai sighed. A few days ago, Brother Mijai lost his telescope on West Lake. I've seen how distraught he's been. I was hoping to find him a replacement. Zhao Yingong interrupted. Wait, this Brother Mijai, could it be Fang Yizhai, Master Fang? Indeed, said Zhang Dai, you know him. Is his sobriquet foolish one of Longmian, the very same? Zhao Yingong burst out laughing. How remarkable, so that's what happened. He recounted how, while boating on Westlake, he'd seen a dragon boat swimmer retrieve a telescope from the lake bottom. When he finished, he dispatched a servant to fetch the instrument. Zhang Dai recognized it instantly. The Dutch telescope Fang Yizhai had always treasured, now cleaned, spotless, and undamaged. Overjoyed, he made several deep bows, which Zhao Yingong hastened to return. Truly, the affairs of this world are beyond prediction, Zhang Dai said, laughing. Brother Zhao, you've chosen an auspicious name for your bookshop. He declared on the spot that he would bring Fang Yizhai here soon. He's a man who loves writing and scholarship, with an intense interest in the study of natural principles. These curios far surpass anything those Western monks possess. Brother Mijai will be delighted beyond words. As it happens, the science of the telescope is also discussed in elementary optics. Someone sufficiently interested could even construct one himself. Sun Chun chimed in. Is that so? When Mijai sees both of these treasures, he'll probably go mad with joy. I've long admired Brother Mijai's reputation. If he comes, I'll be so eager to receive him I'll practically stumble over my own shoes. This fortuitous interlude strengthened the bond between them considerably. Zhang Dai then asked if he might see a few more magazines. I have very few of these secret picture albums, but I do have other Australian picture books that, while not quite so lifelike, are still worth examining. Oh, we'd be grateful for the imposition. The group's interest was immediately rekindled. Zhao Yingong smiled. Of course, he couldn't sell these modern color-printed magazines. Apart from a few H magazines purchased from someone's luggage years ago to help crack open the Guangzhou market, the Grand Library's physical magazine collection consisted only of those salvaged from Lando's sunken ship. Never mind that magazines served no productive purpose. Such color printing was utterly beyond Lingao's current technical capability. These were a finite, irreplaceable resource, classified as Grade 2 controlled materials on the Planning Commission's manifests. Zhou Dongshan had therefore long since developed products that could be reproduced with this timeline's technology. Zhao Yingong summoned his personal servant Jiying with quiet instructions. Before long, Jiying appeared bearing several bookcases, which he arranged upon the long table by the window. Gentlemen, Zhao Yingong smiled, please take a look. Zhang Dai and the others gathered around, barely containing their curiosity. The bookcases were crafted from fine wood left in its natural color, with simple designs painted on the lids and titles inscribed. Prison Flower, Rihualo, Spring-Longing Woman, and broad records of jests. From the cases themselves and the strange titles, nothing seemed remarkable. With a cryptic smile playing at the corner of his lips, Zhao Yingong opened one case. The books inside opened to the left, their covers simple. Zhang Dai picked one up, leafed through a few pages, and laughed. What marvelous books, vivid and alluring. Sun Chun's curiosity was piqued. He selected one for himself. At first glance, these weren't the vibrantly colored images that seemed like living people, instead black-line drawings on white. What was depicted were handsome men and beautiful women, exquisitely rendered. Upon closer inspection, He realized these were scenes of intimate passion between men, drawn with such artistry that even the masters Zhang Hu and Dao Mu would be put to shame. Fondness for catamites was widespread among late Ming literati. Though Sun Chun didn't share the inclination, he took no offense. He merely marveled at the superb artistry, the figures' movements, their faces, even the acts themselves rendered in minute detail, expressions remarkably lifelike, far more accomplished than the usual shunga albums and fire prevention diagrams. After leafing through several pages, he realized this was no mere collection of erotic plates but a complete story, though the characters and settings were entirely unfamiliar. He laughed. Even in matters of Longyang, the Australians are peerless. Zhang Dai set down Prison Flower. He prided himself on being widely experienced, but these hand-drawn line art albums from Australia possessed an expressive power he hadn't anticipated. They practically made his blood race. Though certain artistic techniques and character designs took getting used to, the quality was undeniable. Setting aside the exquisite, vivid figures and movements, the story itself was genuinely engaging. The next volume, Spring Longing Woman, was a more conventional album of male-female pleasure. At a glance, the art style differed slightly from Prison Flower and Rihuelo, but the richness of plot, the beauty of illustration, and the variety of scenarios were no less impressive. "Truly extraordinary," said Sun Chun. Wen Huai, who styled himself a moralist, observed that the first few sets were all erotic albums and turned instead to broad records of jests. Surely that would be different. It wasn't erotic, but it was still a picture book in similar style, its figures comically absurd. Wen Huai had never seen such a broad records of jests. After a few pages, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. The truly remarkable book is right here. The group continued exchanging volumes. In the end, all the sets were sold, at no small price, of course. But Zhao Yingongs' true purpose wasn't merely to sell books, it was to cultivate these scholars. He then had exquisitely prepared pastries and candies shipped from Lingao brought out. Everyone departed in high spirits. After seeing off Zhang Dai and Sun Chun's party, Zhao Yingong remained elated. He hadn't merely connected with Zhang Dai, he'd roped in Fang Yizhai in one stroke. The Restoration Society, a group wielding enormous influence across half of Jiangnan, had opened a small door for him. This would prove of great benefit to his future work. Returning to the printing workshop in the back, he found Zhou Dongshan instructing apprentices in the essentials of lithographic printing. These apprentices had been recently recruited from Nanjing. Their backgrounds in drawing and woodblock carving made them relatively easy to train. Zhou Dongshan wasn't concerned about them learning the techniques and then jumping ship, so long as he controlled the coatings and inks used in lithographic printing. Knowing the principles and techniques alone was useless. The books Zhao Yingong had just sold had been printed by Zhou Dongshan and his team using lithography. As for the source materials, apart from Longyang Cave and Prison Flower, which the Taoist had provided, the rest came from the Grand Library's electronic archives. Lithographic printing had proven more difficult than anticipated, mainly in producing base coatings, inks, and etching agents. It had taken considerable time to find suitable formulations and substitutes. There had been debates at the Grand Library over which manga to print. The library's collection of H-manga was vast and varied, including many with extremely intense content. Because the 17th century was an era without the concept of human rights, most of those manga were ultimately rejected. Only the relatively wholesome, mildly erotic ones with normal H content were selected. The chosen source materials had been edited by transmigrators from the Grand Library to ensure there was no inappropriate content. The story settings were entirely fictional. Modern-style works could pass as Australian tales. Zhou Dongshan had originally planned to pirate Kai Zhijiang's entire series, but someone pointed out that manga touching on Confucian matters shouldn't be printed yet. Works involving the Analects and other Confucian classics might attract trouble from pedantic moralists. With Yin Gong operating abroad, less trouble was better than more. Best not to sell them at all. What Zhou Dongshan was now teaching his apprentices to draw was another Kai Zhejiang manga, Zen Speaks. He knew that once he left, printing quality would likely decline, so he wanted to produce as many books as possible for old Zhao while he was still here. He'd even considered whether to convert the manga to woodblock printing. After all, lithography had very limited print runs. "Are you sure there's no problem with the Condor Heroes trilogy you sold to Zhang Dai?" Zhou Dongshan asked with a laugh when Zhao Yingong entered. The Grand Library's Truth Office reviewed it. Zhu Yuanzhang was changed to Chen Yuliang, Chen Yuliang to Fang Guozhen, and Chang Yuchun to Zhang Dingbian. That shouldn't run afoul of any taboos, surely. There are still issues. The connection between the Ming cult and the Ming Dynasty. I suspect the great Ming wouldn't be too happy to see that publicized. Chapter 908, Special Propaganda. It's fine. The Grand Library already deleted all the passages tying the Ming cult to the founding of the Great Ming. That subplot doesn't amount to much. Every reference to Zhu Yuanzhang has been modified as well. There shouldn't be anything taboo. Zhao Yingong paused. The only issue is that the plot becomes somewhat disjointed, reads rather strangely in places. Zhou Dongshan nodded. Exporting books to the Great Ming wasn't primarily about profit. It served the needs of external propaganda. The goal was to export new views on science, new values, new cultural concepts, to promote the Australian way of life, to unsettle the thinking of Ming commoners and intellectuals, and to engineer, subtly and gradually, a kind of peaceful evolution. Even if this approach couldn't transform society wholesale, it would at least plant seeds of pro-Australian sentiment in certain minds. It would cultivate a core of guides, people who would help lead the way, and reduce resistance to future reforms. But exporting books raised thorny questions about the social and historical backgrounds embedded in literary works, and about technology diffusion in popular science publications. Zhou Dongshan knew there had been fierce debates within the Senate over precisely what kinds of scientific and technical books to export, and which technologies must remain restricted secrets. Some transmigrators believed no technology whatsoever should be exported. Others argued that disseminating basic scientific knowledge would actually advance the great cause. Zhou Dongshan sided with the latter camp. European missionaries were currently laboring to attract discerning minds within the Ming by exporting European science and culture. By comparison, Australian goods were mostly regarded as clever novelties. Many people had shown keen interest in Australian science and culture, which clearly surpassed even Western learning. To keep everything secret out of fear of some vague future threat would only shut these curious minds out. He certainly didn't advocate indiscriminate technology diffusion, but spreading basic scientific knowledge posed no real danger. Take elementary optics, printed for this round of exports. To transmigrators, it was elementary fare, simple and accessible. But in this timeline, it represented absolutely cutting-edge knowledge. This popular science book had been written for urban and rural readers with middle school education in the old timeline, and such readers were exceedingly rare in the 17th century, if not virtually non-existent. Zhou Dongshan supported printing and selling more such popular science titles. Many of the popular science series and agricultural technology books compiled in the 1960s and 70s for rural youth and educated youth could be published and distributed in the Ming, even if their ultimate fate was to be treated as some kind of esoteric text and hidden away in private libraries. Under current conditions, disseminating simple knowledge and techniques posed absolutely no threat to the Senate. Given the material constraints of agricultural society, much of the disseminated knowledge had no practical applicability whatsoever. The social environment simply couldn't implement it. On the contrary, such knowledge would lead many interested researchers to discover that the only place where they could truly realize their ambitions was Lingao. As for techniques that could be applied in the current social environment, scientific farming and animal husbandry methods, for instance, These only benefited Lingao anyway. The Senate had a voracious demand for agricultural products. Improving Ming agricultural techniques from this perspective was entirely advantageous. Limited technology export, extensive cultural export. This was the dissemination strategy the Senate had established. Once this batch of books sells out, there'll probably be more demand, Zhou Zongyuan said with a laugh. I think manga will have tremendous impact, though there's only so much Jin Yang we can pirate. Better to move on to Liang Yusheng, Chen Qingyun, and the rest. Oh, and Huanzhu Luzhu too. Sword Immortal novels should be even more to Ming tastes, don't you think? The two discussed the publishing enterprise's next steps. Zhou Zongyuan and his group of transmigrators would soon be returning to Lingao. He planned to continue this cultural invasion project there. The next batch will be the transmigrators executing Operation Engine. Your place is becoming quite the thoroughfare. You'll have your work cut out for you. That's my job, said Zhao Yingongs. This batch, I plan to accommodate at Phoenix Hill Villa. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't arrange for them to enter Hangzhou proper. Once Zhang Dai spreads the word, King Hefeng is going to become a bustling cultural salon. Better if transmigrators keep a low profile. Of course. Have you built up your underground organization yet? Zhao Yingongs was momentarily confused, then understood. Zhou Zongyuan meant a secret organization with no connection to his public identity or the Shanghai merchant network. The Black Dragon Society system. I haven't started on that yet. It's rather dangerous work. You need powerful local operatives for it to function effectively, Zhao Yingongs said. If the people are too capable, they become hard to control. If they lack ruthlessness, they're useless. He asked in turn, do you have any ideas? A few days ago, I received a telegram from Lingao. Zhao Yingongs nodded. The Hangzhou station's radio had received the telegram, but it was encrypted with another department's cipher. He didn't know its contents, only the header indicated it was for Zhou Zongyuan. Actually, it's quite straightforward. It concerns special propaganda. Zhou Zongyuan stroked his beard. So-called special propaganda was a euphemism invented by Zhao Mangsheng, essentially code for spreading rumors to deceive the public. Special propaganda work had begun in Guangzhou following the second counter-encirclement victory. The Guangzhou station had distributed large quantities of special propaganda pamphlets, using sensational stories and various truths to undermine the foundations of Ming society. Experience had proven that sex and politics were content the masses always loved to hear. Though such propaganda couldn't change realities in the short term, the flood of truths, following mass pamphlet distribution, demonstrated the technique's effectiveness. A defining characteristic of agricultural society was that information spread mainly by word of mouth. The more sensational and explosive the news, the faster it traveled. Neither officials nor the gentry class possessed sufficient means to refute rumors. Often they could only wait for rumors to fade on their own, but this kind of dissemination required a secret organization to carry it out. Public figures, like Zhao Yingongs, couldn't become directly involved. Any incident would destroy the Hangzhou station's foundations. Hence, organizations like the Black Dragon Society, dedicated to grassroots work, were essential. Zhao Yingongs planned to use the Zhejiang drought of 1631–1632 as an opportunity. During the social disorder it would bring, he would establish a Black Dragon Society underground network. Of course, the actual organizational personnel would be sent from Lingao. The Hangzhou station would maintain only single-line contact with this network. The pamphlets can be printed at my place. I'm planning to set up a small printing shop at Phoenix Hill Villa, staffed by a few woodblock printing craftsmen. Have couriers bring the source materials. I'll print them and secretly ship them out for the Black Dragon Society to distribute. What do you think? That sounds good. Zhou Zongyuan smiled. I know the publishing guidance group has concocted all sorts of outlandish material, basically a blend of sex, politics, and lies. I've read a few, quite creative really. Oh, who wrote them? Zhao Yingongs' curiosity was piqued. Before his departure, he'd seen a few of these so-called truth pamphlets at the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. They were quite skillfully crafted. "A fellow named Zhang Heigu," said Zhou Dongshan. "You don't know him. He currently holds the title of Director of the Truth Office at the Grand Library. All the books you sell in the Ming have been reviewed and edited under his supervision." Zhang Heigu. The name sounds very familiar, but I can't quite place him. Achoo! Zhang Heigu unleashed a tremendous sneeze. He fished out a handkerchief and wiped his nose. Lingao didn't have the luxury of tissue paper. The only mass-produced hygiene paper consisted of rough toilet paper and sanitary napkins for medical institutions and women. Cotton handkerchiefs, long vanished from daily life in the old timeline, had reappeared among the transmigrators. Not that they minded. The maids washed their clothes and handkerchiefs every day anyway. He regarded the manuscript paper before him, densely covered with writing. Zhang Heigu had his own computer, but to preserve its lifespan, he only used it for particularly important tasks: find-replace operations, keyword searches, and the like. Almost finished at last. He stretched lazily and flexed his sore wrists. On the rosewood desk lay thick stacks of manuscript paper and a pile of worn dip pen nibs. Under regulations, these had to be returned to stores before new ones could be drawn. An exquisitely crafted inkwell, European goods purchased from Macau, completed the arrangement. Zhang Heigu picked up the manuscript from his desk. The cover bore several large characters, "Memoirs of an Imperial Medical Academy Physician." The manuscript was thick, approximately 300,000 characters, and had cost him considerable effort. To write this book, he'd specifically consulted Liu San on numerous questions, ensuring the Chinese medicine concepts in the text were accurate. Zhang Heigu was a transmigrator with a background in literature, history, and philosophy, a specialty that made gaining the Senate's esteem difficult. He'd been coasting at the Grand Library for some time, but he'd carved out his own niche. He'd submitted a memorial to the executive committee specifically addressing historical issues, proposing that from now on, there should be systematic efforts to create history and control history. He proposed naming this department the Ministry of Truth, to signify that truth from ancient times to the present was held in the Senate's hands. The proposal received high attention from the executive committee, and Zhang Heigu was given the newly created position of Director of the Truth Office. But once he assumed his duties, he discovered that his main job was working for the Publishing Guidance Group. This ad hoc body, composed of Cultural Department Representative Ding Ding, Grand Library Representative Yu Shui, and Printing Plant Director Zhou Dongshan, needed to compile and publish large quantities of books and pamphlets. These required disinfection, removal of inappropriate content, and Zhang Heigu, having volunteered himself, became the perfect labor force. Chapter 909. The Truth Office. Zhang Heigu's duties were extensive and complex. In broad terms, the Truth Office's main functions encompassed establishing the history of the Australian song and its corresponding scientific, political, social, and cultural development, setting technological boundaries for each department, screening books and films from the Grand Library, and determining the scope of education for natives and their access to materials. The office also compiled related handbooks distributed to transmigrators, standardizing their talking points on various topics. Natives and naturalized citizens were becoming increasingly involved in transmigrator work, and a careless remark from any transmigrator could become the seed of future rumors. In practical terms, the work divided into two main streams. The first was publication review. Ever since Zhou Dongshan's series of printing equipment and technology initiatives had been largely completed, printing and publishing had advanced by leaps and bounds. Various departments were producing enormous quantities of textbooks, popular science books, and technical pamphlets. Maintaining proper limits on all this material had become one of Zhang Heigu's primary responsibilities. The second stream involved selecting topics and organizing the writing of special propaganda materials. Because the number of transmigrators serving in the Grand Library was limited and work was quite demanding, apart from certain major topics produced through collective creation, most materials had to be written by Zhang Heyegu himself. He did have the authority to solicit manuscripts from other transmigrators and pay a modest fee for contributions, a practice already established within the propaganda department. The transmigrators who responded were rarely motivated by circulation vouchers. They simply wished to satisfy their creative urges. Technical matters received specific review from the Science and Technology Department. Anything involving dark history, forms of address, or political viewpoints fell under Zhang Heigu's purview. Writing black materials, while simultaneously handling manuscript reviews, his workload was obviously immense, and given the highly sensitive nature of the work, he couldn't employ naturalized citizens directly. Most tasks had to be performed personally. By comparison, the Grand Library's historical research section could at least employ a few Confucian background naturalized citizens to help search and transcribe ancient texts. "Damn it, they're using me as a coolie," Zhang Heyegu muttered, rising from his desk and pacing around his office. Beyond the glass windows, the sunshine blazed with oppressive intensity. This was a corner of the propaganda department compound inside Barren City. It had originally housed the Grand Library. After the library was relocated to Gaoshan Ridge, the propaganda department had taken over the space. The shipping containers that once stored those priceless treasures had been carted away, but traces of the leveling stones used as foundations remained faintly visible. To conveniently serve the transmigrators, the Grand Library maintained a liaison office in the propaganda department compound. Several transmigrators took turns on duty, ready to handle various inquiries at any time. Besides the propaganda department and the Grand Library liaison office, this was also the registered address of the Lingao Times, Jew Pictorial, the Publishing Guidance Group, and the Truth Office. Registered address was apt because there simply weren't enough transmigrators and naturalized citizens to fill all these positions. Most cases amounted to multiple signs, one staff. Zhang Heigu's Truth Office occupied 3 rooms in a corner of the compound. One served as his document room, specifically for storing black materials he'd collected and received from various departments. One was his workroom. The third was his living quarters. Like many transmigrators, he preferred to sleep in his office so he could work at any hour. His staff consisted only of himself and his maidservant. His secretary and maidservant heard his footsteps and emerged from the adjoining bedroom. Seeing him sweating, she poured him a cup of chilled tea, then lowered all the Venetian blinds. The office dimmed suddenly but felt considerably cooler. On his desk sat stacks of book casings, typescripts produced by the printing plant's typists. Every day, Zhang Heyegu covered them with ink pen annotations, frequently using red ink to mark revisions. Naturalized citizens who occasionally glimpsed Zhang Heyegu at work invariably assumed he must be a very important leader. Zhang Heyegu picked up the table of contents for the latest batch of special propaganda pamphlets. In this timeline's parlance, these were called jiadi posted notices. In ancient society, jiadi served as a kind of handbill, usually anonymous, attacking certain people or events, sometimes even targeting the court and the emperor directly. Because investigative techniques were insufficient in ancient times, unsigned jiadi were generally untraceable and therefore reasonably safe. The disadvantage was that the literate population was simply too small, limiting reach among the lower classes. Thus jiadi could influence only officialdom and the educated classes. Since the Truth Office was working toward the Ming masses, it couldn't completely ignore the historical realities of the time, as other departments sometimes did. It had to attend to certain political issues of the late Ming. Some groundwork had already been laid in this area, including the compilation of records of atrocities and the pamphlets distributed during the Second Counter-Encirclement. But at that time, these had been only sporadic efforts, not deployed as a primary tool. Now they were to be systematically organized as a major line of work. After considerable thought, Zhang Heyegu had decided to adopt a three-pronged approach to special propaganda, materials tailored to different audiences. First, creating anonymous jiadi and forging Dibao court gazettes. The content would begin with commentary on the three great cases and the three great campaigns, touching on major political events of the mid to late Ming, including the reverse case, targeting the Donglan party during the Tianqi era, Zhang Zhezheng's reforms and the reaction after his death, and so on. The emphasis would be on reinvestigation and rational analysis of these political events, offering unconventional viewpoints and materials. On the surface, the pamphlets would oppose incompetent and corrupt officials while supporting the emperor. The real hidden message would guide reflection on the entire Ming political system. This stream targeted the scholar official class. Second, using the Huiban storytelling format to produce popular illustrated pamphlets. These would be distributed to storytellers throughout the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region and could also circulate privately as popular novels. Their attacks on Ming legitimacy and promotion of the Lingao collective would remain relatively subtle. They could be supplemented with colorful palace anecdotes and even some new scientific knowledge. This stream targeted the urban merchant class. Third, composing folk songs and children's rhymes targeted at the southern provinces. Though low in technical sophistication and admittedly crude, such material had always possessed tremendous impact. Before every major political upheaval, all manner of veiled nursery rhymes and folk songs would spread everywhere, proof of their power. This stream targeted the peasantry. Zhang Heyegu currently focused his main energy on fabricating jiadi and producing Huiban storytelling booklets. Both required certain technical skills. First, the true Australian origin must not be revealed, so lithography or lead-type printing couldn't be used. Wood blocks or traditional movable type, clay type or wooden type were necessary, resulting in lower quality printing. Zhou Dongshan had set up a traditional printing workshop specifically for this purpose. As for content, some was solicited from other transmigrators. Most transmigrators couldn't write directly in classical Chinese or Ming-era vernacular, so most manuscripts had to be composed by transmigrators in new speech, and then translated by those with that particular ability. These special propaganda pamphlets were largely compiled according to the principles of sex, politics, and secrets. The content reeked of pulp literature. Still, each issue maintained a certain focus, adjusted according to the current situation and target of attack. In Zhang Heigu's hand was the table of contents for the latest batch of pamphlets, already approved and ready for printing. It listed 20 titles. What 3 dying wishes did the Wanli emperor leave behind? Wei Zhongxian won the emperor's favor, but what didn't he know until death? The mastermind behind the persecution of the Donglan party. The eunuch clique expelled from the capital coveted by 6 emperors for 60 years. The most sought-after woman of the great Ming, a speech by the Chengzu emperor, before entering Nanjing the truth of the Tumu crisis. What did the Ming army really sacrifice for? Conflict during reform. Zhang Zhezheng denounced scholars as nation-wrecking demons, Li Qingliang's debauchery and fierce ways in the north, femme fatale, Ren Deidai, the brothel dancer who was actually a pardoned assassin eyewitness accounts. How the eunuch clique and Donglan party bungled everything the truth of the moving palace case, scandalous palace secrets of the former dynasty. The 10 most famous beauties in Ming history. These pamphlets typically ranged from 10 to 20,000 characters. Even the longest didn't exceed 50,000. Each printing comprised only a few hundred to 1,000 copies, which were then smuggled to the mainland for distribution. Because the subject matter was novel, the stories gripping, and the language plain, they proved quite popular with the natives. In Guangdong, the special propaganda pamphlets distributed by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau through through the Black Dragon Society system, had already created a substantial underground reading market. The originally free pamphlets were even being hoarded for resale, and crudely pirated editions printed with clay movable type and cheap ink had already appeared. Zhou Dongshan had seriously considered whether to officially market these special propaganda pamphlets as popular reading material in the Ming. Zhang Haigu believed this phenomenon reflected a severe shortage in the Ming's popular reading market. The Publishing Guidance Group could accomplish much more in this arena. Recently, he'd supervised the revision of Jin Yang's works. Apart from The Deer and the Cauldron and Sword stained with royal blood, all 11 other titles had been revised and were scheduled for gradual publication. Next came other publishing projects requiring revision. I'm working myself to death, and who knows if it's even effective, he thought, placing the pamphlet table of contents on the desk. He retrieved the Truth Office's approval stamp from its box and pressed it onto the document. Seeing the bright red seal on the paper, he exhaled with satisfaction. Chapter 910. Sun Chun. Zhang Dai and his companions savored their visit to Wanbi Bookshop for quite some time afterward, particularly the books they'd purchased. Sun Chun specifically requested the copy of A Record of Four Continents, saying he wished to study it carefully. Sun Chun's family hailed from Jiaxing, where he was enrolled as a student of the Prefectural Academy. But he spent most of his time residing in Wujiang, and occasionally stayed at the Meiwen residence villa in Nangsun Town, Wucheng County, Huzhou. Though he looked unremarkable and dressed plainly, and though his scholarship amounted only to one who passed the 5 classics essay, leaving him without high standing in the eyes of many Restoration Society scholars, his family was actually quite wealthy. Moreover, he was a genuine core member of the society. In terms of reputation, he certainly couldn't compare to Zhang Pu, Zhang Kai, and others. He was far less famous than the 4 young masters who were already making names for themselves, and he couldn't match Huang Zongxi. But he was truly a key figure within the society's inner workings. The Restoration Society, though nominally an academic organization, was a political association with genuine organizational structure. One might even say it already possessed certain characteristics of a modern political party. If Zhang Pu and Zhang Kai were the society's leaders, then Sun Chun effectively served as its head of organization. Whenever scholars from around the country held literary views and political opinions aligned with the society's ideals, Sun Chun would tirelessly write them letters or personally visit them, persuading them to join. The society's entire organizational work was essentially handled by him single-handedly. He was also directly responsible for vetting applicants, examining scholars who sought membership. Furthermore, nearly all liaison work and gatherings among society members passed through his hands. He didn't have his own villa in Hangzhou. He was staying at Zhang Dai's residence. After dinner, the friends gathered again to browse their newly purchased books. Over cups of the finest Yunnan daughter tea, they chatted and offered commentary. Zhang Dai had always been interested in Australian affairs. Now, having been so thoroughly enticed by Zhao Yingong at Wanbi Bookshop, he was developing a genuine desire to make a trip to Guangzhou. "Brother Zongzi, are you really planning to go to Guangzhou?" Wen Hu asked. "I've long wished to, though not for the Australians' sake alone. I've heard that Guangdong's customs differ markedly from the heartland and are even more different from Jiangnan. There are many exotic people and goods from overseas. I've long wanted to go and see the sights, experience something new, and sample the local specialties. Now that the Australians are there, I'm even more eager to take a look." Zhang Dai reclined on a couch, dressed in loose Buddhist robes. 2 exceptionally pretty maids, no older than 14 or 15, attended him, one serving tea, the other using her delicate hands to peel the skin from tangerines. "Alas, I didn't pass last year's provincial examination. I still have to stay home and study. Otherwise, I'd love nothing more than to accompany you to Guangzhou." When Huai smiled as he spoke, though his gaze drifted toward the 2 maids. "Ha!" Zhang Dai laughed. Brother Liaoshi, I hear plenty of people pulled strings in last year's examination. Why didn't you ask someone to put in a word? A few hundred taels of silver at most. Why keep grinding away at this chewed-over chaff? What can the eight-legged essay really accomplish in the end? When Huey's smile faded. I wouldn't dare even think of such a thing. Then he added with a wry expression, it's not that I'm being self-righteous. To pull strings, you first need connections with powerful people, and second, you need ready silver. I have neither. Even if I sold my fields without someone to broker the deal, it would all be in vain. Sun Chun smiled. Tianru passed this session and was appointed a reader at the Hanlin Academy. Senior Grand Secretary Zhou was strongly recommended by our society and the Donglin. Brother Liaoshi, why worry about your future prospects? Zhang Pu, the Restoration Society's leader, had indeed passed this session and been appointed a reader at the Hanlin Academy. In both the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Hanlin Academy was the training ground for high officials. The rank wasn't high, but the political status was elevated, with unlimited prospects. Hopefully so. Wen Huai wore the forlorn expression of unrecognized talent. Sun Chun understood that Wen Huai was intensely eager to become an official. His family was of middling means, without much property, and he couldn't claim outstanding talent. If not for his old acquaintance with Zhang Dai, he probably couldn't have squeezed into this circle at all. Having gotten in, the intense sense of disparity only made him more anxious to gain office and change his circumstances. Sun Chun didn't dislike such people. In his view, at least this man possessed ambition and was willing to work. If such a person could successfully enter officialdom and join the bureaucracy at central and local levels, it would steadily expand the society's influence and advance its political agenda in practical matters. He silently considered whether to add Wen Huai to the recommendation list for the next Nanjing provincial examination. Sun Chun couldn't make that decision alone, but he had considerable say in the matter. That evening, Sun Chun returned to his room and had his page bring over an additional lamp. He immediately ground ink, spread paper, and composed a letter to Zhang Pu, recounting the meeting in full, including his views on the Australians' books and their scholarship. In the Jiangnan literary world, understanding of the Australians remained quite superficial. The exotic Australian goods arriving from afar certainly caused a sensation, but what the Australians actually looked like and what they were doing around Qiongshan remained vague concepts for most people. Although word had spread, dimly, about the Imperial Army's great defeat in Qiongshan and the Australians' raids near Guangzhou, in the end everything had merely fizzled out. There were no reports of large Australian forces in action, nor of any prefecture or county falling. Compared to the Xian rebellion now entering its final stages, the impact on Jiangnan's literati was even smaller. To those with better access to information, the Australians seemed to be the same sort of people as Zheng Zhilong or the red-haired men. Though the Restoration Society was a political body centered on Jiangnan scholars, it still included scholars from all over the country. Through this nationwide network, Sun Chun effectively served as the society's intelligence chief. Nangsun was an important distribution center for raw silk produced south of Lake Tai. Commerce flourished there. Through the commercial networks he controlled, Sun Chun had formed his own system for gathering intelligence and relaying messages. Through regular correspondence with merchants, he kept track of local conditions, official circles, public opinion, and bandit activity in many regions. Hence his nickname among society members, Sun the Shop Manager. Regarding Guangdong, he knew somewhat more than most. Liu Shidu, a former jurin from Nanhai County in Guangzhou, who had just passed the metropolitan examination this spring and earned the Jinshi degree, had always been friendly with the Restoration Society and maintained close contact with Zhang Pu and others. The Australians' every move outside Guangzhou, including their various actions in Qiongshan, flowed to Sun Chun through Liu Shidu's letters. Though the Restoration Society's inner circle occasionally discussed the Australians' doings, On the whole, the society maintained no specific attitude or position toward them. Their current mission was to advance the gentleman and expel the petty man, to purify court politics and establish a government of virtuous men. Whether red-haired men, Australians, the Jurchen enemy, or the increasingly ferocious bandits, these were not their primary concerns. In the view of many scholars, once the petty men were expelled and the upright filled the court, the root would be rectified. With the root cleansed, these internal and external troubles would prove easy to resolve. But the current political situation for the Donglan was far from promising. Though Qiongshan had launched a massive political purge to expel the eunuch clique after ascending the throne, the Yuan Changhuan case in the second year of his reign had dealt the Donglan a heavy blow. The eunuch clique seized the opportunity to counterattack. Yuan Changhuan was executed, Qian Longxi was exiled to Dinghai, and Yuan Changhuan's old teacher Han Kuang was forced to resign. The Donglan faction lost 2 grand secretaries in short order. The men who subsequently entered the cabinet were Zhou Yanru and Wen Tayouan. Of these two, Zhou Yanru was friendly with the Donglan but also maintained deep ties to the eunuch clique. As for Wen Tayouan, he'd once built a shrine to Wei Zhongxian in Hangzhou and written poems praising Wei. He was an authentic eunuch clique member through and through. But he was cautious and profoundly cunning. During the Tianqi era, he'd had no conspicuous political activities and thus escaped the purge in the early Changzhen years. He then exploited his relationship with Zhou Yanru to smoothly enter the cabinet. News of all these maneuvers reached Sun Chun through letters from Donglan officials and Restoration Society scholars in Beijing, sometimes arriving even faster than the court gazette. The Restoration Society was naturally dissatisfied that Zhou Yanru had brought the eunuch clique member Wen Tayouan into the cabinet. But Zhou Yanru was, after all, friendly to the Donglan. Now that the Donglan had lost central power, winning Zhou Yanru's support was crucial. At present, the society's main energy was focused on this year's metropolitan examination. Following the Jinling provincial examination in the third year of Changzhen, the Restoration Society's Jinling Grand Assembly had been held, the second since the Yinshan Grand Assembly in the first year of Changzhen. In the Jinling provincial examination, one of the society's central figures, Yang Tingshu, had won the Jiyuan title, and the society's leader Zhang Pu had also passed as a Juren. This batch of society core members subsequently passed the metropolitan examination this spring, becoming Jinshi, and the society's prestige and power surged. Though there'd been an incident where Zhu Zongyuan, a member of Wen Tayouan's faction, had used the censor to challenge Zhou Yanru over Wu Wei's appointment as second-place graduate that had now basically blown over. Moreover, the society had emerged looking good. The emperor himself had reviewed Wu Wei's palace examination paper and praised his essay highly. How to capitalize on this opportunity, expand the society's and Donglan's influence at court, work to exclude eunuch clique remnant, Wen Tayouan while securing Zhou Yanru's friendship. These were the society's current preoccupations. Sun Chun too had been busy with these matters lately. He hadn't initially paid much attention to the curious episode at Wanbi Bookshop, but after returning and reflecting, he felt he should inform the society's key figures of the situation. Australian books had entered the Ming. Sun Chun cared nothing for erotic picture albums. Those were mere idle diversions, not critical matters. But from a record of 4 continents and elementary optics, he perceived that a new body of learning, one comparable to the Western methods, the red-haired missionaries and their convert scholars so loudly promoted, and perhaps even superior, was quietly knocking at the great Ming's door. Notes: 1. Tianru is Zhang Pu's courtesy name. 2. The founding of the Restoration Society is variously dated. This account follows the first year of Changzhen. Chapter 911, Pinglai 1631, Sir. A telegram from the center. Feng Hu emerged from the radio room, a telegram form in hand. Zhao Yingong had just seen off a group of local scholars who'd come to Wanbi Bookshop to buy books. Ever since Zhang Dai and his friends had visited, the bookshop's reputation had gradually spread, and scholars arrived in a steady stream. More came to browse than to buy, but Zhao Yingong took it all in stride. Not only did he not mind, but he provided complimentary tea and refreshments. From time to time, he'd emerge to chat with his visitors. At first, he kept the conversations shallow, mostly anecdotes about Guangzhou and curious tales of the Australians, to avoid getting drawn into literary discussions that might expose him as a sham ziyukai. Gradually, the place began to take on the character of a literary salon. Many scholars interested in new learning frequently gathered here to read and discuss. Fortunately, when it came to Western learning, or Australian learning, there was probably no one in all of Hangzhou more accomplished than Zhao Yingong. When visitors had questions, he'd offer a few explanations, though he didn't dare delve too deep, partly because the audience might not follow, and partly because he feared appearing too closely connected to the Australians and inviting suspicion. Even so, word gradually spread that Master Zhao, the proprietor of Wanbi Bookshop, was an expert in Western learning and Australian learning. Once that happened, almost no one attempted to discuss traditional scholarship with him anymore, the classics, metaphysics, poetry, and the like. Zhao Yingong breathed a great sigh of relief. The group he'd just seen off were scholars who'd come all the way from Huzhou, two of whom specialized in astronomy and calendar studies. Though their dedication to learning was admirable, and though Zhao Yingong himself was only half informed on these matters, his entire knowledge being bits and pieces gleaned from forum posts in the old timeline, a discussion with them left him astonished. It turned out that Ming astronomical calendar studies didn't even measure up to the Yuan dynasties. The Datong calendar promulgated at the start of the Ming was simply the Yuan dynasty's Shaoxi calendar under a new name. The officials of the Ming's Directorate of Astronomy were using a Muslim calendar system inherited from the Yuan, but the staff grasped only superficialities. They didn't truly understand the underlying principles. They were simply perpetuating the old calendar by rote tradition. If the official level was this deficient, amateur enthusiasts were even more hopeless. Zhao Yingong spoke briefly about the concepts of the globe, latitude and longitude, and spherical trigonometry, and the two scholars hailed him as a master. In truth, Zhao Yingong himself didn't fully understand what he was saying. He'd merely strung together things he'd seen in historical forum posts about the calendar reforms of the late Ming. Finally, he cut short his own lecture before he exposed his ignorance, then recommended several popular science pamphlets on astronomy, calendars, and mathematics. He closed a quite respectable sale. Who knew I was an expert in astronomy and calendars? He thought wryly as he took the telegram from Fenghua. She served as both his maidservant and a cipher clerk trained by the Political Security General Administration. She had direct access to codebooks, so telegram decoding was also her responsibility. At some outposts, naturalized citizen intelligence officers only received messages. The decoding was performed by transmigrators personally. The telegram came from the center. Tianshui, your telegram received. Your application has been forwarded to the relevant departments. A definite work plan will be issued within this month. We consider your proposal to open up work with the Restoration Society appropriate. According to our intelligence, the Society's leaders, Zhang Pu and others, maintain a deep relationship with Su Guangqi. This may also prove helpful in our current phase of winning the support of the convert scholars. Background materials and intelligence on the Restoration Society will be compiled by the Grand Library as a special topic and sent via courier. You may judge their specific value yourself. Personnel arrangements for the working group heading to Shandong have been completed. They will depart for Hangzhou shortly. You are responsible for receiving them. After that, they will proceed from Hangzhou to Shandong to begin operations. Your task is: arrange for the working group's safe passage to Shandong. Use your relationship with the Hangzhou Catholic Church to establish contact with Sun Yuanhua as soon as possible, and win his support for our Shandong operations. The missionary Nicholas Trigault, already in Hangzhou, may serve as the primary liaison to accompany the working group to Shandong. Su Qi will not return to Lingao. He will proceed with the group to Shandong to conduct military geographic surveys. After reading the telegram, Zhao Yingongs struck a match and burned the decoded transcript. Sipping the Limu Mountain oolong Fenghua had brought him, he pondered the next steps. Clearly, the executive committee intended to open a sub-base in Shandong as well. Though the details weren't disclosed to him, the center's telegram made clear this sub-base would require Sun Yuanhua's support. It probably wouldn't be small in scale. In the previous phase, through his work with the church, Zhao Yingong had already obtained introductory letters and correspondence from the Hangzhou church to important church figures like Sun Yuanhua and Su Guangqi. Sending a genuine missionary to accompany the group should be sufficient to establish relations with Sun Yuanhua. Of course, it would be even better if the Hangzhou church could also send a core figure to help make introductions, someone not only high-ranking within the church but also with respectable social standing. After all, Sun Yuanhua was a provincial governor. A mere Ziyukai probably wouldn't be appropriate. Ideally, Zhao Yingong wanted Zhang Jing, the Hangzhou doctrine instructor, but he was currently traveling with Giulio Aleni to preach in Dihua. Counting on him was probably unrealistic. Move, off the boat, no dawdling. Huang An stood waist-deep in the water. He wore a lumpy vest stuffed with kapok, dyed red, a so-called life jacket. On his head sat a sun-shading woven rattan helmet. Instead of an officer's saber, he carried a Minié rifle with bayonet fixed, the muzzle covered with an oiled paper bag. Before his words faded, a series of booming cannon shots thundered across the sea. Shells trailing white smoke streaked over their heads and threw up sprays of dirt on the hillside ashore. Some grass huts were hit and caught fire. Soldiers in bulky vests leaped one after another from the launches and rowboats. They all wore the same unwieldy vests, carried full gear, and held their rifles high as they waded awkwardly through the waist-deep water. When a wave came crashing in, several men would be knocked down, floating helplessly and flailing about. At those moments, sailors in rescue boats alongside would hurry to fish them out and remove the blue ribbons from their arms. They'd drowned. Move, get to shore. Huang An steadied himself against the current while encouraging the soldiers. He kept his eye on the colored smoke signals on shore, set up by the Marine Assault Team 20 minutes earlier to mark landing zones. Each company had its designated beach sector. The Grenadier Company of the 4th Infantry Battalion sector was designated Yellow 1 Beach. From the boats behind came the crisp crack of rifle fire. On the beach, several clay pots on a row of wooden frames shattered. The Light Infantry Company in the trailing boats was providing covering fire. "Don't shoot wide," he muttered under his breath. Having people fire guns behind your back, no matter how good their marksmanship, always made your neck prickle. A few minutes later, the Light Infantry Company under Huang An's command had reached the sand at Beidu village and begun their assault. A new model artillery piece was pushed onto the beach. The gunners worked with practiced speed, loading, firing. Shell after shell exploded around a sandbag emplacement serving as a gun position on the hillside. The combat engineers attached to the Grenadier Company quickly laid crossing planks over the trenches and blew apart the abattis. The Grenadiers broke through the obstacles, raised their ladders, and scaled the walls within minutes. Then came a volley of grenades, blasting open a breach. 10 minutes later, a signal rocket indicating the beachhead had been secured rose from the battered fort. Beach assault ran 5 minutes behind schedule. Fu Sansi, the training supervisor, stood on the bridge of the newly completed Type 901 gunboat Qiantang and checked his watch. Zhu Mingxia lowered his binoculars. "Looks like the amphibious training isn't sufficient yet." Their movement in the water was too slow. Yuleahu, an infantry battalion commander observing the exercise, said, "The life vests are too bulky. I'd say don't wear them at all. They delayed getting ashore and hindered movement afterward. The soldiers' actions weren't aggressive enough." Without life vests, unless you're using landing craft for direct beach assault, you'd have a lot of drownings. Li Dai shook his head. At worst, they can strip them off the moment they're ashore. He continued, honestly, I don't see much point in these opposed landing drills. In this timeline, there simply aren't any enemy forces capable of conducting anti-landing operations. Better to cover all bases, said Zhu Mingxia. War changes in countless ways. We can't make our calculations too precise. This is taking responsibility for our soldiers' lives. The group debated various details of the beach assault. As advisor and commander of the Special Reconnaissance Unit, Zhu Zilliang hadn't spoken. Today, a squad from Special Reconnaissance Command had participated in the exercise, serving as advance guides and target designators for the landing force. The boys had performed well. There was a hint of the Marine Corps Force recon about them. Beidu village, emptied by the Lingaozhang, had remained desolate ever since, used only as a backup harbor for the naval fisheries squad. But today, it was enveloped in gunfire and explosions. Offshore, dozens of ships flying the Morning Star flag and the Navy ensign lay at anchor. Single-masted patrol craft, large, medium, and small motor launches, and rowboats shuttled back and forth around the larger vessels, ferrying personnel and supplies. Thick black smoke poured from stacks of all sizes into the sky. This was the Joint Army-Navy landing exercise codenamed Pinglai 1631. Its purpose was to test the combined operations capability of the northbound detachment, the Navy Expeditionary Squadron, and the Joint Logistics Command, a warm-up for the imminent Operation Engine. Chapter 912. 3 men on the deck under the new combat and exercise naming regulations. Naval exercises would be named after bodies of water, Army exercises after land features, and Joint Army-Navy exercises after islands, with the common era year appended. The Grand Library had already prepared more than 20,000 names for random selection by the Fubian forces. Begin Phase 2 of the exercise. Fu Sansi gave the order. The men on the bridge raised their binoculars in unison. 3 signal rockets soared from the Qiantang. The ships and personnel, which had just settled down, sprang back into motion. Engineer troops began marking off different passages and zones on the beach with multicolored flags. Soldiers busied themselves constructing the beachhead. The newly completed EMS and TNT, both H-800 class vessels of the Hexilun series, also participated in the exercise. EMS was mainly responsible for landing and unloading drills at ports with existing facilities, while TNT handled drills for beach landings without port infrastructure. As a new type of standard transport vessel, these ships were equipped with shipboard cranes in addition to standard cargo holds, including a traction-powered steam crane and a specialized davit for launching and recovering small boats. The steam-driven cranes hoisted 1-ton crates and cargo pallets onto the deck with a roar, then swung them onto 2-wheeled handcarts on the pier. Though the Xidian wheelbarrow had good maneuverability, its carrying capacity was limited. The vehicle factory had therefore produced a new handcart modeled on the U.S. military's 2-wheeled dump cart, dubbed the Jiefeng, Gale. Xidian and Jiefeng carts streamed back and forth across the 6-meter-wide temporary pier, ferrying supplies ashore. On a second pier, engineers were laying lightweight rails. This rapid construction light rail system had first been used during the Sanya landing in Operation Giant. The technology and its application were now quite mature. To prevent cartwheels from sinking into the sand, reusable standard bamboo pallet boards were laid on the beach, extending from the hastily built temporary pier more than 100 meters to the gravel surface of the temporary depot area. Because Operation Engine involved landings in Taiwan, Jeju, and Shandong, none of which had existing port facilities, everything had to be transferred by small boats. The Joint Logistics Command and industrial technical personnel had been studying how to rapidly construct pier bridges. The requirement was that at low tide, the portion extending into the sea should still have 4 to 5 meters of water depth, convenient for docking and unloading. In the end, they'd settled on floating pier bridges built from prefabricated concrete barges, while permanent piers would use the technically simplest gravity-type design. Li Yan lounged on the Qiantang, leisurely watching the bustling activity. He'd even brought a chair to sit on deck and enjoy the sea breeze, occasionally raising binoculars to survey the beach and the waters. Li Yan had come to observe the Pinglai 1631 exercise as head of the intelligence department. His purpose was to coordinate intelligence work in Operation Engine. He glanced at Wu Mu, who was also sitting on deck observing with an expressionless face. Transmigrators and naturalized cadres in the Political Security General Administration, except for Zhao Mengsheng, all wore this sort of unsmiling expression. This curious phenomenon aroused Li Yan's interest. Wu Mu wore a white regulation shirt. His special blue collar insignia marked him as a member of the Sword and Shield of the Senate, the Political Security General Administration. Both men had come to attend the Intelligence Security Joint Conference on Military Intelligence and Political Security System Reform, held at Nanao Fort. At this two-day conference, the young officers grouped in the Young Officers Club, backed by transmigrator military officers from the Young Turk faction, had proposed establishing a military intelligence bureau and a military political security office. As the army expanded and specialization increased, there were rising calls within the military for an independent military intelligence bureau to meet the growing needs for military and geographic intelligence collection, prisoner interrogation, and the like. Some transmigrator officers wanted the military's decemvirate organization placed entirely under military jurisdiction, establishing a political security office and a general political department within the military to manage these matters. Some even proposed that Special Reconnaissance Command should also come under military control. HMPH, delusional. Li Yan watched all this with a smile, sneering inwardly. Never mind the bloated power the military would gain from such a move. Even their current limited resources and manpower couldn't support establishing yet more redundant organizations. The intentions of this bunch from the Young Officers Club were all too obvious. Special Reconnaissance Command and the decemvirate system within the military had been cultivated by the Executive Committee specifically as vital forces for maintaining internal stability. How could they possibly be handed over to the military? So the proposal had naturally been rejected at the joint conference. Although Wei Awen had said he would submit it to the Senate for discussion, opposition among rank-and-file transmigrators was also high. Moreover, the senior military officers themselves had little interest in such a reorganization. The military intelligence and political security system reform, pushed by the young officers, even if it entered the proposal process, would fail to reach the legally required support threshold and wouldn't proceed to Senate deliberation. There was little suspense about that. The joint conference's only concrete result was that the Foreign Intelligence Bureau agreed to establish a dedicated military intelligence section internally, incorporating several active-duty Army and Navy intelligence officers to handle military intelligence. This was already de facto reality, merely restated here. Now they were essentially just preparing to absorb one more Army system transmigrator intelligence officer. At the same time, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau would train several military intelligence personnel for the Army and Navy. As for the Political Security General Administration, Zhao Mengsheng had as usual not appeared. He never showed up at meetings. Even at the Executive Committee's expanded sessions, it was often Deputy Director Ma Jia or Office Director Wu Mu who attended on his behalf. At the conference, Wu Mu had merely restated, with his usual cold demeanor, the principle that the Political Security General Administration would not transfer the military's decemvirate system, unless such a transfer order came from the Senate. The Political Security General Administration would continue periodically forwarding decemvirate reports to the Fubian Forces General Staff, as always. Of course, Li Yan knew the word complete was missing from that statement. On the bridge, several transmigrator officers were chatting, surrounded by their orderlies, messengers, and guards. Wu Mu glanced at them. Several of those otaku-turned officers had developed a certain military bearing after fighting a few battles, no longer the broke, short, ugly otaku look from the old timeline. As one of the heads of internal security, Wu Mu was familiar with the vast majority of transmigrators. He'd read their files. After Zhao Mangsheng became first deputy director, he'd ordered that individual tracking of each transmigrator cease, replaced by receiving reports on each department from that department's decemvirate members. Since the decemvirate's reporting principle was report everything regardless of importance, many transmigrators' affairs came through in those reports anyway. Wu Mu looked at Sope, who sat nearby, head bowed over documents. He wasn't very familiar with Sope. The man had gained some notoriety after D-Day. When he boarded the ship, his personal luggage contained several hundred mechanical watches of various styles. As Sope put it, these mechanical watches would be worth more than diamonds in the new timeline. Li Yan had just noticed that a naturalized logistics officer at the beachhead command post was wearing a mechanical watch, undoubtedly a product from the old timeline. Li Yan recalled that the executive committee had never issued stored mechanical watches to any naturalized citizen. This watch could only have come as a personal gift from Sope. Had this been reported, Wu Mu realized he hadn't read the decemvirate's periodic reports in quite some time. He'd been too busy lately. He made a mental note to check when he got back. Sope sensed Wu Mu's gaze and looked up with a smile. "Want to grab a good spot at the Beidu camp? The environment here at Beidu is rather nice. At least it's quiet, not as noisy as Barren City." "No thanks, I have a lot to do tomorrow," Wu Mu said. "Too much work. I simply can't keep up. You work hard enough as it is." Sope knew that transmigrators from the Political Security General Administration and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau never discussed their specific work or movements with others. He secretly admired this genuine professional discipline. By comparison, quite a few civilian background transmigrator officers in the Army and Navy were notorious big mouths. "You're the ones who really work hard." Wu Mu knew the logistical pressure on Operation Engine was enormous, and this was the first major deployment for the newly established Joint Logistics Command. Failure was not an option. Hong Huangnan, as overall chief, was commanding logistics support from Hong Kong, while Sope would be responsible for materials collection and dispatch in Lingao. The purpose of the logistics training course the General Staff was running at Nanao Fort was self-evident. Even so, the logistics work was more than the Joint Logistics Command could handle alone. Wuda's Planning Commission would also shoulder part of the burden. "Oh, the militia's been mobilized too," Li Yan, who'd been watching the beach through binoculars, said in surprise. He spotted a group of militiamen shouldering second-generation standard spears forming up as they disembarked. "Yes, some militia have been called up." Sope glanced at the beach. "In the past, when we mobilized village militia, we always drew from the most reliable villages, Saltfield Village and the like. This time, the militia are coming from major clan villages like Huang Family Stockade. Sending them out is a good opportunity to break them down and educate them away from home, and let them witness the Senate's power for themselves. Some of them probably won't be coming back to Lingao," Li Yan laughed. "Of course, those who perform well, we'll arrange for them to serve as local cadres in Taiwan or Jeju Island. They'll have better prospects there than scraping by in Qiongju." Sope smiled. "Just make them so happy they forget about home. As for their dependents, we'll send them over later. Plant them firmly and let them take root." Wu Mu nodded. This was using the mobilization opportunity of Operation Engine to begin dealing with the clan power structures in Lingao and elsewhere, a stratagem to cut the ground out from under the clan landlords and local strongmen. Chapter 913. Material preparations. There were quite a few clan landlords in Lingao who lived in tightly knit extended family communities. Few were willing to abandon their current communal way of life. These clan landlords wielded strong personal control and influence over their kinfolk, something the Senate particularly abhorred. Operation Engine required conscripting substantial human resources. Besides naturalized citizens, the clan landlords' populations were also targets of Senate ambition. As long as the impoverished, marginalized members of the clans could be extracted, removed from the core of the ancestral halls and main lineages, and provided with new lives economically superior to their current condition, they would lose their self-identification as members of such and such family. In the wilds of Taiwan or Jeju Island, they'd have no one to rely on but the Senate. Their mentality would shift rapidly. Meanwhile, the clan landlords remaining in Lingao would lose their threatening strength as their populations drained away. Their economic power would decline accordingly. Liu Muzhu had originally planned to eliminate the clan landlords outright. Operation Engine presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If these clan landlords refused to send militia, the Senate could justifiably suppress them. Sope turned his attention back to the documents in his hands. He found the planned standard of 350 grams of brown rice per person per day for refugees, sustained for 4 months, quite inadequate. Refugee camps had large construction projects requiring refugee labor. Aside from the physical drain of sea transport, massive construction and reclamation work awaited at every destination. Refugees stranded on Jeju Island would then be shipped onward to Lingao, Kaohsiung, Tiandu, Hongji, and other locations. The timeframe for grain requirements would extend further still. Sope planned to recommend that the Planning Commission expand grain procurement in Southeast Asia. The first shipment of Siamese rice had already arrived through the efforts of the Vietnam Trade Company, filling the gap left by dwindling Vietnam rice supplies. Siamese rice was mainly long-grain indica. Most transmigrators were accustomed to short-grain japonica and found it unfamiliar. But ordinary people long accustomed to semi-starvation weren't so particular. Another avenue for supplementing refugee grain was local land development. But Jeju Island's soil was thin and unsuitable for large-scale agriculture. Throughout Korean history, Jeju had served primarily as pasture land and a fishing port. Agricultural production was meager. Per the Agriculture Committee's plan, the island would be used mainly for grazing, with land of better natural conditions developed for farming. Allegedly, Jeju's climate was suitable for growing potatoes. Potatoes had a short growing season and high yields. They were rich in vitamins and could serve as both staple and vegetable, effectively supplementing refugees' diet. The Agriculture Committee had stockpiled seeds for many crops suited to cold northern regions. These seeds were approaching the end of their shelf life. Wu Nanhai had discussed this with Sope recently, requesting that special farms be established on Jeju Island for seed preservation and breeding, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the bridge, the transmigrator officers' discussion had concluded for now. Sope ambled over to Fu Sansi. The life vests had just sparked rather heated debate. Sope had known from the start that these newly manufactured life vests weren't ideal. The K-pok-filled vests were both heavy and bulky, making tactical movement virtually impossible for the soldiers wearing them. The only saving grace was that if someone fell into the water, the vest did keep them afloat. What he hadn't anticipated was that the transmigrator officers' debate centered not on the vest's mobility, but on their color. Someone had questioned whether such bright life vests violated the principle of low visibility in combat. Of course, this objection was meaningless in this timeline. Brightly colored uniforms had been the mainstream of military dress from the 16th to the 19th century. The Fubian forces, organized around volley fire tactics, also wanted smart, dashing uniforms, except for certain special units. They just couldn't afford them yet. Life vests were beside the point. Sope, How are our detachment's winter uniforms coming along? Zhu Mingxia asked. You said you'd bring samples this time for everyone to see. Sope smiled. The clothing factory has delivered a batch of trial winter uniforms. I'd originally planned to have a squad dress up so everyone could see the effect, but it's simply too hot today. Let's just examine the samples directly. Everyone returned to the bridge's conference room. Sope's orderly had already spread out a complete set of Northern Region winter uniforms on the conference table. This winter outfit was intended mainly for troops stationed north of the Yangtze and south of the Yellow River in winter. In practice, it could also be used in areas slightly further south or north, like Jianghuai or Hebei. The Type 31 Northern Region Army Field Winter Uniform was made from imported British heavy woolen cloth, chosen for its warmth and water resistance. It featured a short trenchcoat style with drawstrings at the hem and cuffs. Since Lingao couldn't produce zippers, the front closure used overlapping double-breasted buttons. It had a buttoned high collar. The uniform included a waterproof hood lined with raw wool fabric. A warm cap was issued separately. The lower half consisted of woolen riding breeches paired with deerskin ankle boots. Deerskin possessed excellent insulating and waterproof properties. Because there wasn't enough deerskin available, the mass-produced version would use cowhide for some. The cap was a cotton three-piece design, essentially the Lei Feng cap style. Wearing it meant soldiers couldn't wear steel helmets. Fortunately, Lingao soldiers rarely needed steel helmets to protect their heads. Besides the outer coat, there were thin cotton vests and cotton liners as supplementary garments to enhance warmth in low temperatures. After all, Lingao couldn't yet produce wool sweaters or long underwear. Soldiers basically wore shirts directly under their coats, which limited warmth. The soldiers' gloves and warm socks were thickened cotton yarn labor protection products. Fu Sansi thought these would definitely prove inadequate for warmth. Under current conditions, the ideal military glove would be the webbed cotton mitten, hung around the neck on a connecting cord, warm and easy to make, though in emergencies soldiers had to remove them to shoot. Socks could ideally be made from imported wool yarn. For now, they could only manage rough cotton yarn socks. For travel further north, into the Liaison region, say, this uniform's warmth would be insufficient. So the clothing factory had also produced a prototype military cotton greatcoat as a supplement. With the cotton greatcoat, that pretty much solves everything. Back when I was a soldier in Shanxi, wearing a military greatcoat at night meant I wasn't afraid to stand guard outside even in the bitter cold. Fu Sansi was full of praise for the cotton greatcoat. Warmth was especially critical for southern soldiers going north for the first time. Currently, the Fubian forces drew most of their troops from Guangdong, Guangxi, and Fujian. Suddenly arriving in the north, they simply couldn't adapt to winter there. Frostbite would be severe. If poorly handled, infected wounds would place enormous burdens on logistics. Southern-born transmigrators would likewise struggle to adapt to the local climate. The transmigrators examined the newly made winter uniforms, occasionally running their hands over the material. The woolen uniforms looked quite different from cotton ones. With collar insignia, cap badges, and various military emblems added, the complete outfit looked truly imposing, incomparable to the limp cotton uniforms. Now this looks like a real soldier, Fu Sansi sighed. The current uniforms without a belt look like flour sacks, all baggy. They just don't project military bearing. The Fubian forces' turnout and deportment, if not the best in this timeline, was certainly far superior to both the Ming and the Jurchens. But for transmigrators, the forces still looked somewhat shabby. What's this? Someone picked up a container made from a shell. That's an anti-frostbite ointment developed by the health department. Each soldier gets one. Medical teams will also stockpile supplies. If necessary, it'll be distributed to refugees as well, Sope said. Liu San is also organizing Run Qiantang to develop a frostbite treatment ointment. To ensure the northbound detachment's combat effectiveness, besides sparing no expense to import woolens and wool for winter uniforms, considerable personnel adjustments had been made. Soldiers from Liaison, Shandong, Henan, and northern Jili had been transferred from across the entire army into the 4th Battalion, raising the proportion of troops from northern regions. The Shandong soldiers had been organized into a detachment-level company unit, then dispersed to reinforce various companies and platoons as guides and interpreters. Besides the Shandong soldiers, units of southern Fujianese and Hakka soldiers had also been specially formed for the Taiwan landing operation. Beyond conscripting local militia from Lingao, Dongmen Chuyu and Wei, Awen also planned to recruit some mountain infantry from among the Li and Miao peoples, primarily cold weapon troops to be deployed in Taiwan for security and punitive operations against the Taiwanese indigenous peoples. Zhu Mingxia thought this rather pointless, but he didn't object. At least adding some low-level security forces would reduce the burden on the northbound detachment's troop strength. Everyone, look at this. Sope produced a wooden case with theatrical flourish. Under everyone's gaze, he opened it with exaggerated ceremony. Inside were several crude brass cylinders. Puzzled looks appeared on everyone's faces. A few seconds later, Zhu Mingxia finally understood. He whooped, picked one up, and held it to his eye, slowly adjusting the tube. Inside the case were the telescopes the Army and Navy had been bickering with the Planning Commission about for ages. Telescopes were stored in considerable quantities, both in the Planning Commission's warehouse and in transmigrators' personal stockpiles. But the Army and Navy also had enormous demand for them. The Army wanted one for every company commander. The Navy kept insisting that at minimum, every ship captain should have a telescope, otherwise combat effectiveness would suffer. Besides infantry company commanders, technical branches like artillery and engineers also needed telescopes. Applications and memoranda requesting optical equipment had long been a dominant presence on the Science and Technology Department's desks. Chapter 914, The Science and Technology Department. The transmigrators fully understood the importance of the optical industry. As early as the first 5-year plan period, under the Executive Committee's guidance and led by the Science and Technology Department, with cooperation from the Ministry of Mechanical Industry, the Ministry of Metallurgy, and the Ministry of Light Industry, the transmigrators built their own optical industry from nothing. Excerpt from Contemporary Industrial History. Volume on the optical industry. Of course, readers always skipped over such official platitudes. The first generation of transmigrators understood perfectly well the difference between history and official history. Their descendants either learned the true stories from their parents or simply didn't care. Only those historical researchers granted the highest clearance to access the most original records in the Wangxiang Grand Library knew how things had really happened. In truth, the imperial optical industry began with nothing more than a few pairs of reading glasses. The barren industrial district billowed black smoke and white steam day and night. The gasping and rumbling of machines never ceased throughout the year. There was no night here. The glow of burning boilers, electric lights, and gas lamps drove away the darkness. Coal gas-powered railcars pulled flatbed cars along the tracks in a constant rush, occasionally squealing their brakes. In a relatively quiet corner of the industrial district stood the Science and Technology Department's directly affiliated machining workshop. The so-called Science and Technology Department was an advanced department under the Manufacturing Directorate. Advanced meant, on paper, that this department handled industrial products that currently couldn't be mass-produced, whether limited by raw material supply, the performance of self-produced materials, or processing capability. These could only be treated as pre-research, specifically, exploring production techniques and processes possible within Lingao's limited industrial capabilities. Items on the Science and Technology Department's pre-research list included various gauges, precision tools and instruments, optical instruments, communications equipment, electrical and lighting devices, timekeepers, and more. The Science and Technology Department was led by Zhang Lishi. His official title was People's Commissar for Science and Technology. He held a PhD, and though he wasn't the only one in the Senate, he always liked to remind people of that fact. Over time, everyone had taken to calling him Dr. Zhang, half-jokingly. Dr. Zhang's primary focus at the Science and Technology Department was clockwork and batteries, particularly batteries, which he'd researched extensively. The wired telegraph transmitting and receiving systems now operating in Lingao, Hong Kong, Sanya, and elsewhere ran on the Nanao cells he developed, also known as Zhang Type 1 batteries. After the successful deployment of the Zhang Type 1 battery, Dr. Zhang's main pursuits had become timekeepers and radio. These two were among the most urgently needed precision instruments for Lingao's industrial, military, and civilian systems. Navigation required accurate marine chronometers for positioning and navigation. Industrial production also had considerable demand for precise timekeeping. As for radio, its importance was self-evident. Currently, the Senate's overseas personnel and outposts could only maintain contact with Central through radios brought from the other timeline. He'd thrown all his time and energy into these projects, and had even commandeered several science and engineering transmigrators from the Science and Technology Department. As a result, the several tower clocks he'd promised remained unfinished. The empty clock towers now served only as watchtowers. The Science and Technology Department hadn't had many staff to begin with. With personnel and resources tilted toward radio and timekeepers, the optics project became neglected. The Science and Technology Department's dedicated workshop area was situated near the edge of the barren industrial district. Beyond the high walls stretched a 50-meter-wide security zone, marked by bamboo fences and ditches. Natives weren't permitted to enter the security zone without authorization. To make full use of the space, the Agriculture Committee had developed this area as farmland, planting castor beans, soybeans, jute, and other cash crops. These crops were mostly supplied directly to industrial enterprises. Castor oil, soybean oil, and jute were all important industrial materials. Master, your water. Inside the workshop, a young man in blue work clothes respectfully offered a wooden tray to a lean, dark-skinned man, also in blue work clothes, who was measuring a part with vernier calipers. On the tray sat a glass bottle of lightly salted water and a bottle of chilled kvass. The lean man, addressed as Master, acknowledged, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, picked up the salt water, and gulped down most of it in one go. After catching his breath, he finished the rest. Then he picked up the kvass but didn't drink it, simply holding it in his hand to feel the coolness. This small luxury had only begun about 10 days ago. After much petitioning from Dr. Zhang, the Planning Commission had finally approved the installation of a small coal gas cold storage unit at the Science and Technology Department. Much of the department's more precise equipment and instruments required operation within suitable temperature ranges. Physical cooling with large quantities of ice was essential. Fetching ice from the food factory's large cold storage every day was time-consuming and wasteful in transit. With their own cold storage, production needs were met, and there was even this small bonus. Junji, take a break too. In this heat, health comes first. Looking at the young man's work clothes, already darkened with sweat, the lean man spoke. The young man had already taken away the tray and was fanning his master. I'm not tired, master. You rest. Let's all rest a bit. The master picked up the freshly made workpiece and squinted at it carefully in the sunlight streaming through the skylight. Good workmanship. A few more years of practice and your benchwork could hold its own. It's all thanks to the leader's teaching, the apprentice said respectfully. My father's skill is much better than mine. If not for his bad eyes, he'd definitely do better than me. What a pity. The master fell silent for a moment. He knew the apprentice's father, only in his early 40s, but due to years of malnutrition and hard labor, his eyes had already become farsighted. If not for the leaders, our whole family would have starved to death, the apprentice said, even more deferential. The master waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. He knew his apprentice's family were fugitive artisan household registrants from Shandong. A family of 6 had fled all the way to Guangdong and become drifters, dwindling to just the father and 2 boys. If the Guangzhou station hadn't taken them in, the 3, already on the brink of death, would never have survived until today. The older boy had come to the factory as his apprentice. The younger one had gone to school. As for the old man, though he possessed excellent skills, his poor eyesight meant he could only manage light work within his capabilities at the Ministry of Light Industry factories. That evening after work, the master walked ahead, hands clasped behind his back, while the young man followed carrying a bag slung over his shoulder, holding a clean lunch box and water bottle. Old Lin, someone called from behind. Lin Hanlong turned. It was Wu Zijin, a colleague from the Science and Technology Department. Wu Zijin was a bachelor, like Mei Lin, Jai Zin, Qi Yunhong, and a handful of others. He was one of the very few adult male transmigrators who, to this day, hadn't purchased a maid. In Lingao, the vast majority of adult transmigrators, including female ones, had all purchased maids. Their peculiarity was therefore particularly conspicuous. The reasons for not buying maids varied. Some had no interest in women, some had temporarily lost interest, some had unusual aesthetic preferences, some preferred to handle things themselves rather than settle, and were waiting for better maids to become available before buying. Once, when Zhao Bailing got drunk at the agricultural estate cafe, he labeled them the Bachelor's Party. The name stuck. In the old timeline, Wu Zijin had been a freshly graduated master's student in electrical engineering from a 985 university, specializing in power cables. He'd interned at cable factories, transformer plants, and substations. He knew the cable production process but had limited practical experience, not even half a bucket's worth. He was simply muddling along at the Science and Technology Department, doing power equipment development. He was also a starting player on the Senate Administrative Office's football team as left back. Lin Hanlong noticed he was carrying a mesh bag of dirty clothes, still reeking strongly of sweat. He remembered that today Wu Zijin had gone to coach the Science and Technology Department's football team. Under Chen Saijin's vigorous encouragement, football, rugby, and baseball had begun spreading from the schools to various industrial, agricultural, and administrative departments. Did you see the BBS? The Navy guys are clamoring to install fire control systems on their ships, Wu Zijin said excitedly. They even want mechanical fire control computers. Really exciting stuff. Fire control. We haven't even made telescopes yet. The Army's earthy but the Navy's fancy. We just can't keep up with their leaps and bounds. Speaking of which, you studied optics, right? This stuff is your specialty. Lin Hanlong laughed bitterly. What haven't I done in Dongyuan? Phones, computers, digital cameras. I've worked on knockoffs of everything. Making ordinary optical instruments isn't hard in principle. The problem is we don't even have optical glass. What are we supposed to make them from? With those bureaucrats in the making running things, if the first 5-year plan gets finished and they even remember this matter, that'll be something. This wasn't idle boasting. Ever since graduating from some second-tier university, Lin Hanlong had spent years drifting around the Pearl River Delta's small electronics factories, serving as engineer, senior engineer, technical manager, and so on. His main work had been producing knockoff phones and computers at various Shanghai electronics factories around the PRD. From laptop computers to digital cameras, there was almost no consumer electronics product he hadn't worked on. He'd also had contact with optical instruments and electronic equipment to varying degrees. There can't be no optical glass, can there? I remember transmigrators can get prescription eyeglasses. During the original transmigration, given that many transmigrators were nearsighted, and though some had gotten LASIK before D-Day, quite a few were wary of the surgery and wouldn't undergo it. The equipment and materials checklist had specifically included a complete set of optometry and lens grinding equipment, along with a large supply of resin and glass optical lenses. This was to ensure that for decades, transmigrators could obtain all kinds of eyeglasses, Transmigrators with vision problems had often brought enough spare glasses to last a lifetime. How much can there be? Those optical devices and materials were prepared for 500 people. Now they have to serve hundreds of thousands. How could it possibly be enough? Lin Hanlong shook his head and bade Wu Zijin farewell. Back at his dormitory, he broke his usual routine. Instead of eating, showering, playing cards, and watching films in sequence, he wolfed down dinner, then pulled out professional manuals he hadn't touched in ages and began reading. His maid didn't dare disturb him, only occasionally refilling his tea. The next day during lunch break, Lin Hanlong found a piece of flat glass. Flat plate glass was no longer rare in Lingao. The workshop storeroom had some. Lin Hanlong searched painstakingly through almost all the science and technology department's glass stock and selected the clearest, most colorless pieces. A metal ruler for scoring, flip it over, lay it flat on a wooden board, align the score with the board's edge, tap gently. A long strip of glass came off. Repeat the process a few times and the strips became 8 1-inch square glass pieces. That afternoon, Lin Hanlong found time to take his apprentice to the industrial sector's general materials warehouse. Modern materials were strictly controlled by the Planning Commission. Without signatures from various section chiefs, no one could take even a screw or a wrench. But the transmigrators were much more relaxed about things this timeline could produce. Ordinary materials at the warehouse could be requisitioned directly by industrial sector transmigrators, by filling out a materials slip and signing, as long as the quantity was under a certain quota. As a science and technology department engineer, Lin Hanlong was a regular at the materials warehouse. He nodded to the warehouse supervisor, and a middle-aged naturalized citizen storekeeper immediately came running over. In Lingao, there were no easy jobs. Storekeepers, besides managing the warehouse, also moonlighted as porters. In their spare time, they did handwork that didn't require equipment. All counted toward their work quotas. HR veterans from the blood and sweat factories at the Planning Commission regularly spot-checked labor efficiency and workloads across various jobs, ensuring no one was too idle. Lin Hanlong's apprentice, without being told, went a push over a Zidian Kai cart, following Lin Hanlong and the storekeeper into the warehouse. The industrial sector's general materials warehouse had been just a shed in the past. Recently, it had been rebuilt as a standard warehouse with red brick and forged iron truss frame construction. Beneath the tiled roof, an insulating layer had been installed. Outside, the sun blazed. Stepping into the tall, deep warehouse, one immediately felt a cool draft, and the sweat began to subside. The materials warehouse was internally divided into several sub-warehouses according to materials stored. Wooden and iron shelving stretched row upon row, stacked with all kinds of supplies, all gathered, produced, or processed in this timeline. Lin Hanlong knew where what he wanted was located. He walked straight to a shelf and pointed, giving a quantity. The apprentice immediately stepped forward to load items onto the cart. The storekeeper correspondingly filled out forms on his writing board. In no time, Lin Hanlong had everything he needed. The three returned to the warehouse exterior. Lin Hanlong followed the storekeeper into the office. The storekeeper sat down at his desk and began copying out a triplicate material slip. Someone else brought tea for Lin Hanlong. His apprentice waited outside with the cart. Soon the slip was done. The storekeeper presented it to Lin Hanlong for signature, then submitted it to the supervisor for stamping. Someone else verified that the slip matched the cart's contents. Thump, 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 3 more stamps. Back at the workshop, Lin Hanlong told his apprentice they'd be working overtime tonight, then went off to handle other business. As a jack of all trades, the science and technology department had countless tasks waiting for him. He could only work on this new idea after clocking out. After the end-of-shift whistle, Lin Hanlong found a suitable gas heating furnace and set an iron pot on top. In the pot went the beeswax and rosin he'd just requisitioned, proportioned and added. This was the adhesive for glass. He lit the gas flame and patiently waited for the mixture to melt and blend, then ladled some out and poured it onto a glass piece, pressing another piece on top. He continued until all the glass pieces were stuck together. Lin Hanlong removed the pot, placed an iron hood over the burner, and put an iron plate on top. He heated the plate gently over a low flame. When it looked about right, he put on heat-resistant gloves, placed the stack of bonded glass onto the plate to remelt the adhesive, then transferred it to a screw press and carefully turned the handle, pressing the glass pieces firmly together before clamping them in place. While waiting for the glass to completely solidify, he stepped outside for a cigarette and enjoyed the evening breeze of Lingao. After the smoke, a cup of tea. Finally, all the glass pieces were pressed tightly together, edges perfectly aligned, now a glass cube. When that was done, he used ink lines to mark crosshairs on both ends of the cube's long axis to find the centers, then used a compass to draw one large and one small circle on each end, and dripped some melted adhesive to stick two small cylindrical iron blocks to the glass ends, precisely covering the smaller ink circles. Lin Hanlong had his apprentice clean up the furnace while he carried the glass cube over to the grinding wheel. Since it was after hours, no one was using it. This grinding wheel, both wheel and machine, had been brought from the old timeline. Lin Hanlong suddenly remembered that Zhang Lishi had mentioned developing their own grinding wheels. Too many things to do right now. That would have to wait. He carefully clamped the glass and started the grinder. First, he cut off the cube's 4 edges, turning the square cross-section into an octagon. Then he continued cutting. The octagon became a hexadecagon. Each cut was made very carefully, with slow feed and constant coolant flow. When the shape approached the larger circle he'd drawn earlier, Lin Hanlong set the workpiece rotating. Soon he'd ground out a respectable cylinder. He shut off the grinder, removed the piece, measured it at length, and only when satisfied did he pack everything away and tell his apprentice to knock off. On the third day, Lin Hanlong gave his apprentice a task: use a hammer to crush a pile of garnets into powder, then grind it as fine as possible using an iron ball and mortar. The garnets had been found by long-range survey teams during field work. Knowing the material had industrial uses, they'd brought back several dozen kilograms of samples. Garnet was relatively hard. The ancients had used it as an abrasive for processing jade. It was itself a type of gemstone. Gem-quality garnet ranked as a mid to high-grade gemstone. Industrial-grade garnet had many applications. With a hardness of 7, it was mainly used for grinding and cutting materials. The garnet sand the survey teams had mined was only industrial-grade, impure, with considerable contaminants and murky in color. Chapter 915. Reading glasses as an abrasive, Lingao had Changhua quartz sand and local diatomaceous earth. The latter, properly sieved and graded, was currently serving as the abrasive for flat plate glass. But Lin Hanlong decided to use garnet abrasive anyway. In this timeline, garnet had been the standard optical lens grinding abrasive. Lin Hanlong had his apprentice sieve the crushed powder first through a coarse sieve, then progressively through finer and finer meshes. The industrial sieves for abrasives were mostly brought from the old timeline. This timeline couldn't yet produce high-mesh industrial sieves. The final separated garnet powder became abrasive graded by particle size. Meanwhile, Lin Hanlong set about making specialized machinery for optical processing. First, at the cost of 1 pack of 5 Nanhai cigars, Chewking Limited Edition, he bribed his colleague Sun Li from the machining workshop to work overtime making a steel goblet, technically called a spherical grinding dish. Its interior wall was a precisely lathed spherical surface whose radius had been calculated in advance. The steel goblet was a critical component of the spherical grinding machine, requiring high machining precision. Lin Hanlong didn't dare entrust it to a naturalized worker, so he specifically asked a transmigrator technician to handle it. The spherical dish had to rotate on a flat surface. The drive system wasn't technically demanding. A mechanism like a bicycle would work, but connecting to the power shafting required advanced application, and Lin Hanlong was too lazy to file a report. He simply went with a human-powered drive. It took Lin Hanlong 3 weeks to fabricate and assemble all the spherical grinding machine's components. After finishing the processing machinery, he still needed fixtures to hold the glass precisely. This took him another 3 days. With everything ready, Lin Hanlong unstacked the glass cylinder into individual pieces, cleaned off the excess adhesive with alcohol-soaked cotton, then placed them on the iron plate to heat slowly. When the glass was warm, he applied sealing wax. The sealing wax slowly melted in the heat, forming a smooth surface on top of the glass. Lin Hanlong inspected it carefully, then turned down the furnace to let the iron plate cool. The next step was much like ordinary machining. Fix the mold to the chuck on the swing arm, then lower the arm into the grinding dish. He and his apprentice took turns, one pedaling, one cranking. After more than an hour of this, the originally flat glass had been ground into a spherical surface. Lin Hanlong spent a long time measuring with a profile gauge. Satisfied that the spherical precision was acceptable, he removed the workpiece and declared they were done for the night. This time, Lin Hanlong's tinkering attracted everyone's interest. Several people stayed to watch the glass grinding process. The next morning, Zhang Lixi rushed out of his laboratory to find Lin Hanlong. First, he examined the finished blanks and praised them, then asked, "After this is made, the first sample should be submitted to the administrative office for preservation, yes, very significant commemoratively." Lin Hanlong shook his head. "I just want to make a pair of reading glasses for someone to test." "Who's farsighted?" "A native, my apprentice's father. A fine craftsman, can't do precision work anymore because of farsightedness." "Then why go to all this trouble? Just apply to the planning commission for a pair." "How many can there be? Farsightedness is extremely common among naturalized citizens. Demand is immense." After the conversation, Lin Hanlong was officially assigned the task of developing optical lenses. Within 2 days, all 8 raw pieces had been ground into blanks. After rough grinding came fine grinding with finer abrasive. Lin Hanlong grew even more careful now. This went on for a week, until all 8 blanks were fine ground to the limits of profile gauge measurement. Dr. Zhang came to observe again, this time bringing Zhan Wuya along. Zhan Wuya praised the product profusely but advised, "It's just reading glasses. Why such precision?" Lin Hanlong replied that he was accumulating experience for making better optical instruments in the future. After fine grinding, only polishing remained. But here, Lin Hanlong hit a snag. The polishing powder commonly used in the optical industry was extremely fine metal oxide particles. The metallurgy department said they could make iron oxide, but rendering it into powder was beyond them. Lin Hanlong had to send his iron oxide raw material to Zhao Beiling's facility for milling, but the output of sufficiently fine iron oxide was meager. In the end, he could only do the polishing by hand with coarse felt. A few days later, Dr. Zhang came again. Lin Hanlong demonstrated an optical interference test, showing how his lenses were distorted compared to the reference. Zhang Lixi picked up a glass piece and focused light through it. "Look how small this light spot is. I think you've done quite well. Precision still needs improvement by optical industry standards within a quarter wavelength." Zhang Lixi nearly fell over. "This is the 17th century. Can this thing be used to make a telescope? It would far exceed 17th century standards." "Then that's good enough. Let's present them to the Senate." That very day, Lin Hanlong was appointed chief engineer for optical affairs. Establishing an optical factory was placed on the executive committee's agenda. For Lin Hanlong, the most immediate change was the addition of an older skilled worker to the workshop, his apprentice's father, Kai Shengji. The man was a skilled coppersmith who had lost his working capacity due to farsightedness. Now, with the reading glasses Lin Hanlong had made, he could return to frontline work. It was past 4 in the afternoon at the Baron Industrial District. After the Chiang Mai victory, the rifle-bearing Fubian soldiers who'd previously patrolled had disappeared. Now it was worker patrol teams carrying clubs with patrol armbands. 3 men emerged from a street corner, striding toward the factory district gate. In the lead was Lin Hanlong, wearing a camouflage tank top with a bulging black canvas bag slung over his shoulder. Behind him trailed one old, one young, both in blue work clothes. Inside the industrial district, a rail system transported workers. Steam locomotives pulled open freight cars. Whistles sounded from all directions. From high loudspeakers came music and broadcasts, an industrial symphony, chaotic yet vibrant. After getting off at the Science and Technology Department stop, Lin Hanlong walked to the workshop bearing the signboard Science and Technology Department, Optical Testing Plant. There weren't many people in the workshop. Walking in, he noticed the gas lamp valves had been properly shut off. Good, safety education was working. Chapter 916. The Optical Workshop. As he thought this, two young men in work clothes emerged from a corner and came to greet Lin Hanlong's group. He waved them to wait a moment, then turned and entered his office, a corner of the workshop partitioned off with hollow bricks, with K-pop soundproofing boards on the inner walls. He sometimes needed to stay overnight in the workshop and do engineering calculations, requiring a relatively quiet environment. The office contained just a few tables, some cabinets, and a row of shelves, all piled with document papers, oddly shaped glass blocks, and machine parts. A small door led to his single-person dormitory. As a transmigrator, this was one of the few privileges he enjoyed. Lin Hanlong walked to his desk and opened the cabinet. Inside was a small dehumidifier safe, secured with a small sailing brand padlock. Lin Hanlong took a ring of keys from his belt and selected one to open the lock. Humidity was high in the Lingao summer, and moisture control was essential. From inside, he retrieved his treasures. A cowhide tool belt hung with tools and measuring instruments from the old timeline, a fluke multimeter, fully functional, a high-powered flashlight whose original lithium battery was nearly dead. He wondered if Zhang Lishi could make a substitute. From his laptop bag, he took out a calculator, a T-graphing calculator he'd bought at great expense before the transmigration, quite powerful. He clipped everything to the appropriate spots on his belt. Finally, he stuffed the entire laptop bag into the dehumidifier safe and locked it again. "Chief Lin, here's today's data." One of the young men in work clothes saw him emerge and hastened to hand over a thick notebook. Both were students. Per the academic schedule, they had to spend several hours each week doing labor at various factories. Lin Hanlong took it and skimmed through. "Come on, let's check the furnace." The furnace was the newly built optical workpiece annealing furnace, a square black box clad in fire bricks. A door on the upper side could be opened to slide the workpiece out on rails. Below was a firebox. A gas bag outside the workshop fed in coal gas, with adjustable dampers and air vents. On top of the annealing furnace sat several crude pointer-type gauges without glass covers. The scales under the needles were hand-drawn. All glassmaking generally involved annealing. Lin Hanlong sometimes wondered why protagonists in novels who made glass never got injured by glass shards. Under normal circumstances, rapidly cooled cast glass had enormous internal mechanical stress. Thick glass blanks were liable to shatter during processing. That's why glass factories had annealing kilns. Reheat blanks to near melting temperature, then let them cool slowly. The right temperature and cooling rate were specific to each factory's process. When Zhao Beilang set up the glass factory, he'd built an annealing kiln and consulted process manuals from the Grand Library. But conditions here differed from the old timeline. You couldn't copy procedures exactly. The actual temperatures and times had been worked out bit by bit through trial and error by the glass factory's transmigrators and workers. Now Lin Hanlong and his team had to figure out the correct temperature control data for optical glass products through similar experimentation. The two students from school served as human temperature controllers, doing their best to keep furnace temperature on the predetermined cooling curve. As they neared the annealing furnace, the heat hit them. Lin Hanlong was used to it. The workshop's ventilation was decent, but with outdoor temperatures around 30 degrees, there was no better cooling method than forced mechanical ventilation. Lin Hanlong handed the data notebook to his apprentice. Junji, take a look at this data. The apprentice studied the data and charts carefully, then looked up. Master, I think this data looks good. The two young men beside them visibly relaxed. Lin Hanlong pointed at several numbers. What do you make of these? The apprentice thought for a moment. The thermometer was swapped, but the reading was still low. That means it's the furnace itself. Lin Hanlong grunted, took out his multimeter, and connected a thermocouple probe. He inserted the probe into the measurement port on top of the furnace and turned the display to show the apprentice. Both match, Lin Hanlong nodded. We'll fix it next time we do maintenance. He turned to the two young men. You can put out the fire now. Let it cool naturally. Till the next shift it has to cool to at least 60 degrees before opening the furnace. Lin Hanlong then walked over to a spherical grinding machine. Since he'd made the first hand-powered grinder, the machinery factory had produced 4 more specialized grinders. This one before him was the newest. The design was basically the same, but the biggest change was switching the drive to shaft and belt, and replacing many of the perishable wooden parts with metal ones. There were also additional adjustment devices for various parameters. At the moment, this grinder had been completely disassembled, its innards strewn across the floor. Lin Hanlong squatted down and examined a watermelon-sized bevel gear. Several teeth had been stripped. Junji, go to the Science and Technology Department office and ask Chief Sun Li to come over. This new equipment had been in service less than a week before breaking down. Yesterday, Lin Hanlong had disassembled the grinder himself to see if he could repair it on the spot, and discovered the fault was beyond him. The apprentice acknowledged and left. Lin Hanlong stood and walked toward another corner of the workshop. A thin, middle-aged man hurried over, bowing and nodding. Sir. Ah, Chief, good day. This half-drained native middle-aged worker would normally have pounced the moment Lin Hanlong entered the workshop and trailed him everywhere. After repeated scoldings from Lin Hanlong, he'd finally learned to stay at his post. Now he pointed proudly at several large glass bottles. Chief, look. As you instructed, we've crushed more of this stone powder, all sieved and graded. Lin Hanlong glanced at the machine behind the man. How's the ball mill running? Good, very good. Lin Hanlong reached for the work log hanging beside the machine. Any looseness? Is vibration normal? Normally, the operator was supposed to fill in the machine log, but illiterate workers still in remedial classes couldn't manage it. When national school students came, they could help out, but Lin Hanlong had already assigned them tasks, so he just filled it in himself. Filling out logs, checking equipment, and inspecting inventory and products took Lin Hanlong about an hour after arriving. As he was finishing the log, he heard someone call. Turning, he saw Zhan Wuya, Sun Li, and others walking toward him. He dashed off the last few strokes, signed his name, and put the notebook back. The machinery factory transmigrator technicians gathered around the broken spherical grinder. Obviously a casting problem. Look here, classic inverse chill. Lin Hanlong pointed to the fracture surface. Everyone nodded, no one spoke. This bevel gear was cast, but something had clearly gone wrong during casting. These things happen. Zhan Wuya stepped in to smooth things over. The scrap pile of parts for remelting is mountain high. The reliability office can't even keep up with failure analysis. Breakage is fine as long as it doesn't ruin my glass. Lin Hanlong wasn't going to make a fuss. This kind of thing happened every day across all of Lingao. Even naval artillery had suffered gear fracture incidents. Can it be fixed? Sun Li, who'd been examining the fracture closely, shook his head. I'm afraid not. The cracks are visible to the naked eye. Without proper inspection, who knows how deep they go? He made a gesture. If there were no cracks, cold welding could probably handle it. Zhan Wuya patted Lin Hanlong's shoulder. We'll make you a better one. After the campaign, munitions production had slowed. Previously stockpiled materials were still available, giving Zhan Wuya some confidence. We could have a new one in a week. Use the one from the flat surface grinder for now. Lin Hanlong shook his head. Can't move that one. The Navy wants the binoculars urgently. Zhan Wuya snorted. The optical plant's first product batch included the 31 pattern Army 8X monocular telescope, trial, basically a simple refractor in a bamboo tube case. The Navy disdained such crude gear. They demanded wide field of view, high light transmission, comfortable grip, good sealing, and corrosion resistance. They wanted binoculars that would outclass the Army's equipment at a glance. Mass-producing binoculars required the flat-surface grinder to make right-angle prisms, which touched on questions of additional investment and staffing for the optical plant. Fortunately, Wang Liubin in distant Sanya also supported binocular production. He could mount fixed-position units in the watchtowers. As an optics background transmigrator, Wang Liubin emotionally favored expanding the optical industry. For flat grinding, we could have everything together in 3 to 5 days. Zhan Wuya paused. Army's earthy, Navy's fancy, that's no lie. Wonder what the Marines want. The group chatted a while longer, then dispersed. For the others, it was almost dinner time. After eating, a bit of work, then evening rest and entertainment. And if they had the energy, rolling around with a maid. For Lin Hanlong, the day was just beginning. Nighttime brought stable temperatures, better for optical parts processing. More importantly, he could monopolize the science and technology department's power output and network. At 5 o'clock, light music played over loudspeakers across Lingao. Workers everywhere knew this was the call for night shift workers. When the music played a second time, shift supervisors would take roll at workshop entrances, then hand over from day shift. Optical workshop workers trickled in, burping, picking their teeth, joking among themselves. Food stalls all over had dinner early for night shift workers so they could eat their fill before work. Before the second music cue, everyone had arrived. Lin Hanlong stood to one side, hands behind his back, watching his workshop supervisor line up the workers for roll call. He thought they'd lined up as neatly as soldiers. The working class really was naturally disciplined. Unfortunately, though most were young except for a few robust specimens, most showed the effects of long-term malnutrition, thin and weak, probably not much use on a battlefield. He shook his head. Chief Lin, Optical Workshop Night Shift reporting, 37 expected, 37 present, awaiting instructions. Lin Hanlong cleared his throat and stepped forward. Comrades, I have one thing to say today. As you all know, yesterday grinder number 4 had a problem. Fragments flew out. I want to emphasize, first, our machinery's safety measures worked well. The fragments were stopped by the safety net. No one was hurt. Second, our safety awareness is still inadequate. We haven't fully mastered the safety protocols. When the grinder broke, people gathered to watch, but no one went to pull the emergency stop lever. That won't do. To put it harshly, that's courting death. Seeing no reaction from the workers, Lin Hanlong sighed inwardly and let his voice turn stern. From now on, anyone who fails to follow safety regulations will have their pay docked. Squad leaders especially take note. You bear direct responsibility. Also, we'll have unscheduled safety drills starting tonight. The workers' expressions grew serious. Pay deductions were serious business. Safety drills cut into rest time also serious. Lin Hanlong saw everyone watching him attentively and felt satisfied. That's all, get to work. The workshop safety officer checked each machine's power transmission system, then the gas valves. Finally, he lit the workshop's gas lamps. The darkening workshop was suddenly flooded with light. It was gas lamps that made Lingao's large-scale night shift production possible. Every time Lin Hanlong saw this scene, he thought whoever invented the gas lamp had made a contribution in this timeline no less than Edison's. The glass workpieces to be processed were already plated, meaning they'd been firmly bonded with pitch and beeswax adhesive into shallow, cone-shaped metal trays, then screwed onto spherical fixtures, which were in turn mounted on the grinder's spindle. The grinder crew worked in pairs, checking the work order to confirm that the plated parts matched the grinder settings. The General Service Team's abrasive section similarly followed the work order to deliver prepared abrasive paste to each grinder, then began mixing the next batch. The plating section was busy using machinery to press new workpieces into metal trays. a demanding task requiring speed while adhesive was still hot, yet perfect alignment. The machine section had one team of two busy starting up a grinder that was already prepared. The mechanism had been manually tested without issues, lubrication had been added. The grinder section confirmed everything was normal. Per the work order, this grinder was doing rough grinding tonight, so a faster speed was chosen. The belt had to be moved to a smaller pulley. After moving it, they retensioned the belt, then engaged the clutch lever to connect the overhead fixed pulley to the main power shaft. The machinery creaked, then the grinder began turning and the noise faded. The machine operator glanced at the tachometer, signaled all normal to the grinder operator, then stepped aside to fill in the work log. The grinder operator picked up a small brush, dipped it in abrasive, and carefully dabbed it onto the rotating workpieces. Once all workpieces were coated, he lowered the grinding dish and set it oscillating. This grinder had entered normal operation. Before long, all the other equipment in the workshop also roared to life one by one. The optical workshop's night shift had officially begun. Lin Hanlong made another circuit of the workshop, checking for abnormal conditions or sounds. Only then did he return to his office doorway, where he found Wu Nanhai sitting on a wooden slat bench in the workshop rest area. "Huh. Old Wu, why didn't you say something? Just sitting here." Wu Nanhai, who'd witnessed everything, let out a long breath. "Old Lin, this is really precision work you've got here." Lin Hanlong gestured for him to talk in the office. Several naturalized staff as well as Chuking were already waiting at the office door. He glanced at Chuking and remembered that pack of limited edition cigars he'd given away. Wu Nanhai had specifically sent some when he'd asked Lin Hanlong to make a batch of magnifying glasses. "Welcome, welcome." Lin Hanlong told his apprentice to bring tea for Wu Nanhai. "I've got nothing here, sorry for the poor hospitality." "No worries, I'm here on business," Wu Nanhai laughed. "I asked for 50 magnifying glasses and you made them in a month. Impressive. If it took a year, what would be the point of industrialization?" Lin Hanlong said, taking a towel his apprentice brought and wiping his face. "By the way, I hear the Ming's Nanjing can make reading glasses and such by hand-grinding crystal. Want me to file a request to bring in some native eyeglass craftsmen to help?" "That would be nice if we could get them, but I doubt it would mean much. One handcraft artisan, how many lenses can he make in a day? Just luxury goods for the rich and powerful. I'm machine grinding now. Even if quality isn't quite as good yet, my cost and output are incomparable." He paused. "Though I'm very interested in crystal. Supposedly there's a big crystal deposit near Donghai, Lianyungang. Huh, the survey team says there's fine crystal right here on Hainan." As they talked, someone pushed a flatbed cart over. Lin Hanlong had them lift off a flat wooden crate and set it on the floor beside them. Opening it revealed a layer of straw padding. Removing the padding exposed 5 small boxes, separated by straw. Lin Hanlong reached in and took out a small box, opening it. Inside was a magnifying glass, nestled into the velvet-lined bottom. Chapter 917, Optical Products. Behold, a 50mm aperture magnifying glass f4. Lin Hanlong produced the instrument and passed it to Wu Nanhai. Wu Nanhai casually plucked a sheet of paper from the desk and examined it through the lens. Excellent craftsmanship, very clear." He clicked his tongue appreciatively, running his hand along the handle. "If not for this wooden grip, I'd swear it was something we brought with us." The finest magnifying glasses have always favored natural materials. Wood is merely one option among many. Wu Nanhai set the glass down and nodded. "Good, no complaints here. The agriculture department can't get enough of these." He turned to summon a naturalized staff member. "Fetch the picking slip. Let them handle the handover procedures." "Very good. That settles our accounts. Speaking of which, that refractometer I mentioned. You said it was ready." Wu Nanhai's voice took on a note of urgency. This was the real reason he'd come. "Ah, that." Lin Hanlong opened a drawer with studied nonchalance and produced a small box. "I did make one. Have a look." A refractometer was a rapid-testing optical instrument designed for quickly measuring the concentration or refractive index of sugar solutions and other substances. It played a critical role in sugar production, food and beverage manufacturing, and agricultural operations. Beyond measuring sugar content, it could also gauge the concentration of products like soy sauce and tomato paste. In agriculture, it served to determine optimal harvest timing for fruits and sugar crops and to classify sweetness grades. The underlying principle was straightforward. When light passed from one medium to another, it refracted, and the ratio of the signs of the angles of incidence and refraction remained constant. This constant was the refractive index. The soluble solid content in fruit and vegetable juice was proportional to the refractive index at a given temperature and pressure. By measuring a juice's refractive index, one could determine its concentration. The refractometer Wu Nanhai took out resembled a piece of sugar cane with one end cut at an angle. The pointed end was fitted with glass. The cylindrical end sported several adjustment knobs. Wu Nanhai lifted it to his eye, aimed the pointed end at the light, and adjusted the knobs. He turned to Lin Hanlong. "Old Lin, if you'll excuse me, I need to test it." Lin Hanlong nodded. "Of course." Wu Nanhai turned. "Chuking, bring those bottles over." The bottles contained plain water and sugar water mixed in various proportions. Wu Nanhai first dripped a few drops of plain water onto the glass and calibrated the instrument. Lin Hanlong handed him a piece of velvet cloth. Wu Nanhai took it and wiped off the water, then applied the sugar water. He squinted at the light for a moment, wiped the glass clean, switched bottles, added a few more drops, and observed again. After repeating this process several times, he set down the refractometer and exhaled with satisfaction. "Old Lin, you've outdone yourself. Beautifully made, the sugar readings are spot on." Wu Nanhai was beaming now. "Excellent, excellent. I'll take as many as you can produce. I'll have someone submit a requisition immediately." Lin Hanlong nodded. "Just sign the slip and have the Agriculture Committee stamp it later. You can take this sample now." He withdrew a wooden box from the drawer, opened it, and handed it over. "Here's the matching case. The lenses can be mass-produced without difficulty, but the prism is hand-ground. Mass production will have to wait for the flat-surface grinder. How long will that take? I want to send a batch over before the next crushing season and train the workers in advance." "You'll have to take that up with the Navy. They want the binoculars urgently, said they plan to outfit every ship with 2. That's a tall order. Cane sugar is a major revenue source for us. We can't neglect it." Wu Nanhai was growing anxious. When Tong had been pressing him, when Tong was promoting sugarcane production cooperatives in Lizhu and developing improved varieties, quality-tiered pricing was a key component of Lizhu's sugar policy. Without refractometers, the regulations when Tong had drafted couldn't be implemented. "Who's arguing otherwise?" Lin Hanlong agreed offhandedly, though he made no concrete commitment. Wu Nanhai caught on. "I'll put in a word with the executive committee. Optical instruments are too important. Investment needs to be increased. With your backing, that's worth 3 of anyone else's." "Ha ha ha ha." Wu Nanhai gave several dry laughs, then raised a finger. Chuking quickly opened the straw bag she was carrying and produced a wooden box. "New cigars from the farm. Give them a try." "No need, no need. I still haven't finished the limited edition you gave me last time." Lin Hanlong demurred politely. "Try something new. These are the Li Quan limited edition." Wu Nanhai smiled. The tobacco leaves were obtained through Jesuit connections from Macau, rolled with genuine Caribbean wrapper. Lin Hanlong thought for a long moment before remembering who Li Quan was. He smiled and accepted the box. It was crafted from some fine wood, giving off a faint woody fragrance. According to Wu Nanhai, the wood was also imported from Southeast Asia. On the pale, polished lid, black characters had been branded into the surface, even some foreign script he didn't recognize. The box also bore a green tax-exempt sticker from the Finance Superintendent Department's Monopoly Bureau. It looked quite imposing. By comparison, the previous limited edition had come in a mere cardboard wrapper, which was more high-end was obvious at a glance. Lin Hanlong noticed the Li Quan limited edition packaging indicated 3 per pack, and silently cursed Wu Nanhai for growing ever more miserly. Not bad, not bad, he laughed along. Wu Nanhai then pulled 2 glass bottles from his pocket. Blueberry fruit wine that Zhu Zongyuan grew and fermented at my place. Low alcohol content, drink it as a beverage. It's hot enough in here anyway. This is too much, you keep bringing things. Lin Hanlong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Over the past few months, Wu Nanhai had been sending over various items in dribs and drabs. Don't worry about it. You're working around the clock, pulling night shifts every day. You need better nutrition. Wu Nanhai waved it off. The farm exists to serve transmigrators after all. Still chatting, Wu Nanhai ambled toward the exit, clutching the refractometer case. His naturalized subordinates filed out after him. Just as he was about to leave the workshop, something in his peripheral vision caught his attention. He turned, let out a startled exclamation, and shot toward a corner of the workshop. Old Lin! Lin Hanlong hurried out, only to be met by the eerie green glow in Wu Nanhai's eyes. He groaned inwardly. Oh no. Fatty Wu's hand trembled as he pointed at a row of curved cast-iron workpieces, his voice quavering. Me, microscopes. Why didn't you tell me? He was pointing at a row of microscope stands, identical to those used in later eras. Lin Hanlong smiled wryly. You didn't ask. These are ordered by the health department, also urgently needed. Fatty Wu leapt up. I didn't ask because I assumed they were impossible to make. Didn't people say they couldn't be mass-produced until the 19th century? I used Liu Wenhoek's method, making non-spherical lenses using surface tension. It's actually quite easy. Lin Hanlong spoke as if it were nothing. Of course, I've made some improvements. We can now produce several specifications with precision within 1%. Wu Nanhai stared at Lin Hanlong for a moment, then let out a low chuckle. Old Lin. When it comes to optics, you're number 1 among all 500 of us. You can do what no one else can. Well, there are others. Wu Nanhai's hand landed heavily on Lin Hanlong's shoulder. Old Lin, you've made a tremendous contribution to our agriculture department. Wu Nanhai understand that very well. Fatty Wu thumped his chest. Enough talk. From now on, the agriculture department will give full support to the optical plant. Something this important deserves priority development. The executive committee, leave it to me. The two laughed heartily together. Wu Nanhai suddenly thought of something. Old Lin, knowing your habits, you must have made a few prototypes before mass production, right? As he spoke, his eyes were already glowing brightly enough to illuminate the entire workshop. Apart from looking somewhat crude, the homemade microscope Lin Hanlong produced appeared at first glance no different from products of later eras. He pointed at the objective lens. 3 magnification levels, 50x, 150x, 300x. But the positioning mechanism isn't great. Be careful when rotating it. You'll need to make slight adjustments to keep the optical path aligned. He pointed at the eyepiece. The eyepiece isn't lacquered. Wipe it clean promptly after use or sweat will corrode it. Lin Hanlong found a cloth to wrap the microscope. There's no case. You'll have to make do. This is a prototype with plenty of minor issues. Be careful when you use it and let me know if there are problems. Absolutely, absolutely. Wu Nanhai walked out, thoroughly satisfied, clutching the refractometer in his left hand and gripping the microscope tightly in his right. After sending off Wu Nanhai, who looked like a Japanese officer strutting away from a raided village, Lin Hanlong had his apprentice bring another towel for him to wipe his face, then hurried off to begin his second patrol of the workshop. The workers' skill levels were uniformly low. Even the experienced ones were only half-drained. Half-drained was the most dangerous. Incidents kept happening, and they were practically impossible to prevent. By the time Lin Hanlong was halfway through inspecting the grinding machine section, carefully listening to the sounds of the machines, someone came to report that a Chief Qian was at the door looking for him. This Chief Qian was solidly built, with well-defined muscles. He wore the standard transmigrator outfit, t-shirt, shorts, sunglasses, with a holster strapped to his thigh, the blocky grip of a pistol visible. Though it was standard attire, On closer inspection, his ensemble was quite different from others. His sunglasses were the Top Gun Tom Cruise style. His solid-colored collared t-shirt somehow managed to look fitted. The shorts were obviously 5.11 type military gear. Even his shoes weren't the ordinary sneakers you'd see around. The visitor pushed up his sunglasses, revealing a pair of keen, bright eyes. It was Qiantang, current speaker and leader of the Otaku faction. "Old Qian, what wind blew you here?" Lin Hanlong greeted him with a laugh. "I happened to be at the machinery factory for an inspection. Finished up and thought I'd drop by. How about it, have you eaten?" Lin Hanlong shook his head. "Where would I find the time? I'll have the cafeteria send something over later." Qiantang produced a large box from the straw bag over his shoulder. "I brought some things, care to join me?" Inside the box, packed in ice, were 2 large food containers. Lin Hanlong peered inside. "Sushi, where'd you get that?" Within were rice balls wrapped with nari and various toppings, red and white fish and other ingredients, the Japanese sushi known the world over in later times. Lin Hanlong invited Qiantang into his office. The desk was too cluttered to clear, so he had someone set up a folding table. A quick wipe and it became a dining table. The two sat facing each other. Lin Hanlong had his apprentice bring a few bottles of kvass. During working hours, proper drinking wasn't appropriate. Qiantang explained that back when he'd worked in California, he'd been employed at a Japanese restaurant and could make sushi without difficulty. Unfortunately, proper sushi rice wasn't available locally, so the texture was merely passable. There was no sushi vinegar either, though Tianchu did produce white vinegar as a substitute. The Feiyan went out fishing regularly, and they had arrangements with several fishermen to supply choice catches, so the seafood was fresh. Tianchu does have Japanese soy sauce, after all, everyone eats sashimi. Qiantang opened a food container. "This is fresh wasabi I got from Wu Nanhai, ground it myself, not wasabi paste." Speaking of Wu Nanhai, he just left. Lin Hanlong had always subscribed to the view that joy shared was joy doubled. He picked up the Li Quan limited edition cigars from the table. "How about one later?" "No, you keep them for yourself." Qiantang declined. "I'm holding myself to strict standards now." At first, Lin Hanlong thought Qiantang was referring to his health. Then he understood. "You mean you can't accept gifts from others?" "Exactly. It's just a box of cigars." Lin Hanlong was dismissive. This kind of private gift-giving to cultivate relationships, almost every transmigrator did it. Qiantang shook his head. "We're not short of circulation vouchers. Better to just buy things directly, saves it from becoming a scandal when the moment comes. Old Wu's a good man, but there are others who might." Feeling the words were unwise, he stopped. "You think this is America?" Lin Hanlong felt that ever since old Qian organized the Otaku faction and became speaker, his conduct had become quite different from before, paranoid even. Politics really wasn't for ordinary people. Precisely because it's not America, we need to be careful. If this really were America, it would actually be simpler. Qiantang poured him a cup of kvass. "Come on, have a drink first." After a few pieces of sushi, Qiantang studied Lin Hanlong. "Old Lin, I'm not trying to lecture you, but you've lost weight since last month." "Have I? I hadn't noticed." Lin Hanlong had a good appetite. The weather was hot, and cold food like sushi suited him perfectly. Qiantang gestured with his chopsticks. "You're turning day and night upside down, working all night, attending meetings in the morning, handling business at the machinery factory. Noon is the hottest part of the day, how can you sleep well?" He picked up a piece of sushi and placed it in Lin Hanlong's bowl. "This has flying fish roe, very good. Eat more. If you can't sleep well, can't eat well, and you're exhausted on top of that, of course you'll lose weight. Do you even care about your health anymore? It's the early stage of our enterprise. Some hardship is unavoidable. We're all in the early stage. You're working harder than most. Once the optical plant has its own power source in the fall, we won't need night shifts anymore. Things will ease up then. That's what I wanted to discuss. The machinery factory is sending out steam engines one after another, yet your optical plant is right next door and still has to wait until fall. This touched Lin Hanlong's sore point. You know, there are people on the executive committee saying optics can wait until the second or third 5-year plan to develop. What do you think? Lin Hanlong shook his head. What do they know? I've got people lining up demanding this and that. I can barely keep up. Exactly. Everyone only looks at their own plot. Who's really any wiser? It's only been a few years and already they're not listening to what the frontline transmigrators have to say. There's no one on the executive committee who's ever done research, not even a research assistant. They have no first-hand feel for R&D. At this rate, they'll be deciding how we climb the tech tree. Isn't that the layman leading the experts? Lin Hanlong waved his hand. Never mind. Let's eat. He was genuinely hungry. A large box of sushi quickly went half-eaten. A bottle of kvass was nearly drained. Qiangshan watched Lin Hanlong set down his bottle. I think there needs to be a voice speaking up for the frontline technical transmigrators. Lin Hanlong looked at Qiangshan without speaking. Take your optical plant, for example. Many people think our stockpile is still plenty, no need to rush. In my view, no matter how much we brought, the range of products is limited, the quantity is finite. Lin Hanlong nodded in agreement. All sorts of people are asking me for all kinds of things, many I'd never even heard of before. Old Lin, you're run off your feet, working day and night. It's not easy for you to speak up. As speaker, that's my job. I feel I should speak up for the broad mass of technical transmigrators. Qiangshan looked at Lin Hanlong with earnest sincerity. As for the importance of optics, I understand. But what exactly can we achieve at this stage? Can you give me the real picture? Lin Hanlong nodded again. I appreciate your help. He was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts. In terms of theory and design, optics was mature technology in our timeline. He pointed at himself. I'm formally trained in optics. My work was optical work. Design and such, I can handle it. As for manufacturing processes, it's not especially difficult. Many hobbyists can grind their own lenses. Being formally trained, I won't do worse. Frankly, optical work is essentially a kind of precision machining, just with smaller tolerances and relatively straightforward methods for making precise measurements. He paused, meeting Qiangshan's gaze. I'll say this, given enough resources, in a few years I could reach pre-20th century levels. Qiangshan made a show of excitement. Old Lin, with that kind of capability here, this is wonderful, Lin Hanlong nodded. Seeing is believing. You mentioned last time you wanted to see my workshop. Do you have time now? I'm about to make my rounds. Chapter 918, Telescope's Perfect Timing. Lin Hanlong pointed at a half-assembled machine. Flat surface grinder. Should be assembled and ready for testing by next week. Qiangshan turned his head back and forth, comparing the flat surface grinder to the spherical grinder beside it. The structure looks remarkably similar. Essentially the same design. The only difference is that the grinding tool moves in a planar motion, a slight variation there. You said this is for making binoculars for the Navy. I thought binoculars weren't standard equipment until the Battle of Tsushima, and even then they were quite precious. What's your cost per unit? In answer, Lin Hanlong walked to a nearby workbench and picked up a monocular telescope, handing it to Qiangshan. By modern standards, the workmanship was rather crude. The barrel was gleaming brass, but processing scratches were visible everywhere. The eyepiece had a protective ring that felt like leather. Adjusting the tube revealed no obvious sticking, though it didn't move particularly smoothly either. This one's for the army, the cheapest model. 5 man-hours to make. Lin Hanlong smiled wryly. Although it cost quite a bit of arguing to get even this much brass. Can't help it, there's no better material for telescope barrels at the moment. Qiangshan did some silent calculations. Less than 3 yuan in circulation vouchers, at most 3 fen in real silver. If we could sell these externally, 50 taels of silver each, and buyers would fight over them. They can be sold externally. I have better ones. Lin Hanlong handed over another monocular. This new telescope looked quite different. Though the brass barrel was equally scratched, the shape was flatter, comfortable to grip, clearly designed with ergonomics in mind. A large knob in the middle of the barrel, when turned, caused the tube to extend and retract automatically. This one takes 15 man-hours. Oh, that expensive. What's the advantage? Lin Hanlong led Qianxuan out through a side door, pointing at a distant smokestack for comparison. Under the gas street lamp's light, the 5-hour cheap model could only barely make out the smokestack's shape amid a blur, edges indistinct. The 15-hour premium model could clearly distinguish the mortar joints in the brickwork and individual wisps of white smoke. The difference was obvious at a glance. This is practically the same as what we brought, absolutely worth the price. Lin Hanlong shook his head. The quality still falls a big step short. This one's just for practice. Nobody actually wants it. He explained that the item occupied an awkward middle ground. The army preferred the cheap version because it could be issued in bulk to native junior officers, scouts, and gunners. Loss and damage weren't concerns. The Navy only wanted binoculars. They didn't care for monoculars even if the quality was superior. As for transmigrator officers, everyone had at least a few genuine military-grade pieces from the old timeline, naturally superior. Regarding binocular costs, hand-grinding the prism with silver coating took a week. Machining the barrel took nearly another week. Lin Hanlong and 2 others spent 3+ days on assembly and calibration. The result, 3 finished units. Adding in lens costs, each binocular came to over 60 man-hours. But this was the current hand prototyping time. Once the flat surface grinder was operational and barrel processes matured, man-hours could drop dramatically. Additionally, the Navy's non-combat vessels wouldn't receive binoculars. Main combat ships with transmigrator officers already possessed old timeline telescopes. The actual need was just a portion of combat and patrol craft crewed exclusively by naturalized personnel. Lin Hanlong estimated 100 to 200 units would suffice. That's the power of industry. Qianxuan sighed. Elsewhere in the world, even the most primitive spyglasses were rare, high-end military products. In Lingao, binoculars nearly 300 years ahead of the world were mass-produced items requiring at most 60 man-hours. Setting down the telescope, Qianxuan put his sunglasses back on and watched with great interest as Lin Hanlong demonstrated how to make non-spherical lenses. Simply put, these lenses were just drops of molten glass. Due to surface tension, molten glass naturally formed a curved surface. If glass blanks of the same diameter and weight were used, the curved surfaces they formed after melting would be essentially identical. This method was suited for making small diameter, short focal length lenses, such as microscope objectives. Historically, Li Yuanhok had made over 100 microscopes using molten glass rod lenses. His technique was lost after his death and wasn't rediscovered for over a century. Here in Lin Hanlong's workshop, blanks were cut one by one from glass rods. After confirming their weights matched, they were placed on tin dishes and heated with a coal gas torch. With proper control of the flame, highly consistent, smooth products were easily produced. A bit of polishing and they became finished lenses. Qianxuan suddenly asked with excitement, "Old Lin, how about making photochromic glasses?" They'd be an absolute sensation out there. Lin Hanlong gave an embarrassed smile. Qianxuan realized he'd asked too abruptly and inquired about the key issues. The principle of photochromic lenses was fairly simple. Fine particles of silver bromide and copper oxide were added to the lens glass. Silver bromide decomposed into bromine and silver under strong light, darkening the color. In dim light, copper oxide catalyzed the recombination of bromine and silver, making the glass transparent again. But saying it was easy and doing it were different matters entirely. Lingao didn't yet mass-produce silver bromide, and there were difficulties in turning solid chemicals into fine particles, so photochromic lenses remained out of reach. However, once daguerreotype photography technology broke through, the same processes could be adapted to produce the necessary raw materials for photochromic lenses. At the current stage, manufacturing colored sunglasses wasn't really a problem for Lingao. If we could get hold of natural quartz in large quantities, We could make amber-tinted glasses and such. Lin Hanlong recalled that much of the quartz from Donghai County was tea-colored. He then led Qian Shuiting to a row of wooden racks covered with boxes. Opening them revealed piles of glass of various colors and shapes. Each box lid had a pasted form densely filled with data on formulations and processing. These were all samples made using already mass-produced glass materials as a base, with various minerals obtainable in Lingao added. "Oh, so that's how you found the formulations," Lin Hanlong smiled wryly. "No. This approach is basically groping in the dark. Can't get it right." He and the chemistry department transmigrators had spent almost a month trying to formulate optical glass in small crucibles, all with poor results. Without quantitative analysis, the glass produced not only had colors that were hard to remove, but worse, each batch turned out different. Finally, with no other choice, he'd soft-talked the executive committee into a special approval to use the X-ray fluorescence spectrometer once on a batch of carefully selected samples. This modern analytical instrument was practically a cheat code. Within 2 hours, the precise elemental composition of the samples was determined. Based on this, and consulting the optical glass process manuals they'd brought, the chemistry department quickly produced passable optical glass samples. They could now reliably make 4 or 5 grades of glass, including the most common crown and flint glasses. But this batch of glass was limited in quantity, a concern for the future. Looking at the astonished Qian Shuiting, Lin Hanlong explained further that the chemistry department had specifically set aside 20 tons of glass raw materials to ensure product consistency. This stockpile had been ground, thoroughly mixed, then sealed and reserved specifically for optical glass. The composition testing had been done on samples from this 20-ton reserve. Ordinary glass production had now reached large-scale levels. The original ore source was exhausted. Now they were using quartz sand from Changhua. The Changhua quartz sand was excellent quality, but needless to say, the new material wouldn't have exactly the same composition as before. But by the time those 20 tons are used up, I estimate we'll be well into the second 5-year plan. Lin Hanlong was confident. "Once I'm past this busy stretch, I'll make a Bunsen spectrometer. Then we won't be entirely dependent on modern equipment." After touring the optical workshop, Qian Shuiting seemed ready to take his leave. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Hanlong slapped his forehead. "Ah, your laser device is fixed, perfect timing to show you." He led Qian Shuiting out of the workshop, circled halfway around and walked a short distance more. Ahead was a row of single-story buildings, doors and windows tightly closed despite the summer heat. Lin Hanlong opened a door and gestured for Qian Shuiting to enter. Inside was another door. Qian Shuiting noticed thick insulation material wrapped around the doorframe. Lin Hanlong followed him in, shut the outer door behind them, then opened the inner door. Inside, the light was dim, but a wave of coolness washed over them. "Optical assembly workshop. Temperature controlled to some extent," Lin Hanlong said. Bronze pipes were extravagantly arrayed along the walls. "Ground source air conditioning. Installed recently," Lin Hanlong explained from beside him. Forced air cooling was no longer sufficient here. Using ice blocks would increase air humidity, so special approval had been granted to install ground source air conditioning. Ground source air conditioning was remarkably effective at temperature control, maintaining relatively constant temperatures regardless of summer or winter, without raising humidity. The only drawback was that it consumed large amounts of copper, so only a very few sites in Lingao could install this type of system. Temperature control during assembly was primarily to prevent thermal expansion and contraction from causing unnecessary errors. Although many optical instruments currently made in Lingao didn't require extremely high precision, Lin Hanlong had always believed that establishing strict standards from the start was better than tightening up later after things became lax. Qian Shuiting noticed several workers in the room focused intently on operating instruments. He said nothing more, quietly following Lin Hanlong around several workbenches into another room. This room was empty except for several workbenches holding what were obviously instruments brought by the transmigrators. Lin Hanlong walked to a workbench where a bench vise held a cylindrical object. He flipped a switch. A red spot of light appeared on the far wall. Lin Hanlong beckoned Qiangshan over to the light spot and pointed. 5-meter distance. Error won't exceed 1 millimeter. Qiangshan leaned down to examine the spot. It landed right in the center of a small crosshair. He nodded. Lin Hanlong walked back to the workbench, turned off the laser, removed it from the vise, and handed it to Qiangshan. The epoxy was applied day before yesterday. Should be fully cured by now. Qiangshan thanked him profusely. This small laser was the sighting device for Qiangshan's laser pistol. A few days ago during training, it had accidentally fallen from a height and hit a rock. The casing was dented. The laser was no longer properly collimated. Now the casing looked fully restored and the laser seemed accurate. Just one thing, it's heavier than before. Lin Hanlong picked up a damaged part from the table. This center positioning cone was made of engineering plastic, but it cracked in the fall. I made you a replacement in copper, same function, just a bit heavier. Qiangshan suddenly remembered. You said epoxy resin, isn't that a modern product we brought? Lin Hanlong smirked. Yes, but this stuff has a shelf life. It'll go bad just sitting there. Qiangshan tossed the sighting device in his palm, then casually tucked it into his pocket. He said his goodbyes. As Lin Hanlong escorted him through the assembly workshop, they passed a naturalized worker whose eyes pleaded for help. Lin Hanlong nodded at the worker, then opened the door to see Qiangshan out. Qiangshan felt the trip had been worthwhile. He deepened his friendships among technical otaku and gained a much deeper understanding of optics. He told Lin Hanlong confidently, "Old Lin, I'm grateful everyone thought enough of me to elect me speaker. To be honest, even after being elected, I had no confidence. But since I've taken the position, I want to do something for everyone. Rest assured, I'll make a move soon and speak up for those of us on the front lines. Let everyone see how important we are." Lin Hanlong nodded. "Then I await the good news." After seeing off Qiangshan, Lin Hanlong returned to the assembly workshop. The worker who'd requested help was operating a knife-edge tester to inspect a freshly ground lens, apparently uncertain about the result. Lin Hanlong sat down, peered at the knife edge, turned the dial in front of it, looked again, then moved the knife edge left and right. "You've got stray light. The aperture's too big, too much reflection. Everything looks bright and washes out the real image." Lin Hanlong looked up at the worker. "Adjust it like this, switch to a smaller pinhole and you'll be able to see properly." Seeing the worker's half-understanding, obsequious expression, Lin Hanlong sighed inwardly. He'd wanted to explain the principles of the knife-edge tester, but no amount of explanation could make physical optics comprehensible to someone who'd spent his life holding a hoe and was still in adult literacy class. All he could do was let them slowly accumulate experience through practice and hope they'd make fewer basic mistakes in the future. Lin Hanlong waited a moment, watching the native worker operate, and moved on only once he'd confirmed the man had the hang of it. He strolled to the other end of the room, where someone was doing telescope assembly. He stood behind the assembler for a while, then tapped his shoulder and gestured for him to make room. He sat down and peered at the collimator positioned in the distance. The sodium yellow gas lamp was bright, and the light spot from the collimator was fine. The telescope lenses were already fixed with adhesive in their brass mounting rings. He turned the ring with his hand, carefully observing the light spot refracted through the lens. After several rotations, he turned back and asked the assembler, "What do you think?" "Reporting, Chief. I think this side needs a bit more grinding." The middle-aged assembler reached over from the side and pointed at a marked spot on the ring. Lin Hanlong grunted and nodded for him to continue. Lacking mass-producible precision machining and without good adhesives or adjusting screws, the only way to do optical assembly was fitting, using files, whetstones, and sandpaper to trim the mounting hardware, striving for reasonably good precision. Needless to say, this method was slow and parts weren't interchangeable, but it was still far better than anywhere else in the world, which was only just groping toward the principles of optics. Coming out of the assembly workshop, Lin Hanlong returned to his office for a few sips of tea, then went back out to patrol the workshop several more times. Time passed quickly. Suddenly, it was 11 p.m. Time for the break and lunch. Lin Hanlong whispered a few words to his apprentice, who hurried to the on-duty workshop supervisor and murmured in his ear. Lin Hanlong took his position beside a grinder and pulled out his watch. Clang clang, clang clang, clang clang, the workshop suddenly rang with bell sounds, the workshop supervisor striking the emergency bell. Different bell patterns meant different things. 2 short rings meant fire. The workers began whispering among themselves. Fire, it's a fire. Each pulled down their machine's stop lever, did a quick count, then began heading out. Lin Hanlong stopped a worker who was about to turn off the grinder. This is a drill. Don't touch this machine. Let it run. The worker acknowledged with a bow and left. Within a minute, all machines in the workshop had stopped and most people were gone. The workshop supervisor and 2 others made a circuit of the workshop, then came to Lin Hanlong's side. Chief, everyone's out. Every station has been checked per regulations, all secure. Lin Hanlong nodded with satisfaction. 1 minute 20 seconds, not bad. Go outside and do a head count. Outside the workshop, all native workers had already lined up. The on-duty squad leaders reported their numbers to the supervisor, who then reported to Lin Hanlong that all personnel were accounted for. Lin Hanlong waved his hand. Good work today, everyone. Let's eat. Outside the workshop door, several people had been waiting with meal containers and 2 carrying poles, bamboo pass cards hanging from their necks. Hearing Lin Hanlong give the order, they immediately set down 1 pole. One end held a large rice barrel. The other end was 2 tiers of smaller dish barrels stacked like steamer baskets. They set up a small wooden table, placed the dish barrels on top, put the rice barrel to one side, and laid out serving spoons and utensils. The other pole was also unloaded, a soup barrel on one end, the other end like a modern tool cabinet with small drawers in layers. All food contact utensils were made of tin or galvanized sheet iron, with lids to ensure sanitation. Chapter 919. The workers after the workers' formation disbanded. Some ran back into the workshop to retrieve their wooden or ceramic eating utensils, then lined up at the small table. Others waited by the door. Before long, a rumbling sound announced the workshop supervisor and a few others pushing a cart back. Those waiting at the door quickly crowded around, watching the supervisor produce a key and unlock a large bamboo cage on the cart. From inside, he handed out lunch boxes to the people gathered around. As soon as workers received their boxes, they too joined the line at the small table. The meal delivery was actually handled by workers from a restaurant in Dongmen Market. The optical workshop's naturalized workers were on a subsidized meal plan. Each month they selected a supplier, either a cafeteria run by the industrial district or a restaurant in Dongmen Market certified by the Civil Affairs Commissar. The supplier was responsible for providing all workers with their nighttime meals for that month. Generally, unmarried workers chose full board for convenience. Married workers purchased only the dishes. They brought their own rice to be steamed in the factory's steam cabinet. This wasn't much trouble. At the start of the shift, rice containers with rice and water were placed in the optical workshop's dedicated cage inside the steam cabinet. The supervisor locked it. At the proper time, someone was responsible for opening the valve to let industrial steam into the steam cabinet, and the rice was quickly cooked. Lin Hanlong looked at today's dishes. As usual, meat was supposed to be served every day. When the delivery worker saw him approach, he stood at attention and said respectfully, "Chief Lin, today's delivery is fish with bean curd and stir-fried carrot shreds. The soup is seafood miscellany. We've also brought some refreshing pickles, a complimentary gift from our establishment." Lin Hanlong saw that one dish pot looked reddish. It did seem like tofu and fish fillet. He picked up a ladle, stirred around the pot to confirm the ratio of fish to tofu, then nodded. Fish fillets were common now. Ever since they'd had the coal gas cold storage and built the fish processing plant, every fishing season they bought freely from individual fishermen, stockpiling plenty. The cold storage periodically cleared out older stock to make room for new. Needless to say, these clearance goods were enthusiastically welcomed by native people and food service operators alike. Lin Hanlong then examined the carrot shreds in the other pot, glistening with oil under the lamplight, quite appetizing. This dish was Australian cuisine. Locals hadn't had the habit of eating carrots in the past. They hadn't even grown them. It wasn't until Wu Nanhai established the agricultural estate that large-scale cultivation began to increase vitamin supply. Carrot dishes were promoted among naturalized citizens. This time, Lin Hanlong gave a cold laugh but said nothing. The delivery worker smiled awkwardly, his expression uncomfortable. These little tricks couldn't fool Lin Hanlong. This so-called oil-fried carrot shreds had definitely been fried by boiling in salted water, then having oil added and tossed after cooling down. This way the oil only coated the surface of the carrot shreds without penetrating the vegetable, making it look oily and appetizing. A common money-saving trick used by cafeterias and fast food operations. He tapped the tin barrel containing the carrot shreds, shook his head at the worker and walked away without a word. He heard someone behind him whisper, "Your chief really treats you all well." He didn't turn back, walking straight into the workshop. A bitter smile crossed his face. Carrots were rich in vitamin A, essential nutrition for precision workers who needed good eyesight. But the vitamin A in carrots was fat-soluble. These surface-oiled carrot shreds had greatly reduced nutritional value. In truth, he was the only one who truly cared about the workers' meals. The workers themselves didn't pay much attention to food quality. As long as they could fill up on brown rice, that was good enough. Dishes were just for making the rice go down. Even if they were served pickles every day, the workers would be satisfied. Lin Hanlong's reason for caring about meals was simple. People in this era were generally malnourished and often lacked stamina when precision work requiring prolonged concentration was needed. Especially in the optical workshop with its night shifts, lighting wasn't as good as daytime, and many workers couldn't see their workpieces clearly. Lin Hanlong could increase workshop lighting, but that would consume precious coal gas and increase fire hazards, so he'd rather pay to have his workers eat better. The problem was his funds were limited. He couldn't fully cover their meals. So he devised a subsidy scheme. Workers pooled together for group meals, and he matched their contributions 1-to-1. This improved things somewhat. But the cafeteria didn't have the manpower to guarantee timely delivery. The science and technology department was too far from all the cafeterias in the industrial district. Round-trip meal times were too long. Outside vendors, meanwhile, were interested only in maximizing profit. Although Lin Hanlong personally drafted menus, like that oil-fried carrot dish, the vendors always found ways to cut corners. He knew some things couldn't be micromanaged, but next time this happened, he'd have to consider changing suppliers. Lin Hanlong walked a few steps, then turned to tell his apprentice following behind to heat up his dinner. Seeing the apprentice nod, he entered his office, went around to a locked door in back, opened it, and entered a small compartment that was his alone. He closed the door. The compartment held several professional books he'd brought, large quantities of draft paper, and a laptop computer. This ruggedized Panasonic Toughbook had been purchased specifically for the transmigration and had run without a single problem for several years. But to be safe, Lin Hanlong had removed the battery for separate storage and instead used a simple rectifier UPS powered by city power and a lead-acid battery bank under the desk. He turned on the computer and waited. Ubuntu Linux booted quickly. Without input from him, the computer automatically opened the Transmigrator's internal forum and video-on-demand server. Lin Hanlong had no time now to review the films they'd brought. He just skimmed the forum. As usual, several active, or rather loud-mouthed, IDs had posted a bunch of sensible and nonsensical proposals. A bunch of people had replied, flame wars had erupted, there was plenty of idle chat, venting and grumbling. Lin Hanlong skimmed through, replied briefly to a few threads, then closed the forum page. He then opened a terminal and connected to the transmigrator's computation server. His apprentice knocked on the compartment door to say his meal was heated. He opened the door, took the food, and went back to the computer. Logging into the National Computing Service Center, with his ID and authorization codes, he ran several programs, and graphs and charts began appearing on screen. Lin Hanlong ate the lunch his maid had prepared and his apprentice had reheated while studying these charts. This was part of Lin Hanlong's work. He took advantage of the relatively idle time on the main computation server at night to run large-scale design software brought from before the transmigration, analyzing and optimizing various optical designs. The Senate's computation server was built from an x86 architecture array. After all, purchasing mini-computers or mid-scale machines in the old timeline wasn't easy, and money was only one factor. By comparison, an array computation server built from x86 systems was structurally simple and functionally adequate. Lin Hanlong didn't know where the main computation server's machine room was, though it was probably somewhere inside Barren City. The transmigrator's communication lines weren't abundant enough to set up a machine room in the Gaoshan Ridge area. This National Computing Service Center provided large-scale computation services to all departments. Because so many departments needed computation time, they had to use a queued reservation system. But few people used the system in the middle of the night, so Lin Hanlong always used the computation services during his late hours. What he was doing now was using Monte Carlo methods to study how various design options tolerated manufacturing tolerances and temperature changes. Given the primitive nature of Lingao's optical production and the difficulty of quality control, Lin Hanlong felt it necessary to start from the design side, maintaining a certain level of precision while maximizing tolerance for production errors. While the computers they'd brought still functioned, he planned to analyze as many common optical system configurations as possible, then compile the results into elaborate tables for printing. After the computers failed, these tables would serve as the basis for producing optical design handbooks, usable even by naturalized citizens. Studying the computer's output, Lin Hanlong nodded with satisfaction. He'd brought quite a few optical professional books when transmigrating, and the Grand Library had some relevant materials too. Over these days, he'd run extensive simulations on the classic designs described in several handbooks, and felt his understanding of these designs had greatly deepened. The optical instruments the transmigrators needed at this stage were essentially just a few types. Those requiring mass production were even fewer. He felt his current level was more than adequate. Once he'd collected all the data he needed, designing more demanding products wouldn't be too difficult either. Of course, being able to design didn't mean he could reliably manufacture. At this thought, Lin Hanlong sighed again. Setting up the entire production process was hard. Teaching illiterate origin naturalized workers hands-on was even harder. Before they could work independently and perform basic operations on their own, at least 1 or 2 years would pass. Lin Hanlong didn't consider himself a patient person, but if he didn't want to work himself to death, he had no choice but to patiently teach. Outside, noise gradually increased. Workers had finished eating and were trickling back into the workshop. It wasn't yet time to start work. Many sat or stood, gathered in groups, chatting casually. Some squatted outside in the smoking area, smoking and drinking tea. Lin Hanlong checked his computer. It was about time. He got up, opened the door, called his apprentice and several supervisors over, and together they inspected the work completed earlier. Seeing that workpiece quality was acceptable, he gave instructions on several points needing adjustment and had his apprentice note them down. Then he returned to the computer room. He minimized the simulation window and opened SolidWorks. An image of a marine sextant appeared on screen. This was a collaborative project with several mechanical-focused transmigrators, with Lin Hanlong as lead and the others assisting. It was an important R&D project proposed by the Navy. Like marine chronometers, sextants were critical equipment for determining latitude and longitude on long voyages, of great significance to the Navy and shipping departments. The sextant on screen was already complete. Optical path simulation showed no problems. Mechanical issues had been corrected. All that remained was final confirmation of how to make the graduated scale, and then a physical prototype could be built. From outside came 2 bell strikes, the workshop supervisor's signal that work was resuming. Lin Hanlong didn't move, just listened to the sounds outside. After months here, he was familiar with the noise of each machine in operation. Just by listening carefully, he could tell a machine's status. He didn't need to appear personally. He could assess the native's actual skill level from here. Tonight seemed lucky. Every machine sounded like it was running normally. He turned his attention back to the computer. Time at the computer always flew. By the time he'd reviewed the sextant design and uploaded the files to his collaborators, over an hour had passed. He shut down the computer, picked up his lunch box, and emerged from the small room, locking the door behind him. His apprentice was at his own desk in the outer office, reading. Lin Hanlong looked at the book's contents, an elementary mathematics textbook compiled by the transmigrators. Junji, the apprentice looked up at him. Note down in the handover for day shift. The belt on number 2 grinder needs inspection. The apprentice nodded quickly. Yes, Master, I also thought the sound wasn't quite right. Seems like some rivets have loosened. Lin Hanlong grunted, then extended his hand. Have you finished your physics homework? Over the past year or so, he'd taught his apprentice basic arithmetic and had him attend school to learn over 1,000 Chinese characters. After the optical plant switched to night shift, the apprentice worked the evening shift with him every day. So Lin Hanlong arranged for him to attend the first 2 classes each morning, primarily middle and junior high school math and science. When time permitted, Lin Hanlong gave him supplementary lessons. Recently, he'd supervised the revision of elementary optics for external distribution, managing to analyze several optical instruments already in embryonic form in this timeline, using junior high-level convex and concave lens principles. His apprentice had naturally become the book's first reader. Because of daily exposure and a foundation in math and science, the apprentice had more or less understood the book. But Lin Hanlong privately believed that even if the book was distributed, at most it would leave readers befuddled. Without junior high math, the calculations were very hard to follow. His apprentice's level already far surpassed any native of this era. Lin Hanlong quickly reviewed his apprentice's homework, marking it with ticks and crosses, circling key points. Here and here, I see you still don't quite understand. I'll explain after we're off. He looked up and turned. Also, those glass jars on my desk, take 2 home. Remember to return the jars. Master, the apprentice exclaimed. I can't accept that. The jars were prototypes that Wu Nanhai had sent over, Tianchu Food Factory's trial glass-canned fried dace, quite similar to the classic canned product that endured for generations in the old timeline. The apprentice knew this was ultra-premium food only transmigrators could enjoy. Never mind naturalized apprentices. Even the wealthy masters in Dongmen Market who didn't know what to do with their money couldn't buy it. Lin Hanlong glared. Take it if I tell you to. 1 jar for you, 1 for your brother. Eat well so you have energy to study. Understand? And bring your brother's math and physics homework tomorrow for me to look at. Kai Junji's younger brother, Kai Si, was a full-time student at Fangtao Dai and doing very well. He'd completed internships at the optical plant several times. Lin Hanlong thought he had good aptitude and intended to cultivate him as an optical industry technician. Yes, I'll bring them tomorrow night. Lin Hanlong waved his hand. Put on your jacket. We're going on patrol. By a little after 3 a.m., The workpieces on each grinder had completed their current processes. Lin Hanlong watched the workers use Lingao-made knife-edge measuring rings to check the curvature radius of each workpiece. The grinding machine crew worked in pairs, one reading numbers, one recording. After one finished, they switched roles and repeated the measurements. When they were done, Lin Hanlong spot-checked a few himself. Seeing no problems, he had them sign off. Shortly after, someone brought over several boxes, newly assembled telescopes from the assembly workshop. Lin Hanlong randomly picked one and peered through it at the calibration chart on the wall, then handed the telescope to his apprentice for detailed acceptance inspection. Dawn was already visible on the horizon. The grinding crew had brooms and rags, cleaning up their areas. The machine crew was busy oiling and maintaining equipment. Lin Hanlong held a cup of strong tea, yawning as he watched the remaining workers do the final tidying. At 6 o'clock, the optical workshop's day officially ended. Following the 4S standards Lin Hanlong had established, workers stored all workpieces in designated cabinets, set machinery to shutdown state, and placed all supplies in assigned locations. Lin Hanlong dispensed with a pep talk. After assembly, he dismissed them to go home. "Junji, what's on my schedule this morning?" After leading the supervisors on a final patrol through the empty workshop, Lin Hanlong had them lock the doors while he asked, "Master, after the 8 a.m. morning briefing, there's a meeting with Chief Zhan from 8:30 to 9. Would you like to go home first to eat and rest a bit?" The apprentice walking beside Lin Hanlong reminded him. Lin Hanlong nodded. Soon the group of three exited the optical plant gate and walked along the factory district streets. Daylight was full. Workers coming off shift and going on shift were already numerous. Fortunately, the weather was still cool. Walking was quite pleasant. He planned to eat a bit when he got home, then take a short nap. The optical workshop's night was over. His own day hadn't even finished yet. Chapter 920. The morning briefing. Lin Hanlong walked along the streets of barren New City. Dawn was just breaking. The scent of trees and wild grass permeated the early morning air, still damp with dew. The nighttime gas street lamps had already been extinguished. Sanitation workers in blue cotton robes, wearing masks and caps, their bamboo ID badges hanging at their chests, swept the stone-paved roads. If not for the gas street lamps, Lin Hanlong might have thought he was walking through an old neighborhood built in the 1960s. He encountered few transmigrators on the road. Most were either still asleep or sleeping in their workshops and offices. But maids were already out in numbers. They carried baskets and straw bags, chatting and laughing in small groups as they headed toward the demonstration farm. Ever since transmigrators acquired maids, many had started cooking at home. Accordingly, the administrative office had kept pace with the times and now issued food allowance vouchers and special Meeteg dairy ration cards directly to individuals, rather than providing free meals at the cafeteria. Lin Hanlong returned to his transmigrator apartment, which he'd moved into not long ago. Being a bachelor, he was in the second batch to receive housing. Per policy, he'd been assigned a 40-square-meter small unit. The place was modest but plenty for him and his maid. He'd sent his maid home earlier in the night. There were no security issues inside Barren City. Even in the busy industrial district, people without passes couldn't move around. For transmigrators, it was the safest green zone. Once home, his maid would rise at 5. That way, by the time he arrived, bathwater and breakfast would be ready. "Bath first or eat first?" the maid asked. "Bath. Then I'll sleep a bit first." Lin Hanlong's body was exhausted, but he wasn't hungry, and there was a meeting at 8. He needed to grab a quick nap first. The room, decorated by Zhen Qian, was very minimalist, colors fresh and bright. The furniture was all IKEA style. Lin Hanlong didn't care for so-called classical style. He hurried through a bath, put on pajamas, and lay down on the fabric sofa with its wooden frame and thick kapok cushion. He fell asleep almost instantly. At 7:30 he woke on schedule. His maid had already warmed breakfast, 2 Fujian-style savory meat zongzi. She was from southern Fujian and made excellent savory zongzi. Beside them was a glass bottle sealed with cardboard, sterilized paper, cotton thread, and sealing wax, containing pasteurized milk, freshly delivered from the farm that morning. The maid had prepared his toothbrush and wash water. Toothpaste had long since run out. Making toothpaste that met old timeline standards was somewhat difficult, and the chemistry department lacked both sufficient raw materials and interest. Mo Zion had devised a substitute, bamboo salt. So-called bamboo salt was made by filling bamboo tubes with table salt and then roasting them at high temperature. After discarding the charred bamboo, the salt had fused into a block. Ground into fine powder, it became bamboo salt. Packed into fine bamboo tubes polished on pedal-powered lathes, it became a product of the Ministry of Light Industry, sold equally to transmigrators, naturalized citizens, and natives. Reportedly, it sold quite well in Guangzhou. Whether this stuff was as miraculous as the old timeline hype claimed, the transmigrators didn't care. At least since ancient times, Chinese people had brushed and rinsed with salt. It was at least somewhat good for teeth and oral hygiene. Lin Hanlong drank his milk and had his maid peel the zongzi. Shouldering his old laptop bag and putting on a sun hat, he ate as he walked out the door. Just outside the apartment building, he spotted Halen from the woodworking factory walking bleary-eyed down the road. He knew Halen was another chronic overtime worker, probably just off the night shift. The woodworking factory was no lighter than any other department, yet it had always received low priority for resource allocation. The forestry department had accumulated many grievances. Halen didn't notice Lin Hanlong and walked past on his own. Lin Hanlong knew he too was heading to the Industry and Energy Commission compound. Every morning at 8, the Industry and Energy Commission held a transmigrator briefing to summarize the previous day's production and assign the day's work. Because the Industry and Energy Commission had the most transmigrators, the meeting room was extra large, enough to seat 150 people. The large windows let in plenty of sunlight, and the specially designed walls allowed speakers to be heard clearly without a PA system. To save space and materials, the seating was all fixed wooden benches with backs, simple and sturdy. The back of each front seat had a protruding wooden board for participants to write and read on. The senior transmigrator engineers serving in the Industry and Energy Commission had been trickling in. They formed many small circles, conversing in low voices like a hive. From time to time, someone would shout an excited curse or two. Lin Hanlong overheard Jai Tuisi holding forth. Viagra. Zhao the Emperor still dares bring that up. I'm just waiting for him to get me the manpower to fill the chemical plant. I need at least 20,000 people. Just the synthesis process alone would fill a blackboard. Never mind the molecular formula with our pitiful village-level chemistry capabilities, 50 more years and we still couldn't make it. Nearby, people were egging him on with talk of Indian god oil, Spanish fly, and the like. Others were scheming to sell ecstasy and meth to the Manchus, crazy plans everywhere. Lin Hanlong found it amusing. Then someone called out, meeting starting, no more talking. The room gradually quieted as everyone returned to their seats. Zhan Wuya hurried in with several naturalized secretaries. Having started as a small machine shop owner, he was a jack of all trades and had almost no rest time. Lin Hanlong noticed his work clothes were blackened with some scorch marks. He'd probably just been in the heat treatment workshop. The Industry and Energy Commission's briefing wasted no words, used no platitudes, and had no opening remarks. Zhan Wuya briefly explained the statistical summary compiled at 5 a.m., then discussed the day's tasks and priorities. Problems and requests raised by departments were addressed if solutions and answers were available. The morning briefing by rule had no discussions. Too many transmigrators present. Each adding a comment would consume enormous time. The entire briefing was kept under 30 minutes. Before the meeting ended, Zhan Wuya instructed documents to be distributed to department heads. Then he cleared his throat. According to the instructions in the documents, Everyone should estimate the additional human resources and skills your department needs and submit a report to the Planning Commission by June 30. Murmuring rippled through the room. Personnel shortages had always been a bottleneck for expanding production. Every time a request was filed, it was ignored or delayed. What had suddenly changed? Could Operation Engine have officially commenced? Even if it had started now, they wouldn't be shipping people back immediately. The Planning Commission plans to pre-classify and pre-train the population collected during Operation Engine. They'll try to arrange some basic vocational training while still in quarantine camps, so that when people arrive in Lingao they can immediately enter as apprentices. So please report roughly how many people and what skills your department needs. Zhan Wuya continued. The Planning Commission will use these reports to implement training programs. Note that the total requested should align with the quota plan in the document. 5 to 10% over is fine, but not too much. Finally, Zhan Wuya solemnly announced recent major safety incidents. Boiler explosions, traditionally the biggest killer in the Senate's industrial system, had recently ceded that title to the steel plant. A few days ago, 5 naturalized workers had been vaporized. Molten iron from a ruptured ladle had spilled onto the floor and solidified, leaving not even a trace of the men. Add prior incidents, and the steel plant's fatality rate had now surpassed boiler explosions, especially since steel quality had stabilized and boiler quality had improved substantially. Comrades, this must be a warning to all of us. Zhan Wuya looked at the transmigrators lounging at various angles below, wondering if his earnest words had any effect. Also, fire prevention and typhoon preparedness for summer, Zhan Wuya continued. I won't say much about fire prevention. Typhoon preparedness is critical. We have dozens of times more smokestacks now than before, plus many new high-truss factory buildings. Once July arrives, typhoon activity will pick up. For production safety, the Planning Commission was preparing a major safety inspection drive to check equipment across the industrial district and eliminate hazards, especially equipment and facilities built in the early period, when conditions were limited and quality was rushed. Everyone whispered among themselves. Zhan Wuya then assigned the Machinery General Factory to produce screw presses. For making propellant grains for the munitions factory, Zhan Wuya specified. The force required wasn't great, but the press had to output steady, slow pressure, too fast, and it would detonate. Different grain shapes and uses would be handled by swapping molds and adjusting pressure. This equipment could make not only explosive charges, but also rocket propellant. Uniform shape and density in propellant grains were critical guarantees of rocket trajectory consistency, of great significance. Lin Hanlong's optical plant also received a formal telescope production order. Both Army and Navy had placed large orders. The Army's order included simple officer telescopes as well as more advanced artillery spotting scopes. Lin Hanlong thought this wasn't a major problem, but could personnel and equipment be expanded? And then there was the awkward power issue. The optical plant had no independent power shop. It used power output from the Science and Technology Department's power shop. This output wasn't very stable, posing hidden dangers for the optical plant, which needed stable power to run grinders and other equipment. All these issues would need to be discussed with Zhan Wuya, Lin Hanlong thought, to come up with a plan. Chapter 921. The lesson plan. Gao Xuan picked up his repeatedly patched jishu robe from the creaking bamboo strip bed. This was his finest garment, worn only when visiting his teacher at the academy. Scholar Gao was not yet 30, having earned his Ziyukai degree at a young age. That counted as promising, but his family was desperately poor. Apart from a rundown house passed down from his ancestors and some broken furniture, the place was virtually bare. He put on the robe and carefully brushed off the dust. His wife, the scholar's lady, walked in from the outer room where she'd been cooking. She was the daughter of a common family. Her father sold wine on the street. She'd only married this poor scholar because her father thought it would be respectable to have a son-in-law who was a degree holder. "Husband, we've run out of rice," the scholar's lady said timidly. Rice prices in Hangzhou had been rising sharply lately. Even barley and buckwheat, which few people usually wanted, had risen to 1,000 cash per shi. Since spring, almost no rain had fallen across northern Zhejiang. At planting time, they'd barely managed by pumping water to irrigate the fields. But if this drought continued, another disaster year was clearly coming. Those with any savings were buying up grain in large quantities, and the grain merchants were naturally seizing the opportunity to raise prices. "Then just buy some barley. What do you expect me to do, conjure rice out of thin air?" Scholar Gao hated hearing about such mundane matters as rice and firewood. He felt utterly helpless about them. If his wife wanted to discuss some admirable recent eight-legged essays or the school of mind, he'd be happy to oblige. There's no money left either. The scholar's lady hadn't wanted to disturb her husband's good mood, but they genuinely had neither rice nor money. Gao Qiuan sighed and rummaged all over himself, finally finding a string of 50 or 60 small coins in his sleeve. He gave them to his wife and hurried outside. Home made him feel stifled. Gao Qiuan had no livelihood. A few years ago, when the family still had a modest property, life had been passable. He devoted himself to study, making friends and connections with teachers and fellow scholars, hoping to pass the examinations and rise. A few years ago his parents died one after the other. Then he married. The weddings and funerals had consumed whatever little remained. Now if he continued like this, he'd have to go begging, relying on his father-in-law for support. Gao Qiuan pretended not to know, didn't ask questions, but was aware that over the past few months, the household's daily necessities had mostly come from his father-in-law. This can't go on, he thought heavily. Today he was heading to Wanbi Bookshop. A few days ago, he and some friends had visited the famous establishment and been amazed by its environment and the abundance of finely printed books. The shop assistants were warm and courteous. A group of impoverished scholars had spent half a day reading without being bothered. Tea was even provided. Gao Qiuan had found a large set of complete collection of illustrations and writings from the earliest to current times and had devoured it until the shop closed. The bookshop had become his refuge, a good place to kill time and escape reality. On the street, the sunlight was already scorching. The bare streets offered no shade at all, dust billowed, and the stench was everywhere. Gao Qiuan walked under the sun and was soon drenched in sweat. Watching the gentry pass by in bamboo-lattice sedan chairs attended by swarms of servants, he felt both envy and resentment. Those scoundrels stuffed with the fat of the people. He cursed under his breath, even as he envied them. It took him about 3/4 of an hour to reach Wanbi Bookshop. The street in front of the shop was already packed with sedan chairs and filled with attendant servants. Many wealthy gentry families came here too. Gao Qiuan carefully avoided them, skirting along the base of the wall to enter through the main gate. Inside it was cool and comfortable. The air was filled with the rich scent of books, mingled with faint fragrances of flowers and tea. Gao Qiuan felt invigorated and walked briskly in. The bookshop was spacious. Birds of a feather flocked together. The shop had several halls, and Gao Qiuan went to Wenxi Hall, a cheerful name that offered some psychological comfort to struggling scholars. Readers and chatterers here were mostly scholars from poor families, impoverished candidates and sour ziyukai types. Thanks to the large glass windows, the hall was well lit. Outside the sun blazed, but awnings over the windows blocked direct sunlight, keeping the room pleasantly cool. Just outside the windows was a small courtyard full of lush greenery, cool to look at. Wenxi Hall's decor and furniture were simple and practical, rattan long chairs and wooden long tables. Scholars who'd arrived before Gao Qiuan sat or strolled about, all reading with great absorption. When they found something good, some would shake their heads and recite aloud. Others had spread paper and ink on the long tables and were copying passages. Some, perhaps having slept too late, were simply slumped at their desks, snoring away. At some distance from the tables and chairs, behind bamboo partitions, was a brighter section where scholars were engaged in animated debate. Gao Xuan heard them discussing the school of mind. Gao Xuan greeted a few acquaintances and walked straight to a wooden counter in the corner, producing a card. This was a Wanbi Bookshop borrowing card. Because Gao Xuan couldn't afford the one-tael silver deposit, he'd registered for a Class B card, reading only in the shop, not borrowing to take home. The clerk behind the counter took his card and opened a large ledger, actually a register noting the cardholder's name, address, borrowing times, types of books borrowed, and a column for referrer. Recording the referrer was to roughly track relationships among these people. The clerk checked the ledger, quickly found the book from his last visit, and without being told, sent over the second volume of complete collection of illustrations and writings from the earliest to current times. Gao Xuan found a seat and took out a bamboo cup from his robe, engraved by machine with compliments of Wanbi Bookshop. Each cardholder received one. Per shop rules, those who brought this cup could drink tea for free. The tea wasn't fancy, but it was good new tea of the year, not the bottom-of-the-barrel dust sold in cheap tea shops outside. A clerk came by with a large tin-spouted teapot and filled Gao Xuan's cup, then politely moved on to serve others. While Gao Xuan was absorbed in his reading, at Zhao Yingongs' private residence, Taoist Zhang had come to visit. Right now, outside the church at Tianshui Bridge, it's quite lively, Taoist Zhang said with a smile, putting a cherry in his mouth. The cherries had been sent by Zhang Dai's household that morning, 4 or 5 jin wrapped in lotus leaves, placed in an exquisite bamboo basket, covered with tree leaves. 2 household servants had ceremoniously delivered them to Zhao Yingong's residence. Zhao Yingong had been obliged to tip them several hundred cash. The cherries sat in a large-mouthed glass jar, glistening enticingly. Zhao Yingong said nothing. He was carefully blowing at the tender leaves of Peking longjing floating in his tea bowl, a gift from another Hangzhou gentleman a few days ago. The man owned a tea garden near Longjing. In this respect, at least, the great Ming surpassed the old timeline. Under the Taoists' tireless promotion, the Hangzhou religious case had finally erupted. A few days earlier, Zhang Tian and Huang Zhen had delivered a preliminary critique of heaven to the Catholic Church, and at the same time hired many idlers to post copies of the full text at temples and Taoist shrines throughout Hangzhou, demanding a formal response from the Hangzhou Church. Give it a few more days, and the flames will burn even higher, Zhang Yingchen said with a smile. The Church's senior figures may come to you for advice. Zhao Yingong shook his head. That's impossible, I'm just a visiting Ziyukai staying here. You underestimate yourself, Zhang Yingchen smiled. Wanbi Bookshop is now one of Hangzhou's most famous cultural salons. I hear even the county magistrates of Qiantang and Renhe admire you. Stop, you're giving me goosebumps. Zhang Yingchen continued. It's the absolute truth. Your free book lending strategy at Wanbi Bookshop has earned you quite a bit of reputation. This is all accurate. Zhao Yingong had intended this move precisely to cultivate prestige. Otherwise, as an outsider, how could he build a name for himself in Hangzhou? Without some reputation in this era, without the patronage of officials and gentry, it was very hard to get anything done, let alone his next step of taking in refugees. Let's set that aside. You've accelerated the Hangzhou religious case. What's your next move? Strike while the iron is hot, Zhang Yingchen said decisively. I've already passed refutation of heterodox learning in the Fujian edition to Zhang Tian. With his ability, he can easily spot the problems and write exposing falsehoods without much effort. I have more ammunition here. Zhang Yingchen produced a sheet of paper from his robe. Zhao Yingong took it. The article was written in classical Chinese, clearly attacking the church based on the contents of the Bible. Zhao Yingong found the examples and phrasing familiar. Halfway through, he suddenly realized this was Bo Yang's famous anti-religious essay. Zhao Yingong was somewhat worried. Taoist. The other material is fine, exposing falsehoods, and such are theological and philosophical debates. but Bo Yang's essay has far greater killing power. If this gets out, the damage to the church would be too great. We're counting on them to help us, remember. Don't destroy them entirely. No worries. Unless we push the church into a blizzard they can't bear, how will they appreciate your help? The problem is I can't actually help. Zhao Yingong knew very well that Bo Yang's approach had been to use the enemy's spear against their own shield. To refute this essay, first he lacked the theological depth, second he lacked Bo Yang's essay-writing skill. And then it occurred to him, there was no Chinese-language Bible in this timeline. The Jesuits knew the only Chinese Bible was Australian. Once this essay appeared, it would surely arouse Jesuit suspicion. Chapter 922, Fanning the Flames, This Won't Do. Zhao Yingong immediately objected. The Jesuits know perfectly well that we're the only ones with a Chinese-language edition of the Old and New Testaments. Many of the passages Bo Yang quoted in this essay haven't even been translated in this timeline. The Jesuits aren't stupid. They'll definitely make the connection. Zhang Yingchen tossed aside the cherry stem in his hand and wiped his mouth with a towel. I'm planning to use the Studium Biblicum version. What difference does that make? None. Zhao Yingong shook his head. Regardless of which version you use, we're currently the only ones with a Chinese Bible, so Bo Yang's essay can't be used. I absolutely won't agree to it. Zhang Yingchen thought it over. What if I rewrite it? His idea was to compile material attacking the church based on the existing Chinese Bible stories the church had already produced. Of course, the effect wouldn't be as powerful as Bo Yang's essay. Such a pity. He sighed with apparent regret. Then he asked, have you finished the pamphlets I asked you to prepare? They're done. Zhao Yingong unclipped a ring of keys from his waist, opened a padlock on a small cabinet in his study, and took out a tightly sealed book parcel, handing it to Zhang Yingchen. These were samples of anti-religious pamphlets printed at Wanbi Bookshop's printing plant. There were two types, one discrediting Catholicism and one discrediting Buddhism, both masterworks of the Grand Library's Truth Office. Zhang Yingchen was preparing to take advantage of this Hangzhou religious case to distribute them widely throughout the area and damage both religions' reputations. Take them back and look them over for anything problematic. Once it's finalized, bring them back quickly so I can organize mass printing, Zhao Yingong instructed. Are the printing workers reliable? No problem. They can't set foot outside Phoenix Mountain Estate now, and their families have all been sent to Lingao. Zhao Yingong smiled. Unless they've gone mad and don't care about their wives and children's lives. Once the religious case is over, I'll send this batch of craftsmen back to Lingao for Zhou Dongshan to use and recruit a new batch of workers. Zhang Yingchen slipped out of the city just before the gates closed and quietly returned to Qingyun Temple. He was being very careful now whenever entering or leaving Wanbi Bookshop, lest anyone detect his unusual friendship with this Master Zhao. Minking was waiting for him. Tea and food had been left on the table. He also reported that the gentleman who wanted to compound the great elixir had sent someone to invite him again today. What did you tell him? I said that you, Taoist master, had gone wandering and no one knew when you'd return. I'd let you know as soon as you came back. Minking was a very sharp young man. Heh, well said. Zhang Yingchen lightly patted the little Taoist acolyte's shoulder. The boy was indeed quite handsome. He recalled an amusing incident from a few days ago when he'd accepted an invitation to the house of that gentry member seeking to compound the great elixir, and a faint smile crossed his lips. Go to bed first. I still have some things to do. No need to wait on me here. The Taoist spoke as he gently kneaded the young acolyte's tender shoulder. After Minking left, the Taoist trimmed the wick of the candle the young acolyte had left in the room and lit a second candle. The illumination from tallow candles was pitifully poor. With just one candle, reading and writing were nearly impossible. Zhang Yingchen ate a few bites of the food, pushed the plates aside, and opened a locked small box by his pillow. Inside was his codebook. The Religious Affairs Office had its own independent codebook. He had no radio of his own and had to maintain contact with the Religious Affairs Office, and the new Taoism headquarters at Yunji Temple through the Hangzhou station's radio. He wrote a letter to Dai Yi. Friend Dai, the book from the Truth Office has been received and delivered to its intended recipient. Watching the old Buddhist monk put on his Vajra face was entertaining. The anti-religious pamphlets have been polished by the Truth Office. Zhang Heigu says they were written by naturalized citizens on his staff. I think I underestimated the standards of these literary degenerates. With the Old Testament as a foundation, the fan fiction they've written is actually good enough for the web. Though they can hardly rival the author of Golden Lotus, crushing trash like Lampwick Monk is child's play. Entertainers were classified as base-born by Zhu Yuanzhang, yet these lovely performing artists are indispensable to this academic debate. If 4 scholars had no song shiksheng, what would be the point of the story? Starting tomorrow, various scandalous tales will be whispered mouth to ear across this earthly paradise. Digression. I really can't stand these bored literati and their effeminate tastes. A few days ago, I was actually confessed to by a boy who plays young female roles. Laying hands on a shota is criminal. Lowly shota stuff is even more depraved. Can you raise a healthy young man from a cross-dresser? I doubt it. Perhaps we should establish a rule that Taoist novices must participate in militia training every year, with drill practice. After finishing the letter, he encoded it using his codebook. The day after tomorrow, a courier from Hangzhou station would come to collect his encrypted message. Tomorrow, the storm of the Hangzhou religious case would blow even harder. Zhang Yingchen went to bed with a satisfied smile. In the old timeline, the Hangzhou religious case had been merely a minor religious dispute. Apart from the Hangzhou Catholic parish's believers and the Buddhists who challenged them, it hadn't stirred up much of a fuss in the city. Overall, it had never exceeded the scope of theological debate between the two sides. But this religious case, instigated and triggered ahead of schedule by the Taoist, had taken a different direction. The waves it raised far exceeded the expectations of Huang Zhen and the others. As usual, Gao Xuan came to Wanbi Bookshop to read that day, reading the complete collection of illustrations and writings as always. Just as he sat down and took a sip of hot tea, quietly waiting for his sweat to dry a bit, he suddenly heard several scholars in the outer parlor of Wenxi Hall engaged in animated discussion, saliva flying. Gao Xuan initially paid them no mind. These men often argued there, spouting all sorts of nonsense. Gao Xuan knew they were mostly followers of the Wang Yangming school, but today their topic was different from usual. They seemed to be talking about the Western cross religion. The cross religion had a temple locally, with several big-bearded Western monks. Quite a few local gentry and scholars followed it. Gao Xuan had heard bits and pieces but had never been particularly interested. What he heard now, however, was all colorful material, quite salacious and violent, one might say. He couldn't help pricking up his ears. Someone was recounting various scandalous practices within the cross religion, the speaker relishing every detail, the listeners hanging on every word, occasionally cheering him on. Gao Xuan had originally wanted to read quietly, but their chatter had stirred an itch in him. He couldn't even focus on his book anymore. Involuntarily, he set it down and strolled over to the side hall. The animated discussion in the side hall had already attracted most of the scholars and candidates from Wenxi Hall. They crowded around outside, listening to the speakers inside. The man speaking most enthusiastically was a fellow with a round, flat face and a juju pit-shaped head, tall, with a pair of keen small eyes, a pencil mustache, a thin neck on a large head and ruddy complexion. He looked like a troublemaker. Though he wore a tattered Jishu robe, he didn't look at all like a scholar. Gao Xuan, however, knew who he was, a man named Zhuang Heioran. He'd been born into a local prominent family, had read quite a few books in his youth, and after the family fortune declined, had drifted around the city as a loafer. Allegedly, he had tried alchemy to transmute gold and silver. Failing to produce any, he'd only managed to singe off part of his whiskers. Later, he'd hung around the pleasure quarters, teaching meter and lyrics to the thin horses, even drawn erotic illustrations for novels sold by bookshops, and of course engaged in the usual gang fighting and the like. In short, he was a typical literary degenerate. Although Zhuang Heoran's conduct was improper, his eclectic knowledge was extensive. He even knew some medicine. He also had insights into Wang Shaoran's school of mind, and would hold forth when the mood struck him. After Wanbi Bookshop opened, Zhuang Heoran would sometimes come to read and chat. Zhao Yingong treated all readers equally. As long as they observed the bookshop's rules, they were welcome. Come on, let's go see what ox gallstones and dog treasures this cross-religion has to show. Seeing the atmosphere was ripe, Zhuang Heoran raised his arm and called out. In a flash, he'd swept the audience along with him. He'd already taken money a few days ago, under instructions to bring some scholars and students to the church at Tianshui Bridge and make trouble, amplifying the commotion. Zhuang Heoran bore no ill will toward the Western monks and had no grievances with the religious believers. But since he'd taken the silver, he had to do the work. In no time at all, he'd riled up the scholars at Wanbi Bookshop. More than half were actually just following along to watch the excitement. Everyone wanted to see whether the Chan Buddhist monks or the Western missionaries were more formidable. Gao Xuan couldn't help but be swept along with the crowd toward Tianshui Bridge. At Tianshui Bridge, a large crowd had already gathered. Besides ordinary citizens and idlers, many were dressed as scholars, along with some monks and Taoists. Everyone was pushing forward, trying to squeeze to the front of the church to get a good look at the spectacle. From a distance, Gao Xuan could already hear the clamor. From time to time, laughter and shouting erupted. Involuntarily, he quickened his pace toward the sound. After finally pushing his way to the front, he saw a group of Confucian scholars in square caps and Taoist robes, along with several monks. About a dozen or more people crowded before the church, creating a noisy scene of pointing and arguing. Several broadsheets were pasted on the spirit wall of the church. Gao Xuan strained to read them and could just make out the titles: A Preliminary Critique of Heaven, A Second Critique of Heaven, and Exposing Falsehoods. Gao Xuan hadn't read these three essays. However, under Taoist Zhang's covert manipulation, they had long since been printed as handbills and distributed throughout the city's streets and alleys to build momentum. Huang Zhen, Zhang Tian, and the others, unaware of the backstory, assumed that justice had attracted popular support. Their spirits rose even higher, and they came to the church gates every day to challenge the church to debate. But the Hangzhou Church, as in the historical account, adopted the same policy. No matter how much shouting and cursing went on outside, they remained as immovable as Mount Tai, completely ignoring it. Masses continued as usual, rituals proceeded as normal, as if they saw nothing at all. Chapter 923. Escalating. This attitude of indifferent avoidance infuriated Huang Zhen and the others. The sudden increase in onlookers over the past few days had greatly lifted the spirits of the entire anti-religion faction, who believed that justice was clearly on the side of the people. Their enthusiasm only grew. Originally, Huang, Zhang, and the others had merely gone to the church gates to deliver debate challenges and post notices of inquiry on the spirit wall before leaving. Recently, they'd simply begun holding rallies right in front of the church, denouncing the Western heretical path. Standing in the crowd, Gao Xuan watched as more and more people gathered. At first he thought they were just idlers who'd come along to watch the excitement, but he soon realized something was wrong. These people were all agitated and aggressive, rolling up their sleeves, shaking their fists, their mouths spewing foul language. Heretics, are you coming out or not? If you don't come out now, we're going to break down the door. Hey, don't you call yourselves gentlemen, saying, I have sinned all day long? Well, come out and receive your punishment now. The cursing grew more vicious and the noise louder. Huang Zhen listened from the sidelines, feeling somewhat at a loss. The situation was clear enough. This mob of previously unknown scholars and commoners had come specifically to denounce and attack the Western cross religion. For the first few days, Seeing so many people arrive had excited him. But recently he'd begun to feel uneasy. The dispute between the two religions was hardly even a ripple in this city of Hangzhou. Why were more and more people coming? Many weren't even Buddhist disciples. Some weren't even scholars. Looking at some of the most agitated provocateurs, they were obviously city troublemakers. Senior brother Zhang was a proper Chan Buddhist disciple who'd received the precepts. He shouldn't have recruited such people for support and show of force. They clearly have bad intentions. I wonder who they are. How did they find their way here? Could someone be pulling strings behind the scenes? This thought made Huang Zhen suddenly alert. If someone was exploiting the clash between the two religions to fish in troubled waters, the Chan school's reputation could also be badly damaged. He was about to go find Zhang Tian when, since the church kept its doors firmly shut and refused to show itself, the mob grew increasingly impatient. They continued their loud abuse, and one or two actually walked forward and began pounding on the door with their fists. Dong, 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 dong. Someone in the crowd even called out slogans to rush in and smash everything. At this point, a small side door by the courtyard opened. Apparently seeing that the mob was getting out of hand, an elderly man with a crucifix on his chest hurried out, hands pressed together, and said, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, please don't resort to violence. This is holy ground of the church, a place of peaceful cultivation. If you have something to say, please, a few of you may enter and talk. I beg you all to show consideration." His manner was extremely respectful and his tone very mild, but instead of calming down, the mob burst into furious denunciations. "Sorcerer, don't you know we've come today to hunt demons? A place of purity. How dare you, old traitor who forgets his ancestors, even speak? This place harbors foreign demon monks, clearly a den of filth. What purity is there? You're old, so I'll let you off. Get out of here quickly. Don't provoke us, or your old bones won't survive." All manner of scolding, threats, and abuse rained down on the old man, leaving him dumbstruck and ashen-faced. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he could only keep making the sign of the cross as he retreated, crestfallen. Witnessing this scene, Gao Xuan, who had followed along with the crowd, felt a surge of anger. No matter what, the other side had been very polite in their speech. Besides, he hadn't heard of the cross religion doing anything terrible in Hangzhou. As he was thinking this, the troublemakers grew even more carried away. They shouted loudly, stamped their feet, and pounded even more violently on the church door. Suddenly someone yelled, "If they won't open up, we'll break it down, break it down." "Right, break it down," more voices joined in. Then they began to press and surge forward in a mob toward the door. Zhang and Huang, however, both sensed that things were going wrong. Although they called the Catholic Church heretical, the church had the backing of many powerful figures at court, and locally quite a few gentry believed in it. Apart from doctrine, they considered contrary to proper ethics. The church hadn't done anything actually evil. With the government taking no action to ban the church, storming it would surely provoke a fierce backlash from the believing gentry. Moreover, they considered themselves scholars who emphasized debating reason. To resort to violence before the argument was even settled would be an ungracious victory. Seeing people about to turn violent, it was actually they who called loudly for the crowd to calm down. But the situation was already beyond the control of these few. Zhuang Haioran and his ilk had taken silver to cause trouble. They weren't about to heed a few scholars and monks. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves, ready for a brawl. Inside the church at Tianshui Bridge, Jesuits led by Giulio Aleni and Francesco Furtado, along with devout believers, were at that moment discussing countermeasures. After the two pillars of the Hangzhou church had died one after the other, the church's influence with the local government had declined significantly. Yesterday they had sent someone with calling cards to the county offices of Qiantang and Ren, requesting that yamen runners be dispatched to maintain order. But so far, not a single runner had appeared. Instead, lots of unrelated idlers had shown up. Clearly, someone was seizing the opportunity to harm the church. Aleni and Furtado remained fairly calm. They had seen such things many times in their missionary careers, and they had long prepared themselves for martyrdom. But to see the church's hard-won foundation in Hangzhou destroyed like this pained them deeply. Several of the believing Confucian scholars at the meeting were offering various proposals. Some wanted to report immediately to the authorities. Others volunteered to go to Shanghai and Jiaxing to ask the Su and Sun families to intervene. Still others questioned the Jesuits' policy of non-engagement in the debate, arguing that their silence only emboldened the opposition. "Father, this can't go on." A young scholar spoke urgently. "These people are fabricating all kinds of slanders against the church. If we don't step forward to clarify, everyone will think the accusations are true." As he spoke, he pulled a stack of miscellaneous handbills from his sleeve and placed them on the table, his face full of indignation. "Look at this, everyone." What he'd produced was exactly the black propaganda the Hangzhou station had been quietly distributing recently. Several people picked them up and read them, shaking their heads and sighing, or seething with anger. Everyone had already felt stifled by the missionaries' refusal to engage. Now, seeing someone openly spreading rumors and inciting ignorant commoners, their indignation only grew. Eleni was just about to say something when a commotion erupted outside. Then two servants stumbled in, crying out in alarm. "This is bad, they've broken in." The believing scholars all started and rose to their feet simultaneously. A few faces went pale, but they managed to stay calm. Others could barely stand. Most of the believers, completely unprepared for this, involuntarily took several steps back and stared in astonishment toward the outside. The Jesuits, at least, kept their composure and tried to calm everyone. But before they could finish speaking, the sound of things being smashed erupted from outside, along with wild screaming. "Flatten the place. Show them who's boss. Smash, smash, smash hard. Block all the doors first." The young believing scholar directed believers to bar and barricade the main and inner gates while urging the missionaries to take shelter in the back. Just then, other believers in the church heard the noise and came running from all corners, some still clutching sticks they'd grabbed at random. In moments, several dozen people had gathered. When they learned someone was trying to storm the church, expressions of shock and anger appeared on every face. Some argued for going out to fight to the death, even if it meant martyrdom. Just as they were all talking at once, the main gate outside gave a tremendous crash as it was forced open. A middle-aged man in scholar's robes raised his voice and shouted, "Stop! Stop! We have something to say." He called out several times, but the people outside ignored him completely. If anything, the smashing grew more frenzied. Just then, someone came to report that Master Zhao from Wanbi Bookshop had sent a messenger. Although Master Zhao of Wanbi Bookshop wasn't a believer, he was a seeker, and Father Nicholas Trigault had come to Hangzhou with him, so the church people trusted him deeply. "Show him in at once." The messenger was a lean fellow in short work clothes. He hurriedly bowed to everyone. "I'm Zhao Tong," he announced. "My master heard there are people besieging the church out front. He invites everyone to take shelter at Wanbi Bookshop for now. Sedan chairs are waiting in the alley behind." Perhaps fearing they wouldn't believe him, he added, "My master has already had the men of the Black Dragon Society secure the rear to escort you out." The so-called Black Dragon Society men were members of the kinds of gangs common throughout Jiangnan at that time, organizations formed for the purpose of gang fighting and making trouble. Each gang had from dozens to over 100 members, a mixed lot, dissolute young men from gentry households, ordinary street thugs, and even scholars and small merchants. Shortly after the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's Black Dragon Society operatives arrived in Hangzhou, they had used the name Black Dragon Society to set up a similar peripheral organization. They'd recruited this kind of muscle to serve as legwork for the Hangzhou station, handling such unseemly tasks as acting as enforcers and spreading rumors. Taking refuge at Wanbi Bookshop was one option. At least it would temporarily ensure personal safety. But this was the church's largest property in Hangzhou. If it were destroyed, the losses would be incalculable. Everyone hesitated, unable to decide whether to stay or go. Finally, Eleni spoke. "You go take shelter for now. I will stay here." He made the sign of the cross and began murmuring a prayer in Latin. Chapter 924. Zhu Zongyuan. At the last moment, the authorities finally dispatched Yamen runners, and the disturbance was brought under control. However, after this episode of destruction, the church community was thoroughly shaken. Huang Zhen, Zhang Tian, and the others had also lost their momentum. What had been an upright debate had turned into a violent assault, costing them considerable standing in Hangzhou public opinion. Moreover, the local officials harbored some lingering fear of the influence of Sun Yuanhua and other believing officials and gentry connected to the church. Having allowed such an incident, they needed some sort of explanation. So they reprimanded Huang Zhen and sent him back to Ningbo under escort. After this episode, the anti-religion faction was significantly weakened. Public opinion also turned against them. Not only did many people disapprove of the assault on the church, but a wave of anti-Buddhist handbills had appeared on the streets, leaving the anti-religion faction looking thoroughly discredited. Although Zhang Tian submitted a third critique of heaven to the church, it was the last gasp of a spent force. The church continued to make no response whatsoever, and so the storm gradually subsided. Though the storm passed, this prematurely erupted religious case of the present timeline had provided rich material and inspiration for local popular entertainment. For a time, all sorts of ballad singing, storytelling, and even theatrical performances featured various fictionalized versions. It wasn't until both sides pulled strings with the authorities, and the magistrates of Qiantang and Renhe counties dispatched runners to arrest a dozen unlucky performers, putting some in the kang and flogging others, that this trend was finally suppressed. For the Hangzhou station, which had secretly stirred things up and fanned the flames, Taoist Zhang felt somewhat dissatisfied. Although this religious case had successfully struck at both the Catholic Church and Buddhist forces, the damage to each was quite limited. The Church, despite acquiring the reputation of not daring to debate, seemed if anything to have strengthened its internal unity. As for the Buddhists, this blow compared to their existing influence was like an elephant receiving a punch. It barely ruffled a hair. If New Taoism hoped to gain advantage from this, there was still a long way to go. Zhang Yingchen discovered that for spreading religion, conducting, healing, and helping, work remained far more effective. At least through practicing medicine in Hangzhou, he'd already built up considerable reputation and connections. Hadn't Zhang Ju gotten his start the same way back in the day? It was Zhao Yingong who, because of his steadfast performance during this religious case, had become a pillar of the Hangzhou church community. The church's attitude toward him was further upgraded. Previously, they'd merely treated him with extra courtesy because of the Jesuits' letter of introduction. Now he was outright one of their own. Not only did Eleni send Nicholas Trigault to Wanbi Bookshop to express thanks, but the believing gentry of the Hangzhou church also sent servants with their cards and various gifts. Zhao Yingong reciprocated each gift in kind. His return gifts were the standard tokens of a scholar's friendship: Lingao printed deluxe editions of Catechism, Essential Prayers Compendium, and selected hymns. All were in the three-self Chinese version, with parallel Latin text. The printing was exquisite. Under such favorable conditions, Zhao Yingong seized the opportunity to propose establishing a charitable hall or similar organization locally in Hangzhou. He hoped the church's gentry members could offer their support. Running charitable enterprises had been one of the social functions assumed by local gentry in traditional Chinese society. Government relief not only arrived slowly but was skimmed at every level, was inefficient, and often came when disaster-stricken areas were already 9/10 empty. Sometimes the court provided no relief at all, or only a token amount of grain and money. Thus local relief was mostly organized and run by the gentry. After this incident, the church was also keen to cultivate goodwill among the common people. They readily agreed to Zhao Yingong's proposal. Both sides settled on this arrangement. The believing gentry would lend their names and help raise some charitable funds. Zhao Yingong would handle fundraising and the actual operations of the Sihui Hall, Hall of Compassionate Grace. Running charitable enterprises, though a normal activity for local gentry, was risky for an outsider like Zhao Yingong, who had arrived less than half a year ago. Now that local gentry were stepping forward, dealings with the authorities would be much easier. This day, Zhao Yingong was in his private residence handling affairs. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau's land and sea branches had successively arrived in position. As head of the Hangzhou station, he needed to help Wanyu and Run Qiantang, which were establishing local branches, open up the local scene. After all, future operations would require strong support from both the land and sea branches to function smoothly. Especially a pharmacy like Run Qiantang, which would need considerable effort to gain a foothold in Hangzhou's fiercely competitive pharmaceutical market. And that kind of support had to come from the gentry, all depending on Zhao Yingong. In the midst of his busy work, Jiying came to report. A gentleman surnamed Zhu from the Hangzhou church community had come to visit. Oh, Zhao Yingong had been receiving quite a few visitors from the Hangzhou church community lately. For a moment he couldn't recall who it was. Taking the calling card, he saw it was Zhu Zongyuan. So it's him. Zhao Yingong thought that his visit was to be expected. Among the believing scholars of the late Ming, Zhu Zongyuan could be called the most zealous of them all. His style name was Weikeng, his literary name Gaiyu. He was a native of Yin County, Ningbo, Zhejiang, but was often active in Hangzhou. He was also a prominent figure in the Hangzhou church community. Please show him to the outer study and serve tea. Zhao Yingong set down the documents and pen in his hands, stood up, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, while Fenghua came over to straighten his clothing. Zhu Zongyuan was quite young and hadn't yet earned any degree at this time. But he had believed since youth, had exceptional insight into the faith, was proficient in astronomy, devoted to cultivating virtue, and wished to rectify the human heart, a religious zealot with both passion and theory. He had authored 2 theological works, Answers to Guests' Questions and A Brief Account of Salvation, which held important places in the history of Chinese Catholicism. Such a person naturally had considerable voice within the church. For Zhao Yingong, who needed to rely on the church's strength, this was someone he couldn't afford to slight. On first seeing him, Zhao Yingong was quite surprised by his youth. He'd been born in 1609, so in 1631 he was only 23, about the age of a recent university graduate in the old timeline. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Zongyuan first thanked Zhao Yingong for his righteous act of defending the faith during the religious case. Then he began gently urging him to be baptized and join the church. Fortunately, Zhao Yingong had been hearing such talk frequently lately and had developed a set of deflection methods. After several rounds of verbal taikai, when Zhu Zongyuan saw that this Guangdong Juren remained noncommittal, he felt it would be awkward to press further. So he brought up his real purpose. He took a stack of manuscripts from the book box he'd brought. "Brother Zhao, please have a look." Zhao Yingong took the manuscript and skimmed through it, then started in surprise. It was none other than the famous Answers to Guests' Questions from church history. The entire book used a question-and-answer format of the guest asked Zongyuan. The logic was clear and well-organized. The book could be roughly divided into 10 sections. Besides expounding doctrine, it addressed various conflicts that arose between Catholicism spread in China and the prevailing social, religious, and intellectual concepts, explaining each one by one. Its purpose was clear. A work of Catholic apologetics written from the faith stance of one should serve only the Lord, refuting Buddhism, denouncing Taoism, dispelling superstition, and supplementing Confucianism. Zhao Yingong had only known that this book was authored by Zhu Zongyuan. He hadn't expected that the man had written it at age 23, truly an extraordinary person. "Brother Zhu, such talent!" Zhao Yingong exclaimed in admiration. He'd already guessed Zhu's purpose. 9 times out of 10, he hoped to be sponsored for the book's printing and publication. "I dare not claim so," Zhu Zongyuan replied, though he was quite pleased with himself. His intention was indeed for Wanbi Bookshop to woodblock print and publish this book, to rectify the human heart and defend the holy teaching. Of course. Zhao Yingong decided in a moment. He would sponsor it. Even if Wanbi Bookshop didn't print it, other wealthy believers would sponsor its publication. In this timeline's printing industry, there was no concept of copyright. His investment would simply be the cost of printing. He didn't need to pay Zhu Zongyuan royalties or fees. The downside was that the book was rather niche, probably not many would buy it. But after this storm, the Hangzhou church would certainly step up its propaganda efforts, and Zhu Zongyuan's work perfectly fit their needs. He could suggest that the church bulk purchase copies for free distribution, that sales volume was basically guaranteed. Zhao Yingong readily agreed to sponsor the book's printing and distribution. After seeing off the overjoyed Zhu Zongyuan, he paced around his study for a bit, then summoned the naturalized manager currently handling Wanbi Bookshop's printing operations, Wan Gu Dengbao. From his name alone, one could tell it had been given by a transmigrator. The man's surname really was Gu. He'd been a woodblock engraver by trade. After becoming a naturalized citizen, he'd worked at the Lingao printing plant and had been specially dispatched by Zhou Dongshan to Hangzhou to manage Wanbi Bookshop's printing workshop. "Have you finished transcribing and organizing the 3 critiques of heaven and exposing falsehoods that I gave you a few days ago?" Replying to the master, "They've all been cleanly transcribed and are being proofread. They'll be ready for plate making any day now," Gu Dengbao said. "Master, shall we use lithography again this time?" "Yes, still lithography." Zhao Yingong nodded and handed over Zhu Zongyuan's manuscript. "Transcribe this one as quickly as possible and prepare it for printing," Zhao Yingong said. "And the refutation of heterodox learning I gave you, that needs to be proofread and finalized as soon as possible too." Refutation of heterodox learning was a missionary document published by the church. Zhang Tian's exposing falsehoods had been written in response to it. Zhao Yingong had actually prepared a publishing plan. He intended to compile a collected series. Specifically, he would edit and compile all the works involved in this Hangzhou religious case into a single collected volume for publication. He estimated that after this major incident, scholars in Hangzhou and throughout Jiangnan would have keen interest. The series would find a market as soon as it was published. Of course, some appropriate marketing would be needed. Zhao Yingong suddenly realized that, although he'd included all the works from the religious case in his publishing plan, he lacked a single pamphlet providing a comprehensive account of the entire affair, which would leave readers confused about the whole sequence of events. "I should hire a few unprincipled local scribblers to do this kind of commissioned work," Zhao Yingong said to himself. Chapter 925. The Haitian. After 2 days sailing at sea, the Haitian arrived in the waters near Nanao Island. With her white sails fully spread, she glided elegantly across the water like a seabird, waves splashing around her hull. The weather had been clear here lately. The sea was a pristine blue. A few wisps of cloud drifted slowly across the distant horizon. The May sunset cast its brilliant glow unobstructed across the vast, open expanse. On the surface, green islands came into view. One emerald wave after another struck the bare shoreline with the terrible roar of rolling thunder. This was Nanao Island. Located at the maritime junction of Fujian, Guangdong, and Taiwan provinces, it lay 11.8 nautical miles from Shantou, 160 nautical miles east to Kaohsiung, 97 nautical miles north to Xiamen, and 180 nautical miles southwest to Hong Kong, an excellent geographic position. Since ancient times, Nanao had been an essential waypoint and transit station for coastal trade in the southeast. As early as the Ming Dynasty, it had earned the title of maritime market. Not only had the southern Song court in exile left traces here, but this was also said to be where the Japanese pirates of old had buried their treasure. The Haitian had come here, of course, not to dig for treasure. She was a naval reconnaissance and survey vessel, responsible for collecting coastal hydrological conditions and topography, measuring harbor depths, and carrying out a range of intelligence work. For long-distance operations, she also served as a pilot ship. The Navy was a money-burning branch of the military. The Haitian was a living example. At the time of last year's Pearl River estuary battle, the Haitian had been a 100-ton class Cantonese vessel. Now, the old Haitian had become the new Haitian, formerly the Navy's twin-masted gunboat Zhenhai. The Zhenhai was the first European-style twin-masted fore-and-aft rigged ship the transmigrators had built according to blueprints. Its template was the historically famous America, 170 tons displacement, 30 meters overall length, 7 meters beam, 3 meters draft. This vessel had excellent sailing performance. Even in headwinds she could tack quickly. However, she did require a certain level of crew skill. In strong following winds she could reach speeds of 18 knots, but a slight misstep could capsize her. From her launch in 1629, the Zhenhai had participated in almost every military operation of the Senate. She'd also handled extensive escort, patrol, and even cargo hauling duties. After the second counter-encirclement campaign ended, the Zhenhai didn't participate in the Pearl River estuary operations, but spent a period on the Lingao, Sanya patrol and transport route. Shortly after the first shipbuilding and outfitting plan began, the Zhenhai entered drydock at the Bapu shipyard for repair and refit. Besides cleaning and maintaining the hull, the refit included converting hard sails to soft sails, sheathing the hull with copper, installing a steam propulsion system, and adding a radio station. The Navy was quite satisfied with the Zhenhai's performance, but considered her tonnage too small for a blue water warship and her firepower inadequate. Thus the final decision was to rename her Haitian, replacing the old Cantonese-type Haitian as the new reconnaissance and survey vessel. Most of the weapons were stripped from the new Haitian to reduce weight. 6 2-pounder mortars and 2 17 rifled guns were all removed. The early production 17 rifled guns had certain defects in performance and manufacturing process. At the time, they hadn't been mass-produced. Only a few experimental units were installed on naval vessels. The guns widely equipped on Navy ships were still various smoothbore cannons. Lin Shen had already submitted proposals to develop and produce a new generation of artillery to replace these early guns. This special caliber had been placed on the phase-out list. After removing all the artillery, the new Haitian was refitted with one 48-pounder smoothbore cannon and 4 typewriters for self-defense. Against scattered pirate harassment, these weapons would suffice. The Haitian's mission was reconnaissance. She didn't need to bombard shores or engage in naval battles. Speed was her weapon and shield. Not only was the Haitian superior to this timeline's traditional vessels under sail, but she also had a steam screw propulsion system. When necessary, she could go full throttle to escape. Another advantage of this class of ship was that she required very few sailors. A minimum of just 9 could operate her. Combined with the backup steam propulsion, the crew could be kept at lower numbers, freeing up enough space for more comfortable living quarters. To ensure that transmigrators on reconnaissance and technical support duties could live relatively pleasantly at sea, the living facilities had also been upgraded to maximize quality of life. To facilitate landings and entry into inland waterways for surveying, the Haitian had also been fitted with davit racks for small boats, carrying rowboats and a small launch. The newly refitted Haitian's first mission was to sail from Hong Kong and survey the coastal hydrological conditions and maritime security situation from Hong Kong all the way to the Shandong coast. The new Haitian's captain was a transmigrator naval officer named Li Ziping. Like Chen Haiyang, Li Ziping was a former PLA veteran who transitioned to the Navy. He'd received formal military academy education and had extensive experience in navigation and weapons management. He'd even done a short training stint at the Kuznetsov Naval Academy, absorbing the spirit of the Red Navy. After D-Day, Li Ziping had spent a period as a fisherman navy, patrolling outside Bapu Harbor in the 8154 fishing vessel to protect the Senate. After the Naval Department was established, he declined an appointment to naval headquarters, instead serving long-term as a ship captain. He trained hard in all kinds of sailing maneuvers and naval warfare tactics. Once steam engines became available, he'd often visited the engine rooms to master the characteristics of steam engines and boilers. Master new equipment, train hard in new tactics. That was his motto. Taking command of the new Haitian was his own request. He hoped this voyage would help him build intuitive familiarity with the future theater of operations, though he knew this captaincy wouldn't last long. Once the 1631 refit was officially launched and entered service, he'd go to take command of the new warship. Under the captain's command, the Haitian set sail from Hong Kong and headed north along the coast. The focus of this voyage was surveying the Pingdong and Kaohsiung areas of Taiwan. After that, they would also examine the coastal areas of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shandong, looking for harbors and small islands suitable for anchoring and shelter, and drawing accurate coastlines. Although they had detailed charts, coastline changes over several centuries were enormous, with significant differences from the old timeline's maps and charts. Shoal and sandbar distributions also differed. Corrections had to be made in advance. Another task for the Haitian was to observe firsthand the security of ocean navigation. Although prior to this, Dabo shipping vessels had already sailed between Zhejiang and Hong Kong several times without incident. Aside from a few encounters with small pirate bands, neither Liu Xiang nor Zheng Zhilong had launched any interception of Dabo shipping's cargo runs. The Grand Library's historical research group's conclusions appeared accurate. These great sea lords didn't have the capacity to organize a tight maritime blockade, nor was that their ambition. Both Liu Xiang and Zheng Zhilong were focused on monopolizing foreign trade. The ones actually conducting frequent robberies along the coast were medium and small pirate bands. On this voyage, the Haitian openly flew the Morning Star flag and the naval ensign, with an obvious purpose: to see just how strong the legendary Sea Lord's sense of maritime dominion really was, and how capable they were of enforcing it. Watch the sea carefully. Li Ziping raised his binoculars to scan the waters around the island. On the surface, fishing sails were scattered here and there. Nanao Island was near excellent fishing grounds, and many boats came here to fish. But what concerned him more was Liu Xiang's vessels. After Liu Xiang withdrew from the Pearl River estuary, he hadn't reappeared in the vicinity. Based on intelligence from various sources, the General Staff and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had conducted map exercises and roughly determined: if Liu Xiang had left the Pearl River estuary, his likely positions from west to east were: first, Daya Bay; second, one of the two peninsulas of Shanwei Harbor; and finally, one of the three harbors in Dongshan County. Of these three general locations, only Nanao Island in the Shantou-Shanwei area was most ideal. In this timeline, the cities of Shantou and Shanwei were mostly tidal flats. The local Hakka fishermen had set up huge fish-trapping maize nets here, called Shan in Hakka, hence the place names. If a large pirate gang of more than 10,000 wanted a hiding place, Nanao Island was perfect. The island was big enough at 130 square kilometers, with abundant freshwater and fuel. In the old timeline, it had over 70,000 permanent residents. As long as grain supplies could be steadily imported, a gang of tens of thousands could live there without much pressure. It had harbors and bays, was only 12 nautical miles from the mainland, making supply delivery convenient. And the mainland behind it was hundreds of kilometers of mountainous terrain. Qiongshan was Hakka country, quite isolated from broader Guangdong society. Moreover, according to the Grand Library's analysis, Liu Xiang was very likely a Hakka from the Qiongshan region. Going to Nanao Island would be like returning to his home turf, not only safe, but also convenient for recruiting manpower and obtaining supplies. However, the Grand Library's Historical Research Group quickly ruled out this possibility. In this timeline, Nanao Island was the garrison post of Qiantang, deputy commander of the Guangdong Coastal Defense. Though Ming generals often had dealings with the Great Sea Lords, he believed Qiantang wouldn't openly harbor a pirate gang of tens of thousands right under his nose at his own garrison. That would violate official protocol and pose a major threat to himself. Agents dispatched by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and disguised Navy reconnaissance vessels had successively conducted a series of reconnaissance operations along the coast. The final determination was that the Shanwei-Kaiju area was Liu Xiang's lair, but his main fleet of large ships was basically absent from these waters. Clearly, his main force was elsewhere. Intelligence assessed that it was most likely on the Fujian-Japan shipping lane. Chapter 926. Nanao Island. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau judged that armed conflict between Liu Xiang and Zhang Zhilong was imminent. A full-scale war between them was only a matter of time. The reason for this conclusion was that, according to the historical trajectory in the old timeline, both Zhu Keilao and Liu Xiang were crushed and destroyed after leaving their Guangdong home bases to confront Zhang Zhilong. There was also the matter of the blockade of Macau. These events clustering together indicated they were not coincidental. Intelligence theorized that the real cause behind these events was the 30 Years' War, which had led to declining demand in Europe. Europeans were spending their money on military expenses, resulting in overall reduced silver exports from west to east. Merchants had begun turning to Japanese silver as an import source. Very likely, both Liu and Zhu had gone north to stake a claim in the China-Japan-Dutch trade, and Macau's fiscal importance to the Ming court had declined. In the late Ming maritime merchant wars along the coast, the main theater had always been the Fujian coast, not the traditional foreign trade port of Guangzhou. Not long before, the Ming court's order to close Macau had been officially transmitted to Guangdong. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau had kidnapped Gao Shunkin, removing a major obstacle to returning to Guangzhou, but the Macau blockade incident had still occurred according to its inertia. This indicated that history was still running along its normal trajectory in this respect. However, the transmigrators' involvement had made the situation more complicated, and Liu Xiang's position had become even more difficult. The Liu Xiang group's decisive abandonment of their Pearl River estuary territory and march northward was clearly not solely out of fear of the Australians' naval power. It was more about competing for trade. Continuing to hold the Pearl River estuary, whose trade value had greatly declined, and fighting a head-on battle against the fierce, hare bandits, was obviously not in their commercial interest. After all, the China-Japan-Dutch trade in Fujian was the biggest prize. After the Pearl River estuary campaign concluded, the Navy had established the Hong Kong Squadron on Hong Kong Island. Besides ensuring safe navigation in the Pearl River estuary waters, another important purpose was to use it as a base to suppress the Liu Xiang group's activities in Daya Bay and prevent them from moving south. During the first shipbuilding and outfitting plan, the Navy had conducted Hong Kong peripheral consolidation operations. Shiziki and Lilin had carried out a series of small-scale operations around Hong Kong, clearing small pirate bands and suppressing local powerful clans. They had focused especially on the eastern part of Hong Kong Island, the west side of Victoria Harbor, and the Tsuen Quan O area. The line of actual control had been pushed north to the Sha Tin, Yuen Long, Mears Bay, and Clearwater Bay line. At the same time, the Maritime Patrol Zone had been expanded to Daya Bay, achieving initial control of surrounding salt fields and rice-producing areas. During this consolidation operation, the Navy had dispatched two 80-154 class cruisers, 4 special operations boat squadrons, and a spar torpedo boat flotilla to Hong Kong Island, prepared to engage in a decisive sea battle in Victoria Harbor or Daya Bay if Liu Xiang launched a major counterattack. But Liu Xiang made no move. There wasn't even a single instance of direct contact with the Navy. Combined with intelligence that his main force wasn't in the Shanwei Kaiju area, this seemed to confirm the Intelligence Bureau's assessment. 50 push-ups, everyone. Get moving. A burly man in camouflage with an almost square torso bellowed. He wore a Lingao-made boonie hat. His thick neck made him look even more powerfully built. A dozen or so soldiers, also in camouflage with bowl-cut hair, were rapidly doing push-ups on the pitching deck. Move it. You're all moving like women. The man roaring at the soldiers like a cannibal was Qiantang, squad leader of the Special Reconnaissance Command's Sanya Detachment. The Sanya Detachment had been the first to conduct Marine training and had the best results, so it had been selected to participate in Operation Engine. A portion of the detachment was first sent to join the Haitians' Northern Reconnaissance Mission. The Special Reconnaissance Team's main task was to escort the survey team for shore landings and surveying work. When necessary, they would also conduct some harassment, ambush, and assassination operations, armed reconnaissance to test the vigilance and combat capabilities of various hostile forces. Li Zipping looked at the VZ-68 submachine gun Qiantang always kept on his shoulder and couldn't help sighing at how lavishly the Senate equipped the Special Reconnaissance Team. In terms of weapons, the Special Reconnaissance Team always had top-tier gear, all old timeline products. The 20-round magazine SKSD semi-automatic rifles previously used had been phased out after Landu's weapons arrived, as they were too long for reconnaissance operations. They'd been replaced with MGV-176 submachine guns chambered in .22 LR and MB-77 B1 assault rifles. Some soldiers were also equipped with bolt-action rifles with scopes for sniping. Even by old timeline standards, they were armed to the teeth. As a Navy man, Li Zipping was quite curious how the Special Reconnaissance Team would put their capabilities to use. He recalled that among his Navy comrades, Su Qi, who had transferred to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, had advocated that the Navy should have its own intelligence system and armed reconnaissance unit. "Smoke signals on the island," the lookout called out. "Watch for enemy activity," Li Zipping said, raising his binoculars again. The lookout didn't observe any hostile vessels on the water, but as they approached Nanao Island, more obvious smoke trails rose from the island. Clearly, the Ming garrison had noticed their arrival and was sounding a general alarm. "Stand on alert." Li Zipping lowered his binoculars. "Helmsman, right rudder 14 degrees, course 229. Right rudder 14 degrees, course 229, the helmsman repeated in a sing-song voice. The Haitian's bow slowly swung around. Sails billowed. The blue Morning Star flag fluttered in the sea wind. Under Li Zipping's command, the Haitian headed straight for Nanao Island. Li Zipping wanted to test how alert the Ming garrison was and how they would react. Additionally, the remote survey team's surveying personnel needed to conduct hydrological and geographic surveys around Nanao Island, particularly to correct the maps and charts. "Beat to quarters." The beat to quarters signal immediately sounded on the Haitian, indicating battle was imminent. "Navigator, you have the con," Li Zipping commanded. Ren Fu, ever since Zhu Kailao's complete defeat and destruction, had thrown in his lot with the Australians. After a period of education, he'd come around as a pragmatist and joined the Navy. He'd operated long in the Fujian-Guangdong waters and was far more familiar with the local terrain and conditions around Nanao Island than they were. "Aye," Ren Fu responded loudly. Under Ren Fu's direction, the Haitian gradually approached Nanao Island. This move obviously triggered a higher level of alert on the island. More smoke trails rose from Nanao and nearby isles. The Ming garrison was likely using these signals to coordinate troop movements. He commanded, "Report boiler pressure immediately." A messenger immediately opened the cover of the speaking tube and shouted the order down to the engine room. "Pressure normal. Prepare to increase pressure," he ordered. The biggest drawback of steam propulsion was how slowly the power system responded. To be ready to flee at the first sign of trouble, they needed to start building boiler pressure now. Under Ren Fu's direction, the Haitian began circumnavigating Nanao Island. The surveyors aboard observed the shape of the coastline, probed harbor depths and channels. Ren Fu was familiar with the coast, islands, and reefs of the area. Despite fairly rough seas, under his direction the Haitian smoothly completed one full circuit of the island. Throughout the survey process, Li Zipping noticed some people on the shore poking their heads out to watch, but no organized armed forces appeared. More vessels gathered near the Haitian. Some were certainly Ming Navy ships. They were obviously wary. Judging from their response, the Ming garrison was clearly highly vigilant toward them, but obviously had no intention of making enemies of the transmigrators. They hadn't even mustered a single formed unit. Li Zipping estimated that even if he wanted to land right now, they'd probably just hole up in their forts and refuse to come out. After all, anyone could see that a single ship couldn't take the whole island. What's happening? Are we going to fight? Someone emerged on deck, dressed in camouflage, wearing a steel helmet with a pistol holster on his hip. It was Liu Zheng of the remote survey team. He'd brought a surveying and mapping team aboard the Haitian for the northward voyage, carrying out survey work along the way. Not yet, Li Zipping said. It looks like the Ming garrison has no intention of fighting us. They're just guarding against any designs we might have. If we could capture Nanao Island, it would make an excellent transit base, Li Zipping observed. Liu Zheng was also quite interested in the game of soldiering. Early in the voyage he'd been seasick. He'd never been on such a small ship. Now that he'd adapted, he stayed on deck, enthusiastically observing the environment around Nanao Island, occasionally guiding the naturalized student surveyors in their work. The agricultural development on this island is quite good. The population can't be small, Liu Zheng said. If we just took this island, I'd estimate we could gain over 10,000 people. Besides serving as a transit station, the island alone had 20 to 30,000 military and civilian residents, a population density much higher than Hainan Islands. It would be an excellent source of labor and military recruits. The local Hakka people were renowned for their hard work and endurance. Historically, the Hakka water braves of the Qiongshan area were famous for their fierce fighting. As long as regional barriers could be effectively broken down, they'd be valuable human resources under Senate rule. If only we could develop human resources in a rolling fashion, Li Zipping thought. If they had enough troops, they could directly occupy Nanao Island and destroy Qianting's forces. Then they could recruit enough soldiers from the island's population to roll on to the next island for development. In times of chaos, this was a method commonly used by warlords and petty kings. Completely destroy towns and villages, forcing everyone to follow them. Before long, they'd snowball into a massive army through conscription. Chapter 927. Touring the island, the Haitian circumnavigation of Nanao Island set off a wave of pandemonium. Black smoke billowed from the beacon towers one after another, the alarm leaping from station to station until it spread to nearby islands and even the coastal watchtowers near the mouth of the Han River. Guard posts and fortresses slammed their gates shut. Soldiers and militia clambered onto the ramparts, clutching their weapons as they stared fearfully out to sea. The alarm for a hare bandit incursion had been sounded across the entire region. These hare bandits, the name that had recently exploded across Guangdong, inspired a peculiar dread among officials, gentry, and commoners alike. Ever since whispers of the Guangdong army's catastrophic defeat in Qiangshan had trickled out, nearly the entire force wiped out. The terror of the hare bandits had eclipsed that of any pirates who had plagued the coast for the past decade. Tales of their exploits in the Pearl River estuary had taken on an almost mythic horror. Now, with an Australian vessel flying their infamous flag appearing off the coast, the psychological shock was immense. Though there was only one ship, and though it displaced less than 200 tons, every walled town and village in the vicinity prepared for siege. Yet not a single government warship ventured out to meet or intercept them. Deputy Commander Qiantang knew all too well what the Hare Bandit Navy was capable of. Tang Yunwan's second defeat at Haikou and Su Tingfa's disaster on the Pearl River were vivid in his memory. He had no intention of taking that risk. After He Rubin's defeat in Qiiongshan, despite Guangdong officialdom's best efforts to shield him, the court had still stripped him of his office and military command. He was now living in idle disgrace, a useless general. Other surviving commanders had received punishments of varying severity. Tang Yunwan, though lightly punished and still nominally the Qiongshan regional vice-commander, reportedly never set foot outside Haikou Fort anymore, his orders carrying no weight beyond its walls. Qiantang had already struck a secret non-aggression pact with the pirate lord Liu Xiang. Despite their proximity, they left each other alone. Recent intelligence indicated that Liu Xiang's main force had sailed north to Fujian to contest supremacy with Zhang Zhilong, leaving the waters around Nanao relatively quiet. Under such circumstances, Qiantang was even less inclined to provoke hostilities, especially when he had no chance of winning. Watching the columns of black smoke rise near and far filled Qiangshan with a peculiar satisfaction. Being feared had its own appeal. Unfortunately, this voyage's purpose was not Nanao Island, and destroying Qiantang here would serve no purpose for the Senate. In a certain sense, government troops made more benign partners. They currently posed no opposition to the Senate, lacked initiative, and wouldn't waste energy making themselves its enemy. Leaving Qiantang's forces intact served as a useful chess piece to keep the Liu Xiang and Zhang Zhilong factions in check. "I wonder where Liu Xiang is hiding," Qiangshan mused with some regret. Though he knew the Haitian alone couldn't deliver a fatal blow to Liu Xiang's flotilla, part of him yearned for a sea battle, a chance for the boys to get blood on their hands. The Sanya detachment had yet to conduct any proper combat operations. Most of their actions had been punitive expeditions into the Li regions against unfriendly villages, little more than ambushes and long-range sniping. In Qiangshan's view, such low-intensity skirmishes couldn't properly temper the unit. Li Zipping observed the boats and people fleeing in every direction they passed, and concluded the Ming forces had no intention of engaging. He immediately ordered Renfu to sail into a bay and drop anchor, then lower boats to send the special reconnaissance and survey teams ashore. Renfu chose a bay called Yandan Bay on the island's southern shore, roughly 5 or 6 kilometers from the Ming garrison to the north. A village sat by the bay. The moment the Haitian approached, its inhabitants fled, helping along the elderly and young. Li Zipping paid them no mind. This expedition was not about winning hearts. The operation was audacious. The entire landing party numbered only 20, while the Ming troops and militia who could mobilize at a moment's notice numbered in the thousands. If surrounded, they would have to rely on firepower to force a breakout, likely suffering casualties. But Qiangshan judged this possibility extremely low. Intelligence suggested Qiantang had no desire for armed conflict with the Australians. "Maintain radio contact at all times," Li Zipping instructed. He turned to Liu Zhang. "Old Liu, take your team and scout along the shore. The interior is a job for the scouts." "I'm a seasoned trekker. Don't you trust my combat ability?" Liu Zhang protested. He was fully armed, instruments and gear strapped to his back. He patted the Glock 17 holstered under his armpit. "Don't worry. My people and I might not be much good at shooting, but we can walk, climb, and swim as well as any scout. Even if we can't help, we won't be a burden to Qiangshan." In the end, they set off together. Both parties agreed that, barring accidents, they would rendezvous at Qianjiang Bay at 10 o'clock the following morning. The Haitian couldn't afford to remain anchored along the coast after dark. The expedition team of fewer than 20 landed on the island. The fishing village stood empty. Based on their map, Liu Zhang identified it as Yaqian Village. If Zhao Yingong and his crowd were here, they'd be staging another ceremony to honor dead emperors, Liu Zhang said with a laugh. The southern Song court in exile once stayed here. Is that true? Qian Shuixi's interest was piqued. Indeed, I saw it in the Grand Library's background materials while preparing for this survey, Liu Zhang said with evident relish. In May 1276, pressed hard by Yuan forces, Lu Xiufu and Zhang Shizhong had escorted the Song child emperor in retreat through Nanao, stopping at Yaqian village. Legend held that 3 Song wells, Dragon Well, Tiger Well, and Horse Well, were dug here to supply drinking water for the emperor, his ministers, and his soldiers. Sure enough, they discovered a well with stone slab railings on the beach outside the village, very close to the water. Liu Zhang tasted the water fresh. This was almost certainly the legendary Song well. Near the village, they also found the foundations of larger structures, likely the temporary residence of the maritime traveling court. Rumors spoke of gold and silver treasures left by the southern Song near Yaqian village, but Liu Zhang dismissed these as nonsense. Finding nothing remarkable in the village, the reconnaissance party soon departed, marching toward the island's northeast. The western half of Nanao was mountainous. Even in the 21st century, it would remain a forest park. Population and settlements concentrated in the east, and the deputy commander's headquarters lay in the northeast. The team operated on the island for a full 24 hours. They traversed nearly the entire eastern portion. The garrisons and militias in villages and fortresses remained behind locked gates. Not a single soul emerged to fight. An unprecedented stillness blanketed Nanao Island. Activity had ground to a halt. Qian Shuixi encountered no one in the villages except a handful of elderly people. Virtually everyone had retreated into the fortresses. Militia and soldiers slept with weapons in hand, maintaining round-the-clock vigilance, their eyes fixed on the wilderness, towns, and fields beyond their walls. Most had never even seen what the legendary hair bandits looked like. In many cases, even when camouflage-clad scouts passed right under their noses, they remained invisible. Nanao Island sat in the waters of eastern Guangdong, at the convergence of the 3 major ports of Kaohsiung, Xiamen, and Hong Kong, straddling the main international shipping lanes of the Western Pacific. The Senate's keen interest in it and its inclusion in the chain of pearls came as no surprise. Locations like Yandan Bay, Changshan Bay, and Zhukidu possessed conditions suitable for deepwater ports and 10,000-ton wharves, making the island an ideal maritime relay station. Its wind resources were exceptionally abundant, with an annual average wind speed of 8.54 meters per second and over 7,000 hours of effective wind. Total installed wind power capacity could reach 200,000 kilowatts. In the old timeline, the island held the title of Asia's largest island wind farm. Though the transmigrators couldn't yet harness wind power for electricity, wind remained an excellent resource to exploit. The scouts advanced to the vicinity of the deputy commander's headquarters. After conducting on-site mapping and photography of the encampment and harbor, Qian Shuixi estimated the garrison at roughly 3,000 men, with 40 to 50 war junks in the harbor and on the beach. Cannon emplacements and sturdy walled encampments lined the shore. This was clearly the principal support point for government naval defense in the entire Qiongshan region. If they chose to fight actively, they could pose a threat to the coming Operation Engine. Yet Qian Shuixi believed they would prove no real obstacle. The enemy clearly lacked fighting spirit and sought only self-preservation. This land reconnaissance had turned into little more than a hiking tour of Nanao Island. The Special Reconnaissance Team never even had occasion to switch off their weapons safeties from start to finish. Qian Shuixi found the passivity of the island's military and civilians rather baffling. Then again, his team had done nothing to provoke them. They hadn't burned houses, snatched chickens or ducks, or molested women. The soldiers and militia had merely watched them tour the island, tracking their movements with smoke signals, yet no one ever emerged to engage. After completing their predetermined reconnaissance route, they arrived early at Qianjiang Bay the following day and successfully rendezvoused with the Haitian. The vessel then conducted reconnaissance of the bays in the Shanwei and Qiongshan regions. During this time, they clashed with local half-fishermen, half-bandit inhabitants. Their isolation meant they had never heard of the Australians' prowess, and they served as target practice for the Haitian. The ship then set her helm toward Kaohsiung. From here, the sea voyage was only 160 nautical miles. At the Haitians' average speed of around 7 knots, they arrived 24 hours later at Dagou, the waters of Kaohsiung. Before the Ming Dynasty, Kaohsiung had still been a lagoon, inhabited by the Makatao people, a branch of the so-called Pingpu tribes. These tribes belonged to the Austronesian language family, with very low economic and cultural development and small populations. They were frequently harassed by Chinese pirates and Japanese waku. Chapter 928. From Tayouan to Dagou, legend held that to protect their villages from foreign incursions and internal strife, the local indigenous peoples planted dense thickets of thorny bamboo around their settlements. The local word for thorny bamboo sounded like Dagou, literally beat the dog. Kaohsiung's old name, sometimes rendered as Dagou or beat the drum, derived from this term. The name Kaohsiung, or Takao in Japanese, was a creation of the occupation period, rendered from the Japanese pronunciation of Dagou. More elegant in both sound and meaning, it eventually became the official name, just as Keelung had replaced the less distinguished Jailong chicken coop. Ren Fu had sailed to Tayouan, the site of modern-day Amping, Tainan, but had never visited Kaohsiung. He knew, however, that Dagou lay not far from Tayouan. So he took the safest route, first to the waters off Tayouan, then south along the coastline to Kaohsiung. With the Navy's navigation capabilities, sailing directly from Nanao to Kaohsiung presented no difficulty. There was no need for such a circuitous coastal approach. But Li Zipping very much wanted to observe the Dutch defensive posture at Tayouan. He had already obtained sketches of Dutch defensive facilities and rough troop estimates from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. At this time, Tayouan Harbor lacked the comprehensive defense system it would possess when Koxinga eventually recovered Taiwan. At best, it was a fortified armed trading post. The total permanent Dutch personnel at Tayouan numbered fewer than 300. The Intelligence Bureau's estimate proved accurate. When the Haitian passed Tayouan Harbor, the famous Dutch castle was nowhere to be seen, only a handful of larger buildings scattered along the bay. Just 3 European-style ships rode at anchor, ranging from small boats of a few dozen tons to vessels of 100 or 200. Considering that even when Koxinga attacked in the old timeline, the Dutch had only 3 ships to oppose him, this evidently represented their standing naval force in Taiwan. Before 1633, Dutch power in Taiwan was remarkably weak. Their deterrent extended no more than 30 kilometers from the fort. The locals showed little interest in what the Dutch offered. In 1630, the East India Company's trading post in Taiwan had even considered abandoning the place entirely, citing insufficient trade and constant harassment by natives. Fort Zeelandia, at which Koxinga would gnaw for over half a year, wouldn't be completed until 1633. By the standards of 17th-century East Asia, it was a formidable castle, one that had cost the East India Company a small fortune. Its defenses would prove quite effective. Through his high-powered telescope, Li Zipping observed large-scale construction underway near the Dutch trading post, many workers, piles of building materials. Records indicated that between 1631 and 1632, the company had undertaken a major expansion here. If they wished to conquer Taiwan, 1631 was the perfect moment. Quite a few transmigrators had advocated tearing up the trade agreement immediately after the typhoon season ended in late 1631 and seizing Taiwan in a single stroke. But compared to the profits Dutch trade brought, a mere Taiwan hardly registered on the executive committee's priority list. At best, Taiwan Harbor's status was that of another Macau, or perhaps far less. With the Fubo Army's current siege firepower, they could take it whenever they pleased. The Dutch and their servants and mercenaries were lonely outsiders in Taiwan, surrounded by natives who bore them ill will and mainland immigrants who were completely unreliable. The transmigrators could uproot them easily, just as Koxinga had done in history. Moreover, the Dutch couldn't station large ships here. The entrance to Taiwan harbor was relatively shallow. Only vessels with a draft of less than 3 meters could enter and exit freely. Ships with drafts between 3 and 5 meters could only enter at high tide. Vessels drawing more than 5 meters could only anchor outside the harbor, using barges for loading and unloading. This rendered nearly all ships over 200 tons unable to anchor inside Taiwan harbor. The ships the Dutch dispatched to Taiwan were generally smaller, largely due to these port restrictions. Overall, Taiwan was a poor choice for a trade port. In truth, almost nowhere on the entire island of Taiwan could be called a natural deepwater harbor. Both Kaohsiung and Keelung were products of massive artificial modification. As the Haitian approached Taiwan, a puff of white smoke suddenly appeared over the Dutch trading post, followed by the distant report of a cannon. Whether this was a warning or an inquiry, Li Zipping had no way of knowing. But through his telescope, he had roughly confirmed the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's data. The Dutch at Taiwan would pose no stumbling block to Operation Engine. Their strength was simply too small. A single Type 901 gunboat would suffice to sweep away the East India Company's naval forces at Taiwan. Leaving Taiwan and sailing along the coast, within a few hours the Haitian arrived off Kaohsiung. Here sprawled vast coastal lagoons. By the 21st century, these would almost entirely vanish, either silted up into land or transformed into harbors. In that distant future, Kaohsiung would become Taiwan's second most densely populated area, its countryside wearing an urbanized appearance. But here and now, the coast was exceptionally desolate, almost entirely devoid of human habitation. Compared to the coastline near Taiwan, where one could at least spot scattered native villages and Fujian immigrant settlements, this shore lay utterly empty. Desolation, Li Zipping reflected, had its benefits. At least they wouldn't need to employ schemes to seize land. He had grown up under the red flag. As a child, he had seen ferocious criticisms of colonialists everywhere. As an adult, his ears and eyes had been filled with universal values condemning the trickery and force used against indigenous peoples to strip them of land and resources. He felt a twinge of guilt and couldn't quite let it go. The Haitian sailed slowly under Ren Fu's piloting. Li Zipping identified Zoying based on charts and coordinates. This future naval base of Taiwan was currently just a lagoon harbor called Wandan, where Fujian coastal fishermen occasionally sheltered their boats from storms. Beyond that, even the Haitian, let alone larger vessels, would need to wait for high tide to enter. Dagou Mountain, Ren Fu shouted. Li Zipping immediately looked toward the shore and saw a small hill rising from the coastline not far away. The hill was unremarkable, cloaked in lush subtropical vegetation. "Measure altitude," Li Zipping called out. The naval cadets and survey team members interning on deck immediately observed and calculated, concluding an altitude of 330.04 meters. With Dagou Mountain in sight, Dagou Harbor lay just before them. Dagou Harbor was a lagoon port, the long lagoon separated from the open sea by a natural sandbar nearly 10 kilometers in length, while the lagoon itself stretched nearly 1.5 kilometers wide. Among the coastal harbors of the region, this place offered the best anchoring conditions, and fishermen frequently moored here. For large seagoing vessels, however, Dagou Harbor's anchoring conditions left much to be desired. The lagoon was very shallow. Large ships could only anchor in the outer portion, where anchorage space was extremely limited. In the old timeline, the Dutch had built a port here too, but rarely used it. Entering Dagou Harbor was a dangerous affair, especially for large sailing ships without engine power, forced to rely on sails, currents, and rudders alone. There was only one narrow entrance flanked by rocky reefs. The harbor mouth measured only 60 meters wide. Although the Haitian had a propeller, Li Zipping felt uneasy about underwater conditions, and Ren Fu likewise counseled caution. A shifting sandbar lurked beneath the surface. Grazing it and running aground would spell serious trouble. The tide here ran only once daily, with a range of less than a meter. A stranded ship would be very difficult to free. Finally, they adopted the safest method. The Haitian lowered a rowboat to sound depths while leading the ship into Dagou harbor, selecting a spot with suitable depth to drop anchor. Li Zipping calculated and cross-referenced the charts, ultimately concluding that their current anchorage was likely Xiaogang district of modern Kaohsiung, formerly named Gangzakian. The port the Dutch established in Kaohsiung had been right here, but at this moment, the Dutch themselves were being run ragged by the 4 great tribes near Fort Zeelandia, with no strength to spare for building a port here. Qiantan and his detachment once again served as the landing vanguard. Ren Fu warned him to be careful. The natives here were notoriously difficult. Fujian fishermen and coastal pirates who came seeking shelter, water, or firewood sometimes clashed with them, often suffering casualties. Years earlier, several of Zhu Kailao's ships had come to Dagou for fresh water. Conflict had erupted with the local Dagou savages, resulting in dozens of deaths and injuries. They had practically fled in panic. The so-called Dagou savages, active near the harbor, were generally considered by later scholars to be a branch of the local Pingpu people. "I hear that bunch of natives is powerful and good at fighting," Ren Fu said. "They love chopping off heads to hang in their villages as war trophies." "Chiefs, please be careful," Qiantan nodded. "No problem, we'll be very careful." He immediately directed the soldiers to board the rowboats, bringing along 2 dogs in addition to their weapons, descendants of the 6 breeding dogs Yang Beiyagui had brought. Under Yang Beiyagui's training, they had become well-disciplined working dogs, highly effective as point men and sentries. Li Zipping said, "If you encounter natives, try to communicate peacefully, avoid armed conflict." Qiantan disagreed inwardly but assented outwardly. "Don't worry, we're not European colonialists who kill and burn. We believe in harmonious coexistence and joint development." Liu Zhang laughed. "Joint development, my ass. Just grab it directly. Why bother with harmony when dealing with barbarians from the southern islands?" He made a beheading gesture. "Anyone unwilling gets ka-cha." Qiantan shook his head. "There is only one mode of joint development. We're the bosses, they're the laborers. That's joint development." Several men laughed together, leaving Ren Fu bewildered. He could only force a few chuckles along with them. Chapter 929. On Dagou Mountain, Qiantan waited until he saw the team's 2 military dogs carefully lowered into the small boat in special sling bags before saluting Li Zipping. He donned his steel helmet and climbed down the rope ladder. His personal orderly followed close behind. Because he had a wife, Qiantan hadn't dared to openly keep a female orderly. Instead, he had gone through normal procedures to select a quick-handed 16-year-old lad capable of washing clothes and cooking. The boy had originally been a runaway slave from Guangdong. As the saying goes, no one is sharper than a palace eunuch. In this era, those who had served as slaves generally lacked neither wits nor adaptability. Qiantan found himself well served and took a liking to the boy, bestowing upon him the name Chandler. Chandler was a naturalized citizen with indentured servant status. He had no right to choose his own name. Generally, names were assigned using original surname plus a purification camp designation. If the registers showed too many people with a certain surname, even that might be changed. But once one gained a transmigrator's favor and became an adopted child, apprentice, personal attendant, or orderly, one could receive a surname bestowed by the transmigrator. For naturalized citizens, this was a tremendous honor. The General Office recognized this practice and issued corresponding certificates of bestowed surname. Though Chandler served as orderly, he was also a full member of the Special Reconnaissance Team with respectable training scores. Carrying Qiantan's stuffed field pack, he climbed nimbly down the rope netting. Because the Special Reconnaissance Team trained at high intensity and maintained 24-hour combat readiness, their food standards had always been generous. Recently, they had been adjusted to match the transmigrators' own rations, guaranteeing not only fish at every meal but also daily intake of the scarcest commodity, fats and oils. Physically, they were a cut above ordinary naturalized citizens. "Is everyone here?" "All present," the NCO reported. Qiantang raised one hand high and brought it down 3 times in succession. "Move out," he ordered. The sailors on the rowboat immediately worked the oars, and the boat glided toward shore. 2 rowboats had been lowered from the Haitian. One carried the 15 members of the landing survey team. The other bore Marines equipped with a typewriter, serving as a fire point within the lagoon to provide direct covering fire if needed. Li Zipping ordered the ship's cannons and machine guns to full alert, ready to open fire in support of the landing detachment at the first sign of enemy attack. They landed near the mouth of a relatively large freshwater river flowing into the bay. Although the Haitian had no plans to establish a permanent camp here this time, the survey and reconnaissance teams planned to conduct 2 or 3 days of activity in the area, necessitating a temporary camp near fresh water. The coast was exceptionally desolate. The beach lay empty. No villages or houses were visible along the shore, but faint traces on the sand indicated that people frequented the seaside and lagoon. Clearly, the Pingpu natives dwelt not far from the water. The reason they avoided living directly on the coast was to prevent pirate attacks. The Marines began setting up a crude camp at the river mouth, while Qiantang led his team inland along the river. His primary objective was to summit Dagou Mountain and observe the surrounding terrain from a high vantage point, enabling Liu Zheng's survey team to draft a rough topographic map of the Dagou harbor area. This place would eventually become a new base for the transmigration group. Wu Nanhai's agricultural committee had long coveted the Tainan plain, which could be developed on a grand scale. Heading inland, they found little beyond scattered patches of woods. Everywhere else was deep grass and dense brush. With summer approaching, vegetation had reached peak density. The path was difficult, and mosquitoes and insects swarmed in clouds. Simply walking stirred up swarms of every variety. Liu Zheng, a seasoned trekker, knew well the dangers of insects in such terrain, and Taiwan was notorious for malaria. Thus, all members of the landing survey team had wrapped themselves tight, high-top canvas boots, wide-brimmed hats with mosquito netting. Dressed in such gear, moving was naturally cumbersome. Combined with the deep grass and dense forest, though they landed at noon, the survey team didn't summit Dagou Mountain until after 4 in the afternoon. Despite the desolation, they still observed many signs of human activity. Half-discernible paths through the grass, traces of once cultivated fields. At the foot of Dagou Mountain, they discovered the remains of a native settlement, completely collapsed and reclaimed by earth. Clearly, people had lived here in significant numbers. Based on the settlement's size and field traces, Liu Zheng estimated at least 400 or 500 natives had once inhabited the area. Where had they gone? The prevailing theory held that they had been attacked and scattered by the pirate Lin Daoqian during the Jiajing reign, the whole tribe migrating inland to Ahu Forest. But data from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and Ren Fu's account both indicated these natives should still dwell not far from the coast rather than deep inland. Immigrants landing at Kaohsiung were bound to conflict with the local Pingpu tribes. Dagou Mountain rose over 300 meters. With high-powered binoculars, that altitude provided visibility over more than 10 square kilometers. Before them spread the vast Kaohsiung Plain. Though the inland plain was largely desolate grass and scrub, crude villages and patches of reclaimed paddy could be glimpsed here and there. There are still quite a few natives here. Liu Zheng frowned. Best to clear them out in one go, otherwise, future conflicts will be troublesome. Qiantang said nothing. Survey team members were marking discovered settlements one by one on the map. Judging by their number and size, the legendary Dagou, Dadriang, tribal group numbered at least 2,000 people. Dutch records indicated they could field 400 or 500 armed warriors at a time. In terms of tribal distribution in Taiwan at the period, the Dagou were a major group, rivaling the Sinkin tribe of Tainan. Historically, the two had clashed constantly until the Dutch intervened and expelled the Dagou from the Kaohsiung plain. To drive the natives out of here, we'll need at least an infantry company plus militia, Qiantang estimated. According to historical records, the Christmas campaign launched by the Dutch in 1635, which defeated the Dagou and forced their submission and relocation inland, had involved 500 men plus 500 or 600 Sinkin allies. Primitive tribes generally mobilized all able-bodied men as warriors, so it could be inferred the tribe had at least 1,000 fighting men. Otherwise, the Dutch would not have assembled such a large force. The expedition against the Dagou was one of the few major military operations the Dutch ever conducted in Taiwan. The advance party should land in winter, after the typhoon season ends, Liu Zhang said. Summer was approaching fast. Summer meant not only rampant mosquitoes but also frequent typhoons. Ship navigation and the landing of personnel and materials would be severely restricted. If things went wrong, epidemics could break out. By the end of 1631, the massive numbers of immigrants from Zhejiang and Shandong wouldn't yet be available, but launching a full-scale landing and construction effort in Kaohsiung at that time would still be timely. Also, winter vegetation withers. Visibility will be better. Look at this density. Liu Zhang gestured at the hillside. Those tribesmen could easily hide hundreds of people in there. You wouldn't spot them until they were right on top of you. Qiantang nodded. Subtropical Taiwan certainly wouldn't be cold in winter, but this was the Little Ice Age. Temperatures in southern Taiwan were likely several degrees lower than in the 21st century. Even in Hainan at lower latitudes, vegetation showed obvious signs of withering in winter. The Dutch choice to launch their expedition at Christmas had clearly accounted for this. As it was growing late, Qiantang decided to camp on the mountain and wait until early next morning to descend and push inland. The survey team found a spring near several large rocks at the summit. The area was flat, strewn with large stones and sparse vegetation, fresh water nearby. An excellent campsite. The two agreed to bivouac there for the night. Liu Zhang had his men build a bonfire under a clump of small trees and sent others to scatter sulfur and lime around the perimeter to ward off snakes and insects. Dinner consisted of field rations. Though they had spotted deer, wild boar, and other game on the way up, Qiantang had forbidden hunting out of caution and health concerns. Even so, the famished team members devoured their rations like a whirlwind. Chandler prepared a proper meal for Liu Zhang and Qiantang using transmigrator-grade field rations, which the two ate with relish. "Your orderly is quite capable," Liu Zhang praised. "Yes, very capable. Pity he's like us, ha-ha." Qiantang lit a farm-produced cigar with a stick from the fire, puffing smoke. "Not multi-purpose," Liu Zhang teased. "I think young Chandler looks pretty good." "I'm not gay, nor one of those effete Ming scholars," Qiantang chuckled. "Speaking of which, for a married man like me, keeping a maid is something I dare not even dream of. Even with the wife in Guangzhou living apart, I have to behave." Of course, Qiantang nominally had a maid currently aboard the Feiyun. He simply couldn't develop things in that direction. "Listen to you as if I don't have a wife myself," Liu Zhang said. Qiantang recalled that Liu Zhang did indeed have a wife and quite good-looking with a nice figure. He'd heard she had once been in the arts. At the annual meeting, Liu Xuexin had sung a few songs, trained classical voice, very professional. Liu Zhang said, "I hear the general office is opening some Lingao illumination house or something. How about it, when we get back, let's go for a sauna together?" "Why not? I'm far from the emperor and the wife is even farther. As long as your wife doesn't object, let's go." "No problem," Liu Zhang said. "Just a bath and a back rub, what's there to object to?" Chapter 930, First contact, the team members smoked and chatted in small groups, preparing to sleep. A few organized the day's survey data by firelight. But as night fell, suspicious growling sounds drifted from the darkness. To ensure the group passed the night safely, the survey team had built up a roaring bonfire and set tripwire signal mines around the perimeter. Soldiers and team members took turns on watch, constantly feeding fuel to the flames. In the darkness, they caught glimpses of beasts prowling stealthily around the camp, slinking through the brush. The two military dogs barked intermittently, but the night passed peacefully. By 5 o'clock the next morning, everyone was up and ready to move. After conferring, Qiantang and Liu Zheng decided against retracing their steps. Instead, they would take a different route down the mountain to observe more of the local terrain. They hacked their way down Dagou Mountain, rested briefly, then pushed inland along a small river. Being summer, the water ran high and swift. Liu Zheng thought the agricultural conditions here far surpassed Lingao's. The water resources alone were much richer. No wonder Wu Nanhai and his people dreamed of this treasure island every day. The survey team marched along the riverbank. Free of dense vegetation, their pace quickened considerably. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the two military dogs leading the column suddenly erupted into furious barking. "Attention, enemy activity," Qiantang shouted. "All units alert." Even as he spoke, he swiftly clicked off the safety of his submachine gun, unfolded the stock, and dropped to a half-kneeling firing position. Before his voice faded, a chaotic roar erupted from the grass and trees. Then 50 or 60 nearly naked natives, waving weapons and howling, charged violently from the brush. Qiantang pulled the trigger the instant he saw dark brown figures lunging from the grass. "Back to back! Open fire!" he roared without looking back. The special reconnaissance team had drilled thousands of times. Every tactical movement had become instinctive. Gunfire erupted around him. Acrid gunpowder smoke assaulted his nostrils. The stock tapped lightly against his shoulder. The recoil of the .22 caliber submachine gun was minimal, and Qiantang easily controlled the muzzle climb. His second burst knocked down a native clutching a spear and shield. Qiantang had participated in many shooting competitions and training sessions, firing at countless human-shaped targets, but he had never shot at a living person. At first, his fire was somewhat panicked, but he quickly mastered his emotions, steadied his body, and constantly shifted his aim, harvesting the charging ambushers with 3-round bursts. Under the gunfire, men stumbled and fell. Others let out great howls and turned to flee into the deep grass. Though the .22 LR was a low-power police round, against nearly naked targets at less than 50 meters, it produced a one-sided slaughter. The gunfire lasted fewer than 2 minutes. The riverbank had become a bloody charnel house. Over 20 corpses and dying men lay scattered across the stones. The ambushers had vanished completely. "Cease fire," Qiantang shouted. The gunfire stopped. A deathly silence fell over the riverbank, broken only by wind rustling through grass and branches. "Are they natives?" Liu Zheng was still shaken. Though a veteran trekker with some military training, his reaction to sudden situations was much slower. He had only managed to draw his Glock 17 and fire 2 rounds before the battle ended. The enemy had vanished as swiftly as they had appeared. The survey team members didn't dare chase recklessly into the grass. They maintained their hastily formed circular defensive formation. Qiantang nodded. "Definitely." He scanned the riverbank. All was quiet. The two military dogs were snorting, eager to give chase, but they had stopped barking, indicating the enemy had gone far. "Check casualties." He lowered the muzzle of his submachine gun. "No casualties," the NCO replied. "Recover shell casings." Qiantang stood, his finger off the trigger but still outside the guard, ready for any sudden development. "Search the battlefield." Hot shell casings were collected into specialized bags by designated personnel while team members covered each other as they inspected the bodies on the riverbank. All the dead were male. By the standards of this era, they could be called tall, sturdy, and strong, aesthetically pleasing physiques quite unlike the imagined short, wretched appearance of Austronesian natives. Nearly all had pierced ears with massive wooden plugs. "These must be the Takao people," Qiantang said. The corpse at his feet lay face down on the river pebbles. The water flowing beneath had turned red. These men were almost naked. Aside from small woven rattan and wooden shields, they had virtually no defensive equipment. "These should be javelins." Qiantang examined the weapons his team had collected. Most were ordinary bamboo or wooden spears. Some bamboo javelins were thin and flexible. He weighed one in his hand and found the balance quite good. Thrown in a volley, they would inflict considerable damage. Besides these, there were a few stone axes and crudely forged iron knives, probably traded from the mainland. Qiantang doubted the tribe possessed any smelting capability. "Why did they ambush us?" Liu Zheng was still somewhat shaken. "We're strange outsiders. To them, that means dangerous enemies." Qiantang reflected that this was true not just along the constantly contested coast of 17th-century Taiwan, but even in the deep backwoods of 21st-century America, where intruders might not receive a friendly reception. They examined the bodies carefully, but found nothing else of note. Qiantang had hoped to find a salvageable captive whom they could treat and turn into a cooperative ally, or at least learn more about the local natives. But the few who hadn't died instantly had severe wounds and expired one after another before long. Qiantang noted the distance between the ambush site and their marching path along the riverbank, less than 50 meters on average. If the enemy had possessed decent bows and arrows, they could have opened fire first. A rain of arrows, even from soft bows with bamboo shafts, would have caused some injuries. Mixed with javelins, his side would certainly have suffered casualties. It seemed the Dutch choice to campaign in winter made excellent sense. At least in winter, there wouldn't be man-high grass for enemies to hide in. Another takeaway was the great utility of dogs. The dogs had detected the ambush before the point man did, and in this wilderness terrain, their rapid pursuit capability far exceeded that of slow-moving infantry. According to Dutch experience, the most useful assets for punitive expeditions against local natives were horses and dogs, similar to Spanish experience in the Americas. If they had a military dog unit of dozens of animals, whether for scouting or pursuit, the dogs would prove highly lethal against natives lacking protection and proper weapons. Qiantang returned to the formation. Chandler reported that the Haitian was calling, inquiring about the gunfire. He took the walkie-talkie handset. "We encountered an attack by local natives. No casualties. The enemy fled. Looks like they had been watching us for a while." After this attack, Qiantang decided not to advance further inland. Having taken such a devastating loss, the other side would either be frightened into hiding or gather more warriors to seek revenge. If several hundred men truly came, in this complex terrain his dozen-plus soldiers would still be at a disadvantage. Because of the attack, the survey team abandoned deep inland penetration. Qiantang led them along the coastline instead, ensuring they could receive support from the Haitian at any time. They concentrated their efforts on surveying the terrain around Dagou Mountain and Dagou Harbor, measuring water depth, mapping planned roads into the Kaohsiung Plain. During this period, local natives didn't engage the survey team again. Liu Zheng had hoped they might send someone to establish contact. Nearly all colonists and pioneer teams venturing into savage lands had experienced such a progression. Attacked, repelled, negotiation, exchange of gifts, discovery of collaborators. But they operated in the area for 4 or 5 days, and no natives ever approached the temporary camp near the river mouth. Liu Zheng had intended to establish preliminary cooperative relations through contact with the natives, thereby gaining freedom of movement in tribal territory. After all, he had studied the historical records left by the Dutch before setting out. The major aboriginal tribes in the Tainan area were locked in conflict. The Sincan tribe and the local Takao had land disputes and armed clashes. The Sincan people had eventually become accomplices of the Dutch. The Dutch had exploited conflicts between native tribes in Taiwan, acting as arbitrators and allies, constantly inciting the masses to fight the masses. Liu Zheng felt the transmigration group would inevitably employ the same tactic to gain a foothold here. The easiest conflict to exploit was between the Takao and Sincan. Striking at the Sincan would indirectly weaken Dutch power, preventing them from expanding into the Kaohsiung Plain. Tayouan was only 2 days' journey from here, less than 40 kilometers in a straight line. After the Christmas campaign of 1635, the Dutch had expanded their territory to the Kaohsiung Plain, settling Fujian immigrants in the area to cultivate the land. However, all of this depended on finding a suitable liaison. Liu Zheng himself didn't have the courage to go find the local natives alone. Taiwan's indigenous peoples all practiced head hunting. If he went looking for them himself, his head might very well end up as a dried trophy on a wooden stake in some native village. Chapter 931, Biezi Gate. The Haitian remained in Kaohsiung for 3 days. Having failed to encounter any indigenous guidance party as hoped, and with time running short, Li Zipping decided not to linger. He weighed anchor and continued sailing north. After a day of sailing, they anchored for the night at Haitian Island, Pington Island, 68 nautical miles north of Taiwan proper. Haitian Island was China's 5th largest island, approximately 27 kilometers long north to south and 18 kilometers wide east to west, with an area of 309 square kilometers. According to data from the Grand Library, development of Haitian Island had begun in the Song dynasty. More surprisingly, the Song court had established a horse-breeding supervision bureau here specifically for raising horses, evidence that the local water, soil, and climate were suitable for horses to live and breed. By the Ming Dynasty, Haitian Island already supported a population of 40 to 50,000. In scale, it was larger than Nanao Island, which they had just passed. The Haitians spent 2 days surveying here. As at Nanao, the moment they landed, the island's military and civilians went on high alert, but no one attempted to expel or destroy them, leaving them to roam the island at will. On the 2nd of June, the Haitian entered Hangzhou Bay and dropped anchor near Haining. At first light the next day, Li Zipping commanded the ship to approach Biezi Gate, preparing to enter the Qiantang River. According to plan, the Navy required the Haitian to survey the river's channels in preparation for naval vessels to enter directly if the need arose. The main channel of the Qiantang River estuary had shifted multiple times throughout history. The greatest shift occurred during the Ming-Qing transition, known as the Three Gates Shift. Historically, between Qiangshan on the south bank, in Xiaoshan, and Haining on the north bank, 3 successive channels to the sea existed, called the Three Gates. The channel between Qiangshan and Zheshan, about 6.2 kilometers wide, was called the South Gate. Because the 2 mountains stood opposite each other like a gate, it was anciently known as the Sea Gate. Beside Qiangshan lay a small hill shaped like a soft-shelled turtle, also situated within the Sea Gate. Hence, it was also called Biezi Gate, Turtle Gate. The channel between Zheshan and Hezhuang Mountain, about 1.7 kilometers wide, was called the Middle Small Gate. The channel between Hezhuang Mountain and the Haining seawall on the north bank, about 10.5 kilometers wide, was called the North Gate. The main channel had shifted first through the South Gate, then the Middle Small Gate, and finally to the North Gate. When the Haitian arrived, the main channel still passed through the South Gate. Biezi Gate commanded formidable terrain, a perilous chokepoint where mountains flanked the river. In the Ming Dynasty, it served as the first gateway for Hangzhou's defense against Waku pirates. Control of Biezi Gate meant preventing maritime invaders from penetrating the Hangjiahu Plain. During the Jiajing reign, Zhejiang had established 6 guards to defend against pirates, the 6 coastal defense guards, and Haimen Guard was responsible for defense here. Li Zipping didn't know how many defensive facilities surrounded the Biezi Gate area. He wasn't worried about Ming firepower, Rather, he was concerned about unclear local channel conditions. If they ran aground in the river, the Haitian, with its limited firepower and insufficient complement, would become meat on the chopping block. Therefore, Li Zipping proceeded with extreme caution. Approaching Biezi Gate, the entire ship went on alert. At the same time, all rowboats in the small steam launch were lowered, the rowboats leading the way to sound depths while the steam launch cruised back and forth, screening the ship's navigation. He ordered boiler pressure maintained at all times. The currents at the river estuary were unpredictable, hydrological data was insufficient, and without enough mobility, running aground or striking reefs was entirely too easy. According to reconnaissance and gathered intelligence, Ming troops were stationed at Biezi Gate, along with forts and cannon emplacements. The sudden appearance of the Haitian triggered a general alarm throughout the surroundings, but as throughout the voyage, no Ming naval vessels emerged to drive them away. Clearly, the Ming military was wary of European-style ships like the Haitian. From years of dealing with European pirate merchants, they knew these vessels possessed firepower superior to their dilapidated war junks. Therefore, adhering to the policy of coping with shifting events by sticking to a fundamental principle, they held fast to their forts and absolutely refused to sally forth. Qiantang led a small team on a probing landing. After penetrating about 2 kilometers inland, they found the coastal villages already empty. They ran fast. Qiantang was deeply disappointed. He had hoped to grab a few locals and levy a reasonable burden. Instead, the village was deserted. Clearly, they had fled in haste. They hadn't even taken their pigs, chickens, or ducks. Liu Zhang said, "How about we catch all the chickens?" Having drifted at sea for so long, always eating field rations aside from occasionally buying vegetables and eggs from fishermen, they hadn't tasted fresh meat in ages. A few fresh, tasty free-range chickens would certainly make a delicious meal. Then wouldn't we become Japanese devils? Qiantang shook his head. This was a disciplinary violation. Levying a reasonable burden had policies and procedures. Taking things privately now constituted theft, serious in nature. The team pushed forward another kilometer. Faint, confused human voices came from ahead. Qiantang ordered a halt and sent men to scout. Before long, the scouts returned to report. Less than a kilometer ahead, over 1,000 armed personnel had gathered, probably local government troops and militia. Whether they planned to defend to the death or charge over to wipe out the landing party remained unclear. Qiantang decided to withdraw. Their mission was to probe local defenses, not capture Haining with 20 men. He ordered everyone to about face and retreat toward the rowboats at the beach. But at that moment, a burst of urgent gongs and drums suddenly sounded, followed by the roar of thousands of voices. Qiantang knew the enemy was clearly preparing to pursue. Racing them now was unwise. The coast was still nearly 3 kilometers away. Even at full sprint, they would need more than 10 minutes. The survey team members still carried heavy mapping equipment. Running like that would certainly mean lost weapons and gear. He studied the surrounding terrain. On the outside of a bend in the road rose a small hill, at most 5 or 6 meters high, covered in dense trees. Below the slope flowed a river lined with thick grass and vegetation, convenient for concealment and retreat. In setting an ambush at a road bend, once the enemy encountered fire from one side, they would instinctively flee in the same direction toward the other side. The ambushers could concentrate fire to tail and shoot them without needing to shift firing angles. Qiantang quickly conferred with Liu Zhang. They decided that half a squad would escort the survey team in retreat while Qiantang took one squad to cover the rear. "Be careful, don't get surrounded here," Liu Zhang warned. Qiantang nodded. "Won't happen. Visibility is good around here. Their flanking movements can't hide from me. I'll lead the men to hit them hard here for a bit. Once the enemy retreats, I'll quickly bring the squad and catch up. On the way, call the Haitian for support." "All right, take care." Liu Zhang knew this wasn't the time for idle talk and left with his men. "Machine gun," Qiantang called out. The shooter in the squad carrying the modified bipod-equipped M77B1 automatic rifle immediately stepped forward. "Go to the top of the hill. Fire when I open fire," Qiantang instructed. "First hit the front of the column with a long burst, then hit the tail of the enemy column with short bursts." "Understood, sir." He then detailed the soldier with the best grenade-throwing scores to act as assistant machine gunner, gathering 10 grenades from other soldiers for him. The sniper was also positioned on the hill. Because the incoming force was a mixed bag of militia without clear leadership, the sniper had no priority targets. Qiantang ordered him to fire at will once the enemy entered effective range. The team deployed along the bend in the road. Qiantang's intention was to use a fierce ambush to stun the pursuing enemy, seize the momentum to rout them, and deprive them of the ability to pursue. The machine gunner soon found a suitable firing position on the hill. He carefully attached the special brass catcher bag to the ejection port, a genuine original part, a vehicle accessory for the M77B1 rifle. The sniper carefully attached a simple scope to his Mosin-Nagant rifle and checked the round in the chamber one last time. The grenadier opened the caps of all the grenades, tearing away the moisture-proof oil paper to expose the pull cords. He studied the dirt road before him, estimating his maximum throwing distance, then stood and tested whether any branches or bushes would obstruct his throw. Wang Jiashan shouldered a bird gun, walking chaotically along with the main body of troops. The sun shone on Wang Jiashan, warming him. One arm and half a shoulder were exposed through his tattered uniform jacket. The original color had long since faded, pieces hung off him here and there, barely held together by a straw rope tied randomly around his waist. His calves were bare, his feet shod in straw sandals. If not for the tattered leather helmet on his head, the bird gun on his back, and the leather pouch for powder and shot at his waist, he would have looked no different from a common local beggar. Wang Jiashan was a military household soldier of the Haitian Guard. Though the Ming Guard system had long since rotted away, every guard unit still had some military household soldiers who drilled on ordinary days. Wang Jiashan was one of these drilling soldiers. As a drilling soldier, he could intermittently receive some rations and pay and didn't have to work the fields all day for the commanders, the battalion and company officers who lorded over the military households. In front of Wang Jiashan walked his neighbor, Li Shanmin, a gloomy middle-aged man with 7 children from Damon, 1st, to Kimin, 7th. Even with everyone who could walk laboring for others, there was never enough food. Li Shanmin's 15-year-old eldest son, Li Damon, wearing ragged clothes, shouldered a wooden spear and walked cheerfully at the front, as if on an outing. Compared to the old, weak, sick, and disabled military households, the militia braves appeared somewhat more orderly, all young and strong men. Their morale was also good. They were the local militia corps from several nearby villages and towns, led by a deputy corps commander, accompanying the government troops to drive out the sea bandits. The Zhejiang coast had once been a disaster zone rampant with Waku pirates. After Waku flying, Japanese flags had largely disappeared. Sea bandits had taken their place. However, since Ming Zhejiang had no major foreign trade ports, it hadn't produced great sea lords like Zheng Zhilong, Zhang Bin, or Liu Xiang of Fujian and Guangdong. But small bands of sea bandits engaging in piecemeal raiding were still numerous. Government troops and militia frequently clashed with such bandits coming ashore to plunder. Chapter 932. On the Qiantang River in the past few days, Wanbi Bookshop had grown suddenly quiet. 2 days earlier, news that rocked the entire city had diverted everyone's attention. A strange-looking large sailing ship had entered the Qiantang River through Biezi Gate and now lay anchored outside Hangzhou. Standing on the city walls, one could see this streamlined vessel, its tall masts and white triangular sails drawing many observers. Idle spectators climbed the walls or other high ground to gaze at this peculiar ship, pointing and chattering. Those who had been to sea, traveled along the Guangdong and Fujian coasts, and seen red-hair ships, or those who had glimpsed the rare Illustrated Gazette of Natural Science at Wanbi Bookshop, could all recognize this as a so-called red-hair ship. Some even knew it should be called an Australian ship. But it appeared far more elegant than red-hair ships. Though red-hair ships were large, they lacked such beautiful lines and certainly didn't have a strange smokestack constantly belching smoke. The ship lay anchored in mid-river, having lowered several small boats that cruised the water. The boatmen on the river had naturally fled. But the gentry and idlers in the city, safe atop the city walls, still pointed with great interest at the ship's rigging and cannons. Talk of the ship echoed everywhere. For the officials of Hangzhou Prefecture and its 2 counties, the Haitian's sudden appearance was like taking a blow from a padded club. Since the Waku troubles of the Jiajing era, nothing threatening had materialized outside Hangzhou's walls. The appearance of this ship seemed to herald the end of those peaceful days. They had already received news. 2 days before, the soldiers and militia of Haman Guard had suffered a defeat near Biezi Gate, several hundred dead, wounded, or missing. Those who had routed the government troops were the crew of this strange ship. Though the reports claimed several thousand sea pirates, anyone who wasn't a fool could see this ship couldn't possibly hold several thousand sea pirates. Street rumor said the enemy actually numbered only 20 men, yet had utterly routed over 1,000 government soldiers and militia. Officials vaguely knew this was a new band of overseas barbarians that had emerged in Guangdong, the Hair Bandits. The previous year they had attacked Qiongshan and Guangzhou, done some killing and looting, failed to capture any walled cities and retreated to sea. Who would have thought they would now appear in Zhejiang and sail brazenly up the Qiantang River right to Hangzhou's doorstep? The city's officials, high and low, were at a loss. Should they immediately deploy troops and fight this ship to the death, or dispatch an interpreter to ask their purpose and try to persuade them to leave the river? After much debate, the officials decided not to rashly resort to arms. War meant burning money, and burning money didn't necessarily achieve the goal. If things went badly, it might bring even greater trouble. The lesson from Guangdong was still fresh. They had some idea of the Guangzhou campaign. Since even the Guangdong Coastal Defense Vice Commander had suffered a major defeat at the hands of these hair bandits, Zhejiang's naval forces might well fare no better. Besides, the other side had made no military moves so far. All day long, just a few small boats cruised back and forth on the river. Though this matter concerned all of Zhejiang, the specific handling fell to the Hangzhou prefect. The prefect knew he had to hold his nose and instruct the 2 county magistrates to calm the populace. Whenever rumors spread, commoners would panic, while various unsavory characters inside and outside the city would be eager to profit from the chaos. Meanwhile, he searched the city for someone capable of handling negotiations. Li Damon shifted his body and woke from a groggy nightmare. He felt his body swaying. He struggled to open his eyes and saw dark gray deck boards. He realized he was lying in a net hammock, rocking slowly and rhythmically. Li Damon was dazed, not knowing where he was. After a long while, he came to his senses and recalled that final moment. He was fleeing for his life, caught in a chaotic, screaming crowd. He had shouted for his father, trying to find Li Shanmin in the mass of bodies, but there were so many people, and the sea pirates' gunfire was as dense as popping beans. People kept falling, blood splashing all over his body and face. Finally, after a huge explosion, someone knocked him down and he lost consciousness. Thinking of this, he finally felt pain throughout his body. He lifted the coarse cloth blanket covering him, not thick, but very clean, and got a shock. He lay stark naked in this cloth hammock. His body was covered in bruises, and white cloth strips were wrapped around his legs. The sight terrified him, reminding him of a companion who had violated military law years ago, beaten with several hundred strokes and sent home, dead that same night. Looking around, he found himself in a small cabin with 12 similar net hammocks hanging, each holding a person asleep. The cabin pitched and swayed constantly. Damon, someone called his name. He looked and saw it was his neighbor Wang Jiashan. Before the sea pirate's first volley of bird gun fire, Wang had been standing right beside him. "Uncle, where is this?" Li Damon hurried to ask. "Where's my father?" "Haven't seen him." Wang Jiashan seemed injured somewhere and spoke with difficulty, panting. "But I saw him running very fast. Probably, he's okay." "Where are we?" "We're." Li Shanmin wanted to say they were on the sea pirate's ship, but calling the others pirates while on their turf wasn't wise. Besides, these pirates had kindly rescued him from a pile of corpses. On that ship. Li Damon got a fright and began to tremble. After all, he was only 15, a boy who had just experienced a nightmare of slaughter and rout, only to find himself trapped on a pirate ship. How could he not be afraid? Just as they were talking, footsteps echoed on the deck above. The grating overhead opened, and a youth came down the ladder, also about 14 or 15, with short hair like a monk's, wearing a gray cotton jacket and carrying a leather case slung across his body. Wang Jiashan hurried to call out, "Dr. Fu," and tried to sit up. The youth waved his hand. "Don't move, your injuries haven't healed yet." He came over and asked a few questions, nothing more than how he felt, whether the wounds were painful, then examined his tongue coating and took his pulse. "Your wounds are basically not serious. Rest quietly for a few days and you'll be fine. I'll have herbal medicine sent down later. Take a few more doses and you'll recover." The youth spoke and then turned around. This was Fu Wubin, Liu San's apprentice. He had come aboard the Haitian with Liu San to serve as the ship's doctor. Seeing that Li Damon had woken, he asked about his condition. Li Damon spoke a bit of the Nanjing official dialect, barely able to understand Fu Wubin's Mandarin. Seeing that his demeanor was kindly and he was distributing herbal medicine, Li Damon figured he meant no harm. He mentioned pain in his chest and under his ribs. "It's nothing serious. Your ribs were stepped on. You're lucky they're not broken, just bruised," Fu Wubin said. "The medicine will help. You'll gradually get better." "Sir," Li Damon, seeing him speak so gently, mustered his courage to ask, "have you perhaps seen someone named Li Shanmin?" "Li Shanmin, haven't seen him." Fu Wubin shook his head. Seeing the disappointment and worry on the boy's face, he offered consolation. "I heard it was chaos at the time. Lots of people ran. Probably he escaped home. Don't worry. The chiefs don't go around killing randomly. Although you've been wounded and captured, from now on you've escaped your suffering. No more risking your life for the government while being mistreated. Just wait for the good life." Li Damon listened in confusion, not understanding what good life there could be after being captured. Not being killed by sea pirates seemed mercy enough from heaven. Though young, he could tell from Fu Wubin's words that the other side wasn't going to release them. They would probably be taken overseas somewhere. The thought of leaving home and never seeing father, mother, or siblings again cut like a knife. But in front of the pirates, he dared not show such emotions, lest he lose his life. Fu Wubin made a round of all the wounded prisoners in the lower deck infirmary, distributing medicines and changing dressings for those with external wounds. He had become very proficient at all this. Years of intensive training and practice, and Liu San's painstaking cultivation, had borne fruit. Fu Wubin was now not only Liu San's disciple and assistant, but also one of the first registered medical practitioners licensed by the health department, making weekly rounds at Qiantang branches throughout Lingao. Once a week, he also sat in at the general hospital, seeing patients alongside Liu San. Though Fu Wubin had studied traditional Chinese medicine, Liu San had continually imparted modern medical theory and knowledge during the learning process, also letting him audit some courses and attend anatomy observations. The aim was for him to master both Chinese and Western medicine. Fu Wubin had good comprehension, was willing to study hard, and progressed quickly. Liu San thought highly of him. "You've done well." Liu San looked over the case files and round records Fu Wubin had filled out and found no problems with his diagnoses or treatments. "There are now dozens of prisoners on the ship. Population density is high. Pay extra attention to epidemic prevention and hygiene." After finishing his instructions, Liu San left the ship's infirmary and went up to the quarterdeck to get some fresh air. The Haitian was anchored in the Qiantang River. Sailors were taking advantage of this rare opportunity to scrub the deck with river water and wash clothes and hammocks. His mood was very dark. Liu San hadn't actually needed to sail north with the ship. He knew perfectly well that the executive committee's arrangement to have him aboard the Haitian was largely to give him a chance to lie low for a while. The news of Qiongshan's pregnancy could finally no longer be concealed. Originally, a naturalized citizen maid getting pregnant or having a child was no longer newsworthy in Lingao. Tang Minglong had won first place. His maid had given birth to a son. Then more and more maids were rumored to be pregnant. The Senate was about to experience a baby boom. Chapter 933, The Divorce Affair to Ensure the Physical and Mental Health of the Second Generation. Zheng Shangji had established the third outpatient department specifically to handle maternal and child health care, at present, primarily serving transmigrators. Pregnant maids and female transmigrators alike registered there, receiving prenatal guidance and checkups. For the sake of the next generation's health, Liu San of course wanted Qiongshan to go there. As a medical professional, he was all too clear on modern maternal and child health care's role in drastically reducing maternal mortality and infant death rates. And so it was at this stage that a slip-up occurred. The General Hospital was a place with many eyes, and now that it had become a frequent destination for maids from various households, any whisper was immediately amplified and spread rapidly throughout Bai Ren New Town. Within a few days, Liu San had become known among the transmigrators as a rich dog burning oil on the fire. Of course, this was merely a jest, but for certain parties involved, it was no jest at all. When Yan Hua received confirmed news, she calmly returned to her apartment, opened a cabinet, took out the Glock 17 issued to her for self-defense, placed it in her bag, then pulled down from the wall the ornamental sword Liu San used for show on his herb-gathering and medical missions. She stormed out the door. She had just walked out of Bai Ren New Town's gate when Yimenjian, sent by the general office with 4 squad members, intercepted her. At Yimenjian's signal, she obediently handed over the sword. Just as Yimenjian reached out to take it, Yan Hua exploded, a left hook, followed by a sweeping leg, then a flying kick. If not for Yimenjian's continual training with the Special Reconnaissance Team since D-Day, which had honed his fighting skills, this former stick-thin high schooler really wouldn't have been her match. Yimenjian dodged her 3-hit combo and subdued her with a reverse arm lock. 2 female squad members immediately flanked her and restrained her. Yimenjian picked up the bag on the ground and formally announced, "In the name of the Senate, on orders from the General Office, I—" Before he could finish, a gob of spit flew at him. Yimenjian dodged agilely. "Comrade Yan Hua, please maintain your dignity as a transmigrator. Your current emotional state is unsuitable for going anywhere else. I am now under orders to take you to the General Office's first guest house." He then opened Yan Hua's handbag and found the pistol and scattered bullets, placing them in a special paper bag. Upon subsequent inspection, it was found that Yan Hua's pistol wasn't loaded, and the gun hadn't even been properly oiled. The bullets had obviously been grabbed randomly from the ammunition box. She was taken to the General Office's first guest house at Bapu. Female transmigrators had already been arranged there to calm her down. Dong Weiwei, who had some acquaintance with her in normal times, was 7 months pregnant. With her belly showing, she stayed at the guest house doing psychological work with her. Zhao Zishan ordered Yimenjian's squad to take over security at the guest house and gave strict instructions. Du Wen was not to enter until Yan Hua's emotions had stabilized. He then made calls to several female transmigrators, asking them to go to the guest house to stabilize the situation. Afterward, he called the Lingao Garrison Command and had Li Yang immediately deploy an infantry platoon to cordon off the area around Run Qiantang. Liu San had originally been at the run Qiantang drug factory in the industrial zone providing guidance. Soon afterward, Zhu Zongyuan and his men escorted him into protective custody. He was sent to Wu Nanhai's farm. The matter of Liu San's maid became a hot topic in the Senate by the next day. The nature of the affair, methods of handling, human rights involved, legal issues, sociological significance, and relations with natives, all were debated at length for over 10 days in Senate BBS forums and meetings. No male transmigrator denied harboring hopes of having multiple wives and concubines. The problem was that Liu San was a married transmigrator. If they were allowed to carry on with multiple women, that would violate the rights and status of female transmigrators and undermine the fundamental position of equal rights among all transmigrators. If not allowed, then single transmigrators could while married ones couldn't, which would also appear to violate the principle. This tricky paradox was not something no one in the Senate had anticipated, because it touched on transmigrators' sexual rights, a matter far too sensitive. It had always been avoided. The General Office used a slippery answer to deflect transmigrators' questions. The General Office is only responsible for training and assigning life secretaries. How to use them is a transmigrator's personal affair. On the question of female transmigrators' rights, the General Office's answer was equally evasive. The maid subsidy was distributed to every transmigrator regardless of gender or age, so female transmigrators could likewise purchase maids or male servants. This answer had barely sufficed under normal circumstances, but in a situation like this one, there was no avoiding the issue. The Senate Standing Committee convened 2 closed-door meetings, and the full Senate held 1 general session. Over 30 articles were published in the Lingao Tribune Internal Edition and the BBS. Almost everyone in the law club wrote on the subject, and various societies rallied to the cause. Not only did the law club, the Native Rights Protection Association, the Great Harmony Society, and the Women's Federation each write articles and join the debate, but even groups with little relevance, the Otaku Party, the Scale Model Club, the Steampunk Society, all issued statements. It seemed anyone who didn't weigh in was behind the times. The hot-button issues in the discussion were questions the Senate and Executive Committee had been avoiding. Was there inequality in sexual rights between male and female transmigrators? Additionally, did the personal inequality between transmigrators and natives stipulated in the Basic Law make killing each other's maids and life secretaries a safe form of retaliation? If Hua had really killed Qiongshan, how should the law deal with it? According to the Common Program, there was personal inequality between transmigrators and natives. If a transmigrator killed a native, they needn't pay with their life, only face financial penalties. Such punishment seemed pitifully light. These questions provoked fierce debate from all sides. Every faction had different views and opinions. The most active was Du Wen. She used this affair to launch a fierce attack on the maid, life secretary system. She had always strongly disapproved of this disguised concubine system, and now she pounced on the opportunity. Not only did she fiercely criticize feudal remnants and reactionary backsliding, but she ran about trying to collect signatures from all female transmigrators, demanding the complete abolition of the life secretary system, the establishment of a clear monogamous system, and a prohibition on any form of concubinage, whether through explicit policy or private unspoken rules. Yet the attitude of female transmigrators toward this was ambiguous. Though they emotionally sympathized with Hua, most were unwilling to take a clear position. Old-timers like Li Mei, who had long since seen through the ways of the world, privately told Mu Min, "If you want to support Hua, that's fine, but whatever you do, don't follow Du Wen in sticking your neck out." Think about it. How many people in the Senate want to take a second or third wife, and how few don't? If this really blows up and comes to an open vote at a general meeting, Du Wen is definitely going to lose badly, and if things go wrong, she'll get herself caught up in it. Despite fervent discussions, all sides remained restrained. Everyone realized the sensitive issues behind this matter, and under the Senate structure, these issues were unsolvable. It was the two parties directly involved who remained relatively calm, as if they had vented all their anger that first day. After staying at the guest house for 2 or 3 days, Wanbi formally submitted a divorce application to the general office. Zhao Zishan made a show of studying it for a few days, then privately spoke with Liu San. After this drama, Liu San held no more hope for his relationship with Wanbi. Their mutual divorce application was submitted from the general office to the Transmigrator Honor Court. Magia handled the case personally. He was drafting a marriage law for naturalized citizens and hadn't expected the first divorce case to occur among transmigrators. While reading the materials, he discovered a problem. Liu San and Wanbi hadn't actually been legally married in the old timeline, so no marriage existed between them. However, considering they had been cohabiting since D-Day, this could be recognized as a de facto marriage. In the end, both parties reached an agreement. Liu San and Wanbi would dissolve their civil relationship effective immediately. Liu San would compensate Wanbi in installments from his stock dividends for 1631 to 1633. Private property they had purchased in Lingao would be divided equally. Property brought from D-Day would be returned to its original owners. Though the matter was settled, the many questions left by the case remained of concern to the transmigrators. How to define rights between transmigrators, naturalized citizens, and natives? What were the legal relationships between them? How to prevent someone from exploiting loopholes in the current common program to do things that harmed other transmigrators' interests? After settling this incident, Zhao Zishan feared aftershocks and specifically advised Liu San that it would be best to get away for a while. So Liu San boarded the Haitian reconnaissance ship, preparing to participate in the entire operation engine. Liu San stood on deck, his thoughts drifting to Qiongshan. The incident had frightened her badly, not just her, but the entire Yang family. Dozens of armed soldiers had suddenly surrounded Qiantang, and though they later learned the purpose was protection, it had scared the wits out of grandmother Yang and all the womenfolk in the household. Qiongshan had been startled badly enough to disturb her pregnancy. Fortunately, the Yang household was a pharmacy with ready-made pregnancy safeguarding medicines, which she immediately took. Yang Shixiang also prescribed formulas for careful care, and she finally stabilized. For her safety, the general office had considered moving her to the farm or Gaoshan Ridge, but Liu San requested she remain at the Yang household. The Yangs now had no choice but to take painstaking care of Qiongshan. At the farm or Gaoshan Ridge, there would actually be no one suitable to look after her. Chapter 934. Zhao Yingongs visit Zhao Zishan had agreed to his request, instructing Xing Baiyu, director of the Lingao County Liaison Office, to assign personnel to maintain close surveillance around Qiantang and at each city gate, protecting Qiongshan's safety. He had also spoken with Ai Bebe. Her prenatal checkups would be handled by personnel from the general hospital making house calls. With the general office's care, Qiongshan should be fine. Liu San was at ease about that. His only pain was that it would be a long time before he saw her again. As with all relationships that begin with the physical, feelings grow over time. Besides, Qiongshan was warm and gentle, and now she was carrying his child. And he had left Lingao so hastily, visiting her only once for less than half an hour before departing. Liu San stood on the quarterdeck, smoking a cigar. He hadn't been a smoker before. Now he was using it to soothe his troubles. Cigars didn't inhale into the lungs, so the harm was less. He gazed at the scenery along both banks of the Qiantang River. While Liu San gloomily puffed his cigar and brooded, the crew kept close watch on conditions on the river. 2 days before, Qian Shuixi's small team had routed a mixed force of several hundred government soldiers and militia at Biezi Gate. This victory had greatly shocked the Haitian Guards troops. They had passed through Jiapu Gorge and penetrated deep into the Qiantang River without encountering significant resistance. During this time, government naval ships had scouted them. Clearly, the enemy felt they had little chance of winning, but this didn't mean the Haitian was completely safe on the river. Though the Qiantang's surface was very wide, and though the Haitian's firepower was formidable and her sailors well-trained, on the river she still couldn't effectively deal with numerically superior enemies. Li Ziping didn't plan to stay long. His goal was to survey the navigation of the Qiantang River and the defensive situation at its mouth. Now his objective was basically accomplished. From Haimen to Hangzhou, the Navy's conceived plan of ships sailing directly from the sea to the city was entirely feasible, provided the captain had a complete navigational chart. And that was exactly what Liu Zhang and the others had been busy compiling these past few days. The steam launch carried survey team members and instruments, constantly cruising the river. Its thick black smoke and the chug-chug of the steam engine attracted crowds of curious onlookers. Liu San was thinking that after returning, he would have to apply for a new apartment set. Qiongshan couldn't live at the Yang household forever, and he couldn't keep hiding in the medicine garden at the farm, though he did have a room there. But thinking about how Wyan Hua lived in Bai Ren New Town just as he did made him uneasy. He knew her temperament too well. Perhaps most of the time she was perfectly normal, but when she suddenly exploded without warning, it was terrifying. Liu San had no doubt that if the general office hadn't arranged for Young Yi to be waiting ahead of time, his odds of eating a sword from Wyan Hua were quite high. Just as he was troubled, he suddenly saw a small boat rowing from the direction of Fengshan Gate. This immediately caught the lookout's attention. Since the Haitian had arrived on the Qiantang, nearly all civilian boats in the area had vanished. A nearby patrolling rowboat immediately went over to intercept and inspect. After a while, the small boat rowed toward the Haitian and drew alongside the hull, where rope netting hung for climbing. Liu San noticed the people on the small boat were all dressed in Ming attire. He figured they were probably envoys from the local government. He wasn't particularly interested. Just as he was about to direct his attention elsewhere, he suddenly realized that the face of the man climbing onto the deck was very familiar. A few seconds later, it struck him. Wasn't this Zhao Yingong? Before Zhao Yingong had set out, he had purchased a large batch of medicines from Run Shitang, and the specific types and quantities had all been handled by Liu San personally. He knew Zhao Yingong was in Hangzhou, but he hadn't expected the intelligence station chief to swagger aboard the ship like this. With his air of distinguished bearing, he truly did look the part of a local gentry tyrant. He and his small delegation were immediately separated. Zhao Yingong was escorted alone into the stern cabin where Li Ziping was waiting. "How did you become a Ming negotiating representative?" Li Ziping laughed, standing up to shake his hand. "You seem to be doing well lately. I run an Australian-style bookshop, sell Australian books, and play the Australian game. Of course they think I'm an Australia expert." Zhao Yingong laughed, then explained how the Hangzhou prefect had dispatched the Qiantang County magistrate and his secretary to Wanbi Bookshop specifically, requesting him to negotiate on the Haitian and ask about the ship's purpose. Ming officials are all shrewd. Zhao Yingong didn't forget to praise them. "I think they somewhat suspect my identity and feel I might be collaborating with the Hair Bandits. But Guangdong is too far from here. I've got the title of a Sanshui County Ziyukai and a bunch of bigwigs in the church backing me. The officials don't want to stir up trouble. This time they're simply making use of me, so to speak. A traitor has his uses. They know we're Australians." Li Ziping found this a bit strange. Up to now they hadn't officially contacted the locals. Zhao Yingong nodded. "Of course. Because your ship puffs black smoke all day. Right now only Australian ships burn furnaces. Ming officials and commoners can't read the Morning Star flag and they can't identify ship types either, but that smoking all day is just too distinctive." Liu San, who had slipped in, was now worried. You've got too strong an Australian label on you. Won't this cause you trouble? It's fine. Zhao Yingong shook his head. I've come to understand traditional society a bit now. It doesn't actually matter whether you're a villain or a good man locally. To move about freely, to do things without interference, to have officials turn a blind eye, the precondition is that you have to be a capable person. A so-called capable person was nothing more than someone with backers, connections, and who could put in a word with powerful people. The reason gentry could do as they pleased locally was largely because they possessed a network of relationships reaching to the provincial and even central court levels. On a smaller scale, if a commoner could get a word in with some powerful local gentleman, then within that sphere, they too were a capable person. More broadly speaking, those connected to shadier forces that weren't on the books but still wielded certain clout were likewise capable people. Throughout the provinces, those who had ties to pirates and bandits similarly enjoyed a degree of local power and prestige. Throughout the Ming and Qing dynasties, Guangzhou City had semi-openly operating agencies for pirates to collect toll fees for sea passage. Sometimes when government forces were at their wits' end against bandits and needed to arrange amnesty or reach some agreement, it was often this type of local figure who served as intermediary. The fact that I might be collaborating with the Hair Bandits isn't necessarily bad for my activities in Hangzhou, Zhao Yingong said. Besides, Wanbi Bookshop's Australian style means I can't distance myself too cleanly anyway. Through the Haitian incident, he could build himself a certain reputation in Hangzhou. Moving about the city would be much easier in the future. Although you coming to Hangzhou had nothing to do with the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, objectively it's done me a small favor. Zhao Yingong smiled. Giving them a taste of reality, in the future, the officials won't be so rash. The stronger the country, the safer our overseas personnel and expatriates. Let them know the Senate's power. Li Zipping nodded. Want me to fire a few blank shots before I leave? That won't be necessary. These past few days, just the steam launch with no sails, no oars, puffing black smoke, that's been eye-catching enough. Everyone's buzzing with discussion. Lots of people have come to Wanbi Bookshop looking for Australian books to find out what's going on. Ming intellectuals are actually quite curious. There's even someone like that in the delegation, heh heh. He was just getting going when Li Zipping's female orderly brought tea. Zhao Yingong laughed and waved his hand. Have you forgotten I'm in Hangzhou, homeland of Longjing tea? What good tea don't I have? Don't bring out your Limu Mountain oolong to fool people. What airs, Master Zhao, Li Zipping said. I won't stand on ceremony then. What did the Hangzhou officials send you aboard to do? Anything we need to cooperate on, Zhao Yingong said. They've dispatched me to see off the god of plague. He pulled a list from his sleeve. Here's the offerings for seeing off the god, have a look. Li Zipping took it. It was a list with no heading enumerating eggs, sheoxing wine, rice, loquats, bayberries, tea leaves, chickens, and ducks. A long list, mostly supplies very useful for seafarers. I was just thinking of resupplying. How thoughtful of the Hangzhou government, Li Zipping said. We were planning to leave anyway, can't stay here long. These items aren't worth much money. As long as you're willing to leave, getting them to cough up more shouldn't be hard. Then what else should I ask for? Li Zipping had no experience with this kind of thing. Let me handle it, Zhao Yingong said. When are you planning to leave? Depending on Liu Zheng's progress, probably another 24 hours or so and we'll be done. Then I'll come again early tomorrow morning, make it look like I'm putting in effort. Let the officials worry a bit longer. Zhao Yingong then asked, where are you going next, Shandong? Yes. Next step is reconnaissance and survey of the Shandong coast, Li Zipping said. The executive committee's plan is to launch Operation Engine as soon as the 1631 typhoon season passes. Su Qi is with me right now. He was supposed to go on the Shandong mission too, just take him along this time. No problem, Li Zipping said. He asked curiously, how are you planning to operate in Shandong? The Foreign Intelligence Bureau hasn't sent us any targeted guidance documents. Zhao Yingong said, you can't blame headquarters for that. The decision-making power is with us here. Let me tell you now. The next step is to use the Hangzhou Catholic Church's relationship with Old Sun to first set up an agricultural reclamation base in Shandong as cover for the refugee camp. Chapter 935. The delegation's multitudes. Didn't the plan say the refugee bases would be on Jeju and Taiwan? Liu San interjected. As a member of the Senate, he had already seen the general outline of the entire plan on the internal BBS. Before boarding, he had also read the mission brief for the Haitian's voyage. Zhao Yingong explained. The refugee bases on Jeju and Taiwan were real, but a forward base in Shandong was also needed, a collection and transit point for refugees and a base for the work teams. Through the Hangzhou Catholic Church, they had already established a connection with Sun Yuanhua. With his support, setting up a fortified settlement in the Denglai area under the guise of land reclamation posed no problem. The base didn't need to be very large. If it were too large, it would necessitate a garrison, which would further squeeze the Planning Commission's resources earmarked for Operation Engine. So the base had to remain modest, relying as much as possible on local Shandong resources, including population and building materials. After Operation Engine concluded, the Shandong base could be kept or abandoned depending on circumstances. Zhao Yingong was inclined to find a way to keep it as a foothold for the future Shandong strategy. If possible, there's nothing wrong with placing 1 or 2 transmigrators in Shandong as local strongmen and landlords, Zhao Yingong said. Whether for agriculture, fishing, or commerce, the Shandong coast has potential. While Zhao Yingong conversed animatedly with Li Ziping and the others in the stern cabin, on the forecastle the other members of the delegation were on tenterhooks. Most had come to the black smoke-belching ship, most unwillingly, purely out of compulsion. Several who looked like merchants sat hunched and huddled on the temporary benches provided for them, minds churning over how much silver this, seeing off the god of plague, mission would cost them. The tea and snacks set out on the folding table remained untouched. The only one keeping his composure was Zhao Tong. As Zhao Yingong's bodyguard, he of course knew of his master's unusual relationship with the Australians. Gao Xuan sat carefully on his stool, eyeing the tea and snacks on the table, involuntarily swallowing. This poor scholar had come aboard purely as a matter of business. He was substituting for someone else. It wasn't that he admired Australian culture and wanted close contact. Rather, a clerk in the delegation had been unwilling to risk facing the Australians, and had paid 4 taels of silver for Gao Xuan to take his place. Gao Xuan's poverty had crushed his pride. With his family on the verge of starvation, he had to accept the money. At least the task wasn't troublesome, just tagging along with the crowd. Just follow Master Zhao's lead, the clerk who paid the silver had instructed him. Once you're off the ship, you can go your own way. No need to worry about the rest. Once aboard, when Master Zhao was taken into a cabin separately, they had been left on deck with a few sailors looking after them. The sailors seemed friendly enough and could speak Chinese. But on this deck, armed soldiers were everywhere, each clad in blue and white short jackets, carrying bird guns with a murderous air, looking as if they faced a great enemy. Everyone's heart was in their throat, who had appetite for tea and snacks. But Gao Xuan hadn't eaten anything since early morning. His so-called breakfast had been buckwheat pot scrapings from the bottom of the pot, cooked with a bit of water. His family had been out of rice for several days, barely scraping by on miscellaneous grains bought with help from his father-in-law and brother-in-law. Now seeing plenty of snacks before him, actually just ship-supplied transmigrator-exclusive fancy biscuits, butter cookies, wafer cookies, jackfruit cookies, and savory soda crackers, he felt his resolve weaken. The accompanying beverage was kombucha. Kvass had carbonation and was still fermenting, making it unsuitable for long-term shipboard storage. Finally, he couldn't resist picking up a white, oblong-shaped pastry that looked like puff pastry. He took a bite. A sweet flavor, almost cloyingly rich, immediately spread through his mouth. But just as he wanted to savor it, the biscuit had vanished. This peculiar sensation immediately stimulated his stomach. His empty gut launched a great protest, and one after another the various biscuits made their way into his belly. At first, Gao Xuan still paid some attention to saving face, but seeing that everyone else had no appetite, physiological need finally overcame psychological restraint. He helped himself shamelessly, and in no time wolfed down all the assorted biscuits like a whirlwind. Then he drank 2 cups of kombucha in one go. This gentleman certainly has a good appetite. The man sitting opposite him was a Huizhu merchant, head of the local tea guild. Tea was a major trade in Hangzhou, and since the tea guild had money, many expenses naturally fell on their shoulders. The cost of getting the ship to hurry up and leave was, of course, charged to the guild. Seeing this sham substitute sour scholar eat and drink with such gusto without a care in the world, the guild head was quite displeased and muttered under his breath, "Glutton!" Gao Xuan's face reddened, but he put up a bold front. "Since we've boarded this ship, aren't we at their mercy? Rather than sit around worrying, better to eat and drink in peace." The guild head gave a cold laugh and said nothing more. He was no match for scholars in a battle of wits, but deep down he looked with contempt on these sour scholars who couldn't pass the exams. He gazed around the deck. What a peculiar deck! Ropes, sails, and all sorts of equipment he didn't recognize everywhere. At first glance it looked chaotic, but on closer inspection everything was orderly. Sailors each had their duties and didn't wander randomly. No one chatted idly. Very disciplined indeed. A fierce band of brigands indeed, he thought, breaking into a cold sweat. Would they discover he was owner of the tea house and hold him for ransom? Having filled his belly, Gao Xuan actually relaxed. He was a penniless poor scholar with no ties or worries. Instead, he began curiously observing the Haitian. What interested him most was that big black smokestack on the pedestal in the middle of the deck. It seemed to puff black smoke non-stop, and from time to time also emitted white steam. Regarding this black smokestack, the city had been buzzing with speculation for days. Some said it was the Australians' black magic. The smokestack was for sacrificing to their god, and the black smoke was some kind of exotic overseas incense. Others said there was a huge furnace beneath the smokestack, constantly burning, using fire to propel the ship. This latter view was mocked by many. How could a great wooden ship carry a large furnace burning fire day after day without catching fire itself? As for fire driving a boat, that was unheard of. Still others speculated there were draft animals below deck pushing water wheels. Gao Xuan was also very curious, but even though he now sat only about 30 yards from that huge smokestack, he couldn't make out the mechanism. One thing he was certain of: the smoke coming from it was definitely not smoke from any overseas exotic incense, but unmistakably coal smoke. There really must be a big furnace underneath. He very much wanted to go take a closer look, but didn't dare. What if it were some kind of military state secret, and he lost his head for getting too close? So his gaze fell instead on the cannon right nearby. The 48-pounder carronade on the forecastle deck wasn't covered. The precision cast-iron barrel pointed straight at Hangzhou City, its body polished to a gleam. Gao Xuan noticed the cannon was mounted on a peculiar gun carriage. There were no wheels beneath the carriage, but rather 2 black iron rails, already worn shiny from friction. Beside the gun barrel on the ship's railing, a row of round black cannonballs was slotted into a long trough. Everything looked well organized. Like all late Ming Confucian scholars, Gao Xuan had a keen interest in investigating things, firearms, and military science. This was related to the social and historical context of the time. Continuous military setbacks had led the court, high and low, to place great hope in developing or introducing new weapons to turn the tide. During this period, not only was there a surge in paper firearms development, but all kinds of new tactics appeared. Javelin tactics to defeat the enemy, weighted club tactics to defeat the enemy. A great variety, too many to count. Like all similar Ming military enthusiasts, Gao Xuan was high on theory but low on skill, possessing no technical knowledge or practical experience whatsoever, pure armchair theorizing. At Wanbi Bookshop, he had tried to find Australian military texts to gain an edge, but the bookshop had none. Now, seeing this precision Australian canon right before his eyes, of course he had to take a good long look. Suddenly someone shouted, "Bearing 105, contact." At this shout, the several sailors standing by the cannon leapt to their positions, turned the gun, and aimed it toward the direction indicated by the lookout's warning. More than the gun's size, what astonished Gao Qiuan was how quickly it could be turned. 4 or 5 gunners moved it as if it weighed nothing, clearly without great effort. Nor did it make any horrible creaking sounds. This amazed everyone present. Gao Qiuan knew that making something turn wasn't hard: doors, wheels, grindstones. Just fit a round axle. But when the thing on top was too heavy, turning it became not so easy, and might even prove impossible. What secret did the base beneath the Australian's cannon hide? Gao Qiuan stared hard at the base, hoping to discern some clue. Maybe he could write about it in a book. Maybe some great lord would take notice and recruit him into his staff. With a great lord's help, passing the provincial examination would be no problem. Play things right, and he could score an official post in a few years, making his father-in-law look at him with new eyes, making his brother-in-law kneel respectfully before him to pay respects. That shop assistant currently had no respect for him at all, and his manner was quite rude. The sailors didn't know what calculations Scholar Gao was making in his head. They were simply watching the threat on the riverbank with nervous tension. After a while, the alert was lifted. What the lookout had seen was 3 ox carts, not hauling cannons, but rather the Hangzhou government's farewell gift being brought up to the ship. Chapter 936. Timber under Zhao Yingong's mediation. The Haitian departed from the Qiantang River the next day and returned to the open sea. The Hangzhou government had gifted them more rice, chickens, ducks, vegetables, and fruit as a farewell. Watching the Haitian trail black smoke as it gradually receded into the distance, the city's officials and gentry breathed a collective sigh of relief. As for the common folk, the ship's sudden arrival and abrupt disappearance served as a topic of conversation for several days before gradually fading from memory. After receiving his 4 taels of silver, Gao Qiuan once again walked into Wanbi Bookshop. This time, however, he had become one of its contracted writers. Amid his busy schedule, Zhao Yingong had begun building a writing team for Wanbi Bookshop Publishing House, creating a magazine focused on social hot topics called Tianshui Life Weekly. The first issue's subject matter was drawn from the recent Hangzhou religious case controversy. Early morning. Dawn had just begun to break when Lingao stirred awake amid the wail of steam whistles. Hai Lin yawned several times and fished out from under his pillow the watch his life secretary had wound for him the night before. Already 6 o'clock. He climbed out of bed most unwillingly and made his way to a bathroom full of blue and white porcelain and underglaze red, where he brushed his teeth and washed his face. The toothbrush was locally manufactured, made of horse bristle. Toothpaste was long gone, replaced by refined bamboo salt. The towel was still an old timeline product. Locally manufactured towels still couldn't match the old ones in appearance and quality. Properly dressed with his life secretary's help. Properly dressed, meaning nothing more than a locally manufactured blue work suit. Hai Lin took a seat at the Huanghuali rosewood table in the combined living and dining room. On the table sat a set of fine Chenghua official kiln porcelain dinnerware, one of countless spoils from the Pearl River estuary battle. A portion had been auctioned among the transmigrators at the time. Breakfast was steamed buns, congee, and 2 dishes of Tianshu special pickles, made by his life secretary. Steamed buns were a rarity in Lingao. Wheat cultivation had been promoted there for less than 3 years. Aside from directly managed agricultural estate lands, ordinary farmers grew little wheat. Flour was a precious ingredient. Beyond the portion supplied to food service department restaurants for making high-end pastries to recover circulation vouchers, the rest went to transmigrators. Even so, wontons, noodles, buns, bread, and biscuits rarely appeared on transmigrator dinner tables. Because the meat supply was insufficient, the general office only supplied pork or mutton to transmigrators on Saturdays, and chicken on Wednesdays and Fridays. So the buns Hai Lin ate today were filled with red bean paste. Hai Lin had absolutely no interest in sweet buns, but green vegetable and dried tofu buns or cabbage, vermicelli, and oil residue buns interested him even less. Allegedly, the cafeteria was serving fried fish meat buns. He wondered what those tasted like. When will we ever be able to eat meat buns to our heart's content? Hai Lin muttered as he ate. To his palate, the buns weren't quite right, far from as good as those made by the older female transmigrator at the cafeteria. The wrapper was a bit sticky, not fluffy enough. The dough hadn't risen properly, but for a life secretary from a southern region it was passable. "Chief, your daily schedule." Seeing that he had nearly finished his buns, the life secretary handed him a locally produced work notebook. It recorded his schedule day by day. Some entries were notices from various departments, others pertained to matters from Hai Lin's own enterprise. He flipped through the schedule while eating. Transmigrator life in Lingao was extremely busy. Daily work was already heavy, and Operation Engine had brought endless pressure to the production departments. The Planning Commission was like a ravenous beast with a bottomless appetite, endlessly demanding massive offerings from the industrial and agricultural sectors. Regarding work assignments, Hai Lin resented the executive committee. Previously, under Ma Qianju's Central Administrative Council, forestry had been greatly undervalued. The prevailing belief was that the coal-iron combine could do everything. This had left the forestry department with low status, last in line for resources and manpower allocation, poor treatment, yet a heavy workload. Now the forestry department had been placed under the manufacturing supervision department, but its situation hadn't improved much. As Wu Quanming had said, "After horse thousand pillars, there'll be ox thousand pillars." Who was this ox thousand pillars? In Hai Lin's view, any transmigrator who deliberately or carelessly ignored the importance of the timber industry and forestry to modern industry qualified. And unfortunately, there were quite a lot of such people in the Senate. Those idiots just love giving orders blindly, with no idea how important timber is to modern industry, Hai Lin thought resentfully. Someday I'll have all those idiots replaced. Who would replace them? Hai Lin hadn't thought carefully, though some people had hinted they could do better, but he didn't hold out much hope. After finishing breakfast, Hai Lin hurried out. He got on an electric bicycle and rode onto the Bai Ren, Bapu Highway. The wood products factory was one of the earliest enterprises established by the Senate. It had been located in Bapu with consideration for proximity to timber sources. Until recently, a considerable portion of Lingao's timber supply had still come from the mangrove forests near Bapu and the Li regions, and for convenience with imported timber. But mangrove resources were limited. Excessive logging would damage the coastal ecosystem and harm offshore fishery resources. So even before the mangroves at the Bapu River mouth had completely disappeared, the forestry department had to consider alternative timber sources. Lingao's timber came from several directions. Currently, the Li regions supplied most of what they needed, and the cost of obtaining it was very low. The Commerce Department needed only cheap salt and a small quantity of iron tools to trade for large quantities of timber and bamboo or rattan products. Sanya and the mainland provided the rest. Because timber demand grew by the day, the Colonial Trade Department's Vietnam Trading Company had recently opened a trade route for importing timber from Vietnam. Part came via Dagou shipping, part via Dutch East India Company vessels. Timber imported from the mainland and Vietnam was plentiful and of good quality, including some excellent wood species. But supply quantities remained unstable, tied to the question of maritime shipping capacity. Raw materials were more abundant, but processing capacity lagged far behind. Hai Lin's first task today was to visit the Bapu Harbor Cargo Yard and check on the backlog of imported timber. The Planning Commission wanted him to submit a report clarifying how many days' production the current reserves could sustain, so as to determine next month's import and logging quantities. At the Forestry Department's dedicated timber yard at Bapu, roughly 20,000 raw logs were stockpiled. It could truly be called a mountain of timber. But these logs were still far from enough. Most were stacked in piles, covered with branches and leaves to maintain moisture. Naturalized citizen workers constantly doused the stacks with water to keep the timber moist. Hai Lin randomly spot-checked several stacks. The storage condition was acceptable. Included were excellent hardwoods, lychee wood and ironwood, currently used by military industry to substitute for oak, as well as various valuable woods, most imported from Vietnam. But these logs remained far from sufficient. He had calculated it himself. The timber needed just to build a refugee camp for 10,000 people was staggering. 10,000 beds measuring 1.8 times 1 times 0.01 meters alone would require 180 cubic meters of timber. Assuming the logs were pine trees with a base diameter of 15 centimeters and height of 4 meters, 1 cubic meter of timber would need 30 to 40 trees, a total of 5,400 to 6,200 trees. By the standard of 20 people per room, with an area of about 4.5 times 7.5 meters, they would need 500 standard buildings, 500 main beams with diameters over 25 centimeters. If using 40 centimeter wide tiles, one building would need 40 rafters of 8 to 10 centimeters. For 500 buildings, that was 20,000 rafters. Building a camp for 10,000 people would require felling, transporting, preliminary processing, and drying of nearly 30,000 trees. The workload was staggering to contemplate. This was the 17th century. Aside from a few chainsaws the Senate had brought from the old timeline, every lumberjack in the world used axes and great saws. Production efficiency was abysmally low. Supplying sufficient raw materials would require considerable time. By Hai Lin's estimate, the Planning Commission seemed to have means to gather enough raw materials. The question was whether his end had the capacity to process them. He made a circuit, estimated the wood products factory's current daily processing capacity, and with a grim face got back on his electric bicycle and headed for the smoke-belching wood processing plant. Hai Lin was responsible for all wood product manufacturing for the entire Lingao system. The wood products factory had expanded from the original 100-plus workers to 1,000. Before the second counter-encirclement campaign, during emergency war preparations, the military industry department had demanded a significant increase in rifle production. At Hai Lin's insistent request, a first expansion was carried out. Before Operation Engine, large quantities of building materials had to be prepared, triggering a second emergency expansion. After expansion, the wood processing plant finally had a somewhat better office and production environment. The wooden plank buildings that had long irked Hai Lin were finally history, replaced by two-story brick and timber structures. More importantly, the office building was now much farther from the drying kilns, so he no longer had to endure their tremendous heat radiation during the sweltering summer. His first task upon entering the factory was to rush to the conference room for a production meeting. The middle management at the wood products factory now consisted entirely of naturalized citizens. Seeing Hai Lin enter, everyone rose and greeted him. "Hello, Chief." "No formalities, let's get started." After Hai Lin sat, all the naturalized citizen cadres took their seats as well. The mid-level managers, led by the production department director, reported on their department's work. When he heard that the bandsaw workshop had suffered 2 blowouts, bandsaw fractures, with saw blade fragments flying out, the previous night injuring 6 people, Hai Lin couldn't help feeling irritated. The current bandsaws were all manufactured in this timeline with very unreliable quality. Manpower was already insufficient. Injuries would make things even tighter. Next, the drying workshop director reported. Due to the rush work, this batch of timber coming out of the kiln had extensive drying cracks. Hearing this, Hai Lin's anger surged. He slammed his palm on the table. Everyone's face changed. They all lowered their heads. Chapter 937, Drunken Talk. Hai Lin steadied himself and announced, "Production orders." The entire corps of naturalized citizen cadres rose as one, standing at attention for his commands. 1. Effective immediately, the braiding, rattan, and bamboo workshops will cease all operations. All personnel will reinforce the bandsaw and drying workshops. 2. Effective immediately, all remaining production workshops will shift to around-the-clock operations, 2 12-hour shifts running continuously. 3. The production director, all workshop supervisors, and all machine repair shop personnel will remain on duty without rotation. 4. Safety and production management protocols will be strengthened. Bandsaw replacement intervals are cut in half. The drying workshop will intensify fire prevention measures. When the orders concluded, the production director ventured a trembling question. "Chief, what about kiln number 3, the one that broke down? What else? Shut it down for full overhaul," Hai Lin snapped. "But that leaves only 2 functioning kilns. We were already behind schedule. Now we're losing a third of our drying capacity." The production director's reminder was meek but pointed. I know. Of course, Hai Lin understood the severity of the situation, but limping along with patchwork repairs would only invite worse problems. The kiln might end up scrapped entirely. Besides, he saw this crisis as an opportunity to apply pressure on the executive committee, who had long dismissed the wood products factory as low-tech and undeserving of investment. His thoughts drifted to the steam drying kiln he had been requesting for nearly half a year. The structure was almost complete, yet it sat in limbo. The boilers, piping, and blowers needed to bring it online had never been allocated. Superheated steam kilns were far more efficient and had substantially better pass rates than fire kilns. Hai Lin had long pushed for the technological upgrade. Perhaps a little pressure will wake them up, he thought. Assuming a solemn expression, he declared, "If we refuse to shut down for proper repairs and an accident occurs, then what? Equipment damage is regrettable, but safety incidents are catastrophic. We must internalize the lessons of the bandsaw workshop accident." Lessons. The production director, surprised by the chief's anguished performance, didn't dare press further. He immediately departed to arrange the shutdown and maintenance. Hai Lin called after him, "Send someone from machine repair to inspect kiln 0, see if we can get it running by tomorrow." Understood. After the meeting, Hai Lin toured the workshops. The sawmill came first. 2 gang saws dominated the space, 14 blades each, alongside 4 bandsaws, 5 circular saws, a balanced crosscut saw bed, a parquet strip saw, and a file saw. Beyond these, a fleet of timber and woodworking machines filled the facility, some brought from the old timeline and others produced locally by the machinery factory. Steam engines powered everything, thunderous in their operation, their roar punctuated by the occasional shriek of blades biting into stock. To simplify cleaning, all workers sported close-cropped buzz cuts. Some had shaved their heads entirely. They wore woven rattan safety helmets and masks as protection against the workshop's severe dust problem. This was a priority zone for fire and explosion prevention. Hai Lin, well aware of the hazards posed by dust explosions, made careful note of whether proper protective measures were in place. His inspection complete, Hai Lin checked production progress and randomly examined the quality of emerging planks. The locally produced bandsaws were gradually improving, but still couldn't match their old timeline counterparts. When would the metallurgy department finally produce alloy steel materials? Beyond timber processing, the wood products factory encompassed dry distillation kilns, tanning extract workshops, rope workshops, and other supporting operations. The facility produced not only planks, furniture, and timber components of various specifications, but also wood tar, tanning extract, charcoal, and a variety of forest byproducts. When logs entered this factory, nothing went to waste. Their capacity for raw material processing was extraordinary by the standards of this era. Yet within Lingao's broader industrial system, the wood products factory's capacity remained woefully inadequate. Current priorities consumed nearly everything: prefabricated building components, rifle stocks, standardized supply crates of various sizes, and ship materials. Every operational workshop Hai Lin visited thrummed with activity. He felt a pang of regret. Without cheap, suitable adhesives, they still couldn't produce composite boards like plywood, keeping wood utilization a notch below its potential. The vast quantities of shavings and scraps generated during processing could only serve as fuel for the drying kilns, their value unrealized. The adhesive shortage also held timber processing at a relatively primitive level. Both composite board and blockboard required it. He made a special visit to the drying workshop to inspect the kilns. The 3 currently operational kilns were all periodic flue-heated natural circulation designs running on furnace gas. Their drawbacks were considerable: uneven drying, long cycle times, and low throughput. Yet their simplicity made them practical. No power or fans required. Under Lingao's more, faster, better industrial philosophy, they had been the first into service. As for Kiln 0, it was an even more primitive smoke fumigation design, heating wood directly with smoldering sawdust. Simpler still in construction and straightforward to operate, it had been the factory's original kiln. But the difficulty of temperature control and the fire hazard it posed had led to its decommissioning a year ago. Back in his office, his life secretary brought him a bowl of iced mung bean porridge while reporting in dulcet tones the menu for that evening's dinner with Wu Quanming. Familiar dishes from the old timeline: sauerkraut fish, chili chicken, mapo tofu. Hai Lin considered the money spent on this A-grade life secretary well invested, and his lottery luck had been good, too. Many transmigrators had settled for C-grade secretaries, reasoning that opportunities would come later and maid education would only improve. Why pay for an experimental product? But Hai Lin saw things differently. As a former senior member of the FAP squad, he was particular about his maids. One should never economize on the woman sharing one's bed. A grade had been the highest available. If there had been an S-grade option, Hai Lin would have paid without hesitation. His reasonably pretty maid attended to his needs by day and accepted his commands by night. Hai Lin felt a familiar heat stir within him. Days of working late and rising before dawn had left him exhausted, and he hadn't blessed his maid for several nights running. If only his office weren't so shabby, he might be tempted to try some office training. Hai Lin worked until dark before returning to his quarters, where his life secretary had prepared food and drinks. He summoned Wu Quanming, who reported he was already at the door. As People's Commissar for Forestry, Wu Quanming was equally swamped these days. The forestry department's burden had grown immense. The executive committee had been short-sighted in the early days, dismissing timber as merely a transitional product. Now they discovered its applications extended far beyond construction and furniture. Military needs were paramount. Before engineering plastics, rifles invariably required wooden stocks. Even in the 21st century, ammunition crates were still predominantly wood. The sudden surge of military demand had heaped unprecedented pressure on the forestry department. Hai Lin, at today's meeting someone proposed transferring your factory to the military industry system under Lin Shen's management. I shot it down. Wu Quanming raised his wine cup, but delivered this news before drinking. Where the hell were they earlier? Just days ago, Lin Shen went through the Military Affairs Bureau to reach Director Zhan, arguing that since the wood products factory handles so much military production, it should be designated a military enterprise and fall under the Military Industry Department. Director Zhan killed that idea too. Hai Lin clinked glasses with Wu Quanming and took a sip of rum. Now the wood products factory is a thorn in the military industry department's side. Without stocks, it doesn't matter how many barrels they produce. They're useless. Rifle production is stalled. Lin Shen is running around in a panic. The Military Affairs Bureau has raised the idea of placing the wood products factory under military control at executive committee meetings multiple times. Wu Quanming's expression betrayed his worry. The forestry department's largest division was the wood products factory. Losing it to the military industry department would leave him with nothing to oversee but tree planting, forest registration, and issuing hunting permits. Don't worry. Those military industry types only know how to work with iron. What do they understand about wood? Take rifle stocks. The best material in China is Manchurian catalpa, walnut wood. Second best is white and red birch. Hainan has none of these. Wasn't it the two of us working day and night who found the current substitute, green Phoebe? Hailin spoke with casual confidence. He knew that Zhan Wuya recognized the wood products factory's importance. It was simply that Ma Qianju had previously controlled that domain. If we hadn't found ironwood, those steamships wouldn't be running, Wu Quanming added. They talk about making Babbitt alloy, but nothing's materialized. They still rely on wood. Babbitt alloy. They can't even produce alloy steel for saw blades. Hai Lin's voice rose with indignation. Damn it. At the last manufacturing supervision meeting, I told them the wood products factory's current predicament is the executive committee's own doing. They never paid attention, thought timber could be cut down and immediately made into rifles. The reality is, from raw logs entering the factory through planking, drying, turning, fitting, milling, planing, and polishing, without 45 days, don't expect any finished product. The forestry department under Wu Quanming had long harbored deep resentment toward Ma Qianju over the executive committee's neglect. Heh, timber has always been a strategic national resource. In the early years of the PRC, walnut wood couldn't be exported because it was used for gun stocks. Even after engineering plastics emerged, many wood species remained export restricted. What do those multi-rivet steam steel enthusiasts understand? They had us churning out straw hats in bulk to earn their silver, even though we warned them long ago about timber's importance. Now they regret it, too late. Hailin took a bite of food. His A-grade secretary really wasn't bad looking, and her chili chicken was excellent too. Chapter 938, Meteorological Work. The forestry department needs manpower but has none, needs equipment but has none. At our current production scale, let alone future needs, the wood products factory simply cannot function without 3,000 to 5,000 workers. I've already reported this to Director Zhan. He's agreed to strengthen production support for the forestry department going forward, with priority allocation of all materials. That's more like it. The wood processing plants where I used to work all had over 1,000 employees, and that was with electrified production. Look at us now. Steam power, skeleton crew, and half our workers only started in the past few days. Hai Lin was growing dizzy from the drink and didn't dare have more. He had an early meeting tomorrow, so he called his life secretary to bring him a bowl of rice. Wu Quanming also stopped drinking and asked for some rice. While eating mapo tofu made without the minced pork, he glanced at Hai Lin's life secretary and said, "You lucky dog, your secretary is pretty and cooks well." Wu Quanming himself hadn't purchased a life secretary this time around. His lottery number had come up too late, and he'd looked down on the B and C grade options. He was still eating at the cafeteria. You should buy one too. Even if you don't sleep together, it's nice having someone to cook for you, Hai Lin suggested. I'll visit the maid school tomorrow and pick one who cooks well. Ever since Big Mama Cow stopped doing the cooking, the cafeteria food has become unbearable. Only those animals on the executive committee can tolerate it. Wu Quanming patted the dining table for emphasis, then suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap, even your dining table is Huanghuali wood." Hai Lin nodded casually. "Only this table, everything else isn't. Too many transmigrators recognize this wood. Using it for furniture is too conspicuous. The rest is all made of poli wood." Wu Quanming smiled. You're too cautious. In the old timeline, Huanghuali was precious, but here on Hainan there's plenty. How many departments are using rosewood and Huanghuali furniture now? Never mind Southeast Asian hardwood resources, even domestic ones haven't reached exhaustion. You could build yourself a villa and it'd be fine. That's not the right way to think about it. Hai Lin shook his head. No matter what, hardwood is premium goods in this timeline. After dinner, his life secretary brought them farm coffee, Limu Mountain oolong tea, and farm-produced cigars. Under Wu Nanhai's tireless advocacy, quite a few smoking transmigrators had taken up cigars. They were at least healthier than cigarettes. The two puffed on their cigars and chatted, steering away from work to discuss women. They began with the Liu San and Yan Hua divorce case, moved on to Yan Hua's looks and figure, and from there to other female transmigrators. A small argument erupted over who was the acknowledged beauty among female transmigrators. Wu Quanming championed Liu Shuixin, Liu Zheng's wife. Hai Lin insisted that Cheng Xingxin, Wu Dai's sister-in-law from the finance department, was the prettiest. Then they shifted to recent rumors about a certain female transmigrator and a certain male transmigrator, though rumors was technically inaccurate since both were single. Still, romance between transmigrators was happening for the first time. After a torrent of meaningless chatter, Wu Quanming said his goodbyes and departed. He walked home swaying, thoughts drifting to tomorrow's manufacturing supervision meeting. He needed to follow up on the piping for the steam drying kiln. The rejection rate at the fire kilns had grown intolerable. Lost in thought, suddenly the pager at his waist beeped with a text message. He opened it and found a typhoon warning from the Lingao weather station. Typhoon number 1 of the year had passed through the Dongsha Islands area and was moving toward northern Qiang and southwestern Guangdong, with landfall possible near Qiongshan, Chiangmai, Lingao, Danju, or the Lizhu Peninsula by tomorrow evening. Wu Quanming's heart lurched. Half his drunkenness vanished instantly, and he hurried toward the forestry department office. After seeing Wu Quanming off, Hai Lin took a bath with his life secretary's assistants and lay naked on the bed. He thought about tomorrow's work and jotted notes in a notebook. By the time he finished, his life secretary had also bathed and was wearing a silk robe, slowly climbing into bed. Why so many clothes? Strip. Hai Lin commanded, tossing the notebook onto the nightstand and switching off his pager to avoid interruptions. The maid quickly removed her sleepwear. She had just lain on her back when she received Hai Lin's next order. Get on all fours. Hai Lin commanded while switching off the lamp. The life secretary's body glowed faintly pale in the dim light. He grunted and immediately transformed into a wolf. Even while thrusting vigorously, his mind wandered. After this batch arrives from Shandong, I'll have to visit the maid school again. If there's a slim-waisted, long-legged tall girl, I'll definitely buy another one. What's the point of transmigrating if I don't build a powerful harem? While the Haitian sailed north toward Shandong, the 1631 typhoon season arrived on schedule. In early June, the first typhoon struck Dongsha Island. The engineering team mining guano there suffered significant losses. One steam launch sank. 2 empty 100-ton Fujianese junks waiting to load guano capsized against the reefs. The dock crane collapsed, a section of pier was damaged, and over 10 people died or went missing. The typhoon's passage over Dongsha Island granted Hainan several hours of warning. The weather station there immediately transmitted a telegram after the storm passed. Within 3 hours, via wireless and wired telegraph, every Senate institution across the entire island had entered typhoon alert status. Shortly thereafter, the weather radar aboard the Fengcheng also issued warnings that the typhoon was approaching. June marked the beginning of peak typhoon season for the entire Chinese coast. During this period in this timeline, ocean-going vessels essentially remained in port. Foreign trade ground to a virtual halt, but for the transmigrators, who depended heavily on shipping, suspended maritime traffic meant their economy and industrial system would suffer. Since D-Day, even during the most typhoon-plagued months of July and August, Senate ships had continued sailing. Fortunately, at that time their vessels didn't need to make long voyages. The farthest north they went was the Pearl River estuary. Most shipping remained within the Gulf of Tonkin and around Hainan, allowing them to dock and shelter in time if bad weather approached. They had also been fortunate. The Little Ice Age had significantly reduced both the number and intensity of typhoons, and their most vulnerable year, 1629, had seen an unusually small number of storms strike Lingao. Nature had spared them at their moment of greatest weakness. When they had first chosen Lingao as their base, it was precisely because northern Hainan was the part of the island least affected by typhoons. But now, with the Senate's flag flying over all of Hainan and the Pearl River estuary, they had to confront the troubles typhoons brought. The Senate had established a main weather station at Gaoshan Ridge, with 7 or 8 substations scattered around Lingao, all connected by wired telegraph. Several observers had been trained, creating a preliminary meteorological observation network covering all of Lingao County. From the main station at Gaoshan Ridge to the substations throughout the county, various meteorological equipment and instruments had been installed, both brought from the old timeline and manufactured locally in Lingao. These ranged from simple barometers, thermometers, anemometers, and hygrometers to handheld electronic weather instruments. Ships brought from the old timeline also carried basic meteorological observation equipment. By combining these for daily observations, even with only basic readings of barometric pressure, temperature, wind direction, wind speed, dew point, and cloud cover, they could roughly draw weather maps and perform data analysis. The daily forecasts now issued by the Gaoshan Ridge Weather Station for transmigrators only were produced this way, though their accuracy remained quite low, with precipitation forecast accuracy below 30%. But in the view of transmigrators with meteorological knowledge, the Gaoshan Ridge Weather Station's value was limited. Its main function was training personnel. At best, the station was equivalent to an old timeline basic observation station, primarily accumulating experience, training staff, and improving instruments. This wasn't because the Senate was stingy about investing in weather forecasting. The meteorological satellites, weather radar, and supercomputers required for modern forecasting were far beyond their economic and industrial capabilities. Even purely consumable items like radiosondes couldn't be used the way they had been in the old timeline. Gaoshan Ridge Weather Station had no satellite imagery, no weather radar, no radiosondes, and certainly no large computers for meteorological calculations. The only way to achieve long-term weather forecasting was the traditional method: establish a vast observation network with large numbers of stations and base stations, especially in extreme climate source regions, Siberia, the Arctic, and the Pacific Ocean. Via radio, these stations would transmit local conditions to the main station. Weather maps would be drawn by hand. The main station would then process the collected data on paper. Before satellite imagery existed, this had been the only effective method of weather forecasting. However, nationwide deployment for data collection and forecasting was impossible, at least not achievable within 10 years. Therefore, the Executive Committee's directive for the weather station was simple: ensure safe maritime navigation, provide typhoon forecasts, support agricultural production, and forecast northern cold snaps. The weather radar aboard the Fengcheng could make fairly accurate forecasts for typhoons making landfall in northern Hainan, but to forecast typhoons affecting the Chinese coast, observation stations had to be positioned at typhoon breeding grounds and along major paths. Setting up a station on Guam was currently beyond their capabilities. The Science and Technology Department planned to establish stations at Dongsha, Xisha, the Nansha Islands, and other locations. Additionally, the consulate in Batavia would perform weather data collection, attempting to forecast typhoons affecting the Chinese coast. As for forecasting cold snaps, that required observation stations along cold snap paths on the mainland. The Science and Technology Department planned to establish stations in Beijing, Hangzhou, Guangdong, and other places where they already had personnel stationed. They were also preparing to set up stations on Jeju Island and in Manchuria after Operation Engine concluded. This would provide some advance warning of approaching cold snaps. Chapter 939, Qiongshan County Liaison Office, the Senate Qiongshan County Liaison Office. This was the official internal designation. On the door of the commandeered Provincial Administration Subcommissioners, Yamen hung its public name, Qiongshan County Post-Disaster Consultative Bureau. The Provincial Administration Subcommissioner's Office was one of the few imposing government buildings in Qiangsu Prefecture. Not only were the buildings well organized, but the compound was spacious, more than sufficient to accommodate the new Qiongshan County leadership team. That team had been organized according to the government organization methods formulated by the Central Administrative Council. Unlike other newly occupied prefectures and counties, Qiongshan stood apart as Hainan's best in terms of population, commerce, and transportation. As a new model county-level government structure, the Central Administrative Council intended to use it as a pilot project. Because Lingao was an old revolutionary base, it had long operated as an integrated whole, with local and central authorities sharing manpower and material resources. Many aspects of construction and local administration had been handled directly by transmigrators, a model difficult to sustain long-term. Fresh administrative experience from Qiongshan would have direct significance for the Executive Committee as its territory continued to expand. Moreover, the Executive Committee hoped Qiongshan would become a training ground for new local administrative cadres. A handful of transmigrators leading a larger corps of naturalized citizen cadres to manage local affairs. This was to be the primary administrative model during the second five-year plan period. In a small courtyard within the Qiongshan County Liaison Office compound, its gate guarded by sentries, a laptop in the main room suddenly began beeping an alarm as a notification box popped up, covering the entire screen. A hand clicked OK on the mouse. Liu Xiang closed the notification. It was almost time for the regular meeting. He had written this simple scheduling program himself to ensure he never missed an appointment. He quickly reviewed the final portion of a document translation and saved it to a USB drive. In a moment, he would have his secretary take the drive to the classified section, to be sent back to the Grand Library via the Transmigrator exclusive transport channel. Ever since someone had issued a warning to the Executive Committee and Senate about data security, pointing out that given the average lifespan of electronic products, if they didn't start backing up data now, they would lose massive amounts of data irretrievably when the first batch of storage devices suffered terminal failures. The transmigrators had finally felt a sense of urgency. They began printing documentation and translating it into Chinese. Initially, everyone naturally assigned translation work to those whose specialty was English. But once work began, the complaints flowed. They could translate every word, but when professional terminology appeared, if they didn't understand what a term roughly meant, they couldn't parse the long strings of modifiers, and the grammatical structure collapsed. Under these circumstances, the Grand Library had to use a combination of coercion and incentive to assign translation tasks to transmigrators with both professional expertise and strong English skills. Liu Xiang had been a PhD student at a prestigious science and engineering university in the old timeline, trained by reading 3 English papers daily. Translations in computing, mathematics, and cryptography came easily to him. What he had just completed was a document on chaos algorithms. Not many transmigrators can even do calculus by hand anymore, he reflected while stuffing the USB drive into a transmigrator exclusive envelope, and the 500 of us will increasingly be doing administrative work. These skills will inevitably atrophy. Surely we won't have to start research from the Lagrange mean value theorem when we open universities later. Seeing Liu Xiang switch off the computer, the secretary who had been pedaling the power-generating bicycle dismounted and approached, wiping sweat with a towel. Guo Linger was a refugee from the mainland, and unusually, a fellow villager of Liu Xiang's from Hubei. The name assigned to her after purification had been Guo wrong, but when she was first brought before Liu Xiang as a maid, that name had given him a shock. Just as he was considering changing it, the media player on his laptop happened to switch to music from The Legend of Sword and Fairy, and so came the name Linger. Go take a bath first, then take this to the classified section. With that, Liu Xiang grabbed another laptop and headed for the conference room. This laptop, labeled B, contained only Qiangzhou work-related material, Qiangzhou Key Personnel Relationship and Data Topology Analysis Tool, Qiangzhou Land Situation Query System, and similar programs. Compared to paper materials, he still preferred electronic tools. Today's regular meeting had 3 main items. First, all supervisors would return last week's task cards and deliver work summaries. Second, they would relay the urgent instructions regarding refugee relief that had arrived early that morning. Third, they would formulate work plans corresponding to these instructions, establish next week's schedule, and assign personal responsibility via task cards. Liu Xiang had never actually done grassroots administrative work. He had only been a project manager overseeing IT workers. But he believed management methods should be universal. Techniques that worked for a development team could be transplanted to an administrative one. The naturalized citizen team assigned to him was, by Lingao standards, the best of the best. 2/3 came from cadres in Lingao villages and communes where grassroots construction was fully complete, along with some discharged wounded soldiers and workers. 1/3 came from Qiongshan itself, including military household personnel captured during the second counter-encirclement campaign who were deemed reformable. All had earned certificate level C and received corresponding administrative training. Finally, a small number of retained personnel from the original Yamen rounded out the team. He had piloted this method with the naturalized citizen cadre teams working on land survey and county situation investigation in Qiangzhou, achieving excellent results. Quite a few transmigrators found his administrative approach novel, jokingly calling it the Qiongshan experience. Some even suggested the administrative council should promote it widely. But Liu Xiang knew the method truly couldn't be broadly implemented. Just consider the personal responsibility system alone. If not for the fact that Qiangzhou was still a training ground for intelligence department personnel, allowing him to fully utilize that system to monitor cadres' assigned tasks, this approach wouldn't be nearly as effective. After all, administrative work wasn't like writing code, where every unit of work produced a concrete deliverable to verify. If not for this sudden typhoon and rainstorm, his original plan had been to begin advancing, bringing political power to the villages. Building on the foundation of several months of understanding county conditions and establishing liaison systems in each village, they would begin cadre training work across all villages. In fact, the first batch of resident police recruited from Qiongshan's military household sons and daughters had already been sent to Lingao for training. But now disaster relief had become the top priority. And this time, Liu Muzhu had dispatched a special work team to preside over the relief effort, which puzzled Liu Xiang somewhat. The arrivals included not only transmigrators from the Civil Affairs Department, but also people from the Propaganda Department. Was the Propaganda Department going to conduct disaster relief publicity? Let's begin. After Liu Xiang sat down, without preamble and without introducing the transmigrators specifically dispatched for disaster relief work, he said directly, "From left to right, report on last week's work." Due to the flooding, the county's routine operations had ground to a halt. The current focus was on statistics, affected area, population, crop damage, and current refugee numbers. Then came the immediate problems of distributing emergency relief grain and arranging refugee housing. With so many people gathered in the streets outside the East Gate, normal order was disrupted, and epidemics could easily break out. The naturalized citizen cadres reported progress on their assigned tasks one by one. Liu Xiang listened while recording data in his laptop. After reports concluded, he fired off rapid questions. You said roughly, what's the percentage probability? How much exactly is most, 60% or 80%? What does very many people mean? Exactly how many? Yesterday your report said Nangxian village had completely fled, so why do the remaining population figures still show 4 households with 15 people? Dushui village is clearly growing rice. How did it become taro? The naturalized citizen cadres were all on edge, constantly glancing at the paper notebooks in their hands. They knew the chief was extremely difficult to fool. Even the county's veteran clerks were no match for him. He pressed a few buttons on his black notebook and immediately knew exactly where the holes in their words were, pinning them down with a sentence or two. More terrifying still was his understanding of many matters, far deeper than they had imagined. Lei In, dispatched by the health department to handle epidemic prevention, observed this meeting with a cold eye, thinking, so Comrade Liu has this skill too. No wonder he made it into the Lingao Tribune within a few months in Qiongshan County and created the Qiongshan experience. Soon, it was the naturalized citizen section chief of the county health sections turned to report on the current epidemic prevention situation. For a newly liberated area like Qiongshan, the health department's primary work wasn't popularizing medical care but epidemic prevention. That is, the control of infectious diseases. The health section chief first reported current death counts, circumstances of death, and methods of corpse disposal. The body collection teams recruited from the refugees had collected and disposed of approximately 400 corpses over the past few days. Simultaneously, feces, animal carcasses, and plant debris in flooded areas had been uniformly cleared and piled up for harmless disposal through fermentation. In areas where floodwaters had receded, disinfection work had been carried out by spraying bleaching powder solution. Larger-scale cleaning and disinfection would have to wait until the water fully receded, based on current rainfall, probably over a week. Next, he reported on disease conditions among the refugees. Intestinal infections and colds were the main prevalent illnesses, with infection rates around 10%. So far, no large-scale epidemic outbreak had been detected. Lei In thought this conclusion was frankly quite hasty. Given the capabilities of the crash course-trained naturalized citizen health workers in the Qiongshan County Health Section's Quarantine Division and their crude equipment, whether they could accurately identify pathogens in excreta was highly questionable. When the Health Department's Epidemic Prevention Division had trained them, the focus had been on identifying symptoms, not biochemical testing. Chapter 940, Relief. Lei In offered no opinions. He had only arrived in Qiongshan the previous evening, and without investigation, he had no right to speak. He planned to assess the situation firsthand before commenting. Several days earlier, he had already wired the health section to collect a number of stool samples, which awaited his arrival with the health department's mobile testing vehicle for examination. After an hour, the meeting concluded. Liu Xiang had assigned work to the naturalized citizen cadres. In the view of Lei In and the others, the tasks on the cards had all been simplified to the extreme. This too was a hallmark of the Qiongshan experience. Provide naturalized citizen cadres with the most easily understood quantitative standards and avoid vague wording. This accommodated cadres with minimal education and no administrative experience. After the meeting, Liu Xiang convened another session with the transmigrators on the disaster relief work team. The team leader was Yang Yun, director of the Labor Division under the Civil Affairs People's Commission. In the old timeline, he had been a Level 3 Human Resources Manager who had served as HR department head and union chairman at a small to medium southern sweatshop factory. Having such a person lead, the team fully revealed the administrative council's intentions. Clearly, the leadership was interested in these refugees as labor. Liu Xiang felt certain of his guess, especially since the arrivals also included transmigrators from the propaganda department. Liu Xiang and the other transmigrators ascended the East Gate Tower together. "This typhoon, this rain," Liu Xiang muttered, standing on the East Gate Tower in his raincoat. Behind him were his orderly and guards. Several retained yamen runners and clerks from the county wore bamboo hats and straw capes, standing respectfully in the rain, awaiting his orders. The other transmigrators, under the care of their secretaries and guards, were also on the tower overlooking the multitudes below. To provide refugees shelter from wind and rain as quickly as possible, Liu Xiang had ordered the use of eaves on both sides of the street, laying wooden slats and covering them with reed mats to construct temporary rain shelters directly over the thoroughfare. Looking down from the city gate, these long shelters stretched the entire length of the street, resembling the covered stalls set up for New Year's goods sales in some county towns in the old timeline. The city gate was guarded by soldiers from the Qiongshan County Security Company, a unit organized by selecting and reorganizing military household soldiers from several local guards. To maintain maximum deterrent effect, all soldiers had bayonets fixed to their rifles. According to Qiongshan County Liaison Office statistics, approximately 10,000 refugees had gathered below the city. Though these people temporarily had shelter from wind and rain, the population was extremely crowded and conditions were damp, hardly a sustainable arrangement. When Lei En pointed out that such conditions might trigger serious epidemics, Liu Xiang indicated this was a temporary measure. "I've consulted with the liaisons. Typhoon damage is something that happens several times a year locally. It's just that this time the rainstorm lasted unusually long, which is why things ended up this way. But at most, the water will recede within half a month. They're certain of that. No reason not to trust local experience, is there? Also, I've had people clearing buildings at the parade ground. There are 100 or 200 guard barracks there, but they've been unused for years and have all collapsed." Liu Xiang paused. "Disinfection is ongoing. Health section people distribute ginger soup and epidemic prevention powder daily." Yang Yun suddenly interjected. "How much in rations are you giving each person per day?" Liu Xiang replied, "According to Chen Saijin, each person needs roughly 1,400 kilocalories per day. I can't calculate kilocalories precisely. Right now, refugees receive 2 bowls of vegetable congee per day regardless of age or sex, 200 grams of brown rice per person, plus some vegetables, taro, and sweet potatoes." Yang Yun of course understood. In his sweatshop days, the employee cafeteria had been his jurisdiction too. 100 grams of rice provided only 350 kilocalories. The Qiongshan County Liaison Office was distributing just 700 kilocalories of food, barely enough to keep the refugees from immediate starvation. Liu Xiang had set the supply standard this low for his own reasons. Even at this level, 2.2 tons of grain were consumed daily, and all he could draw upon was the limited reserves in Qiongshan County's granary. Qiongshan's grain reserves had once been quite substantial. A large portion of Qiangju Prefecture's official stored grain under the Ming Dynasty had been stockpiled in Qiongshan's warehouses. Aside from a portion transferred to Lingao for processing, the rest remained in the city's storehouses. But Liu Xiang had no authority to touch this grain. It was National Reserve grain, under the Planning Commission's jurisdiction and allocation. He could only use county granary reserves. Now was the interval before the summer harvest. Both public and private reserves were extremely scarce. He had tried to borrow grain from local gentry, but they all pleaded poverty, one by one. Some even begged Liu Xiang for reductions in summer grain levies, claiming their land had all been flooded and the harvest was a total loss. Liu Xiang had to employ both threats and inducements to barely scrape together 200 chi of grain. These past days, he had been organizing refugees to salvage grain from areas where floodwaters had receded, collecting flooded rice, taro, and sweet potatoes and baking them dry for use as relief provisions. This situation can't last long. The county granary's reserves are very limited, 3 or 4 more days at most. Beyond that, I'll need Wuda to approve grain allocation. Liu Xiang didn't know what relief supplies Yang Yun had brought, so he painted the situation in dire terms. Yang Yun nodded noncommittally. Liu Xiang sensed he had little interest in allocating relief grain. He couldn't help feeling slightly disappointed. He understood the thinking among certain people in the executive committee. Quite a few of them were unabashed Machiavellians, and in this environment with unprecedentedly few constraints on political correctness, what they might do was hard to predict. He recalled the grain and labor work meetings he'd been summoned to before the typhoon struck. The direction there had been very clear. Thinking of this, he felt a chill down his spine. Surely the executive committee won't do something outrageous. Disaster relief and famine prevention, these are matters affecting public morale on a grand scale. Playing games with them could easily spin out of control and wreck a good situation. The peace and stability of Qiongshan County is something I've worked very hard to achieve. Please don't let certain people's hot-headedness ruin it. Yang Yun suddenly asked, "Where's the kanji distribution point?" "At the end of the street on that open ground." Liu Xiang glanced at his watch. "Distribution starts in about 2 hours. Yang Yun conferred briefly with the other transmigrators, then instructed his secretary, "Tell them to set up at the distribution site." "What? Set up what?" Liu Xiang asked. "Good stuff, of course." Yang Yun smiled. "Let me explain." This time, the executive committee's plan for Qiangju disaster relief is as follows. The kanji distribution point occupied a large muddy lot at the end of the street. Liu Xiang had ordered a layer of soil spread on the ground, then covered with crushed gravel to keep it as dry as possible. 10 sheds had been erected on the open ground, each containing several large cauldrons. These had generally been borrowed from government offices, temples, and Taoist monasteries, with the remainder from local wealthy households. Thick kanji already bubbled inside them. Liu Xiang accompanied Yang Yun and the others on a tour of the kanji sheds. Yang Yun picked up a ladle and stirred one of the big cauldrons. Besides grains of rice, the bubbling soup contained chunks of taro, sweet potato, pumpkin, and various unidentifiable vegetable leaves, varied in appearance, but quite thin. At the far end of the distribution site, a dozen naturalized citizen workers who had accompanied the work team were busy pulling measuring tapes and driving stakes. Prefab building materials were already piled on the ground. Liu Xiang had also organized a group of refugees to assist. Most eye-catching were 3 large cauldrons just unloaded from an ox cart. Several craftsmen were busy constructing stoves. "Will this work?" Liu Xiang was somewhat worried. "It'll be fine," Yang Yun beamed. "Contrast creates stimulus. Once the masses are fired up, things will be easy." At 9 in the morning, a horn blast shattered the quiet. The weak and exhausted refugees who could only sit or lie about heard the signal and helped each other up, heading toward the distribution site. Naturalized citizen cadres and security company soldiers maintained order, sharp whistles rising and falling. "Don't push. Don't crowd. Everyone gets a share. Watch the children and elderly, don't let them fall." Under the security company's supervision, refugees were guided in batches toward the distribution site according to their distance from it. The moment they entered the distribution site today, they smelled something distinctly different. Not the bland vegetable kanji of recent days, but a long mist, rich fragrance of cooked rice, with other aromas mingled in. The mellow, fragrant scent of rice wafted through the air, making heads turn this way and that. Suddenly someone noticed the enticing smell was coming from a newly erected shed at the far end of the site. The crowd immediately surged toward this shed. Sure enough, under a reed mat awning stood a waist-high earthen platform. On a stove atop the platform, a large pot of fragrant rice was cooking. Beside it, another big pot bubbled with thick brown broth, releasing an enticing aroma. On a large table, clean wooden boards held rice balls of 2 sizes, all wrapped in perilla leaves, giving off the fresh scent of rice and vegetables. Several cooks were still shaping new ones. The refugees immediately grew agitated. Even before the typhoon came, they had been enduring the spring famine since the start of the year, eating thin gruel with more water than grain every day. Now a huge pot of rice stood before their eyes. Many stomachs rumbled reflexively. If not for the Australian soldiers guarding the platform, each holding bayonet-tipped bird guns and glaring fiercely, the refugees would have rushed forward in a frenzy. Yet the people cooking above didn't seem to be distributing food. Just as the refugees stood at a loss, cheerful music suddenly rang out. To the accompaniment of In the Field of Hope, Zhao Dengao of the Propaganda Department's Mass Propaganda Division strode energetically onto the platform. "Fellow villagers," he shouted, "you've been through so much." Chapter 941. Application of Success Studies. Zhao Dengao was Cantonese and could speak excellent Cantonese, which Qiongshan locals could also understand. By trade, he had been a failed fortune-teller who wandered the streets and alleys everywhere, blessed with a silver tongue. He was to play a crucial role in this relief operation. Fellow villagers, that we can meet here today is nothing but fate, a simple word, fate, that binds our hearts tightly together. As the saying goes, a single meeting requires 500 years of shared boat crossings. He chattered on, ingratiating himself with the refugees, occasionally tossing in a smattering of pidgin Qiongshan dialect. The initially anxious and confused refugees began to relax. "Since fate has brought us together here today, I'm giving each of you a rice ball." After this opening designed to build rapport, Zhao Dengao ordered the workers to distribute the prepared small rice balls to the refugees below. "Don't crowd, take your time, everyone gets a share," Zhao Dengao shouted through his megaphone. Several soldiers carried large baskets full of rice balls and handed them out one by one per person, fair to all. The rice balls were made of cooked brown rice with a little salt, vinegar, and pickled plum wrapped in perilla leaves, essentially Japanese-style onigiri. In summer, these could be kept for a short time. The taste was passable, and for refugees who had been food-deprived for so long, it was practically a delicacy. But the portion was far too small. A small rice ball barely exceeded the size of a walnut, and the vinegar actually stimulated the already suppressed appetites of the starving refugees. Many swallowed it in one gulp, then gazed longingly at the large rice balls and bubbling, fragrant soup on the platform, their eyes fixed and hungry. Seeing the moment was ripe, Zhao Dengao stepped forward again with the megaphone. "Fellow villagers, how was that rice ball?" "Delicious. Never tasted anything so good." Several propaganda division agents planted among the refugees shouted loudly. These people had all been carefully selected for their short stature and sallow complexion, so their well-fed condition wouldn't stand out. The refugees had been dizzy from hunger, and this sudden mouthful of rice ball temporarily lifted their spirits. "Fellow villagers, I used to be just like you." Zhao Dengao launched into an impassioned recounting of his own family tragedy. Though the entire piece had been written by ghostwriters, it wasn't without Zhao Dengao's genuine experiences. He was of urban poor origin and had indeed known hard times. Zhao Dengao was after all a fortune-teller by profession, and his delivery was vivid and moving. At the moments of greatest suffering, whether acting or genuinely touched by painful memories, he couldn't help but break into sobs. For a time, he stirred the emotions of every refugee below. Zhao Dengao's speech bore no resemblance to Wei Awen's remembering bitterness, thinking of sweetness, education. The refugees had no sweetness to speak of right now. His script actually followed the combined approach of success studies and pyramid selling. The first step was building rapport with the refugees. The second was extrapolating his own experience to others, using success to tempt the failed, creating before and after contrast. These were classic pyramid selling techniques. Zhai Dengao's success studies speech began with my life story, how poor he had been as a child, herding sheep and ducks, how as an adult he had toiled as a hired hand and tenant farmer, suffering every form of oppression and hardship. This material wasn't entirely fabricated. Besides his own experiences, much was excerpted by the propaganda department from volumes of refugee testimonials. Why are we so bitter? Why are we so poor? Generation after generation, working like beasts of burden, yet still unable to get enough to eat. Zhai Dengao's eyes widened as he thundered at the crowd below. Liu Xiang thought, if this were a revolutionary film right now, he would know exactly what lines would follow. But he wasn't quite sure in this case, because except for a very few, the transmigrators had no intention of overthrowing the exploiting classes. Then Zhai Dengao analyzed the reasons for everyone. Why so bitter? The answer was that their strength wasn't being used in the right place. They only knew to work hard for a living, but not how to work hard for a living. It's all working for others, making a living by labor. But when you tenant someone else's land before a single seed is in the ground, you've already signed away several due of grain. The landlord gives you no seeds, no oxen, even the rake for harrowing is your own. Spring means paying for fertilizer, summer means paying to pump water, all from your own pocket. After a year of backbreaking work, once you've paid the rent, kept seed grain and settled fertilizer debts, how much do you have left? When the court levies extra taxes, supposedly on the landlords, doesn't it get passed right down onto your heads? Don't you all feel like suckers for doing this? He saw the refugees' emotions stirring. The heavy exploitation of tenant farmers was the same everywhere. Many things the farmers had only vaguely sensed before were now being spoken plainly. It immediately struck a chord. Especially in recent years, with the court's extra levies for the Liaison campaign and various suppression efforts, the burden on common people had grown ever heavier. Life was getting harder and harder. When I arrived at the chief's place wearing nothing but burlap sacks, someone asked me why. Why seek refuge with overseas people like this? I said I wanted to find the dream in my heart. When I sweated under the blazing sun working for the chiefs, digging ditches in their fields, someone asked me why I was toiling on land that wasn't my own. I said I wanted to realize the dream in my heart. Life has dreams, life is like a dream, but after all, life isn't a dream. We have no money, can't read. For generations we've faced our backs to the sky and our faces to the earth, yet we don't even have a patch of land to stand on. We're despised and oppressed. We don't even have the right to dream. So today I'm taking everyone into a world where dreams come true. Everything there comes from our own hands. Our hard labor isn't for the pitiful scraps left after paying rent, but for our own and our children's future. Zhai Dengao struck while the iron was hot, extolling the various advantages of the Heaven and Earth Society, Tiandahui farms. After being hired or buying shares, workers could be assigned a standard house, even gaining ownership through a 20-year mortgage. All children in each household could attend school. Regardless of age or sex, everyone who wanted to work had a job, with the farm paying wages. Full meals every day without tightening belts through the spring famine. Those willing to bring land as equity would even receive dividends at year's end. Zhai Dengao had a glib tongue. His speech contained not just vague promises but constant, specific personal examples. These cases weren't fabricated. The cooperative farms run by the Heaven and Earth Society in Lingao had already been piloted in several communes, with remarkable success. Such a good deal can't be a scam, can it? Someone in the crowd said loudly. This was a propaganda agent planted among the refugees beforehand. In the Lingao system, such people were unofficial personnel who had normal livelihoods but often secretly carried out tasks at government direction, receiving small stipends. Informants under the Political Security Bureau's control were one type. The propaganda department controlled its own cadre of agitators. Zhai Dengao had been waiting for exactly this. He immediately responded, "Brother, you said it well. Rice doesn't fall from the sky for free. The cooperative farms have to be built through everyone's hard work. The Australian chiefs just lead us in the work. As for the Australian chief's trustworthiness, is there anyone who doubts it? What did Lingao look like before, and what does it look like now? Even if you haven't seen it, surely you've heard. The Australians' various deeds in Lingao, especially their generous treatment and benefits for subordinates, and their almost magical farming skills, had long spread throughout Qiongshan. After Zhao Dengao's words, many poor tenant farmers and landless hired hands were genuinely moved. Where you work for a living is working for a living, isn't it? Even if things weren't as wonderful as this man claimed, at least the fact that the Australians fed their people until they were full was no lie. Yet for the moment, no one dared step forward. Fortunately, the propaganda team understood that such matters required someone to lead. Rural folk feared sticking their necks out. Leaders had already been prepared. 2 or 3 local Qiongshan undercover team members immediately volunteered. "I'll go," shouted a burly man in his 40s, striding forward. He turned to the crowd and declared, "Wherever you work the land for someone, at least working for the Australian lords means eating your fill. I hear in their communes it's brown rice and sweet potato shreds every meal, all you can eat. Every week there's even a feast." His words immediately caused a stir. Then several more undercover team members stepped forward, shouting and agitating among the refugees. Zhao Dengao immediately had the workers give them 2 large rice balls and a bowl of thick broth. "Eat up first, build your strength. No rush. From now on, this is what you'll be eating every meal." The refugees below, seeing the fist-sized rice balls being eaten and smelling the broth's wafting aroma, could no longer contain themselves. Immediately a large group shouted, "Go, go, we're willing to go." Just as Liu Xiang had anticipated, the work team's primary purpose in coming to Qiangzhou was to exploit this natural disaster, deploying propaganda techniques to recruit laborers to Lingao on a large scale. Through recruitment, they would drain massive amounts of labor from the local area, thereby destroying traditional labor production relations, drawing tenant farmers away from landlords' land, sending them to Lingao to enter factories and state farms, artificially creating a labor shortage in Qiangzhou. Since the tenant system was still mainstream among Qiangzhou's major landlords, the executive committee believed that by pulling away tenant farmers, they could force local landlords into production difficulties, making it impossible to maintain the old system. This would cause labor prices to rise and land prices to fall. Combined with tax policies and the Heaven and Earth Society's operations, they could then push centralized land management and agricultural policies in Qiongshan. Chapter 942, Center and Locality, Part 1. Under this propaganda blitz, Liu Xiang knew a large batch of tenant farmers and hired hands would certainly head to Lingao. He gloomily recalled a television drama segment he'd seen years ago, depicting how foreigners in Guangdong had tricked Chinese laborers into the pig trade. San Francisco had been puffed up as a land paved with gold back then too. Practically the same tune, he thought darkly. He watched the lively scene for a while and decided there was nothing more worth seeing. He left the kanji distribution point and returned to the county office compound. The compound's large conference room, formerly the Provincial Administration Subcommissioner's Great Hall, now served as the Disaster Relief Work Team's makeshift office. Naturalized citizen workers went in and out constantly. Stacks of forms and registers were continuously being dispatched and returned. The courtyard was filled with the clatter of Chinese typewriters and Mandarin spoken in strange accents. Judging by today's turnout, at least 2,000 or 3,000 refugees would be taken away. He made a rough calculation. He had a general idea of the refugees' composition. Landless tenants and their families made up more than half. Now that the executive committee was employing such bewitching methods, the appeal to refugees who had seen little and whose bellies were empty was self-evident. Earlier, Yang Yun had conveyed the executive committee's intentions. They wanted to draw grain and population from Qiongshan. Liu Xiang didn't oppose this. What the Senate needed most was precisely these two things. There was no reason to occupy territory without enjoying the spoils. But the current approach seemed excessively hasty, and Liu Xiang had strong reservations. In his view, this was classic Great Leap Forward thinking. After several months as county magistrate in Qiongshan, he understood local conditions well and knew the executive committee's thinking sometimes contained an element of wishful fantasy. Generally speaking, Qiongshan wasn't an overpopulated region. Although it was the most densely populated county on all of Hainan, by mainland standards its population of just over 100,000 was at most a medium-sized county. The population was far from saturated. In the long run, Qiongshan was itself a place that needed population input for major development. On his desk, the Fujian tea brewed by Gu Linger that morning had lost its warmth, but it suited his taste. He took a large gulp and flipped through the classified documents just delivered by the archives section. One bore a red, urgent stamp from the Central Administrative Council. The dispatch had arrived early that morning. By regulation, urgent documents were delivered around the clock. After nearly a year of construction, only a basic mail route and telegraph system connected Qiongshan and Lingao. Communication between the two places was generally by telegram, while longer documents traveled via the postal system. Since all of Hainan had fallen into the Senate's hands, the Ming Dynasty's dilapidated courier station system had also been absorbed by the post office. Stations were repaired, and the nearly starved station couriers had become postal employees. Using this old bottles new wine approach, the Central Administrative Council's Postal General Office had opened an island-wide mail route system. However, to date only the northern Hainan routes were delivered by road. In southern Hainan, the engineering required to restore the courier routes was too extensive, so for now there was only sea mail. Liu Xiang knew this document was no small matter and hurried to open it. The document was an instruction regarding Qiongshan disaster relief work. It didn't differ much from what Yang Yun had discussed the day before, except that today's version included an appendix, compilation of Lingao County typhoon disaster fighting and post-disaster remediation experience. Ma Qianju had even written a note on the back cover, something like "Strengthen Learning." Connecting this to the actions of the propaganda transmigrators who had arrived the previous day, Liu Xiang, as a former project manager skilled in client requirements analysis, quickly grasped the real meaning of this hint. If this is really how they're going to do it, it looks very ugly, he thought, staring at the dispatch in his hand. When we first arrived, we didn't play Revolutionary Party but Construction Party. Now that we've scooped up a big mess, we're turning around to play Revolutionary Party. On the political spectrum, Liu Xiang leaned left, but he was a pragmatist, of course. If Du Wen were in front of him, he would certainly be criticized as an opportunist, or slapped with even nastier labels like right deviationist capitulationism. He'd heard plenty of Director Du's rhetoric from Liu Yuefei. This Liu Yuefei with his rather feminine name was a peculiar character. Despite strongly disagreeing with Du Wen's political views, he was full of feelings. Indeed, one might even say adoring feelings for her personally. A few times when Liu Xiang chatted with him, he actually got goosebumps. Liu Yuefei was a member of the Social Work Department, holding the title of researcher. Since the great victory at Chiang Mai in the summer of last year, researcher Liu had been dispatched from Lingao by the Social Work Department, first to Chiang Mai, then Qiongshan, becoming a wanderer. He had conducted social research work in both counties, performing extensive preparatory documentation work for bringing political power to the villages. Because he was out in the countryside almost every day doing research, the danger was extremely high. He had been ambushed by bandits and local strongmen once in Chiang Mai and 4 times in Qiongshan. Though he escaped unscathed each time, he had still eaten plenty of hardship. Liu Xiang sometimes wondered what exactly kept this fellow clansman of his persisting on the front lines. He didn't even have a life secretary, a true model among transmigrators. Once, out of goodwill, Liu Xiang had suggested that Liu Muzhu officially appoint Liu Yuefei as deputy director of the Qiongshan County office. But before Liu Muzhu could even respond, Liu Yuefei firmly refused. "I still have to go back to take a post in Lingao." But when he would return to Lingao, nobody knew. Liu Xiang had vaguely heard that Liu Yuefei had been exiled. He found this somewhat hard to believe. Transmigrators had great political protection. Even the executive committee didn't dare openly pull tricks in this area. He felt there must be some other factor involved. Unfortunately, Liu Yuefei wasn't here today. He had gone to the countryside again to inspect relief work. Otherwise, they could have had a good discussion. He began carefully studying the documents and telegrams that had been delivered. Correctly understanding the central spirit was the primary job of a local official. The center's line was very clear: provide more favorable treatment to relieve the proletariat, attract them to the core area to work and train them into industrial workers, purchase land at better prices from middle peasants, rich peasants, and small landlords willing to sell, turn them into proletarians, and retain them as a reserve army for industrial labor. From current actions, there was no indication of attitude toward the major landlords, local strongmen, and clan powers who had some capacity to resist disasters. None of the dispatches mentioned how to handle this stratum, but considering Ma's political leanings and related circumstances, it was likely some ugly measures would be adopted. Although the 9 elders talk about unifying China, taking all of East Asia, dominating the globe and such, in practice their vision really isn't very broad, Liu Xiang thought, leaning back in his chair with eyes closed, his right-hand fingers constantly tapping the Huanghuali wood computer desk. Pulling everything to Lingao, doing this to the peripheral administrative regions. How can the localities develop this way? Capitals always absorbed a nation's entire essence. Liu Xiang felt Lingao was now showing the same tendency, especially when the Senate's rule was limited to a mere island. This tendency was especially pronounced. War spoils and captives from everywhere were continuously shipped to Lingao. All construction revolved around Lingao. After his external posting, when considering problems, Liu Xiang increasingly leaned toward developing the localities rather than endlessly bleeding them for Lingao. In his heart, he believed the transmigrators' various grievances and contradictions toward the executive committee were merely symptoms of the territory being too small, too many carrots, too few holes. Once the territory expanded and transmigrators were posted outward, with the actual work handed off to naturalized citizen cadres, these contradictions would disappear. What he needed to do was get ahead by training a large batch of capable naturalized citizen cadres, governing a locality well, building a solid base, establishing a network of relationships, and laying the groundwork for becoming a major regional official in the future. He called in his orderly and had the strapping young man pedal the power-generating bicycle. This task had previously been done by Guolinger, but after news spread that Tang Minglong had a son, he had assigned most of this duty to the orderly, while Guolinger only pedaled for half an hour after her afternoon nap for exercise. This time Liu Xiang was preparing to write several articles, and his habit from writing papers meant each one took considerable time. He needed to consult lots of data and references to make his arguments persuasive. First, he consulted historical data on land transfers after typhoons. This intelligence was a product of integrating Qiongshan County's own records, intelligence reports, and interrogations of the former county yamen clerks to obtain the most realistic figures possible. Using analysis software he had written himself, combined with data from previous years, he discovered that under multi-layered exploitation by landlords and old officials, peasants' attachment to their land remained undiminished. Many peasants would rather dig wild vegetables and eat chaff than give up their land. This was especially pronounced among poor and middle peasants. The less land they had, the more attached they became. Rich peasants with more land might sell a small portion to survive famine. though under various pressures they had to pay even more for the privilege. After comprehensive simulation, he generated a projected ratio. He then inputted into his simulation analysis tool the list of people who, under the propaganda department's influence the previous night, had expressed willingness to sell land to the Australians in exchange for worker eligibility, data that had been rushed through overnight. He ran calculations using various weighted indices and probability estimates, and finally marked out on a map of Qiongshan County the land likely to be sold to Australians. Chapter 943, Center and Locality Part 2. A bit better looking than a sieve. Liu Xiang studied the dozen maps showing his simulation results, shaking his head. Each map projected the land most likely to be sold, and they shared a common feature. They were riddled with holes, here a small block, there an irregular shape, scattered across the map of Qiongshan County's usable farmland like some postmodern artwork. Below each map, land statistics displayed ownership status, operational status, field type, main crops, average yield per mu, and other data. Since detailed soil composition surveys weren't currently feasible, each plot had been given a simple comprehensive rating based on historical yields and surveyors' personal impressions: barren, low yield, medium yield, or high yield. The projections showed that low-yield fields made up a disproportionately large portion of the land likely to be sold to Australians. Obviously, landlords and rich peasants tended to keep the best land in their own hands, farming it themselves or with hired labor, while leasing out inferior or labor-intensive plots to tenants. When it came time to sell land, inferior low-yield parcels were naturally their first choice. As for the owners of those small plots, most had obtained their land through clearing wasteland. Due to limited financial resources, this land was mostly sky-watching fields without proper irrigation, less fertilizer applied, generally poor conditions. Even if they sold, the Agricultural Commission would have to invest heavily in improvements. Obviously, even if the Executive Committee's directives were implemented and the refugees cooperated by handing over their land, the Agricultural Commission would only end up with many small, scattered plots distributed throughout the county. These fragmented parcels were utterly useless for large farms. Just consolidating them would be an enormous undertaking. Take away all those proletarian laborers, then leave the locality with such a mess. Pure wishful thinking. Liu Xiang stared at the projections, his mood darkening. How do you run construction this way? Just for that large farm plan, how much effort will I have to spend piecing together these fragmented lands? Thus was born the first conflict between center and locality in the Lingao regime. Large farms were of course desirable. Liu Xiang in his heart disliked patchwork-quilt small peasant land. To him it represented a massive waste of land and labor, synonymous with inefficiency. He was equally keen on intensive agricultural production. Even so, Liu Xiang was relatively revisionist. What policy to adopt at what historical stage was his consistent position. Intensive farming doesn't equal collectivization, doesn't require land concentration, he muttered. Dogmatism kills. Liu Xiang believed that in places like Qiongshan with many smallholders and small landlords, they could adopt a model similar to Liju's, the Japan-style agricultural cooperative system. They could organize production cooperatives and use economic and technical means to guide landowners through transformation, rather than rashly attempting to revolutionize the small peasant economy. After much thought, he decided to write several articles to fully articulate his views on this issue. Since coming to Qiongshan, because Qiongshan couldn't connect to Lingao's BBS, he hadn't logged in to participate in policy discussions for a long time. But this didn't mean he knew nothing about developments there. To ensure all externally posted transmigrators stayed current on Senate affairs, at Qianshuting's motion, the General Office compiled a weekly bulletin every week based on BBS materials and Senate discussion contents, distributed to externally posted transmigrators. Also distributed was the theory journal Morning Star, published monthly by the propaganda department. Liu Xiang instructed Guo Linger to bring the recent issues of weekly bulletin, Morning Star, and the internal edition of the Lingao Tribune. He hadn't read these internal materials for quite some time. Writing articles was like writing papers. You needed solid theoretical foundations and ample references. Also, he needed these materials to grasp the current ideological trends in the Senate. Go through these materials first and circle in red pen the titles and page numbers of all articles about agriculture and land policy. Then note the page numbers, he instructed Guo Linger. While Guo Linger gathered materials for him, he first searched and calculated the social survey data in his computer as his theoretical basis. After searching the data and reviewing relevant materials, Guo Linger having circled all the articles he specified in red pen, he read them carefully. Land issues, agriculture, and industrial development had always been hot topics among transmigrators. He read an article by Tian Jiujiu on Lingao water resource utilization, pollution, and treatment, and found it very inspiring. Then he came across a signed article by Hai Lin, Timber is not a cheap substitute. As expected, someone with connections. He made an immediate discovery. Tap, 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 Liu Xiang's hands flew across the laptop keyboard. Having fully grasped theoretical developments and materials, he quickly finished writing Yan'an cannot become Zian. Lingao should not become Bianliang, an analysis of historical post-disaster land transfers and predictions for this year. The first was intended for Ding Ding, to be published in the internal newspaper section, and the BBS. The second was a complaint letter to the executive committee. What he was currently writing was an official letter to the light industry department, a memorandum suggesting the department transfer some industries to the newly ruled areas. Comparison breeds ideas, role models breed motivation, Liu Xiang wrote. Qiongshan also has an excellent harbor. It has a relatively mature market and abundant labor, fully capable of handling various light and processing industries. This would reduce cargo pressure on Bapu Harbor, alleviate Lingao's grain supply burden, and use local resources for on-site processing to save costs. In the letter, he specifically named the coconut processing enterprise and part of the wood processing capacity, industries whose main raw materials came from Qiongshan, for relocation, to cultivate the local working class. After finishing, he connected a dot matrix printer. This 48-pin printer was also among his personal belongings, characterized by easy ink replacement and simple, durable construction. Amid the zhai of printing, his three masterpieces slowly emerged on paper. Contradictions were contradictions, complaints were complaints. Assigned tasks still had to be fulfilled to the best of his ability. He didn't want to earn a reputation for passive sabotage. All right, go swap shifts and rest. And call Vice Director Liu over. Liu Xiang waved at the sweating orderly. Guo Linger placed his written articles into a folder to send to the archives section for copying. Then they would be dispatched to different departments as Liu Xiang specified. Before long, Lu Cheng, nominally the vice director for women's work, arrived. As a transmigrator, Liu Xiang of course knew what her actual role was. Where is the tour group now? Liu Xiang asked immediately. This was his biggest concern besides typhoon relief these days. The tour group was a Lingao sightseeing tour led by Hai Shuzu. Besides Hai Shuzu himself, all members were direct heirs of other major households in Qiongshan County who had survived the Northern Hainan pacification campaign, land surveys, and other movements. Letting them visit Lingao was simply a traditional hearts and minds tactic, making the major households recognize the Australians' power and obediently buy tickets onto the ship. Although the Senate constantly coveted the major households' land and property, the general approach was still to cure the illness to save the patient. As long as they cooperated with the Senate's civil affairs measures and agricultural policies and were sensible, major households not only wouldn't lose their lives and property, but might even gain new wealth. After the baptism of fire in the Northern Hainan pacification campaign and land surveys, appropriately giving the cooperative major households a little hope, this had been Liu Xiang's original plan. They had been in Lingao for 2 weeks and should have returned the day before yesterday, but their return had been blocked by the typhoon and kept getting delayed. Yesterday's report had them still at the guest house in Chiang Mai. Now, calculating that the rain had lessened, Liu Xiang figured they should already be on their way back. This activity was led by Qiongshan County, with the Political Security Bureau and Propaganda Department assisting. Since the political security system's intelligence transmission was faster, he'd asked Lu Cheng, "Reporting Chief, the latest news is they entered Qiongshan County territory this morning. They just passed Battalion Station." Lu Cheng blinked at the chief before her, inwardly excited at being summoned alone again. "Send a telegram to the station immediately. Tell them to take their time," Liu Xiang instructed. "Understood, I'll notify them right away." Liu Xiang felt that at this critical moment, keeping the tour group halfway would be best. This would create some psychological pressure on major households who might push back, reducing their enthusiasm for obstructing the recruitment work. After all, superiors' tasks still had to be completed. Organizing this group had taken considerable thought. The initial psychological breakthrough had begun with Hai Shuzu. Although Hai Shuzu, thanks to Lingao's victory at Chiang Mai and Guangdong officialdom's compensation, had completely escaped neighboring major household scrutiny and now shone in Qiongshan County with his status as having old ties with the Australians and doing big business together. In his heart, Hai Shuzu still didn't quite accept the transmigrators' rule. After all, his ancestor was Hai Rui, a Ming official who had received Ming stipends and Ming favor. The Australians were merely remnant seeds of the song and overseas exiles, not connected to the orthodox in his thinking. Therefore, toward Qiongshan County's various operations, Hai Shuzu had consistently maintained a stance of non-intimate cooperation. This attitude also influenced all of Qiongshan County's major households, causing the Qiongshan County government perpetual awkwardness when handling local affairs, especially when promoting agricultural technology, agricultural cooperatives, or bringing political power to villages. They always encountered invisible resistance. Chapter 944, Center and Locality, Part 3. Liu Xiang placed great importance on this remnant of the feudal bureaucracy, as Du Wen would put it. In his view, the Hai family's prestige in the Qiongshan area would help strengthen their rule in this region. The family's exemplary role was useful not only for influencing the gentry and major households, but also held great sway over ordinary people. As one of the Ming Dynasty's most famous political figures, Hai Rui's political philosophy aligned remarkably well with the Senate's governance principles in many ways. It could fully serve as a weapon to attack major households when implementing policy. Therefore, Liu Xiang had invested considerable effort in winning over Hai Shuzu. To break through Hai Shuzu's ideological resistance, Liu Xiang first had the Political Security Bureau's intelligence network in Qiongshan conduct a comprehensive indirect investigation of the Hai family. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau's training network, originally established in Qiongshan, had been transferred to the Political Security Bureau, and Qiongshan had relocated the Intelligence Bureau's training base to Guangzhou. This network had been built single-handedly by Lin Beiguang and was a mature system. Through it, Liu Xiang gained a thorough understanding of Hai Shuzu's situation. Overall, Hai Shuzu wasn't a stubborn moralist or a rigid man who treated ancestral precedent as gospel. His willingness to pool capital for ships and venture into overseas trade fully demonstrated he was ambitious and quick-witted. Of course, involuntary factors also played a role. The Hai family's dire financial situation had forced his hand. Having gathered ample information, Liu Xiang began targeted work on the Hai family. He met with Hai Shuzu multiple times, presenting facts and reasoning. He even wired Lin Baiguang in Guangzhou for a letter of consolation. Because Hai Shuzu had received substantial benefits from the Senate in the past, he had some understanding of Senate policies. Combined with witnessing the Australians' efficient brutality during the pacification campaign and land surveys, he couldn't, and didn't dare, put on a standoffish attitude. Under Liu Xiang's persistent indoctrination, he was finally moved. Ultimately, he agreed to personally visit Lingao. After that trip, especially after visiting the South Sea demonstration farm, Hai Shuzu immediately registered all his family's fields with the Qiongshan branch of the Heaven and Earth Society, and even mobilized relatives to join the agricultural cooperative. Interest trumped all theory. Liu Xiang found these inspection visits highly effective. A month earlier, he had again sought Hai Shuzu's help to organize a visit where each major household would send the direct heir designated to inherit the family business to Lingao. The major households were of course very hesitant about this. Many believed the Australians were demanding hostages from them. They flocked to the Hai household asking him to intercede. Some took the wife route directly, having their wives bring generous gifts to specially visit the Hai family's old matriarch and lady, crying and begging them to plead on their behalf. Hai Shuzu was dismissive. If the chiefs really wanted you to send hostages as pledges of loyalty, do you think your children would still be bouncing around at home after just one word? Would any of you dare say no? Everyone fell silent. Having witnessed the Australians' thunderous methods, the major households knew very well no one dared refuse, unless they were willing to abandon their property and leave Qiangzhou Prefecture entirely, and the Australians wouldn't try to stop them. This is just an inspection. I will personally escort them and let your children see the world. Don't you trust the Hai family? He spoke calmly. And all of you, let me give you some advice. Don't try passing off your maidservant's bastard or some distant nephew's son as your heir. The chiefs know everything. Don't bring trouble on yourselves for nothing. With Hai Shuzu's personal guarantee, the major households finally, with great trepidation, allowed the specifically named direct heirs designated to inherit the family business to join this tour group. The inspection targets were Lingao's factories, Eastgate Market, South Sea Demonstration Farm, and several model households, the Liu Yoran family, Lin Quanan family, and Fu Buer family. Reception costs for the hosting units and individuals would be reimbursed by Qiongshan County. Liu Xiang instructed, when they return, temporarily put them in the county office guest house. Each person will write an essay on their impressions of visiting Lingao, no fewer than 5,000 characters. Yes, Chief, I'll make the arrangements, Lu Cheng nodded. This essay writing routine was a traditional trick for someone trained in the training camp like Lu Cheng. She smiled sweetly. Any other instructions? Nothing else. Go get busy. Liu Xiang watched her smile and the sway of her waist as she turned to leave, and couldn't help feeling a bit tempted. Lu Cheng was considerably more attractive than Guo Linger. Lu Cheng had always. Liu Xiang wouldn't mind taking another one after Guo Linger. After all, the one husband, one wife, many concubines system was one of his motivations for transmigrating. But he knew that to advance further on the path of local administration, he shouldn't become too intimate with political security people. He could only feel regret in his heart about this. Chief, the binding is done. Guo Linger held up several bundles of manuscripts and announced to Liu Xiang, go, hold on, put them aside for now. Liu Xiang looked at the printed manuscripts, wondering if his firepower was too heavy. Getting labeled as local resistance to central authority would not be worth it. The articles themselves were fine, but how to send them, who should receive them and who shouldn't, who first and who later, who as main recipient and who as CC, who should read together. These were all technical matters. Liu Xiang stared at the titles of the 3 articles and sat at his computer desk, lost in thought. The superintendent's purpose in launching this operation, though increasing state assets was the goal and result, the stated justification was ensuring Operation Engine's grain security. This was this year's principal operation, belonging to the great cause and guiding principle, a line not to be crossed. On this point, Liu Xiang alone couldn't break it. Second, his real purpose was only the locality asking the center for policy and resources, not opposing the center. This was critically important. This was a matter of characterization. Could the 9 elders realize they weren't merely the Lingao county government, but the core of the entire transmigration empire? This needed to be pointed out by someone in the core region. Breaking it down point by point, Liu Xiang already had a rough idea. Liu Xiang first opened his C notebook and wrote a telegram, then encrypted it with encryption software. This telegram was for Wudu at the Planning Commission. The grain that can be mobilized can only satisfy about 10 days' supply, making it difficult to ensure resistance to follow-on disasters and production recovery needs. Is it possible to arrange for part of the grain the Dutch are delivering per contract, or from the Siam operation when the Southeast Asia Company returns, to be unloaded at Qiongshan for relief? The Colonial and Foreign Trade Department had signed a grain transport contract with the East India Company. The Dutch would soon deliver 5 shiploads of rice from the South Seas. 2/3 of this rice would be shipped to Hong Kong for storage, prepared for resupplying Jeju Island during Operation Engine. The Dutch had only spices and ships in abundance, so transit trade was their main business in East and Southeast Asia. The Dutch East India Company, as a 3-in-1 enterprise of merchant, colonizer, and shipper, transported not only expensive spices, silk, and medicines, but also various bulk commodities including timber, rice, and daily goods. They had even transported elephants for Siam. The Dutch's main territory in the South Seas produced abundant rice, and the Dutch were fully capable of exporting large quantities from there. They also had trade routes to Siam, where rice had always been a major export. For Siamese rice, Scott had dispatched several ships on a trading expedition. Whether Scott's trading ships or the Dutch grain ships, for now they remained pie in the sky from the Planning Commission's perspective. Liu Xiang used this to remind Wuda. Qiongshan also needed grain. Then he handwrote a note and attached it to the cover of Yan'an cannot become Xian. Lingao should not become Bianliang. It read, "Please have Qianshan review, then post to BBS on my behalf, and forward to Ding Ding, hopefully for publication in the internal edition of the Lingao Tribune." Liu Xiang wasn't an otaku party member, but he endorsed the otaku party's goals and had attended several gatherings, making him a friendly non-party ally. As Speaker of the Senate, Qianshan was one of the 9 elders and attended all major and minor meetings. If he could recognize this as an opportunity to put the executive committee in its proper place, then the opposing central authority label would be hard to stick. Next was analysis of historical post-disaster land transfers and predictions for this year. He had originally planned to send it to Wuda, but now he changed his mind and wrote to Wu Nanhai on the envelope. Regarding the current kick while they're down approach, apart from disliking how ugly it looked and worrying about central policy direction, Liu Xiang didn't have much objection to the work itself. It was simply that after ending up with land scattered here a piece, there a piece, he'd have to work on the major households, violently or otherwise, which was troublesome. As for the last one requesting policy, originally to go directly to Mo Zion, now he decided to Planning Commission, CC, Light Industry Commissioner Mo Zion, Forestry Commissioner Wu Quanming. After all, industrial layout issues were better left to Wuda. After sending the telegram and letters, come back and rest. Build up your energy for tonight, Liu Xiang said to Guo Linger with a lecherous grin. These past few days the timing is just right. Let's try to hit the target in one shot. Then he looked her over. Put on that lacy underwear and stockings that Ziming Tower sent last week. Though Guo Linger was used to Liu Xiang's various shameless antics when they were alone, her face still flushed red. Liu Xiang was very satisfied with Guo Linger's blush. Chuckling, he left the office. He was going to inspect work at a Taoist temple on Jinyu Ridge west of the county seat. The previous day, all the refugees willing to go work in Lingao had been sent there to recuperate and recover while waiting for the labor express to take them to Lingao. Not much grain. Let's ship more out. Then give me back mature industrial workers. Liu Xiang thought to himself as he headed for Jinyu Ridge with his guards. Chapter 945. The major households. The Taoist temple on Jinyu Ridge was already packed with refugees willing to go to Lingao. This temple had been painstakingly acquired by Abbot Dayaquanzi. During the wave of takeovers at the tail end of the northern Hainan pacification campaign, New Taoism and the Lingao Church had waged a fierce battle to seize local religious facilities. In the office of He Ying, who served as religious affairs official, Abbot Dai Yi and Dean Wu had clashed intensely. And Qiongshan, as the county with the most temples and Taoist monasteries, naturally became the focal point of contention for both sides. After a round of haggling, Abbot Dai had lived up to expectations and secured most of the religious facilities for New Taoism. Although the temple on Jinyu Ridge had fallen into disrepair, in scale it could be called grand for all of Qiangzhou. Following the principle of first stake out the land, then develop it, Abbot Zhang's policy on seizing such facilities was simply, the more the better. Our central tasks are, first, grabbing people, and second, grabbing land. Zhang Yingchen had written to Dai Yi, temples are the centers of propagation. Without fighting strongholds, we cannot kindle fighting enthusiasm. Now a young Taoist novice from the new Taoist training program had been stationed at the temple. He wore Abbot Dayaquanzi's personally designed standard Taoist robe, a Tang-style right-lapel narrow-sleeved turned-collar garment, with a red cayenne hexagram armband sewn on the right arm. He was attending to matters by the gate. The sudden arrival of so many refugees had caught him completely off guard. The temple actually had nothing. Due to tight funds, only a few buildings had been repaired as dormitories and office space, and the tottering main halls had simply been shored up. Now these barely standing, dangerous structures were crammed with refugees preparing to go work in Lingao. County dispatch staff maintained order. The main force was troops from the 1st Infantry Battalion stationed in Qiongshan. The company clerk was registering names one by one so Lingao could prepare adequate camp space, grain, and clothing. According to plan, most of these refugees would be used for Lingao's various construction sites and agricultural production. Due to the impact of that successful pyramid-selling performance, almost all the propertyless tenants waiting for relief in the county seat were willing to try their luck in Lingao. Many were even bringing the elderly and young, preparing to move their entire families. But the situation at the kanji distribution site had spread to the major households' ears with extraordinary speed, and their reaction was far faster than Yang Yun, who was in charge, had anticipated. Before the registration work was even complete, major households arrived, bringing the original tenancy contracts and the IOUs and guarantees signed when tenants had borrowed money or fallen behind on rent, to block people. In this time period, there was no concept of going out to work to pay off debts, and these debtors had nothing of value except their physical labor. Therefore, these creditors would never let this labor force easily leave the county. Leaving meant fleeing debts. In the past, they could send a calling card to have Lingao County arrest and return the person to continue selling their labor to pay debts and fulfill contracts. But now they no longer had such authority. What losing tenants meant was of course clear to the major households. First, this year's rent was completely ruined. Even though a typhoon had come and floods had occurred, tenants could still plant one season of crops. Even if the collected rent was discounted, they'd still get something. With tenants gone, there would be nothing at all. And debts accumulated over the years would be written off in one stroke. Moreover, many refugees had borrowed substantial usurious loans to survive the famine and for spring planting. Now that they were going to Lingao, that money definitely couldn't be repaid. In their panic, major households dispatched their stewards and retainers. Some came personally to the kanji distribution site to block people. Liu Xiang had anticipated this when he first heard Yang Yun introduce the operation plan. While pots were still being set up and fires started at the kanji shed, he had already sent someone to summon the Qiongshan County Liaison Office's public security specialist. The Qiongshan County Police Department hadn't been formally established yet, to bring naturalized citizen police to Jinyu Ridge Temple to maintain order. He also sent for the transmigrators in charge of DeLongbank's Qiongshan branch and Qiongshan County Court to handle issues, but he hadn't expected the major households to act so fast and push back so hard. The entire temple was bedlam, arguing, kneeling and crying, scolding people choking from eating rice balls too fast. Naturalized citizen police and soldiers struggled to maintain order. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Liu Xiang had no choice but to personally mount the platform. In the rush, there was no electric amplifier here, so he had to use a tin megaphone. Drawing on the rich bass he'd trained through karaoke in the old timeline, he shook up the scene. "What's all this racket? You think this is Keishiku?" Though his singing had always been hopelessly off-key, his voice was undeniably loud and rich. Add to that his belly, reduced somewhat but still substantial enough to serve as a resonance chamber, and this sudden explosion silenced the scene. The natives didn't know what Keishiku was, but they could tell this Australian was angry. Everyone froze, not daring to argue further. The naturalized citizen police seized the opportunity, immediately puffing out their chests to show their presence and separating several people who had been tangled together nearby. Refugees to the right to register first. Everyone else wait at the temple gate. Liu Xiang waved his hand, drawing a boundary line in the air. "This is a refugee camp. Unauthorized persons are not allowed inside. Everyone out." "Your Honorable, Chief," a steward-looking man mustered his courage to say, "you can't let them go. They still owe our master plenty of debts." This steward patted an oil paper bundle in his hand and protested, prompting a chorus of agreement from stewards of other major households. "My lord, if you take them away, our whole family can only hang ourselves." A small landlord wept, his robes covered in mud. "Last year's rent still isn't paid up. These scoundrel peasants, please look, my lord. These are the guarantees those households of ours wrote last year, the year before, and the year before that. Not a single grain has been paid to this day." Another steward waved a stack of account books indignantly. "Now they want to run away, true scoundrels. Chief, this is the debt Wang 30's family borrowed. He said he'd give his daughter to pay it off when he couldn't repay. Now he wants to run. What kind of thing is this? If he wants to go, fine, leave the girl first to pay off the debt. Debts must be repaid, it's only right." Just as Liu Xiang was growing dizzy, the crowd suddenly parted and in came a white-bearded old man also looking like a landlord scholar. He said tremulously, "My lord, chief. Since ancient times, taxes come from grain, grain comes from rent. The grain households are the foundation of the realm. Please don't act with womanly kindness and destroy your own foundation." Growing agitated, he added, "This student has read much history. Even the emperors of the Great Song, in relieving famine, never established such precedents. Please consider carefully, chief." He assumed that since the Australians called themselves Song Dynasty descendants, invoking Great Song precedent would be a trump card. They're only registering to show they're willing to go, no one's being taken away now. As for the debts and back rent you're talking about, the county already has a plan. The cadres handling it are on their way. Wait by the gate first, don't make a scene here, everyone out." Liu Xiang displayed a displeased expression. Seeing this Australian county magistrate had truly lost his temper, the crowd didn't dare press further. Thinking the peasants were trapped in the temple anyway and they were guarding the gate, they needn't worry about anyone slipping away under their noses. They retreated in disorder to the gate area where they could shelter from rain. A few slower ones could only huddle under the eaves. Just as order was gradually restored, the two transmigrators in charge of court and bank affairs arrived. They were actually in Qiongshan on business travel, not formally appointed. In fact, All the transmigrator cadres in Qiongshan County, except Liu Xiang, were on business travel, tasked with building teams and providing training and guidance. Once the naturalized citizen cadres could roughly handle the work, they would move on to another location. One was Chen Si from DeLong Bank's planning division. He had come to Qiongshan to establish a local branch. Since Qiongshan was the prefecture's leading county, DeLong planned to establish a Qiangju branch here, with each county having an office or sub-office. The Qiangju branch was also located in the provincial subcommissioner's compound, occupying only 3 office rooms and a storeroom. The transmigrator sent by the legal community was Zhao. Besides serving as court president, he had another task: building local national elementary schools. Liu Xiang convened a small meeting in a rundown room in the temple, first explaining the situation, then developing a plan for this issue. The situation is clear. If we pull these tenants directly to Lingao, they won't dare say anything, but the optics are bad. Liu Xiang summarized. The major households haven't yet realized the real danger. They're just instinctively protecting their ability to collect on debts. I agree with the plan mentioned earlier. If the amount doesn't exceed my authority, I can approve a sum. Chen Si restated the within authority condition. But I very much doubt they'll accept our circulation vouchers. As of now, voucher credibility in Qiongshan is still insufficient. Many people are skeptical. As for directly using silver or grain to pay debts, our reserves probably aren't enough either. Then I'll prepare to receive this whole flood of lawsuits. Cooped up for days in the rain, finally there's work to do. Zhao spoke coolly. I can use some methods to have these debts canceled or reduced. That's not difficult at all. When major gentry bullied tenants, they exploited the fact that tenants were mostly illiterate and couldn't understand the terminology. The contracts, IOUs, and guarantees they drew up were all predatory terms. Zhao had long wanted to seize an opportunity to crack down on such corrupt practices. The spirit of contract had to be built on a foundation of relative openness. Any problems? Won't the major households think we're using power to rob them? People's hearts may be hard to win over. Chen Si was somewhat worried. He was instinctively sensitive about such matters. Chapter 946, Clearing Debts. Zhao responded. They're allowed to cheat common folk through trickery, but we can't give them a taste of their own medicine, he smiled. I don't even need to apply our own commercial code or civil code. The laws promulgated by the Ming government itself are enough to deal with them. The 2 grand legal codes Zhao mentioned actually hadn't even been started yet, still being compiled, or rather, adapted. Really? Of course. At least legally, the Ming forbids usurious exploitation. It's not only in the Ming Code, even locally, the government has issued prohibitions multiple times. Materials are in the archives. It's just that major households have never taken them seriously. That's one. 2, these major households have themselves been in arrears on grain taxes for years, in amounts that are quite serious. Is that not illegal under the Ming Code? Add it all up and it's a staggering sum. Given that, what's all this talk about taxes come from grain comes from rent? Zhao spoke with confidence. If necessary, I'll settle accounts with them on that point first. After the conference, Liu Xiang ordered the names of registered, prospective migrant workers posted at the temple gate, displayed publicly for 24 hours. Anyone with objections to a specific person's debt issues had to immediately bring evidence to the provisional court to file an objection. Late submissions would not be accepted. As for those who couldn't prove tenants had debts, they could not obstruct tenants from leaving. In the Ming Dynasty, the tenant farming system generally no longer involved personal bondage. Although tenants remained legally inferior to landlords, they had personal freedom, came and went as they pleased, and landlords had no right to detain them. By evening, roughly 30% of the applying refugees were found to have debt issues. Various debt documents piled up on a table. Zhao, fully prepared, instructed the financial personnel sent by DeLong Bank, the retained clerks from the county Yaman's revenue section, and court staff to work together, organizing materials, collecting plaintiffs' evidence into case files, then numbering them sequentially. People would be called in by number for debt clearance. Jiazin had materials brought from the county office, a list of unpaid taxes and amounts compiled during the land surveys and yamen takeover. Some major households had been in arrears on grain taxes for years. Some had simply never paid at all. The accumulated figures had reached staggering levels. If they wanted to make a case of it, launching a major prosecution would present no problem. It was simply that for now, the transmigrators hadn't established a firm footing and temporarily didn't want their actions to look too ugly. When the time was ripe, they would deal with these households harshly. Plaintiffs and defendants were gathered in the provisional court, a side hall of the temple, for debt clearance. The provisional court was crowded and noisy, but no one dared speak. Infantry bayonets gleamed. The yamen runners borrowed from the county yamen-held clubs and whips. The entire court radiated intimidation. Pairs of debtors and creditors called in had to first confirm the authenticity and amount of debts before Jiazin. During the clearance, large quantities of forged and altered contracts and IOUs were discovered, some with altered figures, some cases of mistaken identity, and some without even fingerprints or seals, just scribbled notes presented as evidence. Any evidence proven forged was immediately stamped void and confiscated. Plaintiffs were immediately dragged before the bench and given 40 strokes of the heavy rod. One forged document earned 40 strokes, 2 got 60, 3 got 90, and so on. The borrowed yamen runners had long wanted to show off before the Australian chiefs. Each was vigorous and unhesitating. Below the bench, rainwater and blood flowed together. On the bench, feces and urine flew. One person was even beaten to death on the spot. The plaintiffs were scared out of their wits and begged to withdraw their suits, no longer daring to pursue any debts. How can this be? Debts must be repaid, it's only right. I beat those scoundrels and villains. You're all good citizens, what is there to fear? Jiazin judged the situation was about right. Anyone who forged documents and is willing to repent, step forward and confess immediately. All past offenses will be forgiven. Immediately, a batch of people came forward to confess. The taste of 40 heavy strokes was not pleasant. Jiazin had their forged documents displayed, stamped void, and retained as evidence. Then he ordered all of them to write confessions and pay fines of 10 she of grain per forged document. For valid contracts, amounts and interest were settled according to the figures. The court wouldn't recognize debts that used compound interest tricks to trap people for 3 generations. At most, settlement was at DeLong Bank's maximum annual interest rate of 25%. Principal and interest were converted to grain circulation vouchers and paid by DeLong Bank. To ensure creditors would accept circulation vouchers, Jiazin announced policy on the spot. Circulation vouchers could be used to offset grain taxes and other miscellaneous levies in both summer and autumn taxation. This way, even if major households considered the vouchers worthless for circulation, the guarantee that they could pay public grain taxes meant national credit stood behind them. DeLong Bank wasn't paying off debts for free. In fact, it was purchasing the debts. These debtors were borrowing from DeLong, pledging their labor, that is, future wages, as collateral. During the clearance, some tenants who owed major household debts, upon hearing they'd have to borrow from the government to go work in Lingao, immediately changed their minds in fright. For such cases, Yang Yun patiently conducted outreach work, but didn't salvage many. After all, in this era, borrowing from the government was a terror rooted in the subconscious. Liu Xiang didn't mind this. The more who remained, the better for him. The clearance process started slowly, then progressed quickly. When Jiazin saw there was nothing thorny left below, just clearance paperwork, he handed the work to the several naturalized citizen cadres under him and stepped outside for some air. Liu Xiang approached to greet him. Beautifully done. That was the big stick opening the way, carrot following. Jiazin said nothing, just smiled. His face displayed the familiar bitter expression. Honestly, this approach isn't good. It's just an expedient. What's not good about it? Liu Xiang didn't understand. These major households openly forged documents and exploited people with usury. If we don't give them a good thrashing, they'll probably expect to keep doing whatever they want, bullying the countryside. Jaizin nodded. What you say is right, but doing it this way, I'm acting with heaven's mandate in my mouth, playing fast and loose with human life. Frankly, it's no different from what Magistrate Han Fuju did. From the perspective of building a society ruled by law, it's extremely inappropriate. He sighed and added, actually, they don't deserve to die. Though Liu Xiang saw his point, he still felt somewhat annoyed. Internally, he criticized. The petty bourgeoisie's weakness is acting up again. Don't overthink it. China's been this way for thousands of years, hasn't it? He said. I'm not biased toward the poor. Poor doesn't equal good. Shrews and scoundrels are everywhere. But look at the situation now. When rich major households operate, they have absolutely no bottom line. They just scribble a note, have someone put a fingerprint on it, who knows who, and go exploit tenants. If we don't knock down their arrogance, how can we gain a foothold? Even if some don't deserve to die, what temple doesn't have a few wrongfully killed ghosts? Growing more animated, he pointed at the refugees in the temple. Look at these refugees. Hit by disaster, no food to eat. Which one isn't their tenant? If we hadn't forced donations out of them, they wouldn't have given a single grain for relief, just waiting for them to live or die on their own. Now we're taking people away and suddenly they remember, can't do without laborers to work the fields. If they knew it would come to this, why didn't they act earlier? So I say it can only be an expedient, but in the long run this approach isn't advisable. Jaizin didn't argue. He suddenly said, Liu Xiang, you're county magistrate now. In the future you might be prefect or some other high regional official. Never get the urge to be a righteous judge. China won't succeed by relying on a few righteous judges. Liu Xiang said nothing. He understood Jaizin was essentially promoting the rule of law line. He didn't oppose that, but it seemed a bit premature to discuss now. He suddenly realized his earlier rhetoric had aligned somewhat with the superintendent's thinking, so perhaps he really was a revolutionary at heart. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw Yang Yun leading people to distribute rations to refugees. The rations had been upgraded to seafood congee, the traditional nutritious meal from quarantine camps. Oh, eating well, Liu Xiang observed, looking at the refugees' food, and greeted Yang Yun. Heh heh, if we don't fatten them up a bit, how can we send them off? Whether by sea or land, it's quite exhausting. Yang Yun pointed at the crowd. And some children so skinny, my goodness. Without some nutrition, they'll die before reaching Lingao. All that effort only got a few thousand people. Don't you feel it's a loss? Liu Xiang ventured to ask Yang Yun. This is called pulling the firewood from under the pot. People are one aspect. Revolutionizing the landlords is the second. Yang Yun didn't hide it. You've read the documents, right? Of course, Liu Xiang said. But I have concerns. Isn't this approach too radical? Liu Xiang continued inspecting while chatting with Yang Yun on and off, also probing for what was happening in Lingao, especially on the BBS. Being far from the core region, many things could only be guessed from the phrasing in official correspondence. This information asymmetry made Liu Xiang uncomfortable. Yang Yun smiled. Things aren't absolute. What the superintendent wants is simply sufficient grain, manpower, and strong grassroots control. Liu Xiang could only say, actually, Qiongshan's population isn't really excessive. It could all be absorbed locally. He decided to first discuss his ideas with Yang Yun. Never expected you were also eyeing this labor. Yang Yun heard Liu Xiang explain his plan to apply for transferring some industries to Qiongshan. But this time, what the superintendent has his eye on isn't just these tenant farmers. There's also the landlord's surplus grain. And I'm afraid, also the landlords with surplus grain, Liu Xiang joked, seemingly casually. Chapter 947. Newly acquired labor. Yang Yun had not missed the probing undertone in those words, but he could hardly respond directly. The governor's official dispatch had only hinted at such matters. so he affected not to have heard. Ever since Qianshan of the Homestead faction had won the Senate presidency, the balance of power within the executive committee had grown increasingly complex and delicate. Yang Yun cleared his throat, casting about for a new topic. "Report, Chief. Urgent dispatch from Director Liu." A courier from the county office burst in, bearing a document pouch. Liu Xiang glanced at the red wax seal and thought, "I just met with him. What could possibly be so urgent?" He accepted it with one hand and signed the receipt. In a quiet chamber of the Taoist temple, Liu Xiang broke the seal and read the secret dispatch. Relief washed through him. "The clandestine front has borne fruit as well," he hurried to summon Yang Yun. "We've gained several thousand able-bodied laborers," he told Yang Yun with a smile. Yang Yun stared at him, utterly bewildered. The dispatch concerned the final resolution of Baisha Naval Garrison and Haikou Guard Station. These two installations had maintained relative independence even after the Fubo Army's peaceful entry. But following the retreat of He Zhen's remnants, Tang Yunwen found himself trapped in an isolated fortress. Though his forces had suffered few casualties in the Chiangmai debacle, morale had collapsed, and most of their equipment and provisions were lost. The majority of the Baisha naval garrison's vessels had been destroyed or captured during the siege of Qiongshan, leaving only a handful of decrepit, unusable hulks. Tang Yunwen's remaining strength consisted of fewer than 2,000 naval and land troops, plus several hundred military households at Haikou Guard Station. The more distant garrisons had either been absorbed by the Senate or had their communications severed. Forget offensive operations, even self-preservation was becoming impossible. Unable to fight yet unwilling to abandon his post and flee, he could only watch helplessly as the Fubo army entered Qiongshan County, seized strategic positions, and launched a comprehensive pacification campaign. Throughout these developments, the officers and soldiers at Haikou Station and Baisha Garrison maintained a posture of willful ignorance, hoping desperately not to draw fire upon themselves. But this stalemate could not hold forever. The new social order was being promoted across the entire island. While retaining the old civil administration might be a necessary expedient, preserving the old military was entirely unnecessary. Under direction from the Civil Affairs Political Security Bureau, a comprehensive takeover and reorganization of the island's entire military household garrison system had begun. As for the Ming Army's island-wide military corps, Haikou Guard Station and Baisha Naval Garrison, these became the focal point for resolution. In purely military terms, eliminating these Ming troops would be child's play for the Fubo Army, but Governor Liu wanted resources, especially manpower. Therefore, a circuitous policy was adopted, with the Political Security Bureau handling practical execution. After the Chiangmai campaign concluded, prisoners who were local military households and soldiers from Tang Yunwen's forces were released in batches. Among these released prisoners, a fair number of grains of sand, men who had already defected to Lingao, were planted. Once released alongside the other captives, these infiltrators enabled the Political Security Department to launch an immediate subversion campaign. They fomented discontent among the troops, secretly organizing and building networks. Tang Yunwen had caught wind of this, but ever since the defeat at Chiangmai and He Zhen's withdrawal, his officers had either died or fled. Those who remained dared not act, fearing any move might provoke mutiny. The only troops whose loyalty Tang Yunwen could rely on numbered fewer than 100 personal retainers. Maintaining order with these few men was already difficult enough, let alone conducting purges while the Outlander pirates lurked outside, ready to intervene at any moment. This typhoon had been a disaster for Liu Xiang, but for certain others, it was a golden opportunity, the perfect chance to resolve the official military's core on Hainan Island and thereby completely dismantle and absorb all government forces across the island. Under this directive, the machinery of the Political Security Bureau immediately sprang into action. Liu Xiang did not know that Wu Mu, office director of the Political Security Bureau, had secretly arrived in Qiongshan 3 days earlier. From a workstation outside Haikou Guard Station, he was personally directing overall operations. When local coordination was required, the local special envoy Lu Cheng stepped forward. With assistance from the planted grains of sand, Tang Yunwan's granaries were conveniently destroyed by the storm, completely shattering the psychological defenses of soldiers still on the fence. Previously, Haikou Station could still requisition grain support from Qiongshan County, but now they had no recourse. Beyond the walls of the garrison and camp lay territory controlled by the Outlanders. Without Australian approval, not a single grain of rice or vegetable leaf could be transported in. Within days, the starving Haikou Station and Baisha naval garrison completely collapsed. Soldiers and military households defected en masse, requesting to join up. Governor Liu had prepared terms for them. Those willing to serve as soldiers and who passed physical and political screening would be incorporated by the Training Supervisory Department of the Fubo Army. Those unwilling to serve, along with military household dependents, would be purified, and then uniformly allocated by civil affairs departments to agricultural or industrial labor. As for Tang Yunwan himself and his personal guards, whether they wished to defect was entirely up to them. If they came, they would receive equal treatment. If they chose not to come, it mattered little. He could keep his handful of men and one questionable flagship and continue playing the role of an empty-titled coastal defense brigadier at Baisha Naval Garrison. Of course, no provisions would be supplied for his soldiers' pay and rations. He could continue collecting the subsidies sent from the mainland as before. A significant reason these men were willing to defect was the grain shortage. The secret dispatch requested that the Qiongshan County office find a way to first mobilize 3 to 5 days' worth of provisions for the defecting personnel at Haikou Station. Thus, Liu Xiang summoned Yang Yun to hand this matter over to him. Qiongshan County truly had little grain left at its disposal. He also harbored ulterior considerations. With this batch of military household population, perhaps the executive committee would ease up somewhat on its population extraction demands from Qiongshan. After hearing the full situation, Yang Yun first offered some appropriately correct platitudes about congratulations on major achievements across all fronts. Then the two began an active dialogue regarding relief provisions for these military households. After all, these several thousand additional people were an unexpected development for Yang Yun as well. No provisions of this standard had been prepared in advance. The grain question was actually the secondary objective of Yang Yun's visit to Qiongshan. Before his departure, Wu had given him private instructions to find a way to secure a portion of surplus grain from the local area. But upon arriving in Qiongshan, he realized that Liu Xiang harbored obvious resistance to surplus grain collection. His cooperation on labor recruitment already showed signs of reluctance. On the surplus grain issue, he would likely refuse to cooperate at all. Liu Xiang, for his part, was prepared to resist the surplus grain procurement. Regardless of how much grain the local landlords might have stored, he opposed using coercive means to extract civilian grain reserves during a disaster year. First, it endangered social stability. Second, recovery from the disaster could not rely solely on relief from the Planning Commission and the Civil Affairs People's Committee. It still depended on local reserves. As for how to compel the gentry to release their grain, that should be an economic problem solved through economic means. Just as almost all work was consumed by disaster relief, an unexpected visitor arrived at Qiongshan County town early that morning. Old Tang. We're so close to each other, and you didn't even send over some red eggs when your son had his 1-month celebration. Ha! I'm a man who rolls around in coal piles all day. Where would I get red eggs? Any eggs I boil come out black. Tang Minglong had used the occasion of visiting his child to make a trip back to Lingao, hoping to transfer out of his current post to somewhere else, but so far without success. Liu Xiang and Tang Minglong sat in the office while Guo Linger brought each of them a cup of freshly pressed mixed fruit juice. "What brings you here today?" Liu Xiang asked. "Don't get me started," Tang sighed. "The wire telegraph line we finally connected to the mine. Several sections got washed out by the rain, and who knows which plague-ridden scoundrel picked up the iron wire and ran off with it during the storm." The wire telegraph network between Biezi coal mine and Qiongshan County had been operational for less than a month. Tang Minglong took a big gulp of his drink to settle himself. "And then the Planning Commission says Qiongshan is now a pacified zone, so there's no need for a wireless station. They want me to hand over the mine's wireless equipment. I had no choice but to come here to send my telegrams. You need to get that repaired quickly." Liu Xiang could tell he hadn't finished speaking. Pacified zone or not, local operations still aren't fully up to standard. "Of course, I'm already preparing personnel and requisitioning materials. Once the rain stops, we'll start emergency repairs," Tang Minglong continued. "But there are some things at our mine I need your help with. Little Liu, you've got to help me out here." "Hey now, why so formal?" "Your Biezi mine is a centrally administered unit. We local folks will definitely provide full support." "Don't talk about central administration. They said on the radio 2 nights ago that weather conditions are bad and the ships carrying grain and supplies can't sail," Tang Minglong said. "The mine only has 4 days' worth of grain left. The workers need 4,000 kilocalories of food per day. Our stockpile is depleting fast." Before, they always prioritized keeping the mine supplied. Sea conditions have been poor lately, and several places are competing for shipping. Transport capacity is quite tight. Liu Xiang's heart clenched. "I don't have much grain here either," but he had no choice but to make vague responses. Production targets at Biezi mine have increased again. But they won't give me more workers or machines. How am I supposed to boost output?" Once the typhoon